In a dark and damp alley of Hell's Kitchen, New York City, a robust young Chinese man stood with a black crow perched upon his shoulder. He was conversing with a Slavic woman of stunning beauty, her platinum blonde hair cascading elegantly down her back, yet she was dressed modestly. "Miss," he said, his voice cold and firm, "I saved you, but that was merely a coincidence. All you need to do is express your gratitude, and our affair will conclude." The young man maintained a serious demeanor, seemingly undeterred by the woman's allure. "But I do not know where to go," Anna stammered, clutching her collar in distress. "I have no memory of my past. The only impression I have is of you rescuing me from the shore." Her pitiable expression evoked an instinctive desire to protect her. Yet the young man remained unmoved, his gaze drifting toward the nearby dumpster where several disheveled figures lay unconscious, their limbs grotesquely twisted. With a long sigh, he realized that the woman's brazen demeanor and lack of sincerity in her act suggested she felt secure in her position. He raised his hands in resignation and stated, "Miss Natasha Romanoff, let us speak plainly. What is it that you or your organization truly desire?" The young man was well aware of her true identity. She was a product of the former Soviet Union's Red Room, trained as a super spy and now an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Her age, surpassing 80 years, Natasha, unfazed by the revelation, adjusted her expression slightly, playing with her dyed platinum locks, and lifted her chin, transforming into the captivating shield. Agent she was known to be E.Mr. Alvin, may we first discuss how you came to know about me? You have piqued our interest, she inquired. Alvin, perplexed, pondered how he had become a target for S.H.I.E.L.D. Since his arrival 3 years prior, he had not engaged in any actions that would warrant their attention. In his previous life, he was known as Yi Qing, an ordinary middle-aged man from China, a family man with a wife and son. His journey into this new existence was absurd while moving. He had stumbled upon a notebook from his high school days hidden beneath his in a whimsical moment, I decided to give it a try, and to my surprise, the computer was still operational. During a rare respite from my busy schedule, I indulged in the nostalgic classic game, Diablo 2. As a man who firmly believes that gaming necessitates the use of cheats, I naturally downloaded a so-called character and item modifier. With great enthusiasm, I created a Druid character endowed with maximum attributes and fully developed summoning skills, eager to traverse the maps with summoned creatures and relish in nostalgia. Of course, my enhanced inventory and stash brimmed with runes, as I intended to craft my own rune equipment. And I had also secured the essential Heraldric Cube. However, whether it was due to the antiquity of the computer or the overwhelming prowess of the modifier, when I launched the game with this character, my laptop erupted in a cacophony of failure. In that explosion, Yi Qing found himself inheriting the legacy he had created, transported into the youthful form of Alvin Yi within the Marvel Universe. Upon realizing he had crossed over into this realm, he resolved to maintain a low profile. Should he fail to discover a path back, he would simply live out his life here in tranquility. Although he had acquired the Druid's 10 summoning abilities from Diablo 2, he had never showcased them publicly. Thus, he found it perplexing that S.H.I.E.L.D. would seek him out. After all, he was merely a humble restaurant owner in Hell's Kitchen. However, from what he overheard from Natasha, it seemed she had not intended to target him initially. This thought eased Alvin's tension, as it was wise to avoid entanglements with such a formidable organization. After some contemplation, Alvin spoke. "The day I pulled you from the sea, there was someone calling your name through your earpiece. Thus, I merely took you to the hospital. Listen, Miss Norman, I wish to avoid trouble, and matters concerning agents tend to be quite troublesome." Having said this, Alvin waved his hand, signaling the desire to conclude this rather uncomfortable conversation. Natasha, upon hearing this, tapped her ear with her left hand, seemingly listening to someone speaking. Approximately 20 seconds later, she nodded at Alvin and smiled, saying, "I believe I owe you my gratitude for rescuing me from the ocean. So, thank you." "No need for thanks. May I take my leave now? I still have to attend to my restaurant," Alvin replied, refraining from attempting to deceive her with theatrics, as she was an expert in that domain. He clearly communicated his unwillingness to continue the interaction. Natasha, observing Alvin, instinctively bit her lip and smiled, saying, "You're not my target this time, rather. Your restaurant's location is quite convenient for me to approach. My objective, I trust you wouldn't mind having an additional beautiful waitress at your establishment, would you?" With that, Natasha placed her hand on Alvin's shoulder, leaning closer to him. Yet, before she could proceed with her next move, Alvin shivered involuntarily, stepping back with one hand raised, resolutely halting Natasha's advance. It is utterly unacceptable for Alvin, a Virgo, to engage in any form of physical ambiguity with someone who is undeniably over 80 years old. Alvin stated coldly, "Miss Normanoff, I urge you to show some respect. I am indifferent to your intentions or those of your associates. I request that you vacate my restaurant at once. Even considering the assistance I have previously extended to you, I truly wish to avoid any complications. Hell's Kitchen is already fraught with enough trouble. As he spoke, Alvin gestured towards the unfortunate ruffians. Observing that this agent hardly seemed earnest in executing her mission, rather, she appeared to be merely going through the motions. Natasha's expression turned peculiar. Few had the audacity to refuse her requests, which only piqued her curiosity regarding the owner of the establishment. Adjusting her collar, Natasha unveiled a chilling demeanor befitting an agent and coldly declared, Alvin Yi, a Chinese orphan, lost his parents to a street gunfight at the tender age of 8, subsequently taken in by an orphanage. He returned to Hell's Kitchen at 18, inheriting the family restaurant. With a mocking smile, Natasha continued to scrutinize Alvin. In the month that followed, those involved in that street gunfight began to meet untimely fates. Mr. Yi, how do you suppose they perished? Alvin shrugged nonchalantly and replied, Who knows? If Miss Normanov is privy to that information, do enlighten me. I would be inclined to pen a thank you note. Or if you wish to contact the authorities, I can lend you my phone to dial 911. Natasha, with a sardonic gaze, remarked, The police may be indifferent to the fates of those lowlifes, but the local gangs would undoubtedly be intrigued to understand the mysterious disappearance of 2 notorious mobsters from yesteryear. Natasha's threat ignited an inexplicable fury within Alvin. It seemed she had never considered her own safety, despite his having rescued her from the sea mere days prior. Perhaps in her mind, the completion of her mission took precedence, or this was merely a retaliatory tactic for his noncompliance. Sensing Alvin's inner turmoil, the raven perched upon his shoulder cawed loudly and took flight, circling above the alleyway. With unwavering gaze fixed upon Natasha, Alvin spoke in a voice as frigid as ice, Is this how you treat a benefactor? As an agent, is it your prerogative to threaten a law-abiding citizen? Who granted you such authority? All I desire is for you and your associates to vacate my territory. This is Hell's Kitchen. I detest trouble, yet I have never feared it. Chapter 2. The need for a lawyer. The illustrious Black Widow would undoubtedly dismiss the threats of a mere restaurant owner. Despite Alvin's towering stature, it mattered little. With a serious demeanor, Natasha asserted, I represent S.H.I.E.L.D. and now require your cooperation. Otherwise, I shall arrest you on charges of illegal possession of weapons and subsequently take over your establishment to facilitate my work. Her tone was unequivocal, leaving Alvin no room for refusal. Alvin was taken aback. He had not anticipated such brazen behavior from a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. The audacity displayed towards an ordinary individual was astonishing. Although Alvin could hardly be deemed an ordinary citizen, his illegal possession of arms was indeed true. However, this was Hell's Kitchen, where most residents possessed their own means of self-defense, wielded against the ever-looming dangers. To arrest a Hell's Kitchen inhabitant on such charges was something even the New York police would never contemplate. After a moment of stunned silence, Alvin felt a twinge of disappointment in Natasha's demeanor. It seemed the character of the Avengers was not as commendable as portrayed in films. Not wishing to prolong the confrontation, Alvin fixed a cold gaze upon Natasha and replied icily, I know not what S.H.I.E.L.D. is, nor do I care. If you wish to accuse me of any crime, feel free to summon the police, but do ensure they bring a search warrant. With that, he turned and entered the back door of his restaurant, only to pause and glance back, stating, This is Hell's Kitchen. My restaurant welcomes patrons. However, should anyone venture into my living quarters on the 2nd floor, I will exercise my rights for self-defense. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Natasha's expression soured. Though this was precisely what she desired, it had been ages since she had faced such a setback before an ordinary citizen. This Alvin had first disregarded her beauty, then overlooked her threats. While these slight dismissals did not wound her pride, curiosity certainly piqued within her, especially as a female voice in her earpiece chided. If you wish to sabotage your covert mission, then proceed as such. Coulson is not easily deceived. This restaurant owner appears competent. He should fulfill your desires. It is said that John Gadler is set to take over the investigation into your assault. You must act swiftly. Natasha touched the wound on her waist from the previous attack, muttering a curse under her breath before departing the alley. In a foul mood, she passed by the unconscious thugs, delivering a swift kick to the head of a recently revived black thug. The unfortunate fellow's head collided forcefully with a nearby trash bin, producing a resounding thud as he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. As Natasha incapacitated the thug, her mood seemed to brighten slightly. As an elite agent, the recent incident could only be regarded as a trivial setback. Her initial plan had been to swiftly enter the restaurant, establish contact with her target, and promptly conclude the mission rather than engage in covert observation. However, it appeared that her intelligence had encountered some discrepancies concerning the restaurant's owner. While his name and background were accurate, his personality did not align at all. Natasha had assumed that a person of Chinese descent would exhibit a certain degree of timidity. Yet Alvin, who thrived in the chaotic environment of Hell's Kitchen, managed to maintain a small restaurant. This indicated he possessed some degree of capability, but his ability to dismiss her threats and respond with such conviction took her completely by surprise. Nevertheless, even if she wished to hasten the conclusion of the mission or inadvertently sabotage it, she still had to see the process through to its end. Natasha gradually emerged from the alleyway and turned right towards the entrance of Alvin's restaurant. Alvin's establishment was a two-story building converted from a storefront. The ground floor housed the restaurant, while the upper level served as Yi Qing's residence, and the basement functioned as a storage area. This was the sole inheritance left to Alvin by his parents in this world. Above the wooden entrance hung a sign in Chinese reading Ping Fan Restaurant, flanked by two distinctly Chinese red lanterns. Beneath each lantern, a towering black giant dog stood, its height exceeding 120 centimeters. To the discerning eye, these were indeed two formidable wolves, yet none of the local residents passing by the restaurant displayed fear. A few mischievous children even playfully embraced the necks of the wolves, engaging in affectionate antics. Each time the wolves encountered these exuberant children, they would interact in a surprisingly humane manner before gently nudging the children back towards their parents with a paw. Natasha was taken aback. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and this was Hell's Kitchen, a place where even police patrols dared not venture after midnight. Yet, this street behaved like a typical residential community, with locals strolling leisurely along. Such scenes were utterly inconceivable in the other 24 blocks of Hell's Kitchen. Normally, after 8 o'clock, the streets would be devoid of pedestrians, and the dimly lit corners would be occupied by drug dealers and pimps, a place where even prostitutes hesitated to solicit. However, the street before Natasha was entirely different from her preconceived notions of Hell's Kitchen. She sensed that there must have been a flaw in the intelligence provided to her. The unexpected occurrences before the mission had even commenced intrigued her, igniting a curiosity that diverted her focus from the target to the restaurant owner, Alvin. A discerning eye can easily discern that the tranquility of this street is undoubtedly connected to the establishment known as the Peace Restaurant. Nearly every passerby slows their pace as they approach the entrance, exchanging greetings with the two imposing wolves stationed outside. Hello, Thor. Hello, Dom. Conversely, those who appear to be affiliated with the underworld hastily cross the street, carefully avoiding the wolves' penetrating gaze. Natasha, filled with enthusiasm, approached the restaurant's entrance and mimicked the greetings of the passers-by. Hi, Thor. Hi, Dom. The two wolves sniffed the air, clearly discontented with the scent that enveloped Natasha. They rose to their feet, emitting deep, menacing growls, revealing their palpable hostility. While Natasha felt no outright fear under their scrutiny, a sense of unease crept in. She was unarmed for her mission today, carrying only a few minor self-defense items. Whether she could deter these formidable wolves remained uncertain. She puzzled over why these usually amiable creatures displayed such animosity towards her. Should they decide to attack, she doubted her ability to escape unscathed. Miss, I advise you to take a step back. Thor and Dom are not to be trifled with. A youthful voice emerged from behind Natasha. Turning, she noticed two young men approaching together. One, a jovial chubby fellow with curly hair, and the other, a blind youth wielding a white cane. It was the chubby one who spoke, simultaneously addressing the wolves with a cheerful greeting. Hi, Thor. Hi, Dom, as he reached out to pat one of their heads, only to be rebuffed by a swift paw. The wolves shot Natasha a cold glare before offering a gentle pat to the young man's thigh as a form of acknowledgement, then returned to their positions by the door. The amiable youth then turned to Natasha, beaming with sincerity as he said, It is quite rare to see a stranger in Hell's Kitchen at this hour, especially someone as beautiful as you. I suspect you may be in a bit of trouble. My name is Fugenielson, a lawyer from Nelson Murdoch Law Firm, and I would be delighted to assist you. He promptly produced a business card and extended it to Natasha. Chapter 3. The Peace Restaurant. Natasha donned a bashful smile as she regarded Fugenielson, gracefully accepting his card with gratitude. Thank you. I had no idea these two large dogs could be so fierce. Why would they wish to attack me? Just as Fugenielson was about to respond, the blind young man prodded him with his cane, urging him onward. We must hurry. Alvin only prepares 50 orders of sizzling steak each day, and if we tarry, we may miss out. Reminded, Fugenielson nodded vigorously. Yes, we must be swift. My apologies, miss, but we must attend to our belated dinner. After speaking, Foggy swiftly opened the door, beckoning to the blind youth. Hurry up, Matt. I certainly don't want to miss Alvin's iron plate steak. Natasha, once again disregarded by the two young men, found the situation quite peculiar. Many aspects of the day deviated from her expectations. However, this only piqued her curiosity further about the nature of this place. The two massive wolves blocking the entrance made a direct confrontation seem unwise. Yet, as an agent, there were always alternative approaches. Natasha retrieved her phone and made a call, her voice tinged with urgency. Hello, is this 911? I'm in Hell's Kitchen on 34th Street. And there are two giant wolves that seem poised to attack me. Please send help swiftly. Approximately 15 minutes later, a police car arrived, and two officers stepped out. A middle-aged officer approached Natasha first, inquiring, Miss, did you call for assistance? Where exactly are these giant wolves? Natasha was astonished that the officer appeared to ignore the imposing wolves nearby, having witnessed a young officer running over to greet them. Furrowing her brow, Natasha responded, Aren't they giant wolves? They nearly attacked me when I attempted to enter this restaurant, gesturing towards the two wolves that were impatiently ushering the young officer away. The middle-aged officer chuckled, replying, Those are not giant wolves. They are the pet dogs of the owner of the Peace Hotel, and we have them on file at the station. They have no history of attacking anyone. As for why they seemed aggressive towards you, perhaps you carry an unusual scent. He regarded Natasha with a knowing look, having detected something distinct about her. Oh, Natasha remarked, so if I were to enter, gentlemen, you would ensure that these two pets would not attack me, correct? She cast a meaningful glance at the middle-aged officer. The officer, somewhat suspicious of Natasha's identity, offered a wry smile. You may certainly go inside. I assure you that Soul and Dom will not harm you. However, I must caution you that the owner here, Alvin, is a good man. Natasha merely smiled, dismissing the officer's warning, and slightly lifted her chin, signaling her intent to enter. Inside the restaurant, there were a total of 6 tables and 2 booths against the wall, all of which were already occupied. Foggy and Matt found 2 seats at the bar. Matt, why did you rush out like that? It's not every day we encounter a stunning beauty. Oh, I forgot, you can't see, Foggy remarked, only to notice a petite, delicate girl at the bar, balancing 2 glasses of lemonade, who intended to place them before them. However, upon hearing Foggy's comment, she handed one of the glasses to a boy in a wheelchair engrossed in a book. The boy, revealing a smile with 2 missing front teeth, exclaimed, Thank you, Jessica. Another cup was placed before Matt, and the girl gently tapped the side of the cup, producing a delicate chime. She reminded Matt, Your lemonade. The iron plate steak will take a bit longer. Please bear with us for a moment. After this, she cast a glare at Fudge before turning away from the bar to settle the bill for a departing table of guests. Fudge protested, exclaiming, Hey, Jesse, you can't do that. Why not offer me a drink? He then turned to the young boy at the bar, saying, Hey, buddy, that lemonade in your hand should be mine. If you give it to me, Mr. Fudge Nelson will compose a letter of commendation for you. The boy made a face at Fudge, lifting the lemonade as if mimicking someone drinking red wine on television, swirling it, inhaling the aroma, and then taking a small, contented sip. Good-natured Fudge playfully assumed a menacing pose, attempting to frighten the boy. The two, one large and one small, engaged in playful antics across the bar. Matt smiled and shook his head, feeling both amused and exasperated by Fudge's carefree demeanor. In the farthest corner of the bar, against the wall, there was a stove with 10 small burners. Alvin, clad in an apron, stood with his back to the bar, managing the simultaneous preparation of 10 iron plate steaks. Without turning around, he remarked, Fudge, if you disturb Mr. Nick Castor while he's reading, you might as well say goodbye to dinner today. Our Castor managed to score only 1 on his math test yesterday. Hey, Alvin, we agreed not to speak of that, Nick protested, waving his arms in objection. Alvin, still not looking back, replied teasingly, Indeed, we agreed you would quietly finish your homework in your room today, yet here you are in the dining area. Feeling somewhat guilty, Nick said, You went out, and Jesse was alone. I thought I'd come to help. He then remembered something and raised the book in his hand, shaking it. Besides, I was just reading. He struck a pose that suggested he was working diligently. Yes, our book-loving Castor, can Batman from your book teach you how to improve your grades? Alvin quipped, using a special iron clamp to lift a finished steak and place it on a pine tray. He then single-handedly took the tray and set one steak on a rack attached to Nick's wheelchair. Kid, take this to old Stan and discuss Batman with him. See if you can earn a tip. Alvin, you can't do that. Nick is still a child. He simply lacks the aptitude for studying. You cannot force him, as it will only make matters worse, Fudge protested to Alvin, only to earn a significant eye roll from Nick. Fudge, are you really discussing child-rearing with a Chinese person? Are you sure about that? A hefty white man, also waiting at the bar for his meal, rested his chin on his hand, allowing the flesh to spill over, giving his cheeks a rather bloated appearance. The white man looked in awe at Alvin's busy figure and continued to flatter him. You know, Chinese children are exceptional in their studies. My former school teachers even mentioned that Chinese families possess a kind of magic that makes their children exceptionally intelligent. Fuggy appeared to harbor a disdain for the rotund figure of Sharif, and with a tone laced with irony, he remarked, Sharif. Why is it that I can only see you on this day of each month? What are you waiting for? What incentive could possibly compel the illustrious Sharif, master of vehicles and dwellings, to sit here dutifully each month? Is it for that stake? Hey, Fuggy, you ought to show me a bit more respect, Sharif retorted, his anger barely contained, yet refraining from uttering anything more egregious. Those familiar with the establishment knew well that the proprietor, Alvin, had a profound aversion to foul language, particularly in the presence of children. Chapter 4. Peace Hotel 2. Sharif's words caught the attention of an elderly African-American gentleman nearby, who erupted in a tirade. You greedy, shoddy thief. Not even God can save you, and you expect respect? The old man spoke rapidly, clearly well-versed in the local customs, substituting incomprehensible slang for any potential profanity. Nonetheless, his eloquent delivery was a testament to his lyrical prowess. Excitedly, Fuggy approached the elder and exchanged a high five, exclaiming, Old Kent, splendidly done. Sharif, fuming, glared at the pair and shook his fist, yet he dared not act upon his ire, for Alvin would not tolerate any violence within his establishment. There had previously been unsavory characters who sought trouble here, and their fates had not been pleasant. At that moment, the wooden door of the restaurant swung open, and a stunning Eastern European woman sauntered in. She scanned the room before striding directly to the bar, tilting her chin and giving Sharif a sidelong glance, signaling him to step aside. Sharif, taken aback by his irritation, managed a sheepish smile and greeted, Hi, Daria, before taking a seat at a recently vacated table, cradling his water glass. The beautiful woman gracefully perched herself on the circular bar stool, nodding to those nearby. With effortless allure, she produced a cigarette, lit it, and, resting her chin on one hand while holding the cigarette delicately in the other, gazed at Alvin, who was busily attending to patrons deep within the bar. Jessica placed a glass of lemonade heavily before the enchanting woman, stating curtly, Miss Daria, smoking is not permitted here. Daria appraised Jessica with a smile and replied, Oh, fortunate girl, might I finish this cigarette? I believe a few gentlemen nearby would not mind. With that, her sparkling eyes swept across the bar, and the men in close proximity, save for Matt, nodded in acquiescence. Jessica shot a disapproving glare at the unworthy gentlemen, disregarding their protests, and first delivered the prepared steak to the blind Matt, thoughtfully placing the knife and fork in his hands. With 10 burners ablaze, the steaks were swiftly prepared and served to the guests. Alvin, wiping his hands with a towel, approached the bar to pour himself a glass of beer. Alvin, you really ought to keep an eye on Saul and Dom. I just saw them blocking a lovely lady outside the restaurant. No wonder there are always a few unpleasant men around here. Daria, upon seeing Alvin finish his tasks, covered her mouth and giggled, completely disregarding the gazes of the unsavory men nearby. Alvin paid no heed to Daria's words. Instead, he called out to Nick, who was in the midst of an argument with old Stan about whether Batman or Captain America was superior. Nick Castor, it is now 8:30. I will be checking your assignment at 10. If you have not completed it by then, you still have an hour and a half. You wouldn't want to know how I punish a slothful child. Nick, in exasperation, clasped his head with both hands and let out a pained cry, hastily maneuvering his wheelchair towards the bar, reaching a small door beside the stove. He opened the door, stood on one leg, and began to hop excitedly up to the second floor. The patrons in the restaurant burst into laughter, with Fudgy teasingly calling out, Nick, you'd better hurry. I don't want to see you pushing a wheelchair to clean the streets. Haha. In response, Nick turned back, making a face at Fudgy, and swiftly jumped up the stairs. Once the door closed behind him, Daria extinguished her cigarette and retrieved 10 bundles of $20 bills from her petite handbag, pushing them towards Alvin. Her gaze was filled with a plea, yearning, and a hint of insecurity. Alvin glanced at the $20,000 before him, shook his head, took half of it, and pushed the other half back towards Daria, stating, I know a few girls have recently arrived from Eastern Europe. Send the minors to school, and pay me $100 each month. This way, the girls wishing to pursue legitimate work can save some money to leave this place. Daria shook her head. That is against the rules. If you only collect $100 from me, the other gangs will find out, and we will all be in trouble. Currently, the girls and I are doing well. Their earnings are actually quite decent. Just last week, 2 of the girls saved enough to move to Los Angeles. With that, she pushed the money towards Alvin once more. Please accept it, Alvin. You are a good man. I know you do not want our bodies for money, but I implore you to take it. I cannot bear to be under the control of other gangs again. Daria's face displayed a pleading expression, evoking immense sympathy. Please accept it, Alvin. We all know you are kind-hearted. You will ensure their safety, but if you refuse their money, it disrupts the rules of Hell's Kitchen, and the nearby gangs will go mad. We know you are not afraid of them, but this way, they would be in danger. Old Kent chimed in supportively. Alvin, being a straightforward individual, found merit in Old Kent's words. After a moment's hesitation, he called over the hefty sheriff, saying, Come here and take it. 15 days time. 2 food trucks. If you cut corners, I'll have Saul have a word with you. Sheriff, slumping his shoulders, protested quietly. $20,000 is only enough for 1 food truck. Alvin, you are a fair man. You cannot let me take a loss. Alvin poured another glass of beer and handed it to Sheriff, saying, this is a punishment for your greed. There will be no next time, understood? Alvin's gentle demeanor only served to frighten Sheriff, who quickly replied, all right, I understand. I promise there won't be any more issues. Old Kent, who is facing the most hardship in the neighborhood, go ask if they would like to operate a food truck. Alvin disregarded Sheriff's assurance, confident that he wouldn't dare to be deceitful, and instead turned to Old Kent. After some contemplation, Old Kent replied, Lilith is struggling alone with 3 children. She will need one. The Archies, a family of 6 without work, would also benefit. Then inform them to head to Sheriff's garage. If they have any special requests, let Sheriff handle the modifications, he concluded, waving away Sheriff, who was desperately clinging to his money pouch. Alvin addressed a burly African-American man seated at a nearby table, devouring his meal, saying, when you leave, see Sheriff off. He isn't safe alone. The man was a veteran of the Marine Corps, having fled to Hell's Kitchen after encountering some trouble, and now served as a security guard and driver for Alvin's restaurant. Understood, boss, he replied, finishing the last bit of steak, downing a large glass of lemonade in one go, before standing up and signaling Sheriff to leave the restaurant. As they opened the restaurant door, they were greeted by a stunning young woman, even more captivating than Dahlia, accompanied by 2 police officers. Recognizing the officers as acquaintances, they thought little of it and drove away with Sheriff. Chapter 5. What is S-H-I-E-L-D? The alluring Natasha entered the restaurant, her breathtaking beauty and alluring figure raising the temperature in the establishment. Dahlia silently mouthed to Alvin, is she here for you? After glancing at the expressions of the nearby men, she quietly added, she's a major troublemaker. Alvin nodded in silent agreement, affirming Dahlia's words. Jessica, who was pouring lemonade, pouted in irritation, muttering some barely audible profanities. At that moment, Matt, who was eating beef, suddenly looked up, his gaze meeting Jessica's, and offered a slight smile. Like a child caught misbehaving, Jessica returned an awkward smile to Matt, only to realize he couldn't see her, just when she felt a bit flustered. She was surprised to find Matt return her smile warmly, nodding encouragingly as if to say, well done, keep going. Playfully teased by Matt, Jessica wasn't offended. Instead, she humorously refilled his lemonade and mischievously switched the positions of the pepper and salt before shooting an admonishing glance at Fudge, who was snickering behind his hand, signaling him to remain silent. Meanwhile, Natasha and the 2 police officers approached the bar. The officers greeted familiar faces around them before finding an empty seat to settle down. Natasha, noticing the crowded bar area, leaned toward a middle-aged white man who was watching her and whispered a few words. A slightly agitated middle-aged Caucasian gentleman endeavored to exhibit his gentlemanly demeanor as he held his steak, seeking a seat beside an acquaintance. His lack of resolve elicited a chorus of derision. Jessica placed a glass of lemonade before Natasha and coldly remarked, Miss, our steaks for today have been entirely sold out. However, you may opt for a sandwich. Natasha cast a sidelong glance at Jessica and replied with a smile, perhaps you have misunderstood. I am not here to dine, but rather to apply for a position as a waitress. She then turned towards Alvin, inquiring, does Mr. Yi require a cheerful waitress? With that, she flashed a provocative smile at Jessica. Irritated, Jessica stamped her foot and spun around to retrieve a cloth, vigorously wiping the already clean bar. I do not need an agent to serve here, she retorted. Alvin then turned to Fudge, asking, Fudge, as a lawyer, have you heard of a government agency known as S-H-I-E-L-D? This young lady, claiming to be a S-H-I-E-L-D agent, seems intent on fabricating a charge to expel me from the restaurant. Could you provide some professional advice? As Alvin's words left his lips, the atmosphere in the restaurant shifted dramatically. All the men directed their cold gazes at Natasha, as if poised to tear her apart. Fudge, taken aback by Alvin's statement, hesitated momentarily. It was then that Matt, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. S-H-I-E-L-D is affiliated with the World Security Council. Their primary responsibility is to address antisocial behavior threatening human safety, whether from criminals or criminal organizations. Their headquarters is located in the Triskelion Building in Washington, D.C. This information is publicly available. Although the nature of their missions is classified, if you, Alvin, do not have a penchant for cannibalism, I believe you need not concern yourself with her threats. Should it adversely affect your life, I am confident that Nelson Murdoch would be willing to litigate against S-H-I-E-L-D on your behalf. Of course, we must first verify this young lady's identity. as her behavior hardly suggests that she is a well-mannered agent. If necessary, I can contact some friends. They have borne the brunt of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s misdeeds and are likely eager to stir up trouble for them. Matt's remarks caused Natasha's expression to darken. Upon Alvin revealing his identity, her mission had already unraveled. Though she had not genuinely intended to infiltrate the establishment, she was eager to conclude this task swiftly to pursue the mastermind behind the near-fatal incident she had encountered. However, Alvin piqued her interest, perhaps before Coulson arrived. She could continue to test him, and it would prove quite entertaining. Natasha smiled at Matt and said, I merely wish for Boss Alvin to cooperate with our work. It is a right possessed by S.H.I.E.L.D. If you are unwilling to comply, we may be compelled to requisition your restaurant as a worksite. This is authorized by the Supreme Court of the United States. Matt chuckled confidently, asserting, First, you must demonstrate the necessity of your actions. Where, in this vicinity, are there criminals posing a threat to human safety? Frankly, Agent, your operation has been laid bare to such an extent that it is unnecessary for you to remain here and cause Alvin distress. I can assure you that there are no criminals within a 2-block radius who fall within your purview. Natasha replied nonchalantly, This is my duty, and you have jeopardized it. If any unforeseen circumstances arise here, will you take responsibility, or will it fall to those cowardly officers? It is our obligation to oversee this situation. We are the law here. Miss Natasha, please present your identification. We now suspect you of impersonating an S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. An agent would never conduct themselves as you have. A middle-aged officer stood up, his expression impassive as he regarded Natasha, his right hand resting on his holster. The younger officer, Scott, momentarily taken aback, quickly followed suit, hand on his own holster, fixating on Natasha. Undeterred by the scrutiny of the two officers, Natasha turned to Alvin and remarked, Alvin, your actions have utterly undermined my mission. I must inform you that my target is a Croatian known as Zebediah Kilgrave, also referred to as Purple Man, residing in the building across from your restaurant. He is suspected of possessing mind control abilities, and we have intelligence confirming his involvement in several incidents across Washington and Miami. I was dispatched to go undercover and observe him. Your interference has compromised our operation, and our field agents will soon attempt to apprehend him. Then apprehend him. If you are aware of his dangerousness, why not capture him directly instead of merely observing? Alvin responded, relieved to hear that the target was indeed Kilgrave, a man he had previously dealt with by feeding him a carnivorous plant, thereby saving the ensnared Jessica. S.H.I.E.L.D. conducts surveillance on individuals with extraordinary abilities to assess their potential for destruction before taking action. This is the very reason for my presence here. And you have thwarted my mission, Natasha coldly retorted. Alvin smirked, scoffing surveillance? Assessment? It feels more like a recruitment agency seeking new hires. He turned to the young officer, inquiring, Scott, what would the police do if they were aware of such an individual? After a moment's contemplation, young Scott earnestly replied, they would devise a plan for swift apprehension or eliminate the threat. We, as officers, know precisely what to do, while you seem intent on mere observation and evaluation. Let me guess, do you also wish to recruit this individual for your service, should the need arise? And do refrain from blaming me for your failure. You appear disinterested in executing any mission at all. Alvin remarked sarcastically, this is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s prerogative. We possess the authority to recruit criminals for rehabilitation, allowing them to realize their greater potential. Before Natasha could finish her sentence, Jessica slammed her palm onto the bar, the solid wood surface yielding to a deep imprint. Pointing towards the door, teeth gritted, and her voice icy, she declared, get out. You are not welcome here. Matt and Foggy shook their heads in unison, clearly disapproving of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s approach. Instead of apprehending a criminal, they opted to observe and evaluate him for potential recruitment, disregarding the safety of ordinary citizens and the consequences of his past actions. Such behavior is unbecoming of a responsible organization. Chapter 6. Here lies Hell's Kitchen. Jessica's formidable strength astonished everyone, causing Foggy to lean back in terror. The thought of having previously teased Jessica, this seemingly harmless girl, made his neck ache. A single blow from her could easily send him to a coffin, buried beneath the earth. Michael, the middle-aged police officer, grimaced as he rubbed his ribs, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories. Natasha was equally taken aback, unable to fathom that such a petite girl possessed such immense power. To leave an imprint on a solid table is no small feat. At the very least, she had never encountered anyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. capable of such physical prowess. The intelligence she had received contained no mention of this extraordinarily strong girl. In fact, all the information regarding this restaurant was erroneous. At that moment, The restaurant door swung open once more, admitting a middle-aged man clad in a suit, slightly balding, with a warm smile and a gentle demeanor. His sincere smile left a favorable impression as he approached the bar, nodding at Alvin and apologetically saying, "I am truly sorry for the trouble I have caused. My name is Phil Coulson, A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent." Turning to Natasha, he continued, "Agent Romanoff, I regret to inform you that our intelligence was flawed. It was nearly a year out of date, and the Purple Man has long since departed from this location. I am unsure how this happened, but you will need to submit a report to headquarters to account for your inactivity today." Natasha, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded in silence and turned to exit the restaurant, unwilling to linger for even a moment longer. It was foolish to have wasted so much time on outdated intelligence. Someone would have to bear the consequences for this. Alvin looked at the affable man before him, the glue of the Avengers, Agent Phil Coulson, with a teasing glint in his eye. "Why do you believe you can waltz in here and assert your authority so easily? I must remind you, this is Hell's Kitchen, a place where one cannot misstep without facing repercussions." As Alvin's words faded, Natasha, who had reached the restaurant's entrance, was suddenly knocked back, landing ungracefully on the floor. The imposing black wolf, Thor, bared his teeth and growled menacingly at her. Coulson reacted swiftly, drawing his weapon and aiming it at the ferocious wolf. Another wolf, Dom, slipped through the door, circling around the wall to flank Coulson, baring his teeth and emitting a threatening growl. "Mr. Yi," Coulson cautioned, "you must consider your actions carefully. Are you truly prepared to assault A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? Have you contemplated the consequences?" Coulson's smile had vanished, yet he did not exhibit overt fear. He merely waved the muzzle of his gun at the two colossal wolves and calmly questioned Alvin. Alvin, with a smile, refrained from engaging with his words, stating, "I possess surveillance footage and audio recordings that clearly document how this Agent Natasha has abused her authority to threaten a legitimate citizen. And you, Agent Coulson, entering here with a mere apology, seeking to resolve this matter, are perhaps underestimating the complexity of the situation." With that, Alvin turned to Matt and inquired, "Matt, if I were to sue them regarding this matter, what would the outcome be?" Matt leisurely sipped his lemonade and replied, "You could sue them for abuse of power and intimidation of the public. Oh, and let us add another charge, the armed coercion of a citizen's pet. The result would be that these two agents would find themselves unemployed, and S.H.I.E.L.D. would have to explain to the public why they disregard the safety of ordinary citizens while executing their missions. When the populace resists, they resort to the misuse of power. Perhaps we could even negotiate some financial compensation." Matt's words prompted Jessica to applaud in approval, as her hostility towards organizations seeking to recruit individuals like Purple Man was palpable. Coulson, on the other hand, began to perspire. This seasoned agent was unafraid of dangerous criminals, yet felt powerless in the face of a lawyer like Matt, especially when lacking both moral and authoritative superiority. S.H.I.E.L.D. had never been well regarded in the eyes of enforcement agencies within the U.S. government, and recent events had further strained their relationship with the Department of Homeland Security. Despite his disadvantageous position, Coulson maintained a calm demeanor, refraining from arguing with Matt, and softly remarked, "So, Mr. Yi, what must be done to forgive my colleague's impulsiveness? She has bled and suffered for this family. Surely you are aware of that." Alvin gestured for Thor and Dom to return to the entrance, poured another glass of beer, and addressed Coulson, saying, "You are correct. Last week, I rescued her from the water at the beach and called an ambulance." As the atmosphere seemed to ease, Coulson holstered his weapon and took a seat at the bar, sipping his beer. "The ambulance and the medical expenses totaled $2,000. Matt noted, "I will require them to compensate me for that." Upon hearing this, Coulson nearly spat out his beer, astonished that his own words had inadvertently added another $2,000 to his troubles. "Oh, and Foggy, you mentioned knowing people in the media. Perhaps you could call them to come over. They should be quite interested in how S.H.I.E.L.D. operates. Additionally, consider this matter as a commission. Your law firm can take 20 of the compensation as a fee." Alvin smiled and nodded at an eager Foggy. 20 is too little. How about 50? We're taking a risk going up against S.H.I.E.L.D. Foggy grinned, attempting to negotiate. 40 is the maximum. Your efforts will determine the quality of the preschool facilities on the corner and the caliber of the hired teachers, Alvin decisively concluded. Fuji, filled with excitement, rendered a military salute reminiscent of a baton salute and declared, "Understood. I shall notify the media at once." "Alvin, you are commendable. I have decided to donate half of the proceeds from this commission to the kindergarten." With that, he retrieved his phone and dialed. Coulson, troubled, raked his fingers through his thinning hair. In the past, They had encountered similar situations. When agents undertook a mission, one could overlook a lack of cooperation. But to file a lawsuit against S.H.I.E.L.D., was there no law? He hurriedly intercepted Fuji's call, shrewdly glancing at the number, confirming it was indeed the news tip line for the television station. Mr. Yi, we can have a proper discussion. Please do not escalate this matter. This is merely an agent's personal action and does not reflect S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operational conduct. We should sit down and negotiate. Perhaps you could propose a reasonable settlement, and we could resolve this issue amicably, Coulson implored, casting a hopeful glance at Alvin. At that moment, the fallen Natasha had risen and stood behind Coulson, her curiosity piqued by the restaurant owner's uniqueness. In her experience, no one had ever managed to face the pressure from S.H.I.E.L.D. with such poise. Misjudgments due to erroneous intelligence had led her to make several mistakes. Although she had certainly achieved her objective of swiftly concluding this mission, she would remember the embarrassment she had faced. Awaiting Coulson to resolve this situation, she planned to return frequently once she found the root cause of her near-fatal encounter. As a top agent, one must rise where they have fallen. Alvin felt somewhat unnerved under Natasha's gaze, not from fear, but from the inkling that being scrutinized by such a formidable figure could lead to considerable trouble in the future. Chapter 7. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s compensation. Alvin pinched his chin, flashing a grin at Coulson, and remarked, I believe $1 million is a reasonable figure. Coulson clutched his heart with a heavy hand, as if struck by a severe blow, and replied with difficulty, You must be joking, Mr. Yi. S.H.I.E.L.D. will absolutely not pay $1 million for this incident. That is entirely out of the question. In fact, I was prepared to dig into my own pockets. However, Mr. Yi, $1 million is simply exorbitant. That represents a decade's worth of my salary. Ignoring Coulson's plea for sympathy, Alvin replied coldly, Are you implying that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation is not worth $1 million? Perhaps you should make a call to consult. I am not interested in your salary. Alternatively, we could pursue this matter through legal channels. At the side, Fuji jumped with excitement, exclaiming loudly, Alvin, sue them, sue them. It was no wonder he was so thrilled. This was the largest case their law firm had encountered since its inception. Coulson shot Natasha a helpless glare before retreating to a corner to make a phone call, clearly bracing himself for a reprimand. After hanging up the phone, Coulson returned to the bar, disheveled and dejected, stating, I can offer no more than $500,000. For this, I must return with over 15 reports. If you disagree, we shall meet in court. With that, he seized the glass from the bar and downed its contents in a single gulp, embodying a spirit of resignation. Alvin cast a sidelong glance at Matt's trembling fingers, discerning that Coulson was not being entirely truthful. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Agent Coulson, this amount is far from my expectations. He glanced at Fudge, who, understanding the cue, leapt up exclaiming, Leave it to me, Alvin. This is a lawsuit we cannot lose. I can negotiate the compensation to over $3 million. That is impossible. S.H.I.E.L.D. does not possess such surplus funds. Your approach will only prolong the litigation indefinitely, Coulson exclaimed in panic. Mr. Yi, I can apologize once more, and I hope for your forgiveness. Prolonging the lawsuit holds no detriment for me, Agent Coulson, Alvin replied nonchalantly, yet I am open to negotiation. I can agree to the $500,000 compensation, but S.H.I.E.L.D. must acquiesce to a few conditions. Upon hearing the word conditions, Coulson felt unease wash over him, sensing he was being drawn into murky waters. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and responded, Please, continue. I may not be able to comply. Yi Qing began to enumerate. First, the local police department is in dire need of updated equipment. Look at Mike. He is still using a firearm from a decade ago. Their demands are modest. They simply request a batch of your outdated vehicles, weapons, and gear. Rest assured, they will commend you in a letter to the mayor. Michael and Scott were taken aback by Alvin's request, particularly since it was aimed at their benefit. Their hearts swelled with gratitude, as the municipal government had nearly forgotten about their precinct. Apart from annual funding for salaries, there had been no upgrades or promotions for them. The rundown police station lacked even a proper entrance, making Alvin's first condition all the more poignant. Coulson glanced at Alvin, initially expecting unreasonable demands, but was pleasantly surprised by the request. He nodded in agreement, recognizing that S.H.I.E.L.D. routinely decommissions a vast array of equipment each year. As a level 7 agent, he had the authority to grant such a request. Seeing Coulson's readiness to comply, Alvin smiled, stating, It appears we are on the path to consensus. Secondly, The new kindergarten being built at the corner requires a set of security monitoring devices. I trust this will not pose an issue for S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson sighed in relief, observing the admiration with which the patrons of the restaurant regarded Alvin. Straightening his collar, he earnestly declared, "You are a true gentleman. Allow me to reintroduce myself, Phil Coulson, Level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Alvin Yi." With that, he extended his hand, shaking Alvin's firmly. The sensation of being extorted significantly alleviated. Alvin smiled and remarked, "It seems you have acquiesced?" "Indeed, in comparison to other stipulations, this is hardly a condition," Coulson replied earnestly. "The third point, and the most crucial," Alvin said, fixing a serious gaze upon Coulson. "Please, do go on," Coulson responded, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Alvin glanced at Coulson and gestured towards Natasha, stating, "I hope you can maintain a distance from me and my restaurant in the future, if that is agreeable." Coulson was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, having just developed a modicum of fondness for him, only to receive a harsh blow. What he had hoped would culminate in a peaceful resolution had, alas, taken a contrary turn. With a sigh, Coulson resignedly said, "I cannot guarantee anything. I can only promise that we will not trouble you without cause." Alvin nodded, affirming, "That suffices. Foggy, please handle the transfer of that 500,000 with Agent Coulson." As he spoke, he beckoned Foggy over. "Wishing you a prolonged farewell, Agent Coulson and Agent Natasha," Alvin said, nodding to the two agents before signaling for their departure. Foggy and Coulson exchanged phone numbers to discuss the compensation payment. Jessica, in high spirits, escorted the two agents to the door. As they exited, she mimicked Alvin's tone, saying, "Wishing you a prolonged farewell." Observing the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents retreating awkwardly from the restaurant, the patrons erupted in cheers, exchanging high fives and joyous exclamations. They were residents of Hell's Kitchen who had never received respect from the bureaucrats of the government. Yet, Alvin's triumph felt like their own victory, igniting their excitement. With a smile, Alvin instructed Jessica, "1 beer for each, on me." As the words left his lips, the cheers grew even louder. Alvin placed a beer in front of Matt, flicking his finger against the glass, producing a pleasant chime. "Thank you, Matt. You've been a tremendous help today." Matt looked up, smiling as he raised his glass. "You deserve it. You've improved the surrounding 2 blocks. As a resident of Hell's Kitchen, I must support you." "To victory." Alvin clinked glasses with him, declaring, "To victory." After downing a large mug of beer, Alvin cast a concerned glance at Matt, hesitating before saying, "Perhaps you should take a breather, Matt. You're not invincible. It's not normal to be bouncing around Hell's Kitchen every night." Matt set down his empty glass, a rather unhealthy flush on his pale face, and replied with a grin, "Then you ought to let your pet expand its territory a bit. It would alleviate some of my workload." Chapter 8. The true daredevil. Alvin was aware of who Matt was, the illustrious daredevil of Marvel. Each night, clad in his red and black attire, he traversed the streets and alleys of Hell's Kitchen, combating crime and safeguarding the safety of ordinary citizens. In the comic, there exists a formidable, astute, and seemingly omnipotent superhero. Yet, Alvin understands that in reality, this individual is a battered and delusional man. Matt, a native of Hell's Kitchen, is obsessively determined to alter the dire circumstances of his home. He believes that the multitude of gangs and incessant crime have rendered Hell's Kitchen a place of despair. His aspiration to combat crime and gang activities in order to transform the neighborhood is ultimately futile. He remains unaware that crime and gangs will never truly vanish. To Alvin, Matt is merely an exceptional yet ordinary individual, perhaps endowed with the extraordinary ability of superhuman hearing. However, when confronted by desperate gang members, Matt often struggles to maintain the upper hand, leading to inevitable injuries. Alvin admires Matt's character and spirit. A man who is solely concerned for the safety of others is indeed worthy of respect. With a twinge of guilt, Alvin apologizes to Matt, saying, "I'm sorry, Matt. You know I have an agreement with Kingpin not to interfere in other neighborhoods." Hearing this, Matt offers a resigned smile, exuding a sense of helplessness as he responds, "Alvin, we all desire to see Hell's Kitchen improve. Why is it that you have transformed 3 neighborhoods while I have achieved nothing? People in other areas continue to be robbed and killed, and I am powerless to help. Sometimes, I resent my ability, for it forces me to hear the cries for help from strangers every night. I have tried, but I cannot assist everyone. I do not know what to do." Alvin refills Matt's glass with beer and adds 2 small shots of whiskey before placing it before him and tapping the glass to encourage him to drink. He continues, "Matt, changing the environment of a place is never a solitary endeavor. Do you know why my first condition with S.H.I.E.L.D. was to enhance the equipment of the police department? This way, Individuals like Michael and Scott would have the courage to patrol the streets at night. Not all criminals are reckless enough to attack police officers. As long as there are officers patrolling the streets, the safety of Hell's Kitchen will improve. Matt silently raises his glass and takes a generous gulp of his drink, lamenting, "But there will always be those who suffer, and I remain powerless." As he speaks, he removes his sunglasses, revealing his grayish-white eyes that seem devoid of pupils. He rubs his cheeks vigorously, appearing especially helpless. Alvin, feeling a mix of anger and frustration at Matt's words, replies, "You are not God. Even he cannot save everyone. Matt, you must allow yourself to relax. I too wish to improve this place, and we need to strive together. Partner, instead of going out every day as a vigilante, why not assist the real police? Enabling them to return to their duties? I will speak with Kingpin and urge him to rein in his men, so they cease troubling ordinary citizens. Do not trouble him further, for it will only lead to your own suffering. Moreover, having someone capable of restraining the gangsters is far superior to the chaotic environment of Hell's Kitchen." Matt downed the remainder of his beer, a hint of anger in his voice as he said, "So we just let King roam free?" Alvin explained with resignation, "King is not the true menace, and the current state of Hell's Kitchen is not solely his doing. Eliminating him would be quite simple, but what follows? Hundreds of gangs, both large and small, would lose their control. What would Hell's Kitchen become then? As long as King remains, there will at least be a semblance of order here. Even if it is a subterranean order." Matt leaned against the bar, overwhelmed and disoriented, as if the weight of the world might crush him. He whispered, "Alvin, I cannot ascertain the correctness of your words, but your approach has proven far more effective than mine. However, that does not signify my relinquishment. I shall persist until I am truly incapable of continuing." Alvin understood that his notion of incapacity referred to his eventual demise. He respected Matt and would not hinder his pursuit of a better community through action. Alvin patted his shoulder and said, "I support you, but you must allow yourself to rest occasionally." With that, he signaled for another drink, this time opting for whiskey. Soon, Matt was thoroughly intoxicated. While Foggy was engaged in boasting and chatting, a slender red vine penetrated Matt's calf, a surge of crimson energy coursing through the vine and into his body, a manifestation of the corpse-eating vine's ability to consume corpses and convert them into vitality. Alvin timed it perfectly. When the energy input was sufficient to fully restore Matt's injured body, he summoned back the vine. Nonchalantly pouring himself a glass of wine, he downed it in one gulp. Gazing at the now rosy-cheeked and slumbering Matt, Alvin murmured, "To noble character, to unwavering effort. Cheers." The atmosphere of merriment lingered until midnight, concluding with the closing of the restaurant. After arranging for Matt and Foggy to return home, Alvin ascended to the second-floor bedroom. He peeked in on young Nick, discovering he was already asleep. With a smile, Alvin tucked him in, turned off the light, and stepped outside. As he turned, he noticed Jessica leaning against the corridor wall. Observing him, Alvin touched his cheek and inquired, "What is it? Is there something on my face?" Jessica gazed at Alvin with a mix of shyness and admiration, leaving him somewhat taken aback. A 35-year-old man from a previous life found himself flustered by the gaze of a 19-year-old girl. This was unexpected. He attempted to lighten the mood. "Jessica, have you misplaced something with me?" Jessica shook her head in confusion. Alvin feigned disappointment, sighing, I thought perhaps our dear Jessica had left her heart with me, waiting to be reclaimed." Jessica's face began to redden at a visible pace, so much so that Alvin started to worry she might spontaneously combust. Mortified, Jessica stamped her foot heavily, creating a hole in the wooden corridor floor of the second floor with a resounding crack. Her entire right leg plunged into the cavity, causing her to lose her balance and naturally lean back, rendering her already modest bosom even less prominent. Both were taken aback. Alvin swore he was merely astonished by the fragility of his home, with no intention of mocking Jessica's predicament. Jessica's complexion shifted from crimson to pallor, the blood draining from her face almost instantaneously. Realizing her current state, one leg trapped beneath the floor while the other rested awkwardly above, she could envision the extent of her embarrassment. Avoiding Alvin's gaze, she pushed against the ground with all her might, extracting her leg from the floor. In her fervor, one of her pant legs was completely torn, revealing her alabaster leg, while a piece of the floorboard went flying. In despair, Jessica covered her face and emitted a low, anguished scream before dashing into her room and slamming the door shut. The force was so great that the entire door and its frame flew off, crashing against the opposite wall. Alvin surveyed the damage, mentally grumbling about his own irreverence in teasing Jessica, especially considering she was a remarkably strong, yet easily flustered young woman. Tomorrow would undoubtedly be another busy day. He approached the door and glanced in, seeing Jessica sprawled on her bed, her head buried in her pillow, letting out frustrated cries. A married man knows better than to provoke a woman in such a state. He propped the door back up, wedged the frame into place, and returned to his room, ready to rest and conclude a hectic day. Chapter 9. Greetings from the principal. Alvin rinsed himself off briefly before lying on his bed. His conversation with the night devil, Matt, had left a profound impact on him. In his previous life, Alvin grew up in Huagua, married, and raised children. He was an adherent of order, believing that both white and black forms of order always triumphed over chaotic disarray. Through his own strength, he had safeguarded 3 communities within Hell's Kitchen, which was the utmost tolerance other gangs could afford. There existed an established set of underground rules, and Alvin could not afford to breach them. Doing so would lead to war, and the casualties of such conflicts would inevitably be the ordinary impoverished citizens. When one becomes accustomed to wielding a firearm, they invariably consider how to resolve issues with it. Fortunately, in his past life, Alvin was an ordinary man with his own perspectives on life and values. Though endowed with formidable power in this life, he prioritized the rules above the use of force when confronted with challenges. This inclination is why he preferred to assist the police in Hell's Kitchen. Unlike Matt, he could not chain himself with self-imposed burdens, always seeking to shoulder the safety of the entire community. Certainly, when encountering individuals or situations that transcend established norms, Alvin is not one to be overly rigid. He knows when to strike and when to eliminate. For instance, today, the individual sought by S.H.I.E.L.D., the Purple Man, was fed to his pet, the carnivorous vine. In the process, he inadvertently saved Jessica Jones, the current waitress. Alvin was not particularly well-versed in American comics in his past life. He was only familiar with the Avengers within the Marvel Universe. His knowledge of Matt came solely from the fact that Daredevil had been adapted into a film, and his distinctive trait, a notably formidable blind man, was hard to forget. However, he had never heard of Jessica, a civilian superhero from the Defenders. This ignorance allowed him to comfortably hire her as his waitress. In truth, had Alvin been aware of Jessica's future trajectory, his character would have led him to refrain from employing her. This mature man held a simple belief: superheroes often bring monumental troubles. Nevertheless, at present, he was blissfully unaware, merely taken aback by Jessica's extraordinary strength. However, given his own extraordinary circumstances, a young girl possessing a bit more strength was of little consequence. After a moment of contemplation, Alvin chose not to dwell on matters beyond his control. He communicated with his pets. 3 hellhounds were assigned to patrol 3 streets, while Thor and Dom remained to guard his establishment. The crows were scattered throughout Hell's Kitchen, ready to assist Matt with his duties. Although he had an agreement with Kingpin limiting his territory to 3 nearby streets, he believed Kingpin would understand his desire to maintain order, especially since he was unaware that the crows were Alvin's summoned creatures. The hellhounds could not be dispatched, as the entire Hell's Kitchen underworld was aware that these massive wolves belonged to Alvin. With everything in place, Alvin embraced a pillow and reminisced about his previous life. The memories clear and vivid. Within moments, he drifted into slumber, where he could once again see his wife and children. His wife's incessant chatter transformed into a comforting lull, and his son's mischievous antics became endearing. After a night of pleasant dreams, Alvin awoke at 5 o'clock, rose to wash up, donned a set of athletic attire, and stepped outside for a run. At the entrance, a Chinese couple was pushing a breakfast cart towards him. Alvin waved and greeted, "Good morning, Uncle Chung, Aunt Chung." Spotting the shy young boy, who seemed eager to bury himself behind the cart, Alvin chuckled, "Jiaowen, I heard you flunked your history exam last time. You're in trouble. Kid, Mr. Wilson is going to give you a hard time." Aunt Chung's expression darkened as she delivered a firm slap on Jiaowen's shoulder, pulling him into view. Jiaowen hung his head, quickly glancing at Alvin, and softly greeted, "Good morning, Principal." Alvin regarded him with a bemused smile, patting his shoulder as he passed. Turning to Uncle Chung, he said, "Save me 10 buns and 3 cups of soy milk. I'll settle the bill when I return." Pointing at Jiaowen with a smirk, he added, "You're in for it, kid." With that, he departed for his run. In the early morning light, Alvin took a leisurely run around his territory and encountered the charming young woman, Delia, who had been waiting to engage him. Feeling affirmed in his allure, he returned to the restaurant, invigorated. At the entrance, Uncle Chung and his wife were already bustling about, steaming buns one after another, packaging them for the early risers heading to work. Javen was busy preparing soy milk and collecting payments. Startled by Alvin's return, he nearly spilled the soy milk on Old Kent, who came to buy breakfast. Rather than being displeased, Old Kent grinned at Javen and remarked, "Young man, judging by your appearance, school is bound to be a challenge for you today." "Haha, I knew Alvin would be a tough principal. You youngsters are in for a rough time." Alvin greeted Old Kent and said, "I need 2 workers from the kindergarten, $500, to repair the floors and doors in my building. Also, please check on their progress, as I have $500,000 coming in and would like to discuss with the teachers what additional equipment or toys we might need. I do not wish to see 2 or 3-year-olds running about on the streets." Uncle Chung, who was busy, interjected, "Is it just some carpentry work? I can do it for you. It's quite simple and free of charge." Alvin pondered briefly and responded, "All right, let us make it $200. Have old Kent send over the necessary materials." With a wave of his hand, he silenced Uncle Cheng's further comments, took the packed breakfast, and returned to the restaurant. Inside, Jessica was already awake, seemingly preoccupied. Upon noticing Alvin's entrance, her face flushed, and she vigorously wiped the tables with a cloth. Alvin teased, "Careful, or you might wipe off the paint." Jessica ignored him, dropped the cloth, and picked up a small comb to groom Soul, pulling at his fur with fervor. The towering Soul, caught in her grip, had his tongue lolling out, appearing utterly disenchanted. Alvin shivered at the thought of provoking the girl further. After all, the household treasures were of considerable value. He set down the breakfast and ascended the stairs to wake Nick. However, just as he reached the bar, he caught sight of Nick bounding down the stairs on one leg. Upon seeing Alvin, Nick made an exaggerated face, attempting to convey something amusing, settling into his wheelchair. Nick grinned mischievously and called out to Jessica, "Jess, I think I need a cup of coffee. There was an earthquake at home yesterday, and I couldn't sleep well." Alvin smiled, enjoying Nick's antics, but chose to remain silent. During breakfast, Nick sipped milk with salt, and, just as he was about to enjoy a bun filled with meat, it fell. His wheelchair accidentally tipped over twice. In desperation, Nick looked to Alvin for help, but Alvin turned a blind eye, reveling in Nick's misfortunes. The chaotic breakfast concluded with Nick conceding in defeat. At precisely 7 o'clock, a large school bus with a prominent nose pulled up to the restaurant, honking its horn. Nick hurriedly pushed his wheelchair outside, fleeing as if for his life, having forgotten his backpack entirely. Alvin shook his head, picked up Nick's backpack, and stepped outside, intending to visit the school. Upon exiting, he noticed Javen assisting Nick with his wheelchair, while Nick, holding onto the door handle, hopped onto the school bus on one leg. Alvin exchanged greetings with the individual who had placed a shotgun on the windshield, tossed the backpack to Nick, and climbed into a pickup truck, beckoning Dom to join him in the passenger seat, leaving Soul behind to guard the house. Chapter 10. Greetings from the Principal Hell's Kitchen Community School. Housing 36 classes and over 1,000 students in the 12th grade, is now under Alvin's stewardship as principal. To this end, Alvin convened a gathering of the local gang, engaging in amicable discussions that led to a fair election, resulting in his appointment as the school's principal. As for the principal appointed by the education department, who cares? Alvin's first order of business was to negotiate with Gene, a gang leader and the underground godfather of Hell's Kitchen, to contribute to the educational endeavors of his hometown. Such contributions must not be a one-time affair, but rather an enduring commitment. Consequently, Gene proudly became a board member with an annual contribution of $5 million. With funds secured, recruiting teachers became a manageable task. Even in Hell's Kitchen, working in a school is still a respectable profession. He sought the assistance of a headhunting firm to identify outstanding teachers who were currently unemployed. Upon finding suitable candidates, he extended heartfelt invitations, offering excellent remuneration, accommodation, and insurance, certainly a request deserving of respect, especially with Gene's backing. As for the students, as a man who had endured with his son through to the 4th grade in a previous life, Alvin was well aware of the schedule of a good school. Taking inspiration from the timetable of Mayatanchang Middle School, classes commenced at 7:30 a.m. for morning reading, followed by lessons at 8 o'clock a.m., a break from 12 to 1:30 p.m., and dismissal at 5 o'clock p.m., with voluntary evening study starting at 7 o'clock p.m. Those wishing to abstain from participation needed to request leave from Principal Alvin, who would typically deny requests unless there was a death in the family or a house fire. Otherwise, he was too busy to entertain such matters. Standing at the school entrance, Alvin observed the students scurrying inside like mice fleeing from a cat. He listened to the current vice principal, the former principal, Nelson Norris, praise his actions, filling him with great satisfaction. Why should his son endure a rigorous schedule of 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., while these unruly children here enjoyed their carefree play? Everyone was to attend classes. This place would henceforth be known as the Mayatanchang branch of Hell's Kitchen. With a shotgun in hand, Alvin shed a sympathetic tear for the children of this school. This was no educational institution, but rather a concentration camp for the youth of Hell's Kitchen. Dom thoroughly enjoyed accompanying Alvin to school, finding the work engaging. Tackling a student, hearing their frightened screams, and rummaging through their pockets for interesting trinkets was a source of great amusement for him. In merely a short span, a heap of spoils had accumulated behind Dom, including snacks, toys, and other assorted items. Several children of varying sizes stood in line before Alvin, each clutching the hazardous items that had been confiscated, awaiting processing. Alvin held a uniquely designed butterfly knife, playfully flipping it as he inquired of the 13-year-old Caucasian boy before him. "What class are you in? What is your name? Why do you bring a knife to school?" The boy, defiantly jutting out his chin, replied, "I'm Philip, from class 1 of the ninth grade. I used the knife to trim my nails." A nearby onlooker snorted with laughter. "Do you really need a half-foot-long knife to trim your nails?" Alvin, intolerant of insolence, swiftly struck Philip on the neck, causing him to yelp in pain and curl up on the ground, cradling his head. Despite the punishment, Philip remained defiant, glaring at Alvin with a fierce, unyielding gaze. Such audacity! Daring to glare at the principal, Alvin proclaimed, 2 days of detention for you, Nelson. And I'll assign him a copy of the school motto to transcribe 100 times. I'll make him pay for this insolence. If the school's methods won't suffice, I shall resort to those of a prison." As Philip was dragged robustly into the school, the other boys behind him, trembling in fear, obediently admitted their faults and accepted their punishments, which involved transcribing the school motto upwards of 50 times. However, the last child, a chubby boy, posed a challenge for Alvin. Gritting his teeth, he coldly inquired, "What is your name? Which class are you in? Who the hell allowed you to bring marijuana to school?" The stout boy, lowering his head, stammered, "My name is Raven, from class 2 of the 6th grade. My dad told me to bring the marijuana." Alvin, incensed, bellowed, "Who the hell is your father?" Raven, trembling with fear, murmured, "My teacher, Mr. Nathan, often has headaches. He has always been kind to me. When my dad learned of this, he asked me to bring a package of marijuana to him, hoping it would alleviate his headaches." Alvin stifled his fury, kicking a nearby metal trash can across the doorway. A tumult of emotions surged within him. This boy's father was likely a drug dealer, sending his son to deliver marijuana to a teacher as a remedy for headaches. What in the world was happening? Unable to lay blame on young Raven, he gently patted the boy's head, saying, "Teachers with headaches ought to consult a doctor. Do not bring marijuana to school again, or you'll find yourself in detention like Philip. This package of marijuana will be confiscated. Now, hurry along to your class." Raven, as if liberated from a heavy burden, dashed into the school. Observing Alvin's displeasure, Nelson whispered with a chuckle, "It's quite an improvement. Just a few years ago, this place was practically a recruitment ground for gangs. Can you believe there were children openly selling drugs in school? Now, the situation has surpassed my wildest expectations." Alvin paused momentarily before responding coldly, "What is the status of the land application with the city government? I must expedite the construction of student dormitories to confine these children within the school grounds and prevent them from roaming the streets. I intend for them all to attend university." Nelson smiled and remarked, "It is nearly complete. There is ample space in Hell's Kitchen. The vacant lot behind the school is sufficient to erect 2 teaching buildings, 2 student dormitories, and an additional faculty dormitory." After a moment's hesitation, Nelson continued, "But do you think the design of the student dormitories might be too cramped? 6 individuals sharing a 30-square-meter dormitory seems rather excessive, does it not?" Alvin cast a sidelong glance at Nelson, pondering that he had evidently not witnessed the student accommodations in the remote regions of Huagua. "I am not suggesting you construct a communal sleeping arrangement. These children ought to be grateful. 6 individuals, and you find it crowded? Many universities in Huagua do not even meet this standard. The families in Hell's Kitchen are impoverished. I am not charging tuition. What more do you desire?" Perhaps sensing the disapproval in Alvin's gaze, Nelson swiftly shifted the topic. "Nevertheless, we are at least providing the children with a safe learning environment, allowing them to focus on their studies. Your contributions to this school will be remembered throughout history," the silver-haired gentleman stated. This statement lifted Alvin's spirits, prompting him to pat Nelson on the shoulder. This old fellow had served as the principal in Hell's Kitchen for 15 years and possessed a degree of competence. Although his character was somewhat lacking, he was at least amiable in conversation and adept at navigating dealings with the Ministry of Education. The operation of this school ultimately relied on the support of the ministry. Equipment and funding were all contingent upon his efforts. "Alvin, you rascal, look at what you've done." An elderly voice scolded from behind. Alvin rubbed his nose, as this voice was decidedly less endearing. Chapter 11. The Old Professor and the Supercomputer. Nicholas Cage, a retired professor from the mathematics department at Columbia University, was the first teacher Alvin hired since taking over the school. This elderly gentleman, sharing a name with a Hollywood star Alvin had known in a past life, possessed a rugged and stout appearance, embodying the traditional cowboy spirit. Although he initially came with reluctance and even exhibited fierce resistance, his enthusiasm for teaching was rekindled after several visits to the school. As he expressed in his own words, while the institution may not necessarily produce another Einstein, it would undoubtedly cultivate a wealth of mathematical talent. He adored the school's educational system. Students who failed to complete assignments faced doubled penalties, while disrespect towards teachers resulted in corrective measures from the disciplinary office. Serious infractions would lead to regrettable experiences in the repurposed storage room, which he believed would instill lifelong lessons. This place, resembling a prison more than a school, was regarded by the old man as the most effective environment for nurturing students and the fairest in terms of their futures. Here, There were no class distinctions. All students were treated equally, judged solely by their academic performance, unlike the external institutions that subtly stratified students during their formative years. Children from ordinary families enjoyed a joyful learning experience and a fulfilling growth journey. Children from affluent families attend prestigious schools. Yet they are burdened with immense academic pressure and additional extracurricular commitments, such as the arts. When the time comes to apply for universities or enter society, these privileged children enjoy a significantly higher starting point and a comparatively easier path. In this environment, however, all children are treated equally. Even members of various school sports teams must maintain passing grades to participate in training. Alvin dismisses the notion of a lack of academic aptitude as nonsense. If one can excel in sports and comprehend strategies, one can surely pass examinations. A classmate of Alvin's son from a previous life had an IQ test score of only 85, yet their teacher managed to ensure they passed every subject. Thus, in this context, Alvin holds no faith in tears, but rather in results. Damn it, Alvin, you've brought me here and expect me to teach students. I've come. But what have you done? You've spent the funds on raising the walls and even added electric fences. While I do not oppose such measures, could you at least purchase the teaching materials I requested? I don't even have a decent computer. You scoundrel. If I don't see the computer I desire by the end of this week, I swear. Alvin glared, waiting for the old man to voice his intent to leave, so he could smoothly agree and send him home to enjoy his retirement. The old fellow wants a multimedia teaching center, and Alvin agreed. But to demand a supercomputer is excessive. Though the entire faculty could utilize it, even an outdated supercomputer would cost several million. Where could Alvin possibly procure such funds? Should he take a few large dogs to rob Stark Tower to reclaim a supercomputer? Kaguya contemplated for a moment, realizing that this was the crux of his later career, and found it difficult to articulate his desire to leave. After a prolonged silence, he finally exclaimed, I will complain to the Department of Education about you. Disappointed, Alvin shook his head and replied, Professor Kaguya, you must understand that our school is not wealthy. What could you possibly complain about to the Department of Education? Our students only reach a maximum of 12th grade. What use would that be? Look at Principal Nelson. His hair has turned white from worrying about the school's meager budget. As a seasoned professor, you should be more understanding, right? Rest assured, we will acquire a supercomputer. We believe in enduring hardship before enjoying sweetness. Once the school's situation improves, we will promptly address this matter. In China, there is a saying about a stone in a latrine, both foul and hard, aptly describing someone like Professor Kaguya. Unmoved by Alvin's words, he disdainfully retorted, It's clear you are a lowbrow with no higher education. If you wish to improve the school, aren't teachers important? Do you have any idea how many talented individuals in America, skilled in mathematics and physics, are desperately waiting in line for access to the school's supercomputer to validate their experimental results? Once you have it, I assure you, educated individuals will be clamoring at your doorstep. You ignorant fool, all you know is to build walls and erect buildings. Yet you fail to comprehend that talent is the essence of any educational institution. Upon hearing the esteemed professor's words, Alvin felt a pang of sorrow. Despite never having attended university himself, he had certainly grasped the significance of human potential. Is it truly acceptable for you to so blatantly disdain me? Although Alvin was stirred by the professor's remarks, he shrugged helplessly, saying, What can I do without funds? The old man, with a grand sweeping gesture, declared, No money? Consult the gangs from Hell's Kitchen. Their children must attend this school, and shouldn't the parents contribute? To my knowledge, there are over 20 gangs, large and small, in Hell's Kitchen, each potentially donating around 100,000, which would be sufficient. I have an old acquaintance in the procurement office at Columbia University who is seeking to offload a supercomputer. I could secure an excellent price. After saying this, the old fellow winked at Alvin, exuding an air of connections. Alvin, upon hearing Professor Cage's words, inhaled sharply. Was this man a professor or a highwayman? Who, indeed, was the true gangster? How had this robber survived in the perilous world of Marvel for over 70 years? Nevertheless, acquiring a supercomputer for $2 million was an astute deal. However, soliciting funds from gangs was a ludicrous notion. These minor gangs are not wealthy. For them, even a small sum is a significant concern. If you attempt to extract $1 from them, they will seek to recover 5 from elsewhere. Such endeavors were utterly unacceptable to Alvin. When it comes to the gang's financial demands, one cannot openly refer to it as a request for money. It must appear as a voluntary donation. This would depend on the school's teaching quality and graduation rates for the year. With favorable graduation rates, one could convince these gang leaders that their children might pursue a different path, making fundraising much simpler. However, that was not feasible at present. Alvin rubbed his nose, contemplating that it was not about seeking gold, but rather about shearing a sheep. If one pulls too hard, the sheep may go mad. Helplessly, He looked at Professor Cage and said, "Professor, seeking funds from gangs is the worst possible approach. We certainly cannot proceed with that. Please continue discussions on that front. If all else fails, I will withdraw a portion from the budget of the teaching building and see if Nelson can secure a loan. However, we must ensure a supercomputer is acquired this semester. There can be no half measures. No high school across America dares to engage with a supercomputer." Alvin felt utterly powerless. He had managed to bring in a formidable elder whose abilities were undeniable, yet his temper was unbearable. The old man was exceedingly pleased with Alvin's humility, adjusted his tie, and smugly proclaimed, "This is my responsibility. There are several capable students in the 12th grade. I can write them recommendation letters for Columbia University. I spoke with Professor Wilson, and this year's exam shows that half of these children could achieve scores over 22. The one thing I truly appreciate about you is your established teaching system. One cannot tame a horse without a whip." Suddenly, the old man's tone shifted, resembling that of a usurer demanding repayment. He insisted, "Hurry up and bring the money. The supercomputer must be retrieved first. Let Nelson secure a loan for the construction. I can recommend a few banks to him, all managed by my former students." The old man's visage twisted into a menacing countenance, akin to that of a loan shark coercing someone into signing a contract. Alvin and Nelson, compliant and deferential, nodded in agreement, observing Alvin's acquiescence. The old man gleefully patted his shoulder, proclaiming, "You shan't regret this." Chapter 12. The principal is unhappy. Upon arriving at the school, Alvin encountered Professor Cage, which soured his mood significantly. With Alvin's discontent, the students at the school were inevitably affected. "What are you doing holding hands during school hours? Separate. What? Freedom to love? I endured 12 years of education without engaging in romance. On what grounds do you think you can? Separate, or you'll all find yourselves in the small dark room." The audacity. Our school prohibits romantic relationships from 1st grade through 12th. Instead of wasting time on frivolities, one ought to focus on practice papers and exercises. Sensing the impending trouble, Nelson hastily concocted an excuse and made his escape, cognizant that Alvin's foul mood could turn him into a casualty. Bouncing about. What if you fall and injure yourself at the stairwell? Return to the classroom and read. Spitting indiscriminately, who granted you such audacity? Go to the supply room, fetch a mop, and clean the entire corridor. What? You didn't dirty the other areas? Fool, then clean 2 floors. This is punishment. Do you not understand? And you, a group of girls, what is the purpose of adorning yourselves in such a manner? Off to the restroom. Wash yourselves thoroughly before re-emerging. Crying? Useless. Hurry and wash. Moreover, by tomorrow, I expect your hair to revert to its natural color. Should I encounter any peculiar shades again, I shall have it shaved clean. Now be gone." The chaos throughout the school nearly expended Alvin's temper. Spotting his office ahead, he resolved to take a brief respite. As the principal, his office was quite spacious, divided into 2 sections, the outer area housing the secretary's desk. Upon entering, he encountered a plump African-American woman clad in a white floral dress, diligently applying makeup before a small mirror. Upon noticing Alvin's entrance, she rushed over, enveloping him in a warm embrace followed by a flurry of kisses. "Oh, Olivia, your enthusiasm is overwhelming. You appear even more beautiful today. Do share your secret." "I must return and instruct my server, who still struggles with his appearance," Alvin jested, gently pushing away the exuberant woman. Olivia, the cheerful African-American woman, responded with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Alvin, you truly know how to flatter. If only you could work here every day. I heard that old Cage has been bothering you again today. Fear not, let me handle him next time. His wife, Mrs. Cage, is now a good friend of mine. I could ensure he faces some challenges at home." A shiver ran down Alvin's spine. Should Cage discover his machinations, how could he possibly endure? Alvin swiftly curtailed Olivia's misguided notion and inquired, "Is there something amiss today?" As he spoke, he made his way to his office. Settling into an opulent executive chair, he crossed his legs and listened to Olivia's report. Several parents had called to lodge complaints, alleging that their children had suffered mistreatment and requesting a change in the school schedule. Some callers had unleashed a torrent of profanity. Officials from the Department of Education had also reached out, stating they had received reports and would be conducting an inspection. After concluding her report, Olivia gleefully remarked to Alvin, "I managed to rebuff those who complained and cursed. I have passed the matter concerning the Education Department on to Nelson." Alvin nodded in satisfaction and replied with a smile, "Well done, Olivia. I knew you would prove to be an invaluable assistant. Oh, Professor Wilson has come by looking for you. He asked that you notify him upon your arrival. Shall I inform him?" Olivia inquired. Alvin nodded in agreement, recognizing that Professor Wilson was a composed individual who would only seek him out when necessary. He gestured for Olivia to go and inform Professor Wilson while he reclined in his office chair, contemplating how to secure additional funds. This institution was undeniably a financial drain. The funding from the Department of Education, combined with the $5 million acquired from King, was insufficient. Loans were not a viable option. Having lived as an ordinary citizen in Huagua, Alvin had never cultivated the habit of borrowing money. After arriving in this world, Alvin had conducted some research. He was aware of two affluent individuals, the notorious playboy Tony Stark, who was currently indulging in a life of leisure, and Norman Osborn of the Osborn Group. One was Iron Man, the other the Green Goblin. These were the only two exceedingly wealthy individuals Alvin knew of. Yet, how could he possibly extract funds from them? Both were super rich, while Alvin was merely a restaurant owner in Hell's Kitchen, far removed from their orbit. Frustrated, Alvin recalled the only superhero he had met in this world, Matt Murdock, known as Daredevil, who was a quintessential pauper. Murdock would often come with Foggy to seek assistance, and any thoughts of monetary gain from him were futile. Just as he was mired in his troubles, Olivia entered with Professor Wilson. Professor Wilson was a handsome gentleman nearing 70, captivating many female teachers at the school. Each time Alvin laid eyes on him, he was reminded of the Hollywood star Sean Connery from his previous life. The older the man became, the more distinguished he appeared. Alvin rose to offer Wilson a seat on the sofa and instructed Olivia to pour 2 cups of coffee. He then inquired, "Professor, what brings you here?" "I hope it is not a financial matter. I am on the verge of madness from Professor Cage's demands." Professor Wilson smiled at the frazzled Alvin and reassured him. "Do not worry, I am not here to request money. Recently, I have encountered a peculiar little girl outside the school. She may be an undocumented immigrant, and I would like to bring her to our institution. I find it deeply concerning to witness a little girl, merely 4 or 5 years old, wandering around the perilous confines of a hellish kitchen. It poses a grave danger to her." Upon hearing that a young girl could be admitted to the school, Alvin exhaled with relief, as long as it did not involve any financial transaction. Without waiting for Professor Wilson to finish, he smiled and said, "No problem, let her come. I will instruct Nelson to handle her enrollment. Regarding her identity issues, I can consult with Michael for a solution." Professor Wilson waved his hand with a smile and replied, "I have already resolved her identity concerns, and she has attended classes for 2 days. The reason I sought you out is for another matter." With that, he gazed at Alvin, maintaining a silent smile. Suddenly, an uneasy premonition washed over Alvin. This little girl might not be a straightforward case. He dared not disregard Professor Wilson's words, merely narrowing his eyes as he awaited further explanation. After all, Professor Wilson was not as unscrupulous as Professor Cage. With a hint of embarrassment, he confessed, "My wife and I have completed the adoption process for this little girl, but we have come to realize that our energy is insufficient given the overwhelming responsibilities at the school. We have concluded that we cannot provide her with the care she deserves, so I hope, Alvin, that you will take on the responsibility of looking after her. She is remarkable, and I have named her Ginny." Rising slightly, he bowed respectfully and said, "I sincerely hope you can adopt her." Alvin was taken aback. Professor Wilson had even chosen a name for the child, Ginny, which coincidentally shared the same surname, Yi. To assert that it was unintentional would be an affront to his intelligence. Suppressing the impulse to deliver a punch to Professor Wilson's nose, he decided to endure it for the sake of the old man's dedication to the school alongside his spouse. Grudgingly, he acquiesced to Professor Wilson's request, agreeing to pick up little Ginny after school. Having completed his task, the old professor stood up, adjusted his collar, nodded to Alvin, and returned to his work. Chapter 13. The aroma of fear intermixed. After bidding farewell to Professor Wilson, Alvin noted that it was already 10 o'clock, and he needed to return to the restaurant. As business awaited him, the school did not provide him with a salary, and his living expenses had to come from the restaurant's earnings. He greeted Olivia briefly, exited the office, and took a stroll around the school to instill a sense of discipline in the unruly children. Observing their timid demeanor, Alvin nodded in satisfaction before driving his pickup truck back to his restaurant. By the time he returned to the restaurant, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Alvin parked his vehicle by the roadside. Dom, clever as ever, opened the car door and jumped out, then used his front paw to close the door behind him. Shaking off his coat, the sleek black fur shimmered in the sunlight like rippling water. With a refreshing yawn, Dom trotted to the entrance, greeting Sol, the other wolf, as they playfully bumped heads. Subsequently, he settled down on the opposite side of the door. A pile of construction debris lay at the entrance, indicating that Uncle Cheng's progress on the renovation was commendable. Pushing open the door to the restaurant, Alvin was greeted by the sight of Jessica, who appeared rather bored as she polished glasses behind the bar. Her mood seemed to have brightened in accordance with the progress of the building's renovations. Upon noticing Alvin's entrance, she bestowed upon him a radiant smile. It was still early for dinner, and the restaurant was sparsely populated, with only a young Latina woman and an African-American woman present. The latter stood up promptly upon seeing Alvin, her eyes glistening with tears. She opened her arms wide and enveloped him in a warm embrace. resting her head on his shoulder as she exclaimed, "Thank you. Thank you, Alvin. You are my savior. A truly good person. Thank you." Alvin was momentarily taken aback by her heartfelt words, his hands awkwardly unsure of where to rest, casting a questioning glance towards Jessica. Jessica, amused by Alvin's flustered expression, silently mouthed the words food cart and Aki. It all clicked for him then. Gently, he eased away from the African-American woman and asked, "Are you Aki?" He then turned to the Latina woman and inquired, "And you must be Lilith?" Lilith, embodying the passionate spirit of South American women, embraced Alvin fervently, leaving a noticeable lipstick mark on his cheeks. "Indeed, I am Lilith, thank you. God bless you, Alvin." She was strikingly beautiful, likely not yet 30, with a figure that exuded confidence, though the pressures of life had left her looking somewhat weary. Alvin's food cart had rekindled a spark of hope in her life. "If possible, I would like to invite you to my home for dinner this evening, as a token of my gratitude," she said, her eyes sparkling with unspoken words. This invitation, clearly laden with additional intentions, elicited a heavy scoff from Jessica at the bar. The glass in her hand emitted a precarious creaking sound, threatening to meet an unfortunate fate. Alvin shuddered slightly, patting Lilith on the shoulder, gently pressing her away from him as he smiled, and said, "I appreciate your gratitude. My only hope is that you both manage your food cart diligently and strive to improve your lives. This world can be harsh, but we must never relinquish hope." His words touched the hearts of the two women, prompting them to wipe away tears and repeatedly murmur expressions of gratitude. The two young men seated at their table also stood, playfully thumping their chests with their fists and gesturing towards Alvin, conveying a message of brotherhood and loyalty, as if to say, "Brother, your kindness will not be forgotten. I would go to great lengths for you." As the principal of a community school, Alvin was quite perceptive. He beckoned the two young men over, saying, "Come here, lads." The two youths excitedly rushed over, ready to greet him, but Alvin raised a hand to halt them, saying, "Boys, skipping class is a serious offense in my school." It was then that the young men realized Alvin was not only the benevolent figure of the neighborhood, but also the formidable principal of the community school, a man of great influence. Two young boys, their dark faces appearing as if coated with a layer of white dust, stood apprehensively with their heads bowed, awaiting the judgment of the principal. Clearly, these boys had experienced hardship and understood that any attempts at justification would only exacerbate their punishment. Observing their contrite demeanor, Alvin smiled benevolently and said, "Since you possess the energy to skip class, I would like you to tidy up the sidewalk outside." As the boys attempted to escape, Alvin continued, "This is not merely for today, but for the entire week ahead. I typically rise at 5 in the morning, and I expect to see the sidewalk outside my door immaculate enough for someone to comfortably sleep upon it. It is currently 11. You still have time to reach school and partake in lunch." The two boys exchanged a look of despair, their spirits deflated. They bid a brief farewell to their mother and departed for school. Aki, the boy's mother, upon witnessing her sons being reprimanded, did not express anger but rather embraced Alvin, exclaiming, "Thank you, Alvin. You are the only one capable of keeping these rascals in line. At times, I genuinely fear they may end up in prison like their father." As she spoke, this sentimental woman began to wipe away her tears. Alvin chuckled and addressed the two women, "It is getting late. I must commence my business. Please, take a seat, and I shall treat you to a steak for lunch." Without heeding their protests, he waved them to their seats. Entering the kitchen, he donned an apron, ignited all 10 burners on the stove, and placed 10 small iron plates, greasing them with a layer of olive oil. The steaks had been marinated in advance, ready to sizzle when the oil heated up. After a moment of bustling, Alvin turned to Jessica, who was muttering unkind words about Lilith, and gave her a gentle tap on the head, instructing her to summon Uncle Chung for a meal and a brief respite. Jessica, cradling her head, shot a resentful glare at Alvin before heading upstairs to fetch Uncle Chung. As the aroma of sizzling steak wafted through the restaurant, customers began to trickle in, as if they had timed their arrival perfectly. Each iron plate held a steak about half an inch thick alongside a serving of pasta and a fried egg. The first plate was served to Uncle Chung, who sat curled up in the corner of the bar. "Do savor my culinary skills. Do not be so reserved, Uncle Chung. Relax a little, you're a guest here." There was no menu service, as the sole offering was the iron plate steak, priced at $20 per serving. Beverages were only available in the evening. Jessica busied herself serving all the guests a glass of lemonade, then proceeded to deliver the prepared steaks to the diners at their tables in an orderly fashion. Many of the patrons came in search of Alvin's renowned fare, while the local residents busied themselves with their daily routines, only to arrive in the evening when Alvin's establishment was less hectic, seeking a drink to unwind together. Alvin stood before the stove, amusedly listening to a group of impeccably dressed young men, exuding an air of elitism. They were captivated by a flamboyant blonde youth who boasted about his audacity in infiltrating Hell's Kitchen and discovering the restaurant. He extolled the unique flavor of the steaks, claiming that the aroma mingled with the essence of fear inherent in Hell's Kitchen, resulting in an extraordinary culinary experience. Alvin recognized this fellow. His escapades in Hell's Kitchen could easily fill a collection of humorous anecdotes. Out of respect for his earnest attempts to promote his establishment, Alvin chose not to expose the absurdity of his tales. Chapter 14. I, too, am a father. By the afternoon, Alvin had busily sold all 50 steaks. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he sauntered to the bar, rummaging through the cabinet to procure a can of goji berries, preparing himself a cup of goji tea. In his previous life, every day as he ventured to work, his wife would prepare a thermos filled with tea for him, teasing him with playful banter that often resulted in a few light-hearted, chastising punches, leaving him invigorated for the day ahead. Now, he found himself, like a retired official, brewing a cup alone, reminiscing about those cherished moments. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality by the sound of knocking at the bar. His eyes refocused to find Jessica standing before him. What's the matter? Have you miscounted the change again? I told you to hit the books more. Yet, you stubbornly refuse. Alvin blurted, oblivious to Jessica's displeased expression. After receiving a playful jab, he finally became fully alert. How can a lady strike her own boss? I shall deduct your wages. Jessica, undeterred, glared at Alvin, muttering under her breath, deduct them all. It would suffice to support me for a lifetime. Alvin playfully tapped her forehead with his finger, saying, what on earth occupies your mind, you grown woman? Support you for a lifetime? If a man ever says that to you, give him a punch. I assure you, it would not be unjust. With a pouting face, Jessica mimicked a petulant child, her doe-like eyes fixated on Alvin. He crossed his arms, attempting to suppress the goosebumps that arose, and said, hurry back to work, you silly girl. Just focus on your tasks. If someone pursues you in the future, bring them to me. I shall safeguard you from deceit. Jessica, frowning, retorted, I know what kind of person to seek. You needn't concern yourself. Well, I sincerely hope you do not seek someone like me, for you would find none. I shall not settle for anyone less. My ideal partner must be of a stature above 36, Alvin remarked, his gaze lingering on Jessica's modest bosom, reflecting on the amiable women her boss had previously encountered, such as Dahlia and Lilith, who possessed ample curves. Jessica's expression soured. With a wrinkled nose, she huffed and turned away to tidy the tables, forgetting entirely what she had intended to say. Boss, that girl is quite remarkable. Your treatment of her lacks the gentlemanly touch. The golden-haired elite youth approached, casually bumping fists with Alvin and imitating the gestures of street thugs, hoping for his cooperation. Alvin regarded him with amusement, while the blonde youth, undeterred, chuckled awkwardly and remarked on the excellent steak. He then turned to join his companions waiting at the door, boasting, look, I know the owner. He is the godfather of this street. Shortly after the young man departed, an old Ford sedan pulled up in front of the restaurant. The driver's door swung open, and a 167-year-old black youth emerged, his arm bandaged and stained with blood, indicating a serious injury. From the back seat, Professor Wilson disembarked with a 56-year-old brown-haired little girl, and together they entered the restaurant. Professor Wilson's expression was grim, causing a slight heaviness in Alvin's heart. Jessica, ever perceptive, greeted Professor Wilson and the little girl, ushering them to their seats and pouring them glasses of water. Observing this, Alvin asked in a low voice, what happened? He then struck the back of the black youth's head sharply, causing him to bend over, and swiftly restrained the boy who attempted to retaliate, stating, this kid injured Mrs. Wilson. Seeing Alvin on the verge of erupting, Professor Wilson quickly stood, waving his hands in a calming gesture. It wasn't an injury. He merely pushed her, and she fell. The doctor said she just needs a couple of days' rest. Preventing Alvin from losing his temper, Professor Wilson added apologetically, in fact, Jenny scratched Jason's arm. Which is why I came to you, Alvin. I sincerely apologize for the trouble. Upon hearing that Mrs. Wilson was unharmed, Alvin felt a measure of relief. The Wilsons were pillars of the school. He momentarily disregarded the struggling boy in his grasp and focused on the little girl, who was clinging to Professor Wilson's coat. He recognized her as the child Professor Wilson had mentioned earlier, the one he wished to adopt. In his past life, Alvin had yearned for a daughter, but, being of modest means, he and his wife hesitated, fearing that another son would burden their family further. Now, in this life, before even marrying, a daughter seemed to have come to him. Although he had felt some discontent earlier about Professor Wilson's unilateral decision, seeing the delicate little girl, with her wide, frightened eyes, melted his heart. Alvin crouched down, offering a gentle smile to the little girl. You must be Jenny, right? I'm Alvin. He extended his hand toward her. At that moment, Alvin resembled a benevolent father, his face illuminated by a warm, sunny smile, eagerly gazing at his newfound daughter. Such an expression was unusual for an average 25-year-old, yet on Alvin, it appeared strikingly harmonious. as though he were inherently destined for this role. Uncertain whether it was the influence of Alvin or the encouragement from Professor Wilson, Ginny slowly extended her hand, her fingers briefly touching Alvin's open palm before retracting swiftly. Her delicate face adorned with a mix of fear, uncertainty, and yearning. Alvin, with his hand outstretched and unmoving, gazed at Ginny with anticipation, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Ginny glanced between Alvin and Professor Wilson, noticing the professor nodding reassuringly in her direction, gradually releasing her grip on the professor's clothing. She approached like a small creature in search of sustenance, her tiny hand tentatively brushing against Alvin's palm. Alvin patiently awaited her, his smile growing ever more radiant. For this was an exceedingly sensitive little girl, steeped in insecurity. He poured forth the affection he had once intended for his own daughter into her. At last, her small hand rested upon his larger one. Ginny felt the warmth emanating from Alvin's palm. It was comforting. She cherished this sensation, for in her memories, only Alvin had bestowed upon her such warmth. It felt tender and safe. Having wandered through many places, she found an unparalleled sense of belonging in a modest restaurant named the Peace Hotel, amidst a chaotic and dilapidated neighborhood. The elderly couple had shown her kindness and gentleness. Yet Alvin offered her warmth and protection. The little girl clung to the warmth of Alvin's palm, reluctant to release it. Shyly, she pointed to herself with her left hand and whispered, "Ginny, Ginny." Alvin, filled with joy, gently clasped his right hand tighter. Enveloping Ginny's small hand within his own, and emulating her gesture, he pointed to himself, saying, "Alvin, Alvin." Ginny finally relaxed her guard, a faint smile blossoming on her face. She pointed at Alvin and declared, "Alvin, you daddy." Clearly, Professor Wilson had prepared her psychologically before his arrival. But who cared? Alvin felt his heart swell with joy, nearly bursting with happiness. He nodded enthusiastically, pointing to himself, Alvin, daddy." Ginny's smile grew wider as she grasped Alvin's hand, burying her little face into it like a small puppy returning home, her eyes squinting as she greedily inhaled Alvin's scent. Alvin cradled Ginny's small face in one hand while gently stroking her brown hair with the other. Feeling an overwhelming sense of achievement, he was indeed a father now. Chapter 15. Call me father. Through simple exchanges and tentative interactions, Ginny gradually found her comfort. The little girl was still somewhat hesitant in her speech, making communication a bit challenging, but Alvin was unfazed. This was his daughter, and he would take the time to teach her. Carefully, he pulled Ginny into his embrace. The tiny figure tensed momentarily before completely relaxing, burying her head in her father's neck, eagerly absorbing the warmth of familial love. In a barely audible voice, she called out, "Daddy." Alvin felt his heart skip a beat. It was no wonder they say that daughters are their father's lovers from a past life. In his previous life, Alvin had never experienced such tension in his romantic relationship with his wife. Their union had been a gradual and harmonious coming together over time. However, when it came to his daughter, he would gladly pluck the stars from the heavens for her, determined to be her eternal guardian. Cradling Ginny in his arms, Alvin extended his right hand for a firm shake with Professor Wilson, exclaiming, "Thank you, Professor Wilson, for bringing me an angel." Professor Wilson, with a wry smile, replied, "I hope you continue to feel that way, Alvin. I knew I wouldn't be mistaken. You are the most exceptional young man I have ever encountered." Ignoring the underlying implications in Wilson's words, Alvin confidently asserted, "Of course, Ginny will be a little angel. My little angel." Professor Wilson nodded in understanding and remarked, "She is indeed special. My wife and I sincerely wish to adopt her. However, after spending a few days together, we realized that we lack the means to protect her adequately. She is too extraordinary. Alvin, promise me to safeguard her and cherish her as your treasure. Do not let this old man regret his decision." Alvin solemnly nodded, declaring, "I promise. She will be my treasure. No one can harm her, not even God." Professor Wilson nodded approvingly and said, "Then I can rest easy. There are many matters to attend to at the school, so I shall take my leave. My wife is fine. Please do not burden that child." Handing over a document confirming the adoption, the professor adjusted his tie and straightened his suit cuffs before bidding farewell and departing for the school. With a sigh, Alvin pondered the stark contrast between the professors, reflecting on Professor Cage's raucous, unruly demeanor compared to Professor Wilson's gentlemanly presence. The disparity was astonishing. Reluctant to part with his daughter, Alvin held Ginny close and turned to face a boy who exuded the unmistakable aura of a gang member. He sighed, contemplating the urgent need to arrange for proper school uniforms, observing the flamboyant attire of the children, baggy jeans, gaudy accessories, and cheap jewelry. The boy, with a defiant expression, stared brazenly at Alvin. Considering his role as the principal and the presence of others in the cafeteria, Alvin suppressed his urge to retaliate and inquired, "Tell me, why did you harm Mrs. Wilson?" Those familiar with Alvin knew that this boy was in for a rough time. If Alvin were to unleash both verbal and physical reprimands, that would be the end of it. However, when Alvin posed a serious question, the boy's response held dire consequences. Yet, it was evident that he was a reckless youth. Defiantly sneering as he retorted, "That old hag wants me to apologize? I should stab her to teach her a lesson." Alvin felt a chill. What kind of environment breeds such miscreants? In his previous life, the worst students he had encountered merely exchanged insults with their teachers. The audacious little rascal dared to threaten the beloved and esteemed Mrs. Wilson, a woman of remarkable patience and kindness. Ginny, nestled in Alvin's embrace, was jolted by the insult directed at Mrs. Wilson. She twisted her body sharply, her nose wrinkling in anger as she bared her teeth, releasing a furious howl. Clenching her right fist, two razor-sharp blades sprang forth from her fingers, aimed directly at the insolent boy. Quick as lightning, Alvin enveloped Ginny's hands within his own, disregarding the sharp edges that grazed his chest. His swift action went unnoticed by the onlookers, who were likely oblivious to the unfolding drama. Realizing she had harmed Alvin, Ginny retracted her blades, guilt and fear washing over her as she gazed up at him. To Alvin, this minor injury was inconsequential. His robust constitution was not to be trifled with. Once Ginny's blades were withdrawn, his wound began to close, with only a trickle of blood escaping. Alvin lifted Ginny slightly, using her petite form to obscure the blood seeping from his chest, ensuring that no one would notice the anomaly. He looked tenderly at Ginny, their foreheads touching. His gaze locked onto her eyes. "Let your father handle these matters, my little lady, shall we?" Ginny relaxed slightly, offering a soft affirmation as she buried her head in Alvin's neck, choosing to ignore the insolent boy. Clearly shaken from previous encounters at school, the boy, Jason, shouted in panic, "Keep her away from me. She's a monster." As he struggled, his robust physique was no match for Alvin's strength. With a gentle grip, Alvin quelled Jason's tumult, although the boy's eyes still glared menacingly, seemingly unconcerned about Alvin's position as principal. The term monster made Ginny stiffen momentarily, and Alvin sensed her discomfort. He gently patted her back, offering comfort before addressing Jason with an even softer tone. "I know your name is Jason. Who are your parents? Where do you live? I believe I need to have a word with them." Jason scoffed, retorting, "They're long dead. Go find them in hell." Alvin nodded thoughtfully, "With your parents gone, you've managed to survive, which likely means you've joined a gang. Which gang is it? I would like to speak with your leader." Striking a defiant pose, Jason proclaimed, "My boss is Jamal Lancer from 58th Street. Let me go and apologize, or my gang will not spare you. We'll take you all down." Ignoring Jason's bluster, Alvin turned his attention to the matter at hand. "Are there many children like this in the school?" After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "Initially, there were a few, but the school has since addressed their needs, and now they are fewer in number." Alvin pondered for a moment before asserting, "So, there are still some, correct?" He then directed his inquiry toward the ever-curious Old Kent, who had been observing the commotion. "Old Kent, are you familiar with this gang?" "I must admit, I've never heard of them before." Old Kent, when asked, pondered for a moment, then made a phone call to confirm the information, saying, "Indeed, there exists such a gang, just a handful of reckless youngsters. They are responsible for distributing goods for Black Bear in the 58th District. Shall we summon his boss?" Alvin nodded. This Black Bear was a lackey under the notorious bloodthirsty Jason, an adversary of Gene Bing. Their so-called gang was merely the lowest tier of the Hell's Kitchen mob, performing menial tasks for the higher-ups in exchange for meager rewards. Bloodthirsty Jason was the largest drug wholesaler in New York and had a long-standing feud with Gene Bing. Given his reputation and that of his rival, it was evident that his days were numbered. "Then let us call his boss over, and that Black Bear. He's the one responsible for the drug trade in Hell's Kitchen, correct?" Seeing Old Kent nod, Alvin insisted that they bring them both. Jason, upon hearing Alvin entirely disregard his boss, even refusing to mention his name, grew anxious, realizing he might have landed himself in considerable trouble. Alvin shot a glance at Jason and commanded, "Find him a seat and keep an eye on him." Chapter 16. We are different after delegating the tasks. Alvin noticed it was nearly 3 o'clock. Cradling Ginny, he entered the bar, poured her a glass of lemonade, and together they ascended the stairs. In Alvin's room, Ginny stood on the floor, her fingers intertwined, uncertain of where to place them. Her expression was a mix of shyness and anxiety. Alvin removed his torn plaid shirt, rolled it into a ball, and wiped his chest. He crouched down to Ginny's level, pointed to his chest, and reassured her, "Look, I'm fine. Daddy is tough." Startled, Ginny leaped towards Alvin, her small hands exploring his chest in search of wounds she thought she had caused. Ultimately, she discovered only 4 faint scars, barely noticeable unless inspected closely. A sense of relief washed over Ginny as her smile returned, stammering, "Daddy, tough, Daddy," with some difficulty in communication. There were words stuck in her heart that she couldn't articulate, leaving her a tad anxious as she adorably scratched her head. Alvin affectionately tidied her slightly disheveled hair, kissed her forehead, and comforted her. "Ginny, you're very clever. We can take our time." He kissed her again, then took her hands, gently stroking the spaces between her fingers where dried blood lingered. With a twinge of concern, he asked, "Does it hurt?" Ginny tilted her head, understanding that Alvin was caring for her, and beamed. "I'm used to it. It doesn't hurt." In her thoughtful way, she even wiped the furrowed brow of Alvin with her tiny fingers, saying, "Ginny is fine. Daddy, not afraid." Alvin felt his heart melt. His daughter was concerned about him. He would cherish her even if he bore 2 knives and 2 handguns. He embraced Ginny tightly and walked to the window, gesturing for her to come closer. Curious little Ginny approached, and Alvin noticed that despite her small stature, she could barely see outside from the window. Amused, he observed her as she clung to the windowsill, straining to elevate herself for a glimpse. Finally, he lifted her into his arms, pointing outside and exclaiming, "Ginny, it's different. Daddy, quite different." At that moment, the alley outside was devoid of people, and a thick, dark vine emerged from a drain, stretching its form right up to Alvin's window. He gently pinched the vine's slender tip, and the toxic flower vine trembled slightly, as if in delight. Subsequently, Alvin orchestrated a greeting between the vine and Ginny, who gasped in astonishment, her small mouth agape as she gazed at him. With a playful nudge of his forehead against her head, Alvin remarked, "See, Daddy is different too. Which is why Ginny is Alvin's daughter. We are not like others." Ginny laughed with pure innocence, relishing Alvin's affection, nodding vigorously in agreement. "Ginny, Daddy, different from others." Alvin affectionately touched noses with her before swatting away the toxic flower vine. He set Ginny down, ruffled her hair, and suggested, "Daddy will change clothes. How about we go buy some new outfits for you?" Ginny looked up at Alvin, beaming, and replied, "Ginny wants Daddy, not clothes." Compared to the plump child from his previous life who desired everything, Ginny was in a league of her own. Alvin donned a new checkered shirt, layered it with a gray jacket, and paired it with deep blue jeans, presenting himself as a quintessential northern farmer, simple and unpretentious, yet grounded. He placed a baseball cap on Ginny's head and cheerfully declared, "Let us set off, my princess." Taking her small hand, they hurried downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they discovered the restaurant was nearly empty, save for a disheveled middle-aged man with a beard, sitting forlornly in a corner, cradling a cup of coffee, lost in his thoughts. Alvin paid him no mind. This was a restaurant, and one could sit as they pleased. In good spirits, he instructed Jessica to serve the man a beer, believing it more fitting than coffee, given his demeanor. Then, with a smile, he turned to Jessica and said, "Come with me. The boss is treating you to new clothes." Just as Jessica delivered the beer to the middle-aged man, she squealed in excitement, asking, "Are we going to 7th Avenue?" Alvin pondered for a moment before responding, "Let us go to 27th Street, to Sherry's boutique." Jessica sighed in disappointment, but quickly perked up, realizing that gifts awaited her from the boss. She hurriedly removed her apron and, with a skip in her step, followed Alvin out the door. At the entrance, Alvin instructed old Kent, "Please have 2 of the crew tidy up my attic and move all of Mr. Nick Castor's belongings up there. He has long desired to reside in the attic. And this time we shall fulfill his wish, as our little princess requires her own room. Also, arrange for old Juan to prepare a set of pink furniture for our little princess, and ensure it's ready before bedtime tonight." Old Kent happily agreed, playfully bowing with an imaginary hat, and said, "At your service, your highness." Afterward, he called a few young men and headed to the dining hall. No one noticed the peculiar expressions on the face of the downtrodden middle-aged man, Alvin, when Nick was mentioned. His countenance was a strange amalgamation of guilt, longing, and fear. Upon hearing that Alvin intended to send Nick to the attic, he expressed anger, yet when he learned that the attic was Nick's wish, joy sparkled in his eyes. It seemed Nick's emotions invariably tugged at his heartstrings. Listening to Alvin proudly boast about his daughter, he exhibited profound envy. He instructed the young lad, Jason, to keep an eye on things, then drove off with Ginny and Jessica, taking a detour to Shirley's boutique, a store specializing in women's apparel, with a selection for young girls as well. The proprietress, Shirley, a beautiful woman in her 40s, dressed elegantly albeit modestly, adorned with carefully chosen inexpensive accessories that radiated her charm. Alvin could discern that she was a woman with a story, though it was of no concern to him. Upon entering the shop, Alvin waved grandly, signaling Jessica to indulge in a shopping spree. The amused proprietress halted Alvin's boorish display, first guiding Jessica to select several outfits for Ginny to try on. A princess dress, stunning. One in every color. Athletic wear, marvelous. Let us have one in pink, yellow, and green. A collared shirt paired with overalls and a denim jacket. Absolutely dashing. And let's add a baseball cap. Perfect. Alvin and Ginny exchanged playful fist bumps, gleefully standing before the large mirror. They appeared to be a genuine father-daughter duo, their differing skin tones not diminishing their bond. Seeing Ginny's delight, Alvin, with a flourish, ordered 10 sets of various shoes, socks, underwear, and pajamas, all gathered with Jessica's assistance. However, Jessica's experience in choosing her own clothes was far less favorable. Denim shorts with a crop top. Do you think it looks good, boss? It's not even warm. Why show your belly? What about this floral mini skirt? Why wear such a short skirt? Won't your legs be cold? Denim pants with a crop top. This one? Quite nice. Let us take 2 sets. Frustrated, Jessica stormed over to Alvin, complaining, Boss, you are being unreasonable. This is what I wore here. Alvin paused, recognizing that it was indeed quite attractive, and suggested, Get a few more to alternate. Jessica, irked, stomped on Alvin's foot before turning to Shirley, the proprietress, saying, Pack all but this one, and let us have 2 in different colors. Charge it to the account. Is it really wise to add such drama to your shopping? Alvin thought, recalling the lesson learned from his past experiences. Never offend a woman in anger. Considering her assistance in selecting clothes for his daughter, he chose to endure it. Amidst Jessica's stifled laughter, he pinched his nose and paid the bill, relieved it was only a little over $900. As soon as I have the means, I shall take my daughter to stroll through the bustling streets of the city. Allow me to explain why Alvin's daughter is named Ginny. The challenge of crafting words is quite formidable. I yearn to weave Laura and Ginny into my narrative, inspired by the film Logan, where the characters of Old Man Logan and Laura are immensely endearing. Originally, Laura was meant to be named Laura Yee in the story, but as a novice author, I found it essential to draw upon my own experiences with my child. The name Laura invariably conjures images of Angelina Jolie's captivating eyes, making it impossible for me to envision it for my daughter's character. I implore your understanding, for I am but a fledgling writer. Chapter 17. A world in ruins. Upon returning to the restaurant, it was already 6 in the evening. Young Jason sat obediently on a chair to the right of the entrance, frozen in place. His gaze was fixated on Saul, who lay languidly on the floor, and the terror in his eyes suggested he had endured considerable hardship. A group of gangly youths, garbed in a manner that evoked a desire to bury them underground, lurked across the street, peering curiously. Upon spotting Alvin's return, they contemplated crossing the road to engage him, but were swiftly deterred by Dom's menacing glare. Alvin chose to disregard them. They were merely a band of petty delinquents, and he had far more pressing matters at hand. My daughter is hungry. I must first attend to her needs before addressing these ruffians. Cradling Ginny in one arm, with Jessica trailing behind, Alvin pushed open the restaurant door. Inside, every light was ablaze, and familiar faces from the neighborhood had gathered, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a celebratory event. As Alvin entered with Ginny, a cacophony of pops erupted, and countless streamers cascaded from above. Led by Old Kent, the crowd erupted in unison. Welcome, our princess, the princess of Hell's Kitchen. Ginny, somewhat shy, buried her face in Alvin's neck, hesitant to meet the gaze of so many onlookers. Alvin laughed heartily and proclaimed, Thank you all for coming today to celebrate the arrival of my daughter. Today, all beers are on the house. Turning to Jessica, he called, We have no steak today. Dear, put on some music to lift everyone's spirits. Ecstatic, Jessica dashed to an antique jukebox, a relic that Alvin seldom permitted to be used, and eagerly activated it. The covers of the records had faded with time, but she randomly selected one to play. Alvin cherished old artifacts, and this jukebox was among his prized possessions, not for the machine itself, but for the rare records within, many of which were now out of print. The record Jessica chose turned out to be a classic, and the magnetic voice of Julio Iglesias flowed from the jukebox. Though the song did not entirely match the ambience, it was undeniably delightful. Alvin, still holding Ginny, approached the bar and seated her atop it, pouring her a glass of lemonade. Nick, the mischievous little rascal, hopped on one leg to find Alvin, grinning widely despite missing 2 front teeth, and exclaimed, Alvin, the attic is mine from today onwards, right? Alvin chuckled as he tousled Nick's curly black hair and replied, Indeed. Mr. Castor, the entire attic now belongs to you. Allow me to introduce our new member, my daughter, Ginny. Turning to Ginny, Alvin continued, Ginny, meet my good buddy, Nick Castor. He is a true tough guy, and you may call him brother or Nick. The 2 little ones sized each other up for a moment, with Ginny particularly curious about why Nick had only one leg. The outgoing Nick cheerfully said to Ginny, You are my sister. Wow, I have a sister now. Ginny, you are truly beautiful, even more so than the girls in our class. Ginny, a bit shy, covered her face with her hands, peeking through her fingers at Nick, who was balancing on one leg and amusingly trying to make her laugh. With genuine curiosity, Ginny inquired, Nick, why is your leg different? This innocent girl believed that all those who were different were her kindred spirits. Nick burst into a proud laugh and replied, Alvin told me about a great hero from Huagua who, to master an unparalleled sword technique, sacrificed one of his arms, and became the world's foremost expert. Known as the Heavenly Cripple, I may be missing a leg, but when I grow up and master extraordinary skills, I aim to be the second best, and my nickname will be Earthly Deficiency. Huh? At that time, I shall confront everyone who has bullied me and show them the might of Earthly Deficiency. Ginny looked up at this one-legged future champion with admiration and said, Nick, that's amazing. It was the first time Nick had received such straightforward praise, and feeling slightly bashful, he replied, I'm not impressive yet, but I will be in the future. Alvin, pleased to see the two getting along well, but, as a parent from a previous life in Huagua, couldn't help but dampen the mood by asking, the second best expert, Mr. Castor, have you completed your homework? The question of whether the homework was done is always a pressing one for mischievous children. Nick, cradling his head in his hands, lamented, Alvin, why don't you expel our math teacher? The amount of homework she assigns daily is simply too much and too difficult. I doubt I can finish it by tomorrow. Alvin glanced at his watch and noted the time, saying, it is now 6 o'clock. Let us go grab some pizza. And at 7:30, head upstairs to tackle your homework. If you can finish before 9, I reckon you might still catch some excitement downstairs. Nick, brimming with excitement, threw a few punches in the air and exclaimed, wow. Alvin, are you going to teach those fools outside a lesson? Will you give them a good thrashing? Wow. I need to hurry and finish my homework. He then called out to Jessica, who was engrossed in conversation with several women. Jessie, I'm off to do my homework. Can you bring me up some pizza? I'm in a rush. Jessica, clearly preoccupied, waved her hand dismissively, signaling that she understood. Nick bounced up the stairs, reminding Alvin before he left, make sure to wait for me to finish my homework before you teach them a lesson. Ginny watched Nick, who was about her age, depart. Her expression tinged with disappointment as she turned to Alvin. With a playful grin, Alvin gently tapped her cute little nose and said, look at my little princess. What would you like to eat? I can prepare my signature pasta, complemented by my special meat sauce. How does that sound? Ginny nodded eagerly, resting her chin on her hands, shyly stating, Ginny wants to eat a lot. Alvin playfully pressed his forehead against Ginny's, affectionately nudging her nose, and replied, Alvin can cook many dishes. Ginny can eat plenty. As Ginny devoured 3 servings of meat sauce pasta with great enthusiasm, Alvin watched in astonishment, lightly poking Ginny's slightly protruding belly with his finger. Ginny giggled, playfully swatting Alvin's hand away. With a beaming smile, Alvin remarked, Ginny is amazing, able to eat so much. Daddy can't compete with you. But remember, don't eat too much. It might upset your tummy. Ginny proudly covered her belly with both hands, giggling, Ginny can eat. I won't be hungry for 3 days, Ginny is strong. Daddy, it's delicious. Alvin felt as though his nose had been struck by a hammer. A wave of poignant emotion filled his eyes with tears. What kind of life is this, where one meal sustains for 3 days? He recalled his own chubby son from a past life who needed 6 meals a day and was picky. Struggling to hold back tears, he tasted bitterness in his mouth. Ginny, you won't go hungry in the future. Daddy has plenty of delicious food. But if you eat too much, your little tummy might burst, he said, ruffling Ginny's hair. Tomorrow, Daddy will make sweet and sour ribs and tomato braised beef for you. Save some room for even better food. Ginny's eyes lit up with anticipation as she looked at Alvin, extending her arms. Daddy, hug me. Ginny loves Daddy. Chapter 18. Frank Castle amidst the joyful atmosphere. A disheveled middle-aged man stood out, his demeanor starkly contrasting with the lively restaurant ambience. As Alvin playfully engaged Ginny, the man approached, resting his elbows on the bar. His side turned toward Alvin, gazing wistfully at the bustling crowd. A glass of whiskey, please, he requested. Alvin recognized that look all too well. It was the same one he had seen upon his arrival. It wasn't quite a murderous glare, but rather a numbness that rendered everyone around him lifeless. Like machines rather than living beings. The man bore the scent of antiseptic mixed with blood, indicating he had been hurt. Alvin glanced at him and, wishing to maintain the cheerful atmosphere, noted, today, only beer is free. He poured a glass of whiskey and slid it across the bar to him, offering a smile. Wishing you a pleasant evening. The man gave a bitter smile and shook his head, asking, can we talk? About what? Alvin inquired, curiosity piqued. The man sighed, hesitating before replying, about that child. Pointing towards the ceiling with a perplexed expression, Alvin, somewhat bewildered and on guard, coldly inquired, who? Nick? Who are you? The man, draining his glass of whiskey, grimaced as he covered his face and lamented, who am I? I am a wretched husband, an irresponsible father, a fool oblivious to the most important things in life. Alvin regarded the man thoughtfully and beckoned Jessica over to tend to Ginny. Ginny, why don't you play with Aunt Jessica for a while? Daddy has a few matters to attend to. Jessica rushed over, her cheeks flushed with excitement. But upon noticing the strange atmosphere and the disheveled man, she remarked, it's you, you're back. Turning to Alvin, she added, he has been here for several days. I meant to tell you this afternoon. He seems to have something on his mind. Alvin nodded in acknowledgement and entrusted Ginny to Jessica. Jessica, please take my princess upstairs to play for a bit. I have some things to discuss here. After placing a gentle kiss on Ginny's small face, he watched as Jessica led her upstairs. Let me guess, you are Nick's father, the one who only exists over the phone? Alvin disregarded the man's anguish and asked sharply. The man, undeterred by Alvin's tone, replied in a low voice, Yes, I am that irresponsible father. He then pushed his empty glass toward Alvin, requesting, Please, pour me another. Alvin filled the glass with whiskey once more and observed as the man downed it in one gulp. Though silent, Alvin sensed that the man had much to express, and he resolved to be a patient listener. I was once the finest special operations commander in this country. I risked my life for this nation, even sacrificing my family life. I wasn't even present to witness Nick's birth. The man pushed the glass toward Alvin again. Alvin could feel the man's anger, both at himself and at the nation. He required a drink and a sympathetic ear. Pushing an entire bottle of whiskey toward the man, he indicated his willingness to listen. The man seized the bottle and took a deep swig. I fought valiantly for this country. Yet my wife and son fell victim to a bombing. My wife perished, and my son lost his left leg. Those damned politicians concealed the horrific news from me, sending me on a year-long mission. They treated me like a machine, as if our lives and families were of no consequence. Those murderers, those wretched Italian mobsters, remained unscathed until I found them and fed them into a meat grinder. Alvin swallowed hard. Aware of the situation, the Cesare family of the Italian mafia in the Port District had been exterminated. All 40 members turned into meat paste and hastily buried in just 2 coffins. Now, this man was telling him that he was the one responsible. It was utterly shocking. There were no innocents in the Cesare family. This was an established fact. Yet, he mercilessly eradicated even the cats and dogs. Truly, he is a living incarnation of death. The man disregarded Alvin's subtly changing expression, taking a hearty swig of his drink. What pains me the most is that my once dearest comrade also attempted to conceal the truth and obstruct my quest for vengeance. He merely informed me that Nick was still alive and provided me with this address. Alvin internally scoffed. With such a temperament, I too would hesitate to reveal anything to you. The Cesare family, a direct line of 46 individuals, including bodyguards, subordinates, and an additional 16 guests, were all ruthlessly slain. Such a small-scale conflict could not possibly account for such a staggering loss of life. I have been here for a few days now. Thank you. Thank you not only for saving Nick's life, but also because he is thriving now. I never imagined Nick could be like this. A glimmer shone in the man's eyes. Though he had lost a leg, he radiated cheerfulness and vitality, devoid of any self-pity. I am unsure how you accomplished this, but my friend, thank you. Alvin waved his hand, pouring himself a glass of whiskey. After taking a sip, he inquired, Have your troubles been resolved? I mean, troubles beyond those concerning the Cesare family. You know I regard Nick as family, while you are merely a phantom father in his imagination. Should you harbor any issues, I shall certainly prevent you from approaching Nick. You must have investigated me and should be aware of my capabilities. The man glanced at Alvin, unperturbed by his threatening tone, and solemnly saluted him. I will not express gratitude on Nick's behalf. It is evident that you share a familial bond. I express my gratitude for myself. You have spared me from the torment of descending into hell, allowing a final glimmer of light to remain in my life. As he spoke, the man clinked his bottle against Alvin's and took another generous gulp. No more troubles remain. Do you recall the comrade I mentioned? I struck a deal with him, no longer seeking trouble with those despicable politicians, and in return, he will resolve all my current issues. Alvin breathed a sigh of relief, feeling conflicted. Even if this man was riddled with troubles, could he truly prevent him from seeing Nick? He understood how desperately Nick longed for the presence of his father, a heroic figure in his eyes. Although Alvin had largely assumed the role of a father, he was not Nick's true progenitor. If this man were to remain absent, perhaps in time, Nick would forget. However, it had only been a year since those events transpired. Though reluctant to admit it, this man was indeed remarkable. In Huagua, he would epitomize the ideal soldier, akin to one of the nation's most exemplary figures. While Alvin struggled to fully accept the notion of sacrificing family for the sake of the country, one must still commend such individuals when they appear before you. Acknowledging their toil and sacrifice, Alvin raised his glass, hesitantly asking, May I be so bold as to inquire, who is your comrade? He must possess tremendous influence to be tied to such a grave matter involving so many deaths. The man lifted the wine bottle, clinking it with Alvin's, revealing Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Instantly, Alvin's mind conjured the image of a grotesque, one-eyed black man. Taking a sip of his drink, Alvin inquired, So what is your name? The man regarded Alvin, and Frank extended his hand to shake with Alvin, solemnly introducing himself. I am Frank Castle. Chapter 19. It is never too late to be a father. Hello, Frank. I am Alvin, Alvin Yi. In Nick's eyes, you are a hero. I believe he would be delighted to meet you. I shall call him down immediately. As Alvin shook Frank's hand, he sensed that perhaps the alcohol had exacerbated Frank's injuries. His calloused hand felt somewhat lacking in strength. Frank halted Alvin, stating, I have been here for many days, just sitting over there. He gestured toward a seat in the corner, expressing a hint of guilt and uncertainty. You seem like a father figure. I may not be ready for that. Alvin regarded him with curiosity, asking, Then why did you come to see me now? You could have prepared yourself beforehand. Frank gazed at Alvin with a wry smile, confessing, Because you have a daughter, and witnessing your interaction with her drives me to jealousy. I wish Nick could experience that. I once believed that missions were more important than family, but after what I lost, I realized that family supersedes all. What are you waiting for? Alvin inquired. Frank's expression turned peculiar as he replied, I am waiting for my appointment letter. I have secured a job. This way, I can be present for Nick. Alvin, intrigued, asked, What kind of job? Frank's expression grew even more perplexed as he responded, The discipline director at a community school. Alvin's face instantly lit up with intrigue. What school could possibly have a position for a discipline director? Only the Hell's Kitchen Community School. With Frank's stern demeanor, would the troublemakers there stand a chance? Locking them in a room with Frank, without any physical confrontation, would surely frighten them into submission. Nonetheless, such a school requires a figure of authority. Otherwise, with half the students hailing from gang backgrounds, the teachers would be under immense pressure. Straightening his collar, Alvin formally shook Frank's hand and jested, Then allow me to extend an early welcome to your new role. We shall be colleagues henceforth. Perhaps I should write you an appointment letter immediately so that Nick can recognize his father sooner. Frank waved his hand dismissively. No need. It's just a few days away. Truthfully, I am not prepared. I am somewhat at a loss for words when it comes to my child. I must make some preparations. Prepare for what? A guide on 100 ways to bond with your son? Not necessary. My friend, Nick only needs his father by his side. Even if it's just sitting with him, listening to him speak. If you can go upstairs and help him finish his homework now, you will easily earn his affection. Alvin remarked with a smile. Frank hesitated for a moment before saying, It seems you are in a bit of trouble. How about I help you resolve it first? And then we can discuss my matters? Alvin waved his hand dismissively, replying, Those are trifles. Nothing is more important than Nick finding his father. At this moment, you are a father, no longer that relentless killing machine. With that, Alvin snatched a pizza from a passerby and handed it to Frank, indicating, Go on. There's no need to wait. When you truly face it, you'll find you instinctively know what to do. The hardened warrior accepted the pizza, momentarily resembling an eager student. Uncertainly asking, Really? Alvin chuckled, jesting, Well, that depends on whether you can assist him with his homework. If so, there is absolutely no issue. You will be that boy's savior. He playfully inquired, You're okay with that, right? Nick is only in the 2nd grade. Frank, feeling insulted, retorted emphatically, Of course. I can handle it. I graduated. With that, he carried the plate upstairs to the loft. Alvin watched the ironclad man awkwardly ascend the stairs like a clumsy servant, feeling a touch of emotion. This is the power of familial bonds. It can transform a cold-blooded killer into a cautious father. Hey, buddy. I think it would be a splendid idea to bring a drink, Alvin called out mischievously. Frank, already on edge, nearly stumbled forward, shooting Alvin a menacing glare before hastily descending to retrieve a glass of lemonade. Slightly embarrassed, he bared his teeth at Alvin with mock ferocity and mustered the courage to ascend once more. Alvin was unperturbed by this man, who would eventually work under him. He was not one to shy away from a little banter. However, he felt a twinge of compassion for this anxious, on the verge of collapse individual. Since Nick's father had arrived, today was a day of double joy. It was time to swiftly resolve the external matters. Those ruffians outside were likely growing impatient. Alvin tapped his glass, producing a clear, ringing sound that silenced the restaurant. With a smile, he announced, Today, 2 wonderful things have occurred. First, I have become a father, as you all know. The second matter will be revealed once I address the issues outside. He continued, Gentlemen, do not depart. Today, the drinks are on the house. However, my waitstaff has a task, and I require 2 volunteers to attend to our guests. In no time, 2 young men emerged, their eyes filled with admiration for Alvin. Eagerly awaiting his instructions, he gestured towards the beer barrels at the bar, declaring, Gentlemen, those are yours. After exchanging high fives with the 2 youths, he declined old Kent's suggestion of bringing a few men along. As a principal, I cannot venture out to discuss matters with students' guardians in a manner reminiscent of a mob negotiation, he remarked, with only a pistol concealed at his side as he proceeded outside. At the entrance of the restaurant, Jason, a young man of African descent, was on the verge of a breakdown, fidgeting restlessly in his chair, which was marred by a suspicious puddle beneath it. Upon finally spotting Alvin emerging, he attempted to speak, but was instantly silenced by Saul's piercing gaze. Across the street, a few ostentatiously painted muscle cars were parked, surrounding a burly man resembling a black bear, who was flanked by a dozen thugs. Alvin signaled subtly, whistling to catch their attention, and they beckoned him over for a discussion. The imposing figure, accompanied by his entourage, crossed the street, all the while sizing up Alvin and his companions. The adversary appeared relatively young, likely under 30, dressed inconspicuously in jeans, a checkered shirt, and a gray jacket, resembling a rustic farmer from the north. At that moment, with the assistance of a bodyguard-like muscular black man, he lit a cigar. Yet, the entire Hell's Kitchen was aware that this seemingly simple farmer had driven away all the gangs within 3 blocks of the vicinity. Even the notorious underground lord of New York, Gene Bing, had approached him with utmost deference, resulting in an agreement that compelled Gene Bing's entire crew to withdraw from those 3 blocks. The bear-like man was unaware of Alvin's true nature, questioning why Gene Bing feared him. However, having reached his current position without being eliminated, he possessed a measure of cunning. Although his own boss held a comparable level of power to Gene Bing, he recognized that he was not of the same caliber. Since Gene Bing had approached with courtesy, it would be prudent for him to reciprocate that respect in their dealings. Chapter 20. I am a just man, the Black Bear. A towering figure nearing 2 meters in height, donned a black suit, adorned with a hefty gold chain that likely weighed 3 pounds. Stooping slightly, he greeted Alvin with a smile, saying, "Hello, Boss Alvin. I am the Black Bear, and my employer is the infamous bloodthirsty Jason of New York." Alvin dismissed the notorious drug dealer with a wave, as if shooing away a fly, stating, "What business does a drug dealer have in greeting a principal? If I were to acknowledge you, it would reflect poorly on my stature." The Black Bear, undeterred, glinted with menace in his eyes but stepped aside to allow his entourage to pass. Alvin took a puff from his cigar, savoring the smoke as it swirled in his mouth before exhaling. In his previous life, he had been an inveterate smoker, and despite becoming a father, he had not kicked the habit. In this life, he had relinquished the addiction to cigarettes, yet found himself enamored with the rich flavor of cigars. Typically, he refrained from smoking in the restaurant, but given the necessity of negotiation, he deemed it appropriate to indulge in a cigar, compensating for the lack of sophistication in his attire with a display of authority. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Alvin addressed the eclectic group of gangsters before him with a congenial demeanor, asking, "May I inquire, which one among you is Jam Lancaster of 58th Street? From which gang do you hail? Has the leader arrived?" A young Caucasian man, clearly a heavy drug addict, emerged with a shock of vibrant green hair. Trembling as he spoke, "Boss Alvin, I'm Jam Rancer, just call me Jam." Alvin extended his hand, suppressing a wave of nausea, and shook Jam's hand with enthusiasm, stating, "Greetings, I am Alvin Yi, the principal of the community school. Your little brother sustained a minor injury at school, caused by my daughter. We have administered preliminary treatment. The situation is not grave. However, out of a sense of guilt as a father, I have decided to offer some compensation. I believe 2,000 is a reasonable figure. What do you think?" Jam felt an overwhelming fear, as if he might lose control of his bladder. In Hell's Kitchen, even the drug wholesalers treated their boss with utmost respect, and yet here was Alvin, speaking to him with such cordiality. Instinctively, Jam sensed that this could lead to dire consequences. In a state of terror, he hastily refused. No, Boss Alvin. My little brother made a minor mistake. Please feel free to punish him as you see fit. A small injury is inconsequential, even if you were to sever an arm. I would not object. There is truly no need for compensation." Jason, seated at the entrance, looked on in disbelief, unable to fathom how his boss had so casually betrayed him. Momentarily forgetting Saul's threats, he shouted, "Boss Jam." Jam feigned ignorance to Jason's plea, momentarily clear-headed due to his sobriety, silently beseeching Alvin for leniency. Alvin, pulling a moist tissue from his pocket, wiped his right hand, which had shaken Jam's, and discarded the tissue into a trash bin before accepting the proffered cigar and taking a puff. The smoke curled between Alvin and Jam, seemingly unaffected by Jam's panic. As Alvin amiably remarked, "Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. My daughter caused harm to your subordinate, and I am taking responsibility for compensation. This is only fair. I am a just man." Alvin accepted the 2,000, comprised entirely of 100 bills, folding it neatly and slipping it into Jam's chest pocket. With a compulsive urge, he adjusted Jam's disheveled collar and patted the pocket containing the money. "Now that the matter is resolved, wouldn't you agree?" Completely taken aback, Jam mechanically nodded, responding, "Yes, sir, it's settled." Alvin smiled kindly, stating, "You see, I knew we would reach an agreement effortlessly. You are a reasonable person. I apologize for my daughter's transgression and have made amends. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, it's over. The matter is concluded, Jam replied in a flustered manner. Alvin nodded, saying, That's good. Now, let us discuss the matter concerning Mr. Jason. He gestured towards Jason, who sat slumped as if all vitality had been drained from him. Mr. Jason pushed down a distinguished 65-year-old teacher, Mrs. Wilson, at school. The matter is not grave. Even Professor Wilson implored me to spare Mr. Jason from punishment. However, Mr. Jason spoke disrespectfully to me and further insulted Mrs. Wilson with his words. Personally, I believe that Mr. Jason's capabilities and demeanor are ill-suited for your esteemed organization. What do you think? James, gripped by sheer terror, nodded vigorously and said, Indeed. He is no longer one of us. He is now irrelevant to us. You may deal with him as you wish. I have no objections. Please spare me. I know nothing of his actions at school. Alvin glanced at the dispirited Jason and then at the nearly collapsing James, took a puff of his cigar, and said, Well then, farewell. James felt as if a great weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Disregarding even the formidable black bear, he scrambled into his vehicle and sped away. Alvin touched his face and asked, Am I truly that fearsome? His eye twitched slightly as he added, Among those who fled, there was a lad who had previously infiltrated the dining hall, murmuring something about grinding meat and chaseray. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, Boss, if there are matters to attend to in the future, you need not be so merciless. It truly does not befit your stature. Alvin nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood, having thought he was emulating Marlon Brando's Godfather, which almost terrified James into submission. It was all a misunderstanding. He might even end up bearing the brunt of it. Of course, those seeking vengeance were long gone, leaving Alvin with a misperception of his own intimidation, which was rather embarrassing. He cleared his throat awkwardly and beckoned to Black Bear. Black Bear, still maintaining a courteous demeanor, approached Alvin and said, Boss Alvin, since the matter is resolved, do you have any further instructions? Alvin smiled and replied, Please refrain from calling me boss. I am speaking to you as the principal of a school. The other seemed somewhat incredulous, and Alvin emphasized, Indeed, I am the principal of Hell's Kitchen Community School, certified. Black Bear found amusement in Alvin's assertion, a ruler of 3 blocks insisting he was a principal. He playfully inquired, What directives does the esteemed principal have? Alvin was pleased with Black Bear's attitude and chuckled, As a principal, I must ensure the welfare of the students. Our school has a policy prohibiting student involvement in drug trade. Thus, I have summoned you today to inform you to thoroughly investigate your gang members for any students from our school or underage children. Black Bear's eyes narrowed. His expression stiffened as he replied solemnly, I was unaware of any such rule at the community school, but now that it has been established, remember, I am the principal. Alvin chuckled lightly. Black Bear sneered, stating, You have overstepped, Alvin Yi. Neither I nor my superior, the ruthless Jansen, will acquiesce to your trivial proposal. Alvin glanced at the figure behind him, and the Black Bear sneered, Or do you wish to instigate a conflict? Our Viper gang is certainly not composed of the inept like Gene. Many will perish in Hell's Kitchen. Chapter 21. Is this really second grade? The window of the restaurant loft swung open, and the curly-haired Nick, with his gap-toothed grin, spoke in a raspy voice as he introduced Frank, who stood beside him. Look, Dad, this big guy is in for a rough time. Alvin will teach him a lesson. Alvin was not mistaken. Whenever Frank appeared before him, Nick greeted him with enthusiasm. Occasionally, Nick felt a pang of sadness for never having met his father, yet his mother had told him that his father had been serving the country, engaged in perilous yet noble work. This made Frank, the father he knew only through telephone calls, a hero in his eyes. He had been waiting for his father. Frank placed one hand on Nick's shoulder while instinctively gesturing at his waist with the other. He had witnessed Alvin handle matters firsthand. Intimidating a petty gangster was no challenge. But this Black Bear was a notable figure in the Big Apple. Though Frank had reviewed Alvin's dossier and conducted personal investigations, he had only come across hearsay, some of which bordered on myth. No one had ever seen Alvin in action. His former adversaries either vanished or fled. The few who had escaped remained tight-lipped about Alvin's methods. Frank watched with keen interest, pondering how Alvin would manage the current situation, as he was outnumbered 2-14. And all were armed. He even calculated the bullets in his handgun, deciding to intervene should Alvin find himself in dire straits. Just as Frank's mind raced, the situation shifted. Nick whispered excitedly, Look, they're here. Rome, Athens, Sparta, they've all arrived. These villains are finished. Frank took a closer look and noticed 3 colossal wolves appearing across the street, nearly the same size as the 2 enormous wolves at the restaurant's entrance. When Alvin's cigar struck the Black Bear's face, all the giant wolves sprang into action. With claws as sharp as blades, they sliced through the heels of the gangsters preparing to retaliate, sending sprays of blood into the air. The wolves moved with such swiftness that Frank could barely keep up with their motions. Not a single gangster had time to react as they drew their weapons. Each was met with a wolf's claw. One unfortunate soul lost half of his palm, which flew a considerable distance. The entire ordeal lasted less than 10 seconds, concluding almost as swiftly as it began. A dozen gangsters writhed on the ground, clutching their legs and crying out in agony. The black bear fared the worst, as Soul and Dom tugged at his legs, pulling them apart while he lay on the ground, screaming in despair at the sight of his limbs being wrenched apart. Frank wiped the cold sweat from his brow, tightening his legs as he winced in sympathy for the black bear. The nearly 2-meter-tall muscular man, his legs spread apart in such a manner, made Frank feel that it was far too cruel. He would rather be put out of his misery with a single bullet. Nick, exuberantly waving his fist, exclaimed, "I knew it. Alvin is formidable. The villains will surely face their just deserts." Frank, unconvinced, retorted, "It's his massive dog that's impressive. Alvin himself isn't much to speak of." He was distinctly bothered by his son's admiration for someone he deemed unworthy. Nick chuckled lightly and shot a glance at Frank, choosing not to counter his words, as if he were privy to some unspoken knowledge. Frank, feeling somewhat deflated, huffed and said, "When I get my leave, I'll take you hunting, and then you'll see what I'm capable of. Right now, raising animals doesn't compare to expert marksmanship." Nick chuckled again, dismissing Frank's self-aggrandizement, and remarked, "The excitement ended too quickly. I suppose I should get back to my homework, or else Alvin will be on my case." With a gesture reminiscent of a little adult, he patted Frank on the waist and added, "Hey buddy, I won't hold it against you if you can't help me with my assignment. It's genuinely quite challenging. Although you started a bit late in your studies, it's all right. I can manage, but it will take some time." Frank felt his blood pressure nearing the brink of explosion. Despite his injuries and significant blood loss, the veins on his forehead threatened to burst. The memory of boasting to Alvin downstairs fueled his irritation further. With a huff, he turned to assist Nick with his homework. "What the hell? Is this a second-grade problem?" Frank barely restrained the urge to eliminate Nick's math teacher with his weapon. Gripping his hair tightly, he observed his son struggling, yet ultimately arriving at the correct answer. It reassured him that Alvin was not toying with his son. Subsequently, Frank pondered in astonishment what this community school was truly teaching its students. At the entrance of the restaurant, Alvin grew impatient, casting a glance at the wretched cries of these scoundrels. With a sinister grin, and under Jason's terrified gaze as he witnessed the entire ordeal, Alvin retrieved a metal rod from beside the door. One by one, he rendered the wailing gangsters unconscious. The world quieted considerably, leaving only the black bear, who continued to scream desperately, attempting to shield himself from the imminent threat of being torn apart by two massive wolves. Alvin glanced over, shaking his head with mild regret as he saw the cigar explode on the black bear's face before falling to the ground. He lit another cigar and, with a whistle, summoned Soul and Dom, who released the bear's legs and approached Alvin, rubbing against him in greeting before reluctantly returning to the entrance of the restaurant. This black bear was exceedingly fragile, failing to excite the wolves in the slightest. Soul and Dom's departure did nothing to elevate the bear's situation. He remained clutching himself, his hands desperately covering his groin. The cries had lost their initial vigor, turning into hoarse, rasping sounds that suggested a loss of spirit. At this moment, the black bear was no longer the belligerent creature that had threatened war just moments ago. Alvin approached the black bear and flipped him over with his foot, forcing him to lie on his back. The poor creature's legs dangled limply, resembling two strands of soft noodles. Squatting before the black bear, Alvin exhaled a puff of smoke, remarking, "My friend, it would have been quite easy for us to reach an understanding, and I truly lament this situation." The black bear, a notorious drug trafficker, exhibited a semblance of dignity. He did not plead for mercy or concede defeat, but rather endured the pain, glaring at Alvin with what he believed to be his most venomous and ferocious gaze. Though the bear's appearance rendered his expression somewhat comical, Alvin nonetheless inquired, "What's the matter? Do you still have reservations about my previous proposal?" With gritted teeth and a hoarse voice, the black bear retorted, "You will regret this. I assure you, you will be killed, and your entire family will be wiped out. The Viper Gang will undoubtedly achieve this." Alvin regarded the black bear with an expression of incredulity, thinking, if even Golden could not accomplish such a feat, what makes you think a mere drug dealer could? You thrive on malice and cruelty, establishing your foothold in the Big Apple. In terms of combat prowess, you are even inferior to the Russian mob in Hell's Kitchen. Taking another puff from his cigar, he reminisced about the sensation of squatting and smoking. "My friend, consider my proposal seriously. Alternatively, you could contact your boss, Bloody Jansen, for his opinion." The black bear tilted his head, spitting a blood-tinged gob of saliva with a sinister grin. "My boss will burst in here with his gun and eliminate every one of you." Alvin wrinkled his nose, momentarily connecting with his pet raven, and then shuddered as if jolted by electricity. He glared at the black bear, saying, "Hurry and make that call. Tell your boss to lift his massive backside from his Long Island Villa's hot tub and heed my suggestion. My patience is wearing thin." Chapter 22. I am not a bad person, I swear. Upon hearing Alvin's threat, the black bear appeared somewhat uncertain. He was indeed aware that his boss was scheduled to rest at the Long Island Villa today, which made Alvin's knowledge of this fact all the more alarming. Trembling, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed his boss. Alvin kindly took the phone, pressing it to speaker mode and directing it towards his face. "This is Jansen," came a greasy, slick voice. "Boss, it's the black bear," he rasped. "Oh, what is wrong with your voice? Did the nightclub girls drain your energy?" "Haha. Boss, are you bathing at the Long Island Villa?" The black bear cautiously inquired. "Do I need to inform you that I'm taking a bath? Are you out of your mind, black bear?" "No, boss. I came to negotiate with Alvin from Hell's Kitchen today. Do you remember? I mentioned it to you." "Everything you are involved in is what he says," the black bear replied anxiously. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line, as if Jansen were conversing with someone nearby. "What on earth is going on?" came the deep voice from the phone. "It is Alvin who seeks me for negotiation, insisting that we expel all his students and any minors associated with us." "Huh, who does he think he is? Even the mayor of Big Apple City wouldn't dare speak to me in such a manner. Black Bear, are you foolish? Eliminate him, otherwise. Who will fear us in the future?" After a moment of silence, Black Bear murmured, "Boss, my men are all finished. I called you only because Alvin knows your whereabouts and what you are doing. I am deeply concerned." Before Black Bear could finish his sentence, the sound of gunfire crackled through the phone. Initially unclear, it gradually grew louder, the rapid gunfire resonating ominously. Black Bear, in terror, gazed at Alvin and despairingly said, "You haven't yet spoken with my boss. This is against the rules. We can still negotiate." Alvin, too, was perplexed. He had intended to let his crow deal with bloody Jansen should the negotiation falter. But what was this gunfire about? Something seemed amiss. Turning his head, he noticed Black Bear looking at him with a mournful expression, lamenting, "Boss, you could have let me go. There was no need to seek others." It was as though Alvin had sought a mistress behind his back. Alvin rose and kicked him, exclaiming, "What the hell is this?" Black Bear writhed on the ground like a fat maggot, sobbing desperately. "Alvin, boss, you cannot do this. We have not finished negotiating. We agree to your terms. Stop, please. Just stop." Ignoring Black Bear, Alvin communicated once more with the crow. He then witnessed a deranged fool, with a target pattern etched upon his head, rampaging with a machine gun in bloody Jansen's villa. It became clear, this was the work of that fat fool, Gene Bing. It was likely that no one would survive there. Given this, Black Bear had become expendable, and Alvin gestured for him to be knocked unconscious to spare him further suffering. Alvin retrieved his phone and called Community Officer Michael. "Hello, Michael, this is Alvin. Yes, I wish to report an incident. A gang of thugs attempted to attack my pet, only to be injured by it. You need to send a few ambulances." Of course, at this hour, no ambulance would dare venture into Hell's Kitchen, so I had to call you. It's no trouble. I've already negotiated with them, and I believe these fellows won't return to cause further issues. I advise you to hurry. The ambulances in Big Apple City may be quite busy today. As Alvin stood by the roadside awaiting the ambulance, a large-nosed school bus approached from a distance. Checking his watch, he noted it was 9 o'clock. The late study session for seniors had just concluded. The bus halted at the restaurant entrance, and Gavin cautiously stepped off, glancing at the muscular men sprawled across the ground. From a distance, he bowed to Alvin and called out, "Principal," before swiftly darting into the adjacent apartment. The driver resembled a Mexican psychopath. The man grinned with a predatory smile, resembling a grotesque figure, as he called out to Alvin from behind the open car door. "Need any help?" Alvin glanced at a group of children of varying sizes, their faces pressed against the car window, gazing in a mixture of fear and awe at the horrific scene before them. He waved his hand, signaling the grotesque driver to leave hastily. The driver, grinning with an unsettling smile, acknowledged the gesture, closed the car door, and honked the horn twice. The boys inside the vehicle responded with sinister laughter as they drove away. In the face of the distant screams emanating from the children inside the car, Alvin shook his head in disbelief. Who would dare believe that the fearsome-looking driver, who appeared capable of anything, was too cowardly to even kill a chicken? The Remington rifle placed beneath the windshield had never been loaded. This driver had been hired by Alvin according to his own criteria, unlike drivers from other schools who were amiable middle-aged men. The only requirement for the drivers at Hell's Kitchen Community School was that they resembled thugs, capable of controlling the unruly children of Hell's Kitchen and the street delinquents. This particular driver was an exception. Although lacking in courage, he bore the visage of a potential killer. Alvin took a gamble by employing him, and he navigated the most perilous route in Hell's Kitchen. His name was Domingo Swag, a Mexican undocumented immigrant. After a brief wait, for ambulances accompanied by a police car arrived before Alvin. Michael and Scott were the first to step out and assess the scene. They discovered that, aside from the black bear's unfortunate state, everyone else was faring reasonably well. At least no one had lost their life, given the nature of their injuries. Such occurrences were not particularly grave in Hell's Kitchen. With a sigh of relief, Michael signaled for the medical staff from the ambulance to disembark and commence their duties. A voluptuous African-American nurse, clad in scrubs, flirted playfully while bustling about, seemingly indifferent to the fate of the gang members on the ground. She efficiently directed the burly aides to lift the injured as if they were livestock, loading them onto the ambulance. "Hey Temple, why don't you take him to a hotel room? I can cover the expenses for this jerk. Next time, keep your antics out of my supply closet. I have a daughter, and you little tramps better watch yourselves." The sultry nurse Temple shot Alvin a middle finger and blew him a kiss, then gestured as if making a phone call before following the ambulance as it sped away. Michael and Scott nodded at Alvin in acknowledgement before driving off to escort the ambulance to the hospital. Standing beside Alvin, one of them wore an expression that seemed to teeter on the edge of speech, which made Alvin uncomfortable. Irritated by the man's peculiar demeanor, Alvin asked, "What is it?" After a moment of hesitation, the man finally stammered, "Boss, do you have someone outside?" "What kind of nonsense is that? What do you mean someone?" "You, a hulking brute, are asking me, a robust and handsome young man, if I have someone outside? What is this situation?" Alvin delivered a swift kick to his thigh, then raised his middle finger, scolding, "Speak properly, or I shall make you suffer." Unperturbed by the kick, he brushed off the dust from his trousers and replied cautiously, "Boss, you can assign such tasks to me. There's truly no need to seek assistance elsewhere. Those individuals may not be trustworthy." Alvin, shaking his head in resignation, responded, "The matters over there were not handled by me, but by Jean Bing." He remained silent, wearing an expression that conveyed, "Do not attempt to deceive me." Faced with such unfounded accusations, Alvin sighed, "I would never engage in the act of murdering an entire family, I assure you." Chapter 23. The precious one sleeps. Although the situation had been resolved, Alvin's mood remained rather bleak. Too many lives had been lost, while these individuals deserved their fate. It was impossible to rule out the possibility that some innocent cooks or maids might have perished alongside them. Of course, Alvin would not seek trouble with Jean Bing, for this was a vendetta of the underworld. As mentioned before, it was prudent not to provoke Jean Bing, especially given his notorious moniker, Bloody Jansen, which suggested a short-lived existence. However, judging by the look, it seemed that Alvin would have to bear this burden. This simply would not do, Alvin thought. If he were to take the fall, would Jean Bing, the benefactor, increase his annual donations by 5 million? After all, was he not the last remaining drug lord in Big Apple City? Alvin decided to call Jean Bing and relay what he had discussed with Black Bear earlier that day. Inform him that the school's donations will double each year, and he shall understand why. Alvin instructed, somewhat irked. Upon entering the dining hall, Alvin felt somewhat weary after the day's events. He sat at the bar, enjoying a drink with acquaintances, both familiar and unfamiliar. Just as he was about to announce the second piece of good news for the day, Nick burst in, exclaiming, "Alvin, hurry and check on Frank. He fainted while doing math problems." Alvin inadvertently sprayed his drink upon hearing this, observing the innocent expression on Nick's face, as if to say, "I did it on purpose. What of it?" He waved his hand, declaring, "It is time for our joyous moments. Let's arrange for those who live far to be escorted back." Following Nick, Alvin ascended to the dining hall's loft. The loft was quite spacious, nearly 60 square meters, with Nick's bed placed near the window. Frank lay on the bed, his face pale and breathing labored. By the time Alvin entered, Frank had regained consciousness, and, upon seeing Alvin, awkwardly turned to gaze at the wall. Alvin sighed in relief. The fact that Frank could move indicated he was not in dire straits. Otherwise, transforming a joyous occasion into a mournful one would have been unbearable. It seemed he had sustained significant injuries and was merely exhausted, compounded by the copious amounts of alcohol consumed earlier. Otherwise, in keeping with his rugged demeanor, he would not shy away like a crestfallen girl, but would have leapt out of the window, determined to master mathematics before returning to claim his son. Alvin ruffled Nick's hair and said, "Go play with your sister Jessie for a while. Ginny is here as well. Bring me the culprit who caused Frank to faint." After all, Frank is a college graduate. Perhaps it was his injuries that led to his collapse. "Off you go. I will take care of him." Frank, lying on the bed, coughed awkwardly a few times. Alvin, ever obliging, ushered Nick out while casting a bemused glance at Frank. "What a sight. This is nothing to fret over. When I was your age, I couldn't complete my son's homework and was called out during a parent-teacher meeting, yet I persevered. You, a formidable killing machine, brought to your knees by second-grade math problems, and you have the audacity to faint?" Frank struggled to sit up, casting an embarrassed look at Alvin, his hesitance becoming increasingly vexing. Alvin waved his hand, signaling him to remain silent, and reassured him, "Our school is a bit different from others. The education children receive varies significantly. Therefore, if parents find their child's homework overwhelming, there is no need for concern. You may have graduated from college, but I have seen teachers from Harvard who couldn't solve these problems either. You need not feel inferior." Frank, flustered, insisted he felt no inferiority. Alvin disregarded his protests and directed the venomous vines creeping in through the window to spray a green mist upon Frank's face, rendering him unconscious. Subsequently, a crimson vine extended dozens of tendrils that penetrated Frank's body, flooding him with red energy that mended his injuries. Not wishing to expend too much energy, he ceased when he noticed Frank's complexion had improved. Waving away the corpse-eating vines, Alvin seized Frank's feet, removed his boots, and tossed them onto the floor. Clearly, his son was a messy child. Allowing Frank to rest, Alvin returned to his room. Oblivious to everything, Nick was frolicking with Ginny, their laughter echoing throughout the room. Jessica covered her head, clearly driven nearly mad by the ruckus, wearing an expression of utter despair. Nick shouted, "Look at my awesome leg," and bounced up, kicking one leg in the air before tumbling into Alvin's bed. Ginny, perched on the bed, was sent soaring, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Upon seeing Alvin enter, she excitedly took a few steps back, leaped, and landed in Alvin's embrace, giggling, "Nick, you're amazing. That awesome leg move is so cool." Alvin cradled Ginny in one arm, casting a stern glance at Nick. "These mischievous antics are contagious. Look at my little Ginny. She has been influenced in just a short while. She dares to leap towards me from a meter away. It's all Nick's fault for leading my precious daughter astray. What if she gets hurt?" Holding the giggling Ginny, Alvin smiled warmly, resting his forehead against her tiny head. "My darling must be a lady, not emulate these rascals. What you just did was far too perilous." Ginny cradled Alvin's face in her hands and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Daddy, you're amazing. Ginny loves you, Daddy." With a heart full of joy, Alvin embraced Ginny and leapt high, landing on the bed with a thud. The soft mattress propelled Nick off, causing him to tumble onto the floor. This mischievous boy, undeterred, sprang back up, shouting as he charged towards the bed, seeking revenge. Alvin, holding the giggling Ginny, dodged left and right, engaging in playful antics with the two children. After a while, Nick, perhaps feeling fatigued, settled down on the bed, resting his hands beneath his head. "Alvin, my dad is here. Does that mean I have to leave?" His voice was laced with hesitation and a tinge of sorrow. Ginny, lying on Alvin's chest, felt a pang of discomfort and said, "Nick, don't go. Ginny loves you. Don't go." Alvin kissed the top of Ginny's head to comfort her. Nick, however, received a different treatment. Alvin playfully tousled his hair, leaving him looking disheveled, and remarked, "Where would you go? Your father, a mere working man, can take you nowhere. I'll rent the house next door for Frank to stay in. That rascal has turned my storage room into a mess." Upon hearing he wouldn't have to leave and that his father could stay, Nick's eyes sparkled with joy. He turned to Alvin and said, "Thank you, Alvin. Thank you." Alvin, not one to show kindness to the rambunctious boy, ruffled his hair again and retorted, "Stop looking at me with those ridiculous eyes. Go take care of your father. He's injured, and I've nearly finished treating him. Just keep an eye on him." Nick sprang up, and as he was leaving, turned back to Alvin with a cheeky grin. "Alvin, my old man is much stronger than you. You'd better step up your game." Alvin pretended to rise to confront him, but Nick laughed and bounded up the stairs. Looking down at Ginny in his arms, Alvin gently asked, "Ginny, shall I take you back to your room to sleep?" Ginny shook her head, her eyes wide as she watched Nick. "Ginny, see, Daddy. Ginny doesn't want to sleep. If I sleep, I'll have nightmares." "Daddy, no sleeping." Alvin felt a wave of inexplicable sorrow wash over him. He tightened his embrace around Ginny, planting a firm kiss on her forehead, and said, "Ginny, it's time to sleep. Daddy will chase away the nightmares." Ginny clung to Alvin, enveloped in a profound sense of security. As he hummed a soft, unrecognizable tune, she gradually drifted into slumber. The dark sky hung low, adorned with warm, twinkling stars. The insects buzzed, pondering whom they missed. Chapter 24. Where were your hands crafted? The night in Hell's Kitchen was particularly serene, as Alvin cradled the small child, soothing her troubled brow and dispelling her nightmares. A night devoid of dreams. Naturally, Alvin had not slept at all. Early in the morning, he unusually refrained from his customary stroll, opting instead to procure breakfast from Uncle Cheng's modest stall before returning to the shop. He attended to the little princess who had startled awake, roughly rousing Nick and Frank from their slumber. Upon awakening, Frank was confronted with the sight of his disabled son, who had vigilantly kept watch by his bedside throughout the night, leaving him feeling utterly ashamed as he thumped his own head. On the very first day of their reunion, it was his 8-year-old son who had taken it upon himself to care for him, a reality that left Frank profoundly dissatisfied with himself. Although his son's nurturing had significantly aided his recovery, He lamented his previous neglect of family, realizing that the attentive care of loved ones could hasten healing even from such grave injuries. Frank could hardly find fault with his son, save for Alvin's demeanor. Why must he treat my son in such a manner? Had I been in a foul mood, I would have surely turned you into a pincushion. Yet his son delighted in this dynamic, eagerly seeking mischief only to be reprimanded in return. Today in Hell's Kitchen felt peculiar. Alvin drove his old pickup truck to stand guard at the school entrance as per routine, while Frank remained at the shop to address matters concerning their home. Alvin sensed an unusual smoothness to his journey. All vehicles encountered along the way willingly yielded to his antiquated Ford. What typically took 30 minutes was accomplished in a mere 15, prompting a sense of pride within him. At last, the people here acknowledged my contributions. I must now be considered a figure of note in Hell's Kitchen. Upon disembarking, however, Alvin sensed that something was amiss, an undeniable change in the atmosphere. The once rebellious youths, clad in eccentric attire, had vanished, replaced by a sea of bowed heads and obedient demeanors, rendering the community school reminiscent of an Ivy League institution. Even Nelson, the vice principal who usually stood at the school gate, regarded Alvin with a mix of reverence and trepidation. Impatiently, Alvin addressed Nelson. "What on earth is going on? Are aliens attacking Earth?" Nelson, bowing respectfully, replied with a hint of flattery, "Good morning, Mr. Principal. Your remarkable deeds from last night have undoubtedly spread throughout all of Hell's Kitchen." Alvin paused, realization dawning upon him. The infamous bloodshed attributed to Bloody Jansen had inadvertently landed upon his shoulders. He contemplated offering an explanation but ultimately decided against it. There was no communicating with someone like Nelson. The sudden notoriety made Alvin's duties for the day remarkably effortless. Observing the behavior of the children, it was evident they had been thoroughly admonished by their parents this morning. From a distance, he spotted Professor Cage, who bellowed in a voice resembling a rusty bell, "Alvin, just how many people did you kill yesterday?" Alvin found himself entangled in a legal dispute and, wishing to distance himself from the insufferable individual, promptly retreated to his vehicle. Hastening back to the restaurant, he had returned early today, just in time to marinate the beef for the evening, as yesterday's preparations had relied solely on remnants from the day before. From the cold storage in the basement, he retrieved 50 kilograms of beef, which he placed upon several large trays and brought to the main hall to thaw naturally. In a few large bowls, he mixed black pepper and salt. Young Ginny enthusiastically assisted Jessica, trailing behind her with a small cloth, mimicking Jessica's every action. Alvin noted that the restaurant appeared twice as clean today as usual. He praised Ginny and bestowed a kiss upon her cheek, which ignited her enthusiasm further. Despite her spilling a few jars of seasoning, her industriousness was worthy of commendation. The bustling morning soon passed, and the Peace Hotel officially opened its doors. As per routine, a throng of diners arrived punctually. The sole distinction today was that patrons from Hell's Kitchen approached Alvin with utmost respect. In contrast, those drawn by reputation behaved no differently than usual. Preparing 50 steaks required little effort from Alvin, while the sweet and sour ribs and the tomato-braised beef that he had promised Ginny consumed a considerable amount of time. When these two dishes finally emerged from the kitchen, numerous diners lamented the lack of prior notice for such delectable offerings, though the complaints came solely from the latter group. Alvin embraced Ginny as they perched on high stools at the bar, and Jessica, somewhat unprofessionally, joined them. Each held a bowl of rice, relishing their meal heartily. As they devoured their food, Jessica, embodying the essence of a young lady, refrained from requesting a third bowl. This left Alvin and Ginny to continue their jovial banter. Observing that Ginny had nearly finished her meal, he declined her third request for rice and planted a kiss on her sulky little face. He playfully tapped her rounded belly, eliciting a smile as they tidied up the dishes. Around 1 o'clock, when diners typically ceased to arrive, 3 uniformed police officers entered, accompanied by a dignified middle-aged man in a suit. 2 of the officers, Michael and Scott, were familiar to Alvin, and they greeted him warmly, with the exuberant Scott even engaging in a fist bump, much to the dismay of a female officer present. The dignified man, however, appeared quite at ease as he took a seat at the bar and addressed Alvin with a smile. "Good day, Mr. Alvin. I have long heard of the exquisite steaks here and have been eager to sample them, but I've never found the opportunity. Might today be my lucky day?" Noticing Alvin's furrowed brow, the dignified man continued, "I have yet to introduce myself. George Stacy, Chief of the New York City Police Department." With that, he extended his hand towards Alvin for a handshake. Alvin extended his hand for a handshake, apologetically stating, "You may have to wait until evening to dine. The lunch portion has already been sold out." George, possessing a good-natured temperament, did not mind and replied, "What a pity. But could I trouble you for a glass of water?" Alvin gestured to Jessica to serve lemonade to the esteemed director and his entourage. The female officer leaned against the bar, her left elbow propped up, tapping her fingers on the counter, signaling Alvin to come closer, and inquired, "Could we make an exception?" Ignoring her unreasonable request, Alvin turned his attention to Michael and Scott. Michael, with an awkward smile, explained, "This is Officer Misty Knight, our new chief at the Hell's Kitchen precinct." He stepped aside, evidently not very fond of his new superior. Alvin chuckled with amusement, saying, "I must congratulate our Hell's Kitchen precinct on acquiring a new chief." He then looked at Misty and remarked, "Have you also replaced your front door?" The previous chiefs certainly had their share of challenges. Misty, clearly of a fiery disposition, slammed her right hand down on the bar, producing a resounding thud. Her steel arm created a noticeable dent in the solid wooden counter. No patrons left the restaurant. The curious diners had nearly all gathered, with the remaining locals of Hell's Kitchen keenly observing Alvin, eager to see how he would handle the situation. With keen interest, Alvin gazed at Misty's intricately crafted mechanical arm and remarked, "Officer Knight, if you could provide me with the contact information of the manufacturer of your arm, I might be inclined to forgive the damage you've inflicted on my bar." Misty glared at Alvin, declaring, "Alvin Yi, we now suspect your involvement in yesterday's massacre on Long Island. You are a suspect and must cooperate with our investigation." Alvin glanced at Michael and Scott, who were now silent and looking down, realizing that the two were leading Misty astray. Yet, who truly cared? One cannot ignore one's own foolishness simply because others have deceived them. Chapter 25. A nightly venture into Hell's Kitchen. The restaurant's doors swung open once more, and Fudge and Matt entered. As they walked in, Fudge complained, "I told you we needed to arrive earlier. You wasted too much time on that girl. By now, Alvin's steak must be long sold out." Matt smiled, unfazed by Fudge's grievances, his demeanor bright, showing that he had been well rested over the past few days. He twirled his cane flamboyantly, lightly tapping it against Fudge's waist. Fudge jumped as if electrified, flailing his arms and exclaiming, "Our esteemed lawyer Matt is a diligent attorney. It's certainly not just because that girl is quite stunning. Oh, and her voice is captivating too." Fudge danced out of Matt's reach, playfully mimicking a jovial rendition of Jackson before arriving at the bar. Greeting Michael and Scott with a playful chuckle, I called out to Alvin, "Alvin, you must come to my rescue. My stomach is beseeching you for sustenance. Whatever it takes, I urgently require it to be filled." Ginny was perched on a high bar stool. Undeterred by Misty's threats, her attention captivated instead by Fudge's antics. Resting her chin in her hands, she watched him with genuine interest. Fudge, noticing Ginny's gaze, theatrically covered his face with his hands and began an exaggerated sprint in place, akin to an ardent fan, emitting soft squeals of delight. "Wow, is this our little princess of Hell's Kitchen? My goodness, you are utterly enchanting, a true princess." Ginny burst into delightful laughter, clutching her belly, and slipped off the bar stool. Alvin, quick-witted and agile, caught her just in time, nearly collapsing from laughter at Ginny's antics, and shot a disapproving glance at Fudge. Ignoring the exuberant character, he greeted Matt. "Hey Matt, you look quite well." Matt, donning deep crimson sunglasses, appeared particularly vibrant, likely due to a good night's rest. Approaching with a smile, he remarked, "The past couple of days have been splendid. A flock of charming little birds has been flitting about Hell's Kitchen. You know, Alvin?" Alvin chuckled lightly, responding, "Perhaps the breadcrumbs I've scattered on the rooftop have attracted them. Who knows? But it's a positive development, I assent it." Matt laughed with ease. "Indeed it is. At least I've enjoyed 2 nights of sound sleep." With that, he removed his sunglasses, revealing gray eyes, and made a silly face at Ginny in Alvin's arms. Intrigued, Ginny found joy in encountering yet another unique individual. She had met several such intriguing characters over the past few days, each resonating with her sense of kinship. Meanwhile, Misty, left on the sidelines, was visibly fuming, her face turning a shade of blue. The only thing restraining her from acting out was her dwindling sense of professionalism. She seemed to realize that the situation was amiss. Alvin, puzzled by Misty's demeanor, pondered how a newly appointed chief could so readily offend 2 of Hell's Kitchen's most competent officers and then strut about the Peace Hotel with such bravado. He sighed, unwilling to complicate matters for her, recognizing her role as a police officer. Turning to Misty, he stated, "Officer Misty, I hope you will retract your accusations against me. The entire neighborhood was aware of my presence here last night. I did not venture elsewhere. If you harbor suspicions, please procure a judge's warrant. I shall cooperate fully with your investigation. Do not hastily brand someone with a crime. Perhaps you are accustomed to such practices in other places, but here in Hell's Kitchen, such tactics will not prevail." Misty, her face ashen, coldly retorted, "Yesterday, you were negotiating with Bloody Jensen's enforcer, Black Bear. Following the failed negotiations, Black Bear and his men were left severely injured and hospitalized. Simultaneously, Bloody Jensen's villa on Long Island was attacked, resulting in the demise of all 36 individuals within. Tell me, how is this not related to you? I care not for the brutish actions of you scoundrels, but among the 36, There are a few unworthy servants and gardeners. Do not compel me to uncover evidence, for you shall pay dearly for it. Alvin, in a state of disbelief, glanced at the chief of police of Big Apple City. The old fox, clutching a cup of lemonade, gazed intently, as if oblivious to the exchange between Misty and Alvin. Ignoring the impulsive police officer, Alvin turned his attention to Chief George and remarked, "You must harbor a deep resentment towards her to have assigned her to Hell's Kitchen." Faced with such an accusation, George could not remain indifferent. With a serious demeanor, he stated, "Ms. Misty Knight is an exceptionally capable officer. We believe her arrival will bring about a transformation in the security of Hell's Kitchen, which is why she has been assigned here." His earnestness resembled the rehearsed declarations often uttered by the President of the United States on television. The insincerity of George's words reached a point that even Misty herself could detect. She finally sensed that she might have erred. Casting a glance at Michael and Scott, she observed the two of them bowing their heads in silence, their faces taut as they regarded Chief George. Under the scrutiny of his subordinates, even George, with his thick skin, found it somewhat unbearable. With a wry smile, he said, "I know you, Alvin. I have perused all your files. You are an extraordinary individual. The changes you have brought to Hell's Kitchen in a year surpass what our police force has achieved in the past decade. However, the maintenance of order ultimately rests upon our shoulders. The position of chief in Hell's Kitchen had been vacant for over a year, and I deemed Misty the most suitable candidate. Thus, I came here today with her to introduce ourselves." Glancing at Misty and her companions, Michael and Scott, he shook his head and added with a rueful smile, "I now find myself questioning her capability to fulfill this role." George's words were sincere, and Alvin did not doubt his intent to create trouble for himself. Looking at Michael, he said, "Michael, for the love of God, tell your new chief where I was yesterday." Michael awkwardly rubbed his nose and replied, "Mr. Alvin was at the restaurant yesterday, during which he engaged in negotiations with Black Bear. The discussions revolved around keeping him away from the children in the school and the minors in the community. Moreover, Black Bear is currently unharmed, and I have reason to believe that Mr. Alvin is not involved in the Long Island matter, as there is no necessity for it." Misty regarded Michael with suspicion, her face pale and her silence palpable. She now felt exceedingly foolish. Acutely aware of the disdain and distrust harbored by the police force towards her, she had impulsively chosen a wholly inappropriate figure to establish her authority, revealing her most foolish side before her superior. Could anyone be more unfortunate than she on her first day in office? Alvin looked at Misty and said, "Officer Misty, I welcome your appointment as chief of police in Hell's Kitchen. However, you must first prove yourself as a competent officer in order for everyone to heed your commands. This is the law of Hell's Kitchen, applicable both on the streets and within the precinct." Misty gazed at Alvin with a frigid tone and asked, "How am I to prove that I am the right person?" Alvin responded with a hearty laugh, "It's quite simple. Come to Hell's Kitchen at night." Misty, somewhat incredulous, replied, "Is it really that easy?" With a grin, Alvin stated, "A week from now, as long as you haven't perished or fled, I shall be the first to proclaim, 'Welcome to Hell's Kitchen.'" Chapter 26. Frank's house. Misty began to suspect she may have misjudged the individuals and the safety of Hell's Kitchen. Observing her colleagues, Michael and Scott, as well as the demeanor of the city's police chief, George Stacy, all indicated that Alvin was not a malevolent figure, at least not an enemy of the police. Misty stiffly nodded and coldly remarked, "You will see." She then turned and strode towards the exit. "Hey, officer, you haven't told me where you got that handmade," called Alvin from the bar. "I truly need to know." With her demeanor now faltering, Misty hastily retorted, "Stark Industries Laboratory." Before quickly departing, Michael cast an apologetic glance at Alvin and said, "Sorry, Alvin, I didn't expect her to be so impulsive." Alvin waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Jessica still owes you a favor. Just be wary. The next few days may not be easy for you." Michael glanced at Jessica, who was pretending to wipe the tables, and with a wry smile, rubbed his ribs that ached whenever it rained, saying, "It's not her fault. I've long since forgiven her. I must return to prevent our new chief from making a mess. The others here are not as easygoing as you." Alvin looked at Michael earnestly and said, "To be honest, Michael, you are a good man. However, I believe you should reconsider your approach. I have a feeling your new chief will be a tough nut to crack." Michael chuckled bitterly. "Let us hope so. Being on duty here is quite the toil." He then exited with Scott, pursuing Misty. Unexpectedly, Chief George remained seated at the bar, lost in thought. Ignoring him, Alvin called out to Fudge and Matt, "Gentlemen, you are in for a treat. I prepared sweet and sour ribs and tomato braised beef today. If you don't mind, I can warm it up for you." "Of course, Alvin. My good friend. I knew you wouldn't let me go hungry," Fudge exclaimed joyfully. Alvin reheated the leftover meal and served it over rice to Fudge and Matt. Observing them relish the food with a smile, he remarked, "Gentlemen, you are lawyers. It's quite rare to see you struggling like this. Why not venture to other districts for some clients? Here, taking on cases will hardly sustain you." Fudge, indifferent, chewed on his rice and replied, "You don't understand, Alvin. We are doing the very work that the old mobsters used to do. In pursuit of unpaid wages for construction workers, a female employee has initiated a sexual harassment lawsuit, while another individual seeks to hold an insurance company accountable on behalf of those unable to receive their pensions." With a sardonic remark, Foggy commented, "Do you realize? These corporations and employers harbor no fear of us. Rather, they dread the mob. They can easily dismiss us by hiring a battalion of lawyers to give us a headache. Yet, in the face of the mob, they are courteous in their payments, often providing victims with enhanced compensation. Just last week, it was I, alongside the driver from your school, Swag, who masqueraded as part of the mob to reclaim old Harry's wages. This method proves far simpler than litigation." Alvin, deeply impressed by Foggy's knack for weaving tales, chuckled, "I mean, you could take on some lucrative assignments." Foggy waved dismissively, "We truly lack the time. Our case docket is already filled for the next 2 months, even though none of them are financially rewarding." Upon uttering this, Foggy cast a wistful glance at Matt. For the most promising case, namely, the compensation from S.H.I.E.L.D., just 2 days prior, was one Matt had declined to pursue. Turning to Foggy, Matt replied, "What we are currently striving for is to instill faith in the residents of Hell's Kitchen in the law, rather than resorting to the mob and firearms for resolution, enabling them to seek lawful employment elsewhere. Indeed, the great saint, Mr. Matt Murdoch, yet we are already a month behind on rent. And you just provided a free consultation to a spicy young lady. If it weren't for Alvin, we would have gone bankrupt last month. As an attorney, this would be a profound disgrace in my career," Foggy lamented. Alvin felt a twinge of sympathy for Foggy. Having a colleague like Matt certainly made it challenging to earn a living. Alvin was well aware of Matt's character, a genuinely good person, such as the world, where the virtuous often struggle while the unscrupulous indulge in lavish excess. This thought made the character of Wilson Fisk particularly loathsome. How could the noble daredevil live like a welfare recipient while Fisk, a mob boss, reveled in excess every night? The irony was further compounded by the fact that Matt's meager support was derived from Alvin, which felt particularly unjust. With the kindergarten's opening approaching, a few school buses were still required. Just as Alvin was lost in thought, Frank returned, weary and clad in a gray work uniform splattered with white paint. He approached the bar with purpose and addressed Jessica. "Hey Jess, do me a favor and grab me a beer." As he spoke, Frank cast a disdainful glance at George, who sat silently at the bar. Something about him unsettled Frank. With a powerful presence, Frank sat down, causing everyone around him to instinctively create distance. Jessica, with an air of disdain, poured a beer and extended it to Frank with an outstretched arm, as if he were infected with a plague. Meanwhile, Foggy and Matt silently retreated to a distant table to continue their meal. Although Foggy yearned to make a few sarcastic remarks, he quickly silenced himself after assessing Frank's stature and demeanor. Alvin tapped the bar, expressing his disdain. "My friend, have you fallen into a cesspool? If you linger here for much longer, my restaurant will be devoid of any living souls." Frank took a hearty gulp of beer, boasting, "I managed to secure the house next door, painted it myself, and even repaired that wretched plumbing. For such a dilapidated property, that portly landlord still dares to charge me $5,000 a year." Alvin regarded Frank with the incredulity reserved for a fool. "Did you actually pay?" he continued. "If not, I can have old Kent negotiate with him. He could surely bring the price down." With a sense of triumph, Frank replied, "I paid $20,000. Huh, what a steal." In Alvin's eyes, Frank had descended from the realm of the foolish to that of the imbecile, a demographic in need of compassion. Thus, he gently suggested, "I could introduce you to a lawyer. He might help you recover some of your money. The legal fees would also come at a decent discount." Frank disdainfully shot a glance at Alvin, retorting, "I'm no fool. $20,000 for the house next door is a bargain." Alvin, unable to fathom how Frank could be so naive, knew that even the worst properties wouldn't sell for less than $80,000. The area may be unsafe, but it is still New York City, is it not? Cautiously, Alvin inquired, "Is the landlord still alive?" Frank glanced at George, the only one remaining by the bar, and replied, "I took care of that. I had him evicted while he was causing trouble at his supermarket, which sold for a good price. He gave me a significant discount on the house." Huh. Alvin grew increasingly concerned. This man had no qualms about dealing with the underworld. He asked, "And what about the mob? I was told once you embraced them, they departed." With a sense of pride, Frank finished his remaining beer and declared, "I told him to scram. If there are any problems, they can seek out Alvin at the Peace Hotel." Ignoring Alvin's look of disbelief, he hummed a tune and exited, only to realize that he himself carried an unpleasant odor. Chapter 27. Strategies for Elite Schools. The repugnant scent emanating from Frank had driven away most patrons, and Alvin approached Director George with a beer in hand, saying, "Mr. Director, If you have anything to discuss and it is convenient, please feel free to share. Frankly, I do not harbor any animosity towards the police. George looked up at Alvin, contemplating before responding. I am uncertain whether I should confide in you. I have observed your writings and videos. You possess some rather unique abilities and formidable companions. I wish to consult you. Perhaps it could prove beneficial. Alvin inwardly scoffed at the manner in which people spoke. Whenever they hesitated on whether to disclose information, they invariably did so. Why waste breath? I will remain silent and relish your discomfort. The seasoned director, devoid of any embarrassment, continued. Recently, a senior executive from the Stark Group was assaulted, and her bodyguard perished in the attempt to save her. Upon investigation, we discovered that the assailants were vampires. Suppressing the mocking laughter that threatened to escape his lips, Director George stated, "Indeed, they are vampires, possessing fangs, operating under the cover of night, and feeding on human blood." Upon further investigation, it was revealed that they formed a considerable collective. A multitude of missing persons over the past few decades had connections to them. Alvin, with a sardonic gaze fixed on the director, remarked, "Wow, it took you decades to discover this. Only when Stark Group executives were attacked did you spring into action." As he wiped his eyes, he added disdainfully, "To be frank, Director, you've truly reset my already low opinion of the police in Big Apple City." Director George offered a wry smile, saying, "I do not shirk my responsibilities. Upon learning of this situation, I ordered an investigation. However, my officers suffered losses exceeding 10. They were all good men. I cannot bear to see them perish. Hence, I sought you out, believing you might possess some insights." Rubbing his throbbing temples, he earnestly continued, "If you know anything, please share it with me so that I may send those wretches to hell." Alvin pondered for a moment. The sincerity reflected in George's expression suggested he genuinely cared for public safety and mourned the sacrifice of his officers. Moreover, the notions of night, fangs, and blood seemed rather familiar. Although this world lacked films about vampires, Alvin had certainly indulged in them in his previous life, which piqued his curiosity, albeit with a twinge of apprehension about potential troubles. Meanwhile, Jessica was captivated by Director George's narrative, resting her chin on her hand while leaning against the bar. As if engrossed in a tale, Ginny playfully climbed onto a high stool, mimicking Jessica's pose. Though she couldn't comprehend the adult conversation, she could, however, observe her father. Alvin chuckled at Ginny's antics, tickling her to elicit a fit of giggles. Planting a kiss on his daughter's cheek, he turned to Director George and said, "Perhaps I possess some knowledge, though I cannot be certain. Could we find someone directly involved to confirm this? I wish to hear in detail what he witnessed, heard, and sensed." Alvin hesitated for a moment before adding, "However, shouldn't this matter be entrusted to that organization, S.H.I.L.D.? Their expertise aligns perfectly." Upon hearing the mention of S.H.I.E.L.D., George's countenance darkened, clearly indicating his dissatisfaction with the agency. It appeared he had not received favorable news from them. "All I received from them was a single phrase: 'The matter is being handled. Afterward, they will provide me with a report.' These scoundrels care not for the lives of civilians and officers alike." A city council member raised this issue several times, only for their entire family to go missing. These rogues are utterly lawless. After venting his frustrations towards the agency, George seemed somewhat relieved as he stated, "I can arrange a meeting with Stark Group executives. Would you be able to attend?" Alvin stretched lazily, smiling as he replied, "As the owner and chef of the restaurant, I am always present during meal times. After all, I have a large family to feed, do I not?" After playfully pinching Ginny's small nose, Alvin cast a disdainful glance at Jessica, disregarding her protests. He extended a hand towards Chief George and stated, "I cannot predict the outcome. However, I sense that you are a commendable officer. If the situation proves true, I assure you I will do my utmost. Especially now that I have a child, and I am also a principal." Clearly, George was aware of Alvin's self-proclaimed title, and Alvin made a promise in return. Chief George then jested, "Indeed, Your Excellency, the principal. Your school is the most extraordinary institution I have ever encountered. My daughter is about to enter the 11th grade. Perhaps I shall consider transferring her to your establishment. You know, dealing with a rebellious daughter can be quite a headache. I often wish I could follow her around with a firearm, warding off any unsavory characters." Alvin looked at the silly girl Ginny, who sat at the bar, playing with her fingers, and empathetically nodded. He resolved to draft a document to reinforce the school's policies regarding early romantic relationships. With a firm nod, he declared, "In my school, early dating is strictly prohibited. You might contemplate transferring your child to our institution next year. While I cannot guarantee everything, I assure you that the graduation rate will be secure, as our senior teachers are highly esteemed professors." Silently, Alvin dismissed Professor Cage from the ranks of the esteemed, deeming it unnecessary. George, taken aback by Alvin's audacity to invite him to send his child to his school, felt a twinge of awkwardness as he pondered how to respond. He chuckled nervously and replied somewhat dismissively, "I will need to consult with my wife and daughter regarding this." Upon realizing that George's daughter was an exceptionally promising candidate, Alvin contemplated the potential benefits of such a transfer. If managed well, it could serve as a model for other students seeking admission to the community school, which would undoubtedly come at a substantial cost. Alvin held no disdain for other schools. In a couple of years, in terms of examinations, the community school would outshine its competitors. What? Merely excelling in exams is inadequate. One must also engage in social practice? The children from Hell's Kitchen return home for just one day each week, and that single day serves as the finest social experience. To elevate the school's reputation, results are paramount, and while time is of the essence, innovative strategies could be employed, such as attracting exceptional students to take the examinations, thereby enhancing the school's overall performance. Perhaps achieving the status of a prestigious institution could be accomplished in a year. Reflecting on the admissions processes of renowned schools from his past life, it was a spectacle of affluent individuals throwing money at elite institutions. Those faced with high standards would also contend with the scrutiny of interviews where teachers would be exceedingly selective. The community school, however, required no such pretenses. If one had the financial means, admission was assured. Yet, the real challenge lay in persuading George to send his daughter over first. Alvin remarked, "Consult? What does that even mean? Do not make me lose faith in you, George. I can guarantee that your daughter will not find a boyfriend at my school. Furthermore, she will be entering the 11th grade, where she shall be taught by two retired professors from Columbia University, Professors Wilson and Cage. Wilson is a nominee for the prestigious American Literary Award, while Professor Cage is even more formidable, being a nominee for the Nobel Prize in Literature. Just imagine the future your daughter could have under their guidance. Either of these esteemed professors could easily recommend her to the most elite universities in the nation. What are you waiting for, George? Consider the unruly boys circling around your daughter at school. Her future rests in your hands." George was evidently swayed, stroking his chin as he pondered. In Chapter 28, noticing George's interest, Alvin tirelessly encouraged him with his eloquent rhetoric, attempting to reshape his perspective. He understood that a father is most receptive to notions of safety, focus, and high-quality teaching, qualities that community schools can provide. As Matt finished his meal, he strolled over and remarked, "I can assure you that what Alvin says is true. I doubt any student from that school would fail to gain admission to college." After speaking, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Matt's mouth, for that school, akin to a concentration camp, would produce nothing but machines for learning and testing. Matt mused that had he attended that school, he wouldn't have ended up at Columbia Law School, but rather at Harvard Law School. Rarely did Matt take the initiative to advocate for himself, and encouraged by this rare occurrence, Alvin decided to let him enjoy a few months of welfare. Once George, the superintendent, finished his tasks and downed another beer, he bade farewell. He had no visible driver, but in the city of Big Fruit, the police chief would likely overlook any transgressions regarding drunk driving. As George departed, Matt appeared hesitant, caught in a web of unspoken thoughts. Alvin produced 2 cigars, offering one to Matt, and led him outside the restaurant. Lighting his cigar and exchanging pleasantries with Saul and Dom, Alvin cheerfully urged, "Matt, feel free to speak your mind." Matt pondered carefully before stating, "If what Superintendent George said is indeed true, then there are vampires even in Hell's Kitchen. Furthermore, I may have encountered such entities." Alvin was taken aback. Vampires in Hell's Kitchen? Why had he never heard of this? With a serious demeanor, Alvin inquired, "Where? When?" "I cannot abide the presence of such perilous beings near my school. They exist entirely beyond the realm of law. About 6 months ago, I heard commotion several times and rushed over. The victims were already deceased. I couldn't determine the cause of death, but there was very little blood at the scene. The last time I arrived, the creature was still present, and the victim was still alive. I managed to drive it away. Before the victim succumbed, they uttered the word vampire," Matt recounted, recalling the details with difficulty, relying solely on his hearing, and recognizing that many specifics eluded clear articulation. Alvin stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked, "How formidable was the creature? Was it easy to deal with?" Matt contemplated before responding, "It is quite challenging to confront. That creature is nearly indestructible, exhibiting remarkable speed and strength." Alvin was uncertain whether the vampires in this context resembled those he was familiar with. Soon, one would come to know that I had contacted my crows, instructing them to keep a vigilant eye on any suspicious individuals during the night, particularly those who, under the cover of darkness, escort someone to their residence, individuals who never venture outside during daylight hours. Matt did not mention encountering anything recently. Perhaps that entity had vacated Hell's Kitchen, or perhaps it was merely feeding in a concealed location. Upon concluding our conversation, the two of us returned to the restaurant. Inside, Jenny was in fits of laughter, entertained by Fudge. Alvin approached, lifting his beloved and planting a kiss upon her. Turning to Fudge, he remarked, "If there's nothing pressing today, do stay on, for I shall host this evening. Nick has located his father, and we must celebrate, libations aplenty." Fudge cheered, exclaiming, "Splendid. Alvin, my good fellow. This truly warrants a celebration. I must indulge, for I have not had the means to intoxicate myself lately." That evening, the Peace Hotel closed its doors early, with the official dinner commencing at 8 o'clock. 2 long tables were joined to form a grand table, where Jessica, Ginny, Nick, Frank, Matt, and Fudge were seated. Alvin was the first to rise, raising his glass and declaring, "This meal is in honor of Nick, who has finally found his father, Frank. I am elated that our family has grown by one more member." Alvin tilted his head towards Frank, stating, "I care not whether you acknowledge your place among us. You are Nick's father, and I shall regard you as family. My only family creed is to never betray one's kin. Cheers." Jessica, exhilarated by her newfound familial status, downed a large mug of beer. Her cheeks flushed, she gazed at Alvin with a goofy smile, asking, "So, that makes you my brother?" Alvin chuckled, ruffling Jessica's hair, replying, "Silly girl, I am your boss and brother. You are my waitress and sister. That is immutable." Jessica, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "What does that mean?" The loquacious Nick chimed in, "It means Alvin remains the boss, and you are still the waitress. Jessica, you are truly foolish. You will find it exceedingly difficult to find a boyfriend. No one fancies a simpleton." Ignoring Nick's provocations, an irate Jessica tugged at his ear, causing him to yelp in pain. Alvin raised his glass, turning towards Matt and Fudge, proclaiming, "Gentlemen, you are my dear friends in Hell's Kitchen. May our friendship endure to everlasting friendship." The 3 clinked their glasses and drank heartily. "You rascal. When will you bring Temple back? Our family could welcome yet another member. And starting tomorrow, make sure to relocate next door. Remember to tidy the supply room before you leave." "Boss, thank you." Fudge feigned wiping away a tear and clinked glasses with Alvin. Alvin distinctly noted the tears in his eyes, yet decided against revealing the truth. Glancing at his precious daughter Ginny, who held a cup of apple juice, Alvin exclaimed, "Ah. And of course, my darling." With that, he clinked his large beer mug against her small cup, sharing a jovial moment together. Ginny looked joyfully at Alvin and exclaimed, "Daddy." "Happy, Ginny, happy." Her laughter was infectious. This girl was so perceptive, far superior to that foolish Nick, who remained silent while Jessica delivered him a thorough beating. After dealing with Nick's insolence, Jessica sat beside Alvin, pouting and refusing to speak. Typically, women express their displeasure this way, while men should humbly admit their faults and soothe them, lest the repercussions be dire. This wisdom stemmed from the hard-earned experiences of someone who had been married. Gently ruffling Jessica's hair, Alvin smiled and said, "Regardless of how you perceive it, I have always regarded you as my sister. You have always been family to me, standing by my side during my darkest hours. This world can be cruel, stripping us of our biological ties, yet it is also fair, for it allows us to find one another afterward." His heartfelt words brought tears to Jessica's eyes as she looked down at him, softly murmuring, "I don't want to be a sister." Feigning ignorance, Alvin patted her shoulder and was about to turn away in search of a drink when Jessica unexpectedly embraced him and planted a firm kiss on his cheek. Alvin chuckled silently. A kiss from a beautiful girl would hardly diminish his stature. Just as Nick was about to unleash his sharp tongue, Frank swiftly covered his mouth, sensing that trouble was brewing and that Nick's other leg might soon be in jeopardy. Seeing Jessica kiss her father, Ginny was determined to do the same. Alvin lifted Ginny into his arms, allowing her to plant a hearty kiss on his cheek, which she followed with a satisfied peck back. In that moment, he felt a sense of completeness. Chapter 29. Stark's admirer. Since Ginny's arrival, Alvin had taken on an additional responsibility, teaching the child to read and count. Poor Ginny had blissfully fallen into Alvin's tenderly woven snare of education. "Look, Ginny, this word is daddy. See, Ginny, this word is daughter. And here, Ginny, is the number 1 and 29. Thank heavens." Ginny was a bright and eager learner. Unlike Alvin's chubby son from a previous life, who struggled with basic addition and subtraction in first grade, often resorting to counting on his fingers, sometimes even needing his father's assistance. For 3 consecutive days, Alvin's spirits were high, even postponing the task of seeking funds for a school bus. That day, the Peace Hotel operated as usual during lunchtime. Frank had received his appointment letter and commenced his role as the director of discipline at the community school, taking on duties as a bus driver and security guard. The CAF was left with only Alvin, Jessica, and their little princess Ginny. Alvin grilled steaks while Jessica served and handled payments, with Ginny overseeing the proceedings. By 12:30, all 50 steaks had been sold. Alvin cradled Ginny, clad in her little server uniform, and shared a light-hearted remark about Jessica's clumsiness with money. "I bet Jessica will miscount the change again today. That's the price of not mastering mathematics. My dear Ginny must not be this way." She needs to earnestly master mathematics. Alvin gently murmured into Ginny's ear. Ginny, feeling ticklish, nodded happily. Ginny is clever and won't make mistakes, Nick remarked. While Jessie is a fool. Oh, little girl, how candid. But do refrain from speaking so loudly. Have you not noticed the murderous glare in Jessica's eyes? Just as Alvin, Ginny, and Jessica were engaged in their playful banter, the restaurant's door swung open. A rather obnoxious voice exclaimed, Wow, what a massive dog. I've never seen one like this. Happy, ask how much it costs. I want to take it home to guard my door. It will be far more useful than you. Alvin glanced towards the entrance, where Director George and a flamboyantly dressed, curly-haired middle-aged man entered. Following them was a striking blonde woman in her 30s, exuding a polished demeanor, though her spirit appeared somewhat diminished, as if troubled by something, rendering her slightly haggard. Additionally, there was a tall, stout Caucasian man, presumably a bodyguard. The flamboyant man, adorned with tinted sunglasses, audaciously surveyed the restaurant before finally settling at the bar alongside Director George. Jessica deftly bypassed the flamboyant man and served a glass of lemonade to Director George and the blonde beauty at the bar. The imposing bodyguard, donned in dark sunglasses, stood with arms crossed in front of him, positioned behind the flamboyant man, seemingly not in need of any hospitality. The flamboyant man, unfazed by Jessica's apparent neglect, stroked his small mustache, pondering aloud. Could it be that I have been lacking exposure lately? This girl has the audacity to treat me this way. Director George, evidently exasperated with the flamboyant man, turned to Alvin and said, Buddy, this is Ms. Pepper Potts, a first-hand witness of the vampire incident. She is the assistant to Mr. Tony Stark, who is quite concerned about Ms. Potts and insisted on accompanying her here. Of course, Alvin was familiar with Tony Stark, the iconic figure from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, known as Iron Man. He pondered what context Stark held in this world, especially considering the emergence of vampires. Was he still in the realm of the films he had watched in his previous life? Alvin felt a tinge of skepticism. Alvin smiled and remarked, It appears that Mr. Stark is exceedingly fond of his lovely assistant. To be honest, in my past life, I greatly admired the Stark character. However, now that this character stands before me in the flesh, I am overwhelmed by an impulse to deliver a punch to his nose and unleash my dog upon him. This was due to Mr. Stark's gaze, which was currently fixated on Jessica, as he casually declared. The Stark Corporation invites you to work in the chairman's office as an assistant to the assistant, with an annual salary of $500,000. Not only was he leering at my waitress, but he was also attempting to poach her from me. This was intolerable. With a frosty expression, Alvin turned to Pepper and said with a hint of amusement, Hello, beautiful. I am Alvin, your boss. Is it customary for your employer to woo women with the titles of assistant and a $500,000 salary? Or does he prefer to pursue those who are assistants to the $500,000 earners? Pepper, appearing somewhat aloof, did not respond to Alvin's somewhat audacious inquiry and, with a note of impatience, stated, Director George has sent me to address your inquiries. Please do not waste my time. Stark clearly perceived Alvin's sarcasm. With a dismissive pout and a tone reminiscent of one who often invites a beating, he remarked, Pepper, consider this a moment of relaxation. There are no such creatures as vampires in this world. You are simply exhausted. Stark turned to Alvin and added, You ought to convey your imagined notions to this exorcist, sir. We might witness an entertaining magic performance, merely as a means of unwinding. Director George, in despair, covered his face, regretting the decision to bring Stark along. Sensing that matters would spiral into chaos, Alvin found amusement in the situation, glancing at the awkward Director George and quipped, How has this foul-mouthed fellow survived thus far? Stark interjected, Because I am a millionaire, a genius inventor, the chairman of Stark Industries. He checked his watch, then looked at Jessica. We have little time left, Mississippi. How have you considered my proposal? Jessica, disinclined to engage with Stark, felt no fondness for someone who seemed eager to tattoo his wealth upon his visage. Yet, observing Alvin's displeased expression inexplicably brightened her mood. It appeared he cared for her after all. With a playful thought, Jessica pursed her lips and shyly smiled, saying, Mr. Stark, thank you for your invitation, extending her hand to shake his. Stark, smugly glancing at Alvin, reached out to grasp Jessica's hand. Just as he was about to utter a playful remark, he realized that the young woman's grip resembled that of a vice, tightening around his right hand. Sensing something amiss, Stark struggled to maintain a smile, desperately attempting to free himself from Jessica's grasp. If one were to disregard Stark's expression, he resembled a lecherous man unwilling to relinquish a girl's hand. His bodyguards and Miss Pepper clearly shared this sentiment, while Director George averted his gaze. Alvin found the scene amusing, observing the prideful Stark enduring the pain as he futilely shook his right hand, striving to escape Jessica's hold. Finally, unable to tolerate it any longer, Stark exclaimed, Happy. It was only then that his bodyguards reacted, noticing their boss drenched in sweat from the discomfort. As one reached for Jessica's shoulder, he suddenly felt his trousers being yanked up, lifting him off the ground, and he found himself face to face with the floor of Alvin's restaurant. The sickening crack reverberated, indicating that Happy had met a rather unfortunate fate. The instigators, Thor and Dom, sat on the ground, one of them clutching a leg of Happy's trousers. Regardless of Happy's struggles on the floor, his feet unable to find purchase, he resembled a continuously writhing fatworm. Stark, witnessing his bodyguard being subdued by two dogs, wisely raised his left hand and, in agony, declared, "I concede. I apologize for my rudeness." Alvin gestured for Jessica to release Stark, smiling as he said, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Stark. I was once an admirer of yours." Chapter 30. A displeasing encounter. The unpleasant meeting finally reached its conclusion amidst Stark's apology. Stark, displaying a modicum of courage, refrained from vociferous lamentations, instead cradling his painful right hand with his left, resting it upon the bar as he intermittently gasped for breath. Alvin, ever considerate, presented him with an ice pack to alleviate the discomfort, while not neglecting to observe his bodyguard, Happy, whose comically swollen face bore the marks of a broken nose. One could only speculate that his parents must harbor a deep resentment towards him, for they had bestowed upon him such an unfortunate name. As Stark applied the ice pack to his injured hand, he cast a sidelong glance at Alvin and remarked, "You, my friend, are in trouble. Your restaurant is in dire straits." Alvin, with a playful smirk that invited a good-natured scolding, replied, "Are you planning to sue me for your flirtations with a waitress, which resulted in you nearly soiling yourself at the hands of a 19-year-old? Mr. Stark, are you certain?" "I'm indifferent. The restaurant is equipped with surveillance and audio recording. Should you choose to pursue legal action, my establishment will surely thrive." This was Stark's first encounter with such a significant defeat, and he found it intolerable to not regain his dignity. Angrily, he declared, "Listen here, I do not bully women, but I intend to teach you a lesson, one-on-one. My bodyguard is a professional boxer, and after witnessing Happy's woeful visage, I shall enroll in a judo class. Once I recover, I will come to settle this score, one-on-one. Are you truly certain?" Alvin inquired with a grin. Stark, glaring defiantly at Alvin, retorted, "I am indeed certain. I shall beat you to a pulp, you charlatan." Director George hesitated, wiping his forehead and observing Stark, a peculiar genius who, in certain respects, behaved like a child. Shaking his head, he ultimately chose silence, thinking, "Your penchant for trouble is your own affair." Alvin nodded with a smile, affirming, "No problem. The Peace Hotel welcomes your presence at any time." At that moment, Pepper tapped on the bar, embodying the essence of a concerned mother. Casting a glance at Stark, who resembled a petulant child, she addressed Alvin. "I came here to discuss matters. May we commence?" Alvin shrugged, retrieving a sheet of paper and a pen, and seated himself across the bar from Pepper, stating, "Let us delve into the details of the vampire you encountered and see if it aligns with what I know." Pepper pondered for a moment before recalling. "They appear quite similar to ordinary humans, though their skin is exceedingly pale. I encountered one in a nightclub. Its speed was astonishing, enabling it to scuttle along walls. One of my bodyguards was drained of blood and perished while attempting to save me. Oh, and these beings possess almost no body heat." Stark interjected with his characteristic sarcasm. "A nightclub? No body heat. Pepper, how do you know this? You've never mentioned it to me." Despite his flippant tone, the envy in his words was unmistakable. Alvin raised an eyebrow at the ambiguous Pepper, the poised and striking blonde beauty, whose face flushed slightly as she averted her gaze from Alvin's. She shot a glare at Stark and retorted, "You don't even believe in these things. What am I supposed to tell you, Tony? The moment I mention vampires, you mock me and accuse me of delusions." Stark, visibly irritated, tossed his sunglasses onto the table and called out to Jessica, "Miss Waitress, given my injury, could I trouble you for a beer? Let us hear what your deceitful boss has to say." Alvin put away his paper and pen, smiling at Pepper as he remarked, "I believe I have a grasp on what these entities might be. Thank you for your narrative. May I inquire, Miss Potts, if you have ever considered a career change? My community school is expanding and in need of exceptional female leaders like yourself. This position would undoubtedly be more fulfilling than caring for a capricious grown child." Pepper chuckled lightly and replied, "Thank you. I will contemplate your proposal." After a brief pause, she added, "If you are to seek out those things, please exercise caution." Alvin exchanged a handshake with Pepper, raising his eyebrows at Stark in a show of defiance. Holding her hand for an additional 5 seconds before releasing it just as Stark seemed on the verge of exploding. With a smile, he urged, "Please give my suggestion serious thought. Perhaps you could visit my school when you have a moment. My doors are always open to you." Amused, Pepper observed the two men exchanging barbs, shaking her head in silence. Meanwhile, Ginny, who had been leaning over the bar with her chin resting on her hands, curiously watched the adults converse. She glanced at Stark's bandaged hand and remarked, cold, uncomfortable. The eccentric Stark surprisingly exhibited a good-natured demeanor towards Ginny, making a silly face and saying, "Your waitress is quite barbaric. Look at my hand." He gestured dramatically to indicate his pain. Ginny giggled at Stark's antics, replying, "You, Nick. Silly, same, Jessica angry hit you." Stark, clearly taken aback by Ginny's manner of speaking, paused before retorting, "Hey, little lady, I am not silly. I am a brilliant inventor." Ginny nodded affirmatively, declaring, "You, Nick, silly, same." Frustrated, Stark turned to Alvin and asked, "Who is this silly Nick?" Alvin, pleased to see Stark in a quandary, shrugged and said, "Nick is a second-grade troublemaker, but you mustn't call him silly. His father has quite the temper." Stark, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "This is undoubtedly the worst day of my year." With that, he turned and stormed out of the restaurant. Pepper nodded at Alvin before following Stark, no longer interested in discussing the matter of vampires. At the entrance, Alvin overheard Stark grumbling about Happy. "You couldn't even handle 2 big dogs? Give me a judo or combat instructor, whatever it takes. I want to pummel that guy inside. Just seeing his face makes me want to flatten him." Upon seeing Director George sigh in relief as Stark and his companions departed, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He had genuinely feared a confrontation between Stark and Alvin. The outcome, however, was rather satisfactory. Director George turned to Alvin with a questioning gaze and inquired, "Do you have any recollection of that particular matter?" Alvin pondered for a moment before responding, "I have a rough idea of what it is. I need to verify it further. If my conjecture proves accurate, then, Your Excellency, you may find yourself in significant trouble." Director George, visibly agitated, pressed, "How will you verify it?" With a mysterious smile, Alvin opened his palm and replied, "I'll just need to catch a couple of them to find out." Chapter 31. Nobel Prize without a mathematics award. Director George looked at Alvin with confusion and asked, "Do you know where to find such things?" Alvin smiled enigmatically, stating, "I have an informant in Hell's Kitchen who knows some details. I can soon unearth that thing from its lair." Director George, expressing concern, said, "If you proceed, please inform me. I will arrange for the police to assist you. I know you have several capable hands, especially that Frank Castle, but those creatures are perilous, and I fear unforeseen complications." When George mentioned Frank, his expression soured, indicating his awareness of the underlying issues. Alvin chuckled lightly, "No worries. In dealing with that kind of creature, having more people might be counterproductive. If my suspicions are correct, with the right approach, even our little Ginny could handle it." As he playfully pinched Ginny's small nose, he continued, "Once we capture that creature, I will notify you for a visit. However, be prepared. They are likely the troublesome kind I suspect." "For you?" Director George, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Why is it troublesome for me? What about you?" Alvin scooped up Ginny and twirled her in the air, saying meaningfully, "Because I can take down as many as come my way, while for you, let me caution you, those creatures may have existed for many years and could form a substantial population. Why is it that you know nothing about them?" George gasped in shock, thumping the table in frustration, and muttered, "Those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents must know something but are too cowardly to tell me." After finishing, he looked at Alvin with a hint of despondency. "Your guess might not be accurate, right?" Alvin shrugged and replied, "Indeed, that is why I must verify it personally. If such a creature exists, Hell's Kitchen will become their graveyard." Director George was a man of firm resolve. Perhaps seeing Alvin's nonchalance reassured him, and he also acknowledged that with the right methods, the creatures could be managed. Although future troubles loomed, he chose at that moment to indulge in a pint of beer. Alvin handed the beer to Director George and, with a hint of apprehension, asked, "George, my friend, what are your thoughts on the matter concerning your daughter that we discussed yesterday?" George, sipping on his beer, cast a sidelong glance at Alvin and remarked in a peculiar tone, "It dawned on me after returning home yesterday that there is no Nobel Prize for mathematics. My friend, you ought to investigate whether that professor you mentioned has fabricated his credentials." Alvin awkwardly scratched his scalp. This was the downside of having received little education. Even a boast could easily be punctured. However, seeing Jessica's bewildered expression upon hearing about the Nobel Prize offered Alvin a slight sense of balance. "That was a slip of the tongue. Let us put this matter behind us. I invite you and your wife to visit our school for a tour." "What? Your daughter too? That's unnecessary. Children should focus solely on their studies. It is best for parents to choose the school." Alvin encouraged Director George. The director, somewhat tempted, found Alvin's previous conditions quite appealing, especially for a father with a lovely daughter. After all, he could not be there to oversee her daily, and the world was rife with unsavory characters. After some contemplation, George replied, "Let this matter settle, and I shall arrange a time to visit." "My friend, I hope what you say is true," Alvin assured him. "Trust me, no parent who visits my school will refuse it. It will be a cradle of Ivy League excellence." "Let us hope so." Director George downed the remainder of his beer and took his leave from the restaurant. Observing the director driving away under the influence, Alvin scoffed disdainfully. What a lawbreaker. Next time I get a ticket, I'll report your name. If you don't help me, I'll turn you in. Later that night, in the lobby of the Peace Hotel, Alvin was organizing some gear. He held a modified shotgun that shot nets and inquired, "Is this thing sturdy?" Excitedly stuffing rifle magazines into his attire, the man responded with a grin, "Rest assured, boss, once it ensnares, even an elephant cannot escape." Noting his enthusiasm, Alvin pondered the likely encounters ahead. He stripped himself of his weapons and handed over an old Remington shotgun and a classic Springfield 1911 pistol. "If you miss your target, use this." He offered no further explanation, attaching a Glock 17 to his waist. All these weapons had been altered by Alvin, adorned with runes that would inflict significant damage upon the undead, a remedy perfectly suited for their needs. What? Silver bullets? That's for the affluent. I certainly lack such funds. But I have a secret weapon, don't I? Nevertheless, he could carry a silver-plated knife. Grudgingly obeying his boss's orders, he strapped to himself a silver-plated dinner knife, merely the length of his palm and the width of his finger. He recalled this as a gift from old Kent, who used to deal in stolen goods. After retiring, he had gifted Alvin some fine tableware. With preparations complete, Alvin ascended the stairs to check on his sleeping daughter, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead and tucking her in snugly. Having observed Nick once more, Alvin noted how the lad could kick the blanket off with one leg, a sign that he would surely achieve great things in the future. Glancing at Jessica's firmly shut door, Alvin chuckled and shook his head before heading downstairs to join the others. By the old pickup truck, Frank leaned against the passenger door, fully armed, and impatiently remarked, "I've been waiting for you guys for ages. Why the delay?" Alvin silently criticized his tone, but felt a sense of comfort within. This was the essence of family. Without needing to inquire about his affairs, he was ready to accompany Frank into battle. Alvin scrutinized Frank's arsenal: 2 automatic rifles, 2 uniquely shaped submachine guns, 2 pistols, and a tactical vest brimming with magazines. With a tinge of envy in his eyes, he jested, "Brother, this isn't Iraq, and we're not heading into combat. It's merely a hunt for small game. Is all this truly necessary?" Frank, assessing their gear against his own, recognized it might be a bit excessive. He offered an awkward smile and replied, "Take it along. We can leave it in the car if need be." Next to them, the eager companion nodded fervently, drooling over Frank's equipment. He glanced at his own, an old Remington and a clearly secondhand 1911, then back at Frank. With a smirk, Alvin acquiesced to Frank's choices. He ventured to the basement of the dining area and upon returning, tossed Frank a comparable Remington, stating, "Your firearm may not suffice for those small creatures. Take this instead." Frank fiddled with the shotgun, showing no skepticism towards Alvin's judgment, and nodded in acknowledgement. As they set off in the vehicle, Alvin occupied the passenger seat, guiding their route, while Frank settled into the back. Removing most of his weapons except for a Colt 1911 strapped to his waist, methodically loading shells into the Remington shotgun, Alvin extended his hand out of the window, rhythmically tapping on the roof, and declared, "Let us roll." Chapter 32. I'm not frightening, am I? On the fringes of Hell's Kitchen, near the docks, they parked by the roadside. Not far away, several massive wolves, like phantoms, evaded the dim light of the street lamps surrounding a warehouse. Alvin noticed a figure atop an adjacent warehouse, clad in a tight red and black suit, waving in his direction. Internally, he scoffed at the young man's sense of fashion. Did he really think wearing spandex was appropriate for an unmarried lad? Ignoring the enthusiasm of this backup, Alvin contacted Crow, his brow furrowing. The location was a gathering point for smugglers, currently populated by numerous individuals who were being selectively picked by several target creatures like cattle, gleefully following them upstairs once chosen. Why, he pondered, if they possessed the audacity to smuggle themselves into Apple City, did they linger here? The targets were situated in the office on the 2nd floor, and without a precise count, there were likely around 10 of them. After discussing the situation with Frank and inquiring about the appropriate course of action, Frank grinned and asked, "Do you intend to capture all of them alive? Or is it sufficient to take just one?" His expression resembled that of a seasoned butcher, inquiring whether you preferred tenderloin or ribs. Alvin pondered for a moment before replying, "Let us capture 2, just to be safe." Frank nodded, stating, "Then I will head upstairs and bring a couple down. You should lock the warehouse door to prevent anyone inside from escaping amidst the chaos." Frank's nonchalant demeanor made it seem as if he were merely going out to catch chickens. Alvin shook his head and insisted, "I'll accompany you upstairs. Let Sol and the others remain outside. I initially thought we were dealing with a few insignificant pests, but it appears we've stumbled upon a gathering of them. I am quite eager to engage with these creatures." He brandished his machete with the fervor of a gang member eager for action. Frank, uncertain of Alvin's combat prowess, noticed a fellow, seemingly enamored with Alvin, gazing at him with admiration and coveting the machete in his hand. This indicated all would be well. Frank retrieved a sturdy lock from the vehicle and stealthily approached the warehouse entrance, securing the door from the outside. The three ascended the iron staircase on the exterior of the warehouse to the second floor. Alvin closed his eyes to communicate with the Raven and discovered a figure resembling a punk rock singer, leaning against the wall and smoking marijuana behind the door. With bloodshot eyes and fangs peeking from the corners of his mouth. If this individual were not a vampire, Alvin mused, there would be no need for his own eyes. He halted the would-be assailant from kicking the door down. After all, how could they secure the door against a vampire if it were damaged? Signaling for the others to take cover beside the door, Alvin adjusted his collar and gently knocked. Hello, your pizza has arrived. The iron door was cracked open from within, revealing the punk, who pressed his lips together and peered out with his crimson eyes. Alvin noticed, with delight, that there was no security chain. In a swift motion, he darted to the door, forcefully shouldering it open. The tremendous impact sent the unfortunate vampire crashing against the wall alongside the now open door. The punk singer, with only his mohawk visible, was left wedged between the wall and the door. The sound of the door opening was surprisingly muted due to the padding of flesh. Observing the vampire, blood oozing from multiple orifices without a sound escaping his lips, Frank gained a newfound appreciation for Alvin's strength. It was as though he were a human pile driver. The three entered, closing the door behind them. Alvin grasped the fallen punk's hair, signaling for the others to watch closely. He lightly traced the edge of his machete across the punk's throat. An orange glow emanated from the wound, rapidly expanding, and within moments, the punk was reduced to ashes. Akin to a paper effigy burned during the Qingming festival, an utterly environmentally destructive spectacle. Frank, somewhat astonished, glanced at Alvin's machete and compared it to his own small knife. His gaze towards Alvin growing increasingly envious. Frank examined the ground and discovered merely a scant amount of black ash. He softly inquired, "Is this how they all are?" "They are rather fragile." Alvin, peering around the corner of the corridor, spoke earnestly in hushed tones. "Do not let this creature bite you. Ordinary weapons will not vanquish them. Utilize the arms I have provided." Frank, without hesitation, trusted Alvin's intentions, tightening his grip on the Remington. They stealthily approached a room illuminated by a red glow. And through the corridor's window, Alvin beheld a sight that ignited his fury. Under the dim red light, around a dozen vampires, each clutching a woman who appeared to be a smuggler, were engaged in an unrestrained gathering. In a corner, two vampires, having already feasted, were in the midst of their meal. The two women, drained of vitality, bore eerie smiles as they slowly succumbed to death. Alvin signaled to Frank, who stood guard at the window with Alvin's Glock 17. As Alvin prepared to kick the door open, he furiously slammed his foot against it. The iron door creaked and, propelled by his strength, flew into the room, violently slamming against a vampire that had just enjoyed a feast, pinning it against the wall. The unfortunate creature, its belly distended from overindulgence, burst open under the immense pressure, blood splattering in a radial pattern and staining a large section of the wall. Yet, this creature did not perish. Its body continued to writhe beneath the door. The women in the room shrieked in terror, retreating to the corners. With their presence, using a shotgun became impractical, so Alvin wielded the Remington as a bludgeon in his left hand, while his right grasped the 1911, embarking on a rampage. Frank shattered the window, employing the Glock 17 for precise shooting. The rune-imbued weapon proved devastatingly effective against the vampires. There was no need for meticulous aiming. A mere hit would reduce them to ash. A few quick-witted vampires, fearing the wrath of this formidable opponent, charged at Alvin in a naked frenzy. Armed with a dog-leg knife and imbued with the spirit of thorns, Alvin confronted them head-on. There were no intricate techniques or strategies. He simply advanced and struck. He deftly evaded dangerous attacks while allowing lesser threats to land. With 20 points in strength and agility, he was not to be trifled with. Of the 5 vampires that lunged at him, 3 were reduced to ash, while the remaining 2, realizing their assaults had no effect on Alvin, found themselves inexplicably afflicted with new wounds. In a state of terror, they shrieked, attempting to rally their companions to confront this terrifying adversary. Alvin had no time to heed their futile resistance. He pursued them with determination, grasping the hair of a vampire attempting to hide among the women. He ruthlessly plunged his knife into the creature's flank. The vampire screamed, convulsing as it erupted in a display of fireworks, seizing the moment while Alvin dispatched his companion. Another vampire lunged, its claw gripping Alvin's neck with all its might. However, an odd ripple in the air suddenly manifested, revealing a colossal wound upon the assailant's own body. Alvin, a formidable figure, turned with a sinister grin and cleaved the vampire in two, reducing it to a cloud of ash. Observing that the remaining vampires were few, He unfastened the net gun from his back and ensnared one with a precise shot. Approaching the thrashing creature, he delivered a swift kick to its face, causing its crimson eyes to spring forth like coiled springs, bouncing on the ground before being crushed underfoot. The remaining vampires finally realized that Alvin, unarmed, was the most terrifying of them all. In a desperate bid for escape, the last 3 vampires huddled together and charged towards the entrance. Standing guard, Alvin shot one down with a malevolent smile, prompting the other 2 vampires to redirect their flight towards the window. Frank, who had been assisting throughout, seethed with anger, questioning, "Am I not fearsome?" The thought of renaming Big Apple City to New York lingered in his mind. Indeed, he preferred New York for its simplicity and immersive experience. He hoped to rectify earlier inconsistencies when time permitted. Chapter 33. Influential figures. 2 unfortunate vampires lunged at the most ruthless of the trio. A bullet shattered one in despair, while the other, leaping from the window, met Frank's elevated kick squarely on the chin. Howling in agony, it expelled a handful of teeth, its head snapping back violently. Frank seized its hair, thrusting its face into the ground with great force. With a wicked grin, he drew a foot-long harpoon from his chest sheath and viciously hacked off a portion of the vampire's shoulder. Noticing the creature's tenacious struggle, he plunged the weapon into its back, pinning it firmly to the earth. The battle concluded swiftly, and as Frank rose, he found Alvin and another companion regarding him with peculiar expressions. Whispers ensued, with one remarking on Frank's surprising agility at his age, gesturing to indicate the height of his kick. Alvin nodded in agreement, perhaps considering that Frank had a penchant for yoga. Frank, with a scowl, responded with an obscene gesture. Turning to Alvin, he suggested, "Let us split up and check for any stragglers." Alvin nodded in concurrence, urging him to be swift as he intended to call the authorities. He had not anticipated the presence of so many illegal immigrants, leaving their apprehension to the police. Frank nodded and proceeded to inspect the second floor, finding no further threats. It appeared the vampires had been engaged in revelry, leaving only a punk singer to guard the entrance, who was promptly dispatched by Alvin. Fortunately, this had prevented any potential casualties had the vampires armed themselves. Ignoring the unfortunate women, he gestured for them to descend the stairs, leaving their fates to the New York police to address. After a brief tidying of the room, Alvin discovered that engaging in combat with vampires was indeed quite environmentally friendly, as there were no corpses left behind. This time, the mission exceeded expectations, as he had spared 3 lives. Stifling the anguished cries of the blind vampire, he dialed Chief George. "George, I believe you need to send someone down to the docks in Hell's Kitchen. Everything's fine. I've captured the creature. However, there are dozens of illegal immigrants here that I cannot manage." "Yes, I've brought the creature back. You handle the situation here and come by to take a look tomorrow if you have time." "All right, I can wait for you at home for questioning. But you must be quick. I don't wish to stay up all night." Frank, having ensured that no vampire had escaped, rejoined Alvin. Luck was on their side as they stumbled upon 3 travel bags reminiscent of those used by Chinese laborers, the familiar red and white stripes evoking a sense of nostalgia in Alvin. He roughly shoved one vampire headfirst into a bag, only to find it a tad too short. Grasping the vampire by its legs, Alvin delivered a fierce punch to its spine, rendering the creature entirely submissive, allowing him to neatly fold it into the bag. The vampire that Frank had pinned to the ground was treated similarly. The remaining one, crushed against the wall by an iron gate, was deemed unnecessary, as it bore no intact bones. During this ordeal, one vampire had the audacity to plead for mercy, but Alvin dismissed it entirely. "What a joke. You consider us your food, and when you're overpowered, you beg for mercy? Where is your vampire dignity?" Outside the warehouse, the trio, carrying the bags like triumphant bank robbers, approached their pickup truck and tossed the bags into the cargo bed. They climbed into the cab, hurrying home. On the way, they encountered a convoy of police cars racing toward the dock area, sirens blaring. The vibrancy of Hell's Kitchen at night was quite endearing. In the morning at the restaurant, Nick had gone to school, while little Ginny was anxiously battling a bowl of noodles with 2 bamboo chopsticks, leaning over the table. Alvin and Frank sat at the bar, sipping coffee. Chief George entered through the door, his expression not particularly pleasant. Approaching the bar, he wearily addressed Jessica. "Dear, please bring me a cup of coffee, no sugar." Noticing Jessica's pale complexion, having vomited 5 times since last night, he shook his head. She got up, took the coffee pot, and poured him a cup. George looked at Jessica with curiosity and asked, "What's wrong with her today?" Shrugging, she replied, "Jessica peeked at our prey yesterday. It might have been a bit bloody." George, now somewhat anxious, inquired, "Did you take care of that creature?" With a slight pout, she seemed to recall something amusing and chuckled, "No. It's simply that they are still alive that our Jessie is like this." Jessica, in a fit of anger, seized a condiment bottle and hurled it, exclaiming, "You all are disgusting creatures. Why would you bring such vile things into our home? You've allowed the contents within them to spill everywhere. With that, she covered her mouth and rushed into the restroom once more. Director George, puzzled, inquired, "What is it? Spilled everywhere?" He laughed as he continued, "When we returned last night, one of those things had its intestines lying at the entrance of Frank's basement. Jesse stepped right on it. Haha. However, George's expression turned serious as he remarked, "You mentioned earlier that it was still alive?" Noting the director's grave demeanor, he responded earnestly, "Indeed, it is very much alive and kicking. You can see for yourself shortly." George sighed in relief. Turning to Alvin, he said, "Buddy, things aren't looking good. Yesterday, we forcibly took over the case in the dock district. Just now, 2 senators called me, urging me to abandon the pursuit of the vampires and hand the case over to S.H.I.E.L.D. We might be in trouble." Alvin, with a smile, refilled George's coffee, saying, "You're the one in trouble. Remember what I told you? They are a race that has thrived on Earth for millennia, viewing humans as their sustenance. But why is it that ordinary people are oblivious to their existence?" As he spoke, Alvin fixed his gaze intently on George. "Because they have infiltrated among us." Enraged, George slammed his fist on the bar, cursing, "Those filthy bastards. I will expose every last one of them." Afterward, he despondently wiped his face, lamenting, "But I have to depart the day after tomorrow for a very important meeting." The furious director struck the bar once more. Observing George's exasperation, Alvin pondered for a moment and suggested, "The best approach for you would be to make this matter known to the public, to let them understand that such a terrifying entity exists in the shadows." George, puzzled, asked, "What should I do?" Alvin, with confidence, replied, "It's quite simple. Find a highly influential individual to pay a visit. I believe a billionaire and genius inventor would be quite fitting." Chapter 22. Charisma that could conceive. Director George looked at Alvin, inspired by his idea. Why was he under such immense pressure? It was because the public was unaware of this matter. Once the existence of vampires was exposed to the public eye, no one would be able to halt his investigation. When people learn that a terrifying race, which preys upon them, lurks among them, the unleashed power and pressure would be insurmountable for any governmental agency. As for whether this would jeopardize Stark, that was beyond the director's concern. Besides, that fellow was rather unlikable. Without a moment's hesitation, the decisive George picked up the phone and dialed. "Hello, Miss Pepper. This is George from the New York Police Department. Yes, I am calling regarding yesterday's incident. We have apprehended several suspected vampires and would like you to come and verify their identities. They are located at the Peace Hotel in Hell's Kitchen. I will be waiting for you here. It would be best if Mr. Stark could accompany you as well. I sense there may be some misunderstanding between Mr. Stark and Alvin, and this presents an opportunity for clarification." "Very well, I shall await your arrival, so please hurry." Director George hung up the phone and noticed Alvin regarding him with a look of disdain. He touched his face and inquired, "What is it? Do I have something on my face?" Alvin replied with a hint of sarcasm, "Oh, nothing at all. I am merely curious how the chief of the New York Police Department does not possess Tony Stark's phone number. It seems one must resort to calling his secretary." Stroking his chin, he continued, "George, my old friend, I am beginning to doubt your capabilities." Upon hearing this, Director George offered an awkward smile and replied, "I have dealt with Stark before, and I am not particularly fond of the man." Alvin, sensing George's integrity, decided not to press further. With a grin, he stated, "You missed the opportunity yesterday. We conducted a brief inquiry with those 3 vampires. They were quite cooperative." His expression twisted into a grimace as he added, "Would you like to hear what they had to say?" Director George took a sip of coffee, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Alvin gathered his thoughts and began. "They refer to themselves as the Bloodline, having proliferated for over 1,000 years. They are divided into purebloods and hybrids. The 3 we captured last night are hybrids, possessing average combat abilities, albeit with slightly enhanced speed and strength. They have been transformed by pureblood vampires to serve their needs. The warehouse we raided yesterday served as a food storage facility for these pureblood vampires." Alvin pressed his lips together and continued, "It is said that pureblood vampires are ancient beings, having survived for centuries or even millennia. They have organized themselves into 12 clans, forming a vampire council that governs all vampires. Their power is formidable, and they boast a cadre of ghouls to support their cause. They are quite troublesome, especially for you." Director George clenched his jaw and struck the bar with his fist, declaring, "Let me see what these wretches truly are." Alvin rubbed his nose and suggested, "I recommend you wait a moment until Stark arrives so we can go together. During our questioning yesterday, we may have been a bit heavy-handed, and the scene might not be pleasant." Observing Alvin's expression, Director George recalled the unfortunate Jessica and readily agreed. Noticing that George was receptive to counsel, Alvin's fondness for him grew significantly, hoping he might send his daughter to Alvin's school after all. With a smile, Alvin inquired, "What became of the stowaways at the warehouse yesterday? Were they repatriated?" This predicament has left Director George somewhat perturbed. He remarked, "Detaining them and excluding the Immigration Bureau from the proceedings is quite concerning, Alvin. I am genuinely worried. The influence of these creatures exceeds my imagination." Alvin, with an air of nonchalance, reassured Director George, saying, "There is no need for alarm. At most, they are merely a nuisance. For thousands of years, humanity has dominated this world for a reason. Those entities possess far too many vulnerabilities, even if they currently hold a position among the human elite. It is but a castle of sand, easily swept away by a single wave." Feeling slightly more at ease, Director George inquired, "Alvin, enlighten me about the fatal weaknesses of vampires. I must comprehend my adversary." Alvin smirked, pondering how vampires have managed to survive until today. Surely, sunlight alone should be enough to condemn them to extinction. He looked at Director George and replied, "Sunlight, silver weapons, garlic. Beyond that, I am not particularly informed. Perhaps you could send an inquiry to the Vatican." He paused, adding, "This is also why I wish to pull Stark down, without a wealthy patron. Combating vampires is exceedingly costly." Director George nodded, choosing to remain silent. All conclusions must await Stark's arrival. Only after encountering a true vampire could a definitive judgment be made. It wasn't disbelief in Alvin, but rather a quality essential for any successful leader. Today, a sign declaring temporarily closed was hung outside the Peace Hotel, where Alvin and the others awaited Stark's arrival. As time dragged on, Alvin even found the opportunity to read a storybook to Ginny, summoning Thor and Dom to allow Ginny to ride Thor, engaging in a playful game of horseplay. Energetic Thor and Dom were fond of Ginny and delighted in her company. A far better alternative than merely lounging at the entrance as mascots. Little Ginny, standing at about Thor's height, clung to Thor's neck, giggling as she buried her face in his thick fur, oblivious to her mischievous father's playful antics. As noon approached, Alvin glanced at the time and decided to prepare some food, ensuring everyone would be well fed while they continued their wait. As the first steak was nearing completion, Stark's flamboyant voice echoed at the restaurant entrance. "Wow, what a delightful aroma. It seems we have arrived at the perfect moment." The dapper Stark, with his dark red suit and curled mustache, strode in, followed closely by Pepper and the bandaged-nosed bodyguard, Happy. Jessica, resting at a nearby table, heard the door open and looked up to see Stark, clad in his dark red suit and wearing an oily smile. She froze for a moment, covering her mouth before dashing into the restroom. Alvin felt a pang of sympathy for her. The poor girl had already expelled all her bile. What more could she possibly bring up? Stark, shaking his head, approached the bar, stroking his mustache and pondering. What on earth is wrong with that girl? Is it possible that my charm has led her to conceive prematurely? Chapter 33. Hold it in, don't vomit. Stark naturally settled himself at the bar, gesturing for Pepper to join him at his side. Resting his bandaged right hand upon the bar, he spoke in an infuriatingly smug tone. "Mr. Alvin, did you summon me to extend an apology? Or perhaps you wish for me to recommend your restaurant to the upper echelons of society?" As he spoke, Stark ostentatiously surveyed the establishment, curling his lip in disdain. To be honest, this place leaves much to be desired. Frank regarded Stark with admiration. He was quite fond of him, for Stark's reckless demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of his own troublesome son. Alvin, intentionally mispronouncing Stark's name, displayed an air of indifference. One must maintain a semblance of respect for future arms sponsors and scapegoats, wouldn't you agree? Smiling at Stark, Alvin remarked, "Today, I primarily wish to resolve the misunderstanding from yesterday. If you have yet to dine, do sample our steak. You may find it to your liking." Stark, wearing a knowing expression, pointed at Alvin with his left hand, resembling a lone shark-esque enforcer. "Kid, it's too late for apologies now. I just spent $500,000 hiring a Japanese judo master, and I will soon be coming for you. I intend to teach you a lesson, not because your waiter injured me, but to ensure you understand that when you encounter Tony Stark, you must show respect." Frank looked on with concern, contemplating how many individuals he would need to eliminate to safeguard his own life if Nick turned out like Stark. Alvin smiled politely and replied, "That is your choice, but you did sustain an injury today, did you not? Perhaps you should first try my steak." Alvin proceeded to serve several prepared portions to Director George and Frank, noting that George's steak was only half the usual size. Little Ginny had indulged a bit too much at breakfast and was not hungry for a while. As for Jessica, it seemed her mealtime would not arrive until evening. Stark mocked Director George, suggesting that a man should not consume such a meager portion, as it tarnished his police image. Dismissing Stark's foul-mouthed remarks, Alvin smiled and inquired if Pepper would like a steak as well. Pepper, citing her desire to lose weight, politely declined. "Look, the beauty seems favored by fate." A sizable steak was selected, with the olive oil on the grill replaced by animal fat, seared quickly to lock in the juices, cooked to medium-rare perfection. The pasta was generously adorned with thick tomato sauce, topped with a perfectly runny fried egg, simply exquisite. As the iron plate steak was presented at the bar, even Stark, known for his fastidiousness, inhaled deeply and could not help but exclaim, "Buddy, the steak is cooked exceptionally well. If you weren't a fraud, I might even give you an additional 50 points." Despite being subjected to Stark's ridicule for so long, Alvin maintained the demeanor of an honest farmer, hoping that his warm hospitality might atone for past missteps. Stark, filled with satisfaction over Alvin's performance, eagerly seized his knife and fork, devouring his steak with gusto. Silence enveloped the room, save for Pepper, who regarded Alvin with a skeptical gaze. In a gentlemanly manner, Alvin offered her a smile and tilted his head, silently inquiring what was amiss. Pepper, perplexed, shook her head, signaling that all was well, though she found it hard to believe that Alvin was as amiable as he appeared. An unsettling feeling lingered that Stark might be in for trouble. As Stark took his first bite of the steak, savoring it, he emitted a genuine sound of delight, giving Alvin a thumbs up in appreciation. He consumed an enormous portion of steak, while Alvin thoughtfully poured him a glass of lemonade to aid his digestion. He then approached his daughter, suggesting that Ginny and Jessica stay in the shop to play, while Thor and Dom would remain to accompany her. Alvin waved to everyone, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us venture to inspect what we captured yesterday. Perhaps Miss Pepper and Mr. Stark can identify it, and maybe Mr. Stark's impression of me will be somewhat altered." Stark, stroking his neatly trimmed mustache, chuckled and replied, "Let us go see. I can hardly wait. Could it be some fascinating creature, or perhaps the handiwork of a Hollywood special effects artist?" In the adjacent Frank's basement, the freshly renovated space was surprisingly tidy. However, the dim lighting cast shadows, revealing suspicious red stains on the floor and walls, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. The eerie ambience easily conjured thoughts of a murder scene. Pepper, somewhat disgusted, covered her nose but remained silent. The ever-verbose Stark waved his hand in front of his face and quipped to Alvin, "Is this place converted from a cesspool? It reeks. I can hardly believe you reside in such a place. Once this is over, you can write me a letter, and I'll send you a check to renovate your home properly." Alvin looked earnestly at Stark and replied, "Mr. Stark, I must caution you that what lies inside may be rather unsettling. It might be beyond the tolerance of an average individual. You should prepare yourself. Come on. Don't try to scare me with theatrics, buddy. Show me what you call a vampire," Stark retorted impatiently. Alvin, yielding, shrugged and gestured for Frank to open the door. As they filed into the basement, inside the dimly lit basement, 3 distinct shapes, covered by plastic sheets, were clearly human forms that were still alive. The atmosphere grew tense with silence, and Pepper had retreated behind Stark, peering over his shoulder at the figures. Stark, ever bold, playfully patted Pepper's waist, sarcastically commenting, "Nice ambience. This would be perfect for a horror film." Impatient, he strode forward with Frank, yanking the plastic sheets away to reveal what lay beneath. 3 vampires, already gravely injured and subjected to harrowing torture the previous night, lay exposed beneath the harsh glare of the lights. Among them, the most unfortunate was the one who had been struck by an iron door. Its abdomen had erupted, spilling intestines and viscera across the ground, remnants of which had been carelessly trodden on by Jessica at the entrance. Neatly arranged beside its head were the gruesome offerings of its own insides. Another vampire, whose eyes had been brutally kicked out by Alvin, had been the target of last night's interrogation. One of its right hand's muscles had been entirely scraped away, with chunks meticulously piled beside its head. The final vampire, whose arm had been severed by Frank, still exhibited a semblance of vitality, thrashing violently as it sought to free itself from the large nails anchoring it to the ground. With its mouth agape, revealing sharp fangs, it directed a shrill scream towards Alvin and his companions. The horrifying tableau assaulted the minds of the 3 newcomers. Director George, having once served in the police, managed to maintain a commendable composure. Miss Pepper, upon witnessing the 3 disheveled, animated corpses, let out a scream and promptly fainted. Alvin, ever considerate, turned to the trembling Stark, saying, "Mr. Stark, I must remind you to refrain from vomiting here. The owner of this house is quite a temper." Chapter 34. Always welcome in the restaurant, Stark, having retched 3 times, finally calmed himself, seated at the bar, gulping down a large glass of lemonade. The way he looked at Alvin had transformed entirely. Alvin now appeared enigmatic in his eyes, no longer the charlatan who intimidated patrons with his pack of large dogs while masquerading as an exorcist. Fortunately, Miss Pepper had fainted and had yet to regain consciousness, currently resting in Jessica's room. The unfortunate bodyguard, Happy, had been so frightened in the basement that he fell face first to the ground. Observing Happy's pitifully swollen nose, Alvin kindly called for an ambulance. Stark signed a check and handed it to Frank, who bore a distinctly menacing expression. Alvin fiddled with the digital camera in his hands, inspecting the photos within. They were remarkably clear. Tapping the bar in front of Stark, he said amiably, "Mr. Stark, I believe our misunderstanding has been resolved, has it not? Stark glared at the digital camera in Alvin's grasp, the images within representing a significant blemish on his life, though he had his fair share of scandalous rumors. None compared to the grotesque scenes captured in those photographs. Controlling the urge to punch Alvin's insufferable face, Stark dryly replied, "Yes, my friend. You have shown me some rather remarkable sights. I suppose I owe you an apology for my previous remarks." Stealing a glance at the camera, he added, "You may set a price for those photographs. I shall not haggle." Alvin shook the camera in his hand and placed it on the counter, smiling as he addressed Mr. Stark. "You are a billionaire, a genius inventor, and a philanthropist. Surely, you must be imbued with a sense of social responsibility, am I correct?" Stark sensed the underlying implication in Alvin's words, but found himself unable to shake his head in denial. Such was not his character. He replied, "You are right. That person must indeed be me." Alvin smiled, resembling a seasoned manipulator, and gently prodded, "Then I believe a man of such social responsibility as yourself, Mr. Stark, would be inclined to showcase to the media all that you have witnessed today, thereby alerting the public to the terrifying vampires lurking around them." As he spoke, he gestured towards the camera's placement, adding, "After all, if I were to present this to the media, it might very well devolve into tabloid sensationalism." Stark glared at the grinning Alvin, filled with regret for having come to this cursed peace hotel. With a huff of indignation, he declared, "Very well. I shall convene a press conference upon my return to reveal what I have seen today to the journalists." He shot a glare at Alvin, adding, "But you must hand over that damned digital camera to me. I need some evidence to convince those reporters." Alvin and Stark exchanged a knowing glance, and with a slight nod, Alvin promptly retrieved the camera from the bar and presented it to Stark. Stark took the camera, momentarily dazed, and upon reviewing the footage, he was met with vivid images of his own retching in the basement, so grotesque that he could scarcely bear to view more than 2 clips. Raising the camera in his left hand, he shook it at Alvin, asking, "Why?" With a smile, Alvin replied, "Because I believe you should possess at least a modicum of social responsibility." This time, he was not being sarcastic. In the face of such horrors, we ought to stand united, though our methods may differ. Observing the camera in Stark's hand, he added, "In fact, that was merely a jest." Stark, unexpectedly caught off guard by Alvin's praise, exhibited a rare moment of humility rather than his usual arrogance. He murmured, "You are correct. This time we should indeed share the same stance. In confronting these vampires, not only can I rally the media, but I could also make a donation to the New York Police Department to combat the vampire threat." Alvin chuckled heartily, realizing that Stark had finally come around. He had been pondering how to draw Stark into the fight against vampires. Shaking his head, he remarked, "In truth, when it comes to vampires, money is the least effective weapon. If Mr. Stark is willing, it would be far more beneficial to develop some targeted weaponry. I could provide you with some insights." He then retrieved a silver dining knife for self-defense and handed it to Stark. Stark examined the knife closely, finding nothing particularly remarkable about it. However, upon observing Alvin's encouraging smile, which seemed to invite him to question further, Stark scowled, yet continued to scrutinize the blade with renewed interest. Finally, with a hint of provocation, he remarked, "Indeed, Mr. Stark, you are truly a genius." Alvin raised his thumb in appreciation. "It's merely a matter of materials." Upon hearing that it was simply a material issue, Stark, disinterested, tossed the dinner knife onto the bar and retorted, "If it's merely a matter of materials, you could easily do it yourselves without wasting my time. How troublesome could it be?" His words were somewhat infuriating. Alvin smiled and replied, "It's not troublesome, but it is quite expensive. Just look around. Does anyone here appear to have bank savings exceeding 100,000? Moreover, the best weapon against vampires is sunlight. If you could invent something akin to a solar lamp to illuminate all the dark corners of the world, vampires would face extinction." Stark disdainfully glanced at the few impoverished souls in the restaurant. He finally found a sense of superiority and, with a hint of pride, stroked his little mustache and generously waved his hand, saying, "In that case, no problem. I can dedicate a production line to manufacture, silver-plated weapons and bullets. I will provide them free of charge to the New York Police Department." Intrigued, someone beside him asked, "Why silver-plated weapons and bullets?" Stark held up the dinner knife, saying, "Isn't this silver-plated?" Stunned, he muttered to himself as he stepped back, "Damn, I should have known that old Kent would never part with pure silver utensils." Not wishing to appear foolish, Alvin stood up formally, shook Stark's hand, and expressed, "Thank you very much for your generosity." After taking a serious look at the future Iron Man, who was half a head shorter than him, Alvin said, "I truly believe you are a decent fellow. I hope we have the opportunity to become friends." Faced with Alvin's praise, Stark felt a tinge of embarrassment, as he found himself somewhat excited. With rare seriousness, he replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you. Alvin, you are quite special." As he assessed Alvin's not particularly robust arms, Stark added, "Once I master my finesse, I shall come to witness your other remarkable traits." Though Stark had reconciled with Alvin, his inclination to deliver a punch to Alvin remained. Perhaps all superheroes are like this. They rise from where they have fallen. Alvin smiled at the defiant Stark and said, "You are always welcome." As for the protagonist's abilities, in response to the request from reader Sangwa Du Shirjiasu 2, I will outline the protagonist's abilities, as not everyone has played Diablo 2. 1. Druid, Strength, 20, Agility, 20, Vitality, 20, Energy, 20. The average person has attributes around 5, with a few exceptional individuals reaching about 10, like Frank Castle. Although the protagonist lacks martial combat skills, his ruthless and cunning nature makes his attributes of 20 quite formidable. In my book, most characters feel pain from being struck and can die from gunfire. I have a deep admiration for the character of Tony Stark. The portrayal of Iron Man in the films is equally endearing. In essence, Iron Man embodies the scientific perspective embraced by the majority, as his abilities can be elucidated through scientific principles. The Druid's summoning skills include the following: Raven Summoning, summoning small birds to engage in combat and reconnaissance. Venomous Vine, summoning underground vines that inflict poison upon contact. Oak Sage, summoning a spirit that, upon possession, enhances vitality and stamina. Spectral Wolf, summoning a mystical wolf companion, 5 in total. Corpse Devouring Vine, summoning underground vines that consume corpses to replenish life force. Heart of the Badger, summoning a spirit that, upon possession, amplifies damage. Frenzied Wolf, summoning wolves that surpass the spectral variety in strength, 2 in total. Solar Vine, summoning underground vines that consume corpses to restore mental energy. Thorn Spirit, summoning a spirit that possesses the ability to reflect damage. Grizzly Bear, summoning a grizzly bear, more formidable than the Frenzied Wolf. The specifics of their power are ultimately at the author's discretion. Haha. Furthermore, the runes serve as a future avenue for enhancement, comprising 33 distinct types, each with unique functions. Numerous combinations of rune words will be elucidated in the book when it is released. Lastly, it should be noted that this book will not feature the War Police, as that concept is far too advanced for my current age and aspirations. Allow me a moment of indulgence. My fondness for this character is immense, and I assure you it will not disrupt the balance of the narrative. I genuinely wish to craft interactions between the protagonist and well-known heroes through clever setups. There is already a character introduced in the book that remains a mystery to everyone. I have concealed their identity quite effectively and plan to reveal this surprise shortly. In truth, writing is remarkably enjoyable. Haha. I would like to express my gratitude to my 13 fans and to all the readers who have kindly cast their recommendations in my favor. Thank you. Chapter 35. The Bones Are Sturdy. That evening, 3 vampire fiends were dispatched to the Stark Group's clandestine laboratory. Having expelled them, Stark found his mind unusually clear, conceiving several promising ideas for weapons designed specifically to combat vampires. He required test subjects to validate the efficacy of his inventions. Director George was exceedingly pleased with the ultimate outcome. Even in his most optimistic visions, he had not anticipated such smooth proceedings. He returned with the intent to organize a specialized team to confront the vampires, though first he needed to attend a meeting in Washington, the details of which remained unknown. In the following days, Alvin remained industrious. He was not a savior capable of single-handedly vanquishing the vampires in their lair. However, Alvin was a man of action. While he could not eradicate the entire vampire presence in New York, he was determined to keep Hell's Kitchen free from their menace, safeguarding his family, children, and the students of the school. With tangible references at hand, the spectral wolves could easily detect the scent of vampires. During the day, accompanied by the hellhounds, he scoured every street, effortlessly drawing out the vampires lurking in the shadows to bask in the sunlight. As Alvin, flanked by the 3-headed hellhounds from Athens and Rome, stepped onto the first street outside his neighborhood, the entire Hell's Kitchen seemed to erupt like oil in a pot when water is poured in, boiling and churning with activity. The various gangs within Hell's Kitchen began to spread the news, bracing themselves with palpable tension. Everyone in the area was aware that although Alvin was the boss of 3 blocks, he harbored a deep disdain for gangs. If Alvin were to expand his territory, it could lead to bloodshed and the disappearance of many gang members, reminiscent of the former 25th Street. To this day, the whereabouts of the original gang members remain a mystery. Alvin stood at the corner of 27th Street, observing ahead as dozens of cars blocked the thoroughfare. With about 20 individuals, more resembling laborers than gangsters, brandishing firearms, peering cautiously from behind the vehicles. A phone call interrupted his thoughts, and Alvin chuckled at the sight of these timid gangsters, a rare breed indeed. Alvin speaking. Who is this? He answered, yes. I'm currently at the corner of 27th Street. Do you have a problem? Goldman. Oh, yes. We had an agreement. But what of it? Just because we had an agreement, should I stand here waiting for you, you wretched scoundrel? If you had mentioned you were calling in your capacity as a board member, I would not have been so brusque. I'll wait for you a moment, but you'd best bring along anyone of importance from Hell's Kitchen. I can perform a little magic for you. I'm not a gangster, nor do I have any interest in your so-called territory. Mr. Board Member, today's matters have nothing to do with territory, I assure you. After hanging up, a short, stout Irishman with a bulbous nose hurried towards him. Alvin recognized him as Clark Gaba, the boss of this street, known for distributing a third of New York's counterfeit shoes. Despite his unremarkable appearance, Alvin had never heard of him committing any particularly heinous acts. As Clark approached Alvin, wiping the sweat from his brow, he cautiously invited him into an Irish pub. The establishment was yet to open, and Clark sent away the equally flustered owner, who personally delivered a cup of coffee to Alvin. Alvin smiled at Clark, who stood by like a server, and said, "There's no need to be anxious, Mr. Gaba. I'm not here to cause trouble. Please, take a seat. We have time to converse, and perhaps even conduct some business." Clark paused, taken aback. He was, after all, a businessman, albeit one selling illicit goods. Thus, he had gathered a crew that resembled more of factory security than actual gang members, establishing his presence on 27th Street. In truth, Clark harbored no animosity towards Alvin. At times, he even wished for a giant wolf to roam his streets, as it would significantly reduce his expenses on hired muscle. Driven by his instinct as a businessman, Clark inquired, "I wonder what profitable ventures you have, Boss Alvin, that might warrant my attention?" Alvin, rubbing his nose somewhat sheepishly, replied, "You are aware of the community school, correct?" Upon seeing Clark nod, he continued, "Our children are yet to don suitable uniforms, which severely undermines the image of our institution. Given your expertise in apparel and footwear, you must comprehend that this presents an excellent business opportunity. It is quite straightforward. With nearly 2,000 children in the school, each season demands new uniforms, 2 pieces per set, exchanged annually. It is well known that Boss Alvin is a fair man. This is not merely a business transaction. It is akin to gifting money." Clark, animatedly wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, did not even inquire about the pricing Alvin would offer. He resolved to secure the deal, even at a slight loss. However, the uniforms must bear the Gaba brand. Should the school staff require it, he could also provide suits. Moreover, it was well noted that Alvin had never allowed anyone to suffer a loss in business. Those delivering supplies to his restaurant invariably receive cash in hand. "Tomorrow, Boss Alvin, I shall bring samples to your establishment. Whatever styles are available in the market, I possess them all. My second son is currently in 7th grade at the school and plays as a defensive forward on the soccer team. The team's uniforms and shoes are sponsored by me. Rest assured, I will provide you with the finest materials." Alvin nodded with a smile, contemplating the design of the uniforms, though he suspected the students might not find them particularly appealing. Without further conversation, he patiently awaited Jean Bing's arrival, knowing that he needed to eliminate a couple of vampires before the eyes of the local gangsters, to alleviate their suspicions and allow himself to roam their territory with his formidable dog. Soon, the bar's door swung open, and a raucous crowd entered. Leading them was a towering figure, a black man exceeding 2 meters in height and weighing over 150 kilograms. The last time such a gathering of gang leaders had convened was during the community school's principal election. Jean Bing, clad in a golden suit with a green shirt underneath, gleamed as if freshly waxed, reflecting the sunlight streaming through the entrance. Surprisingly, this underground boss from New York bore an unexpectedly affable appearance, with large eyes, a broad nose, and thick lips. Had he donned work attire, he would resemble a simple farmer rather than a gang leader, with a cane adorned with a large gemstone. Jean Bing commanded attention as he gestured for his companions to disperse and take their seats. His heavy footsteps resonated against the bar's floor, which creaked under his weight. Ignoring the feeble protests of the chair, he settled into it, silently observing Alvin, eager to see what he would articulate next. He harbored a profound fear of Alvin, aware that the latter possessed peculiar abilities that could extinguish his life at any moment. Yet, retreat was not an option. He was the underworld overlord of this city. Should he falter, ambitious rival gangs would swarm like sharks sensing blood, ready to consume him whole. In truth, Alvin held a certain admiration for Jean Bing, the man who had ascended to the position of New York's underground kingpin by stepping over the corpses and blood of his adversaries. Jean Bing was acutely aware of what he must do, regardless of the consequences. Now, though he feared that offending Alvin would yield dire repercussions, he found himself seated before him, prepared to negotiate. For Jean Bing, losing his status was far more terrifying than losing his life. Perhaps this is a hallmark of successful individuals hailing from Hell's Kitchen. I may be wicked, but I possess unyielding resolve. Chapter 36. Do you like it? The atmosphere in the bar was stifling, silence enveloping all as they awaited either Alvin or Jean Bing to break it. Alvin had no intention of stirring trouble with these gangs. His gaze fell upon a striking blonde woman, sensually leaning against the wall, skillfully toying with an exquisitely crafted iron ruler. She was the object of blind Matt's affections, now working for Jean Bing. In an attempt to ease the tension, Alvin retrieved 2 cigars from his jacket pocket, offering one to Jean Bing. The host, Clark, astutely presented a beautifully designed lighter. Alvin ignited the cigar, inhaling deeply to savor its aroma before exhaling slowly. The smoke lingered between them as Alvin smiled and remarked, "There's no need for anxiety, Jean Bing. As I mentioned over the phone, today's matters are unrelated to territory." Jean Bing exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a territorial dispute, everything else seemed trivial. "Alvin, you just arrived in the dock district the night before last, having cleared out one of Landchef's warehouses. Now you've brought your big dog to 27th Street. It's hard not to draw misconceptions." Alvin regarded Jean Bing with a playful glint. This fellow was quite concerned about him. It was rare for him to venture out at night, yet here he was, fully informed. Observing the disconcerted expressions of others who remained in the dark, mistakenly believing it to be the police's doing, only one grizzled Eastern European elder glared at Alvin with fury. Disregarding the old man's hostile gaze, Alvin turned to Jean Bing and said, "I mentioned a magic trick. Would you care to see it? It's quite thrilling." Jean Bing frowned. Demanding, "What do you mean, Alvin? Be direct." With a grin, Alvin replied, "Tell your subordinate, the fool with the target tattoo on his head, to bring a few men and follow my big dog to retrieve someone for me. I'll explain everything. Oh, and remember to bring a large trash bin to contain it. That thing is sensitive to sunlight." The alluring woman chuckled at Alvin's description of the target, occasionally finding the madman less than appealing. Alvin was captivated by her laughter and exchanged a playful wink with her. Indeed, she was the kind of girl he found irresistible, curvaceous, and forthright. Unfortunately, she was the beloved of the blind and impoverished Matt, a fact that weighed heavily on Alvin's sense of loyalty, prompting him to refrain from pursuing her. The others were cautious about mocking Bullseye, for he was undoubtedly a madman. Jean disregarded Bullseye's furious expression and instructed him to follow Alvin's guidance. Enraged, Bullseye cast a glare at Alvin before stepping outside to gather a few subordinates. They scoured a back alley and unearthed a trash bin, setting off with the eager hellhounds. Their target not far away, right on this very street. As tensions eased, the gang leaders dragged the bar owner into the light, each demanding a shot of strong liquor early in the day, engaging in a conversation that was rather incongruous with their personas. "Can you believe my kid aced his exams yesterday? His teacher called me, asking for my input on college decisions. No one in my family has ever attended university. And yet my son managed to get in on his own. He's on the soccer team. Did you catch last week's match? He scored 3 touchdowns. Yesterday, a coach from Texas A&M called me, inviting my son to visit, offering a full scholarship. I told him to shove off. What kind of school is that? Am I supposed to let my son drive a tractor? Am I some kind of charity case? Those with kids who excel boast about it, while those whose children struggle drown their sorrows in drink, vowing to discipline their unruly offspring. Damn it, when your kids' grades are dismal, it makes it impossible for me to engage in conversation outside." Jin's subordinate, Bullseye, returned with commendable efficiency in less than half an hour, albeit with a rather grim countenance. Upon seeing the trash bin in the bar's main hall, Alvin gestured for the owner to switch on the lights, secure the doors and windows, and draw the curtains. Jean's 2 subordinates pressed down on the lid of the trash bin, while Bullseye, armed with several darts, keenly scrutinized the bin, evidently shaken. Alvin glanced around, retrieved a decorative Viking-style hand axe from the bar's wall, and swung it experimentally. Its craftsmanship was mediocre, but its weight was satisfactory. He raised an eyebrow at Jean, signaling for his subordinates to step aside. The vampire within the trash bin had sustained considerable injuries from the hellhounds, but as soon as the lid was loosened, it surged forth, lunging at Alvin, the only apparent threat in the vicinity. Although Alvin was not adept at fighting, he held a profound contempt for the vampire's tactics. Its aerial assault appeared fierce, yet it was an inevitable miss. The axe, not wielded with precision, struck the vampire's face with brutal force. The unfortunate creature's visage was obliterated on one side, one eyeball ejected from its socket, exposing the shredded facial muscles, leaving behind a gaping, toothless maw. The vampire, having leapt at Alvin, tumbled through the air twice before crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. The hearts of the gang leaders in the bar raced with trepidation. Alvin, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, stood with one foot pressed firmly on the back of a struggling vampire. He grinned menacingly at his target, wielding an axe in both hands, and brought it down forcefully upon the creature's waist. Shaking his head, Alvin expressed his dissatisfaction with the outcome. The axe, though a finely crafted piece, lacked the sharpness necessary to cleave the vampire completely in two. It had only severed a portion of its kidney and spine. A collective shiver ran through the onlookers, who now harbored a newfound understanding of Alvin's perilous nature. The vampire, its spine broken, lay on the ground dragging its mangled innards, writhing in agony. Alvin maintained his foot on its back, preventing any erratic movements. Removing the cigar from his mouth, he exhaled a thick plume of smoke. Surveying the alarmed expressions of the gang leaders around him, with a smile, he remarked, "Behold, this is the magic I spoke of. Do you all find it appealing?" All eyes were drawn to the creature beneath his foot, its face partially obliterated, its waist severed yet still desperately thrashing. A chill ran through their hearts. What manner of creature was this? It was Golding, unflappable in his composure, who approached for a closer inspection. "Are there many of these in Hell's Kitchen?" he inquired, before crushing the vampire's flailing right hand beneath his boot, rendering it entirely mangled. Observing the creature's continued struggle and its attempts to utter something through its gaping mouth, Golding let out a sinister laugh and swung his robust cane, striking the vampire on the relatively intact side of its jaw. Even if this vampire survived, it would be condemned to a life reliant on feeding tubes. Alvin regarded Golding with admiration. He was an exceptional rogue, calm, resolute, and merciless. These creatures, vampires, emerged only at night, subsisting on the blood of the living. While they were numerous elsewhere, in Hell's Kitchen, they must be eradicated without mercy. Their vulnerabilities lay in silver weaponry and sunlight. Signaling to the bar owner, he instructed him to draw back the curtains. As sunlight streamed onto the vampire, everyone watched in horror as it ignited like a ball of dry tissue, reduced to mere ash. Alvin was thoroughly pleased. It was quite an environmentally friendly spectacle. Chapter 37. My reinforcements in the bar. Silence fell so heavily that one could hear a pin drop, all eyes fixated on the vampire, pitifully thrashing with what remained of its face, now turned to ash by the sunlight. The revelation that such a creature had been living among them was exhilarating. It was Golding who first regained his composure, breaking the silence. "So, Boss Alvin, you came here for such creatures?" His tone carried a hint of disdain. Alvin nodded gravely, responding to Golding, "Do not underestimate them. Without sunlight, they are exceedingly difficult to kill. Silver weaponry is only effective when it makes contact. Moreover, their speed is remarkable, and their strength formidable. If you doubt this, feel free to ask Target Eye, the fool." Ignoring the piercing gaze of Target Eye, Alvin mused that the latter's earlier demeanor had certainly been one of trepidation, likely due to a prior encounter with these fiends. Jean did not inquire. He discerned from the expression on the target's face that Alvin was undoubtedly correct. "So, what do you intend to do?" Jean inquired succinctly. Given that this creature thrived on human blood, it was a natural enemy. Its only fate should be extermination. No further questions needed. The gang leader was decisively pragmatic. Jean nodded, and everyone else eagerly concurred. After all, this entity lurked in their vicinity, and the thought of being bitten to death one day, whether themselves or their loved ones, was truly unjust. Alvin, at times, relished dealings with these gangsters. If one could persuade them, their execution capabilities surpassed those of many Fortune 500 companies. With a smile, Alvin remarked, "It's quite simple. Hell's Kitchen is not expansive. My 3 large dogs can cover it in a day. You will split up and bring the vampires from your territories out into the sunlight." He gestured towards Jean. "If you dislike my presence on your turf, I shall return to my restaurant and await your good news. Remember, ordinary weapons are ineffective. You must wield silver weaponry." Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed or where to acquire silver weapons. A tall, bald man of Russian descent, adorned with a bushy beard, reacted swiftly. He seized a silver candlestick from behind the bar, waving it about. It could indeed serve as a commendable weapon. He signaled towards Alvin. Alvin appreciatively gave him a thumbs up. He recognized this fellow, a Russian gangster named Alexei, from whom he had purchased his first 226 handgun. It was surprising how quickly this man's mind worked. After a moment's thought, Alvin addressed Alexei. "My friend, I recall you possess a set of bullet reloading tools at home. Melt down some silverware to fashion bullets. You will surely fetch a good price in the coming days. The esteemed gentlemen here are not short on funds." Alexei laughed heartily, embracing Alvin in gratitude for his suggestion. He promptly called his subordinates to gather all the silverware from his home to melt down for bullet heads, seizing the opportunity for a lucrative venture. With the immediate issues resolved, the atmosphere relaxed as they began to discuss where to commence their search. After all, there were only 3 hellhounds. Each individual was eager to locate and eliminate the vampires within their own domains first. Alvin chose not to intervene, trusting that Jean, the formidable leader, would orchestrate these matters. Although he no longer resided in Hell's Kitchen, he was still required to contribute both financially and physically to the endeavor. Feeling somewhat bored, Alvin contemplated departing early to prepare lunch for Ginny. Suddenly, With a loud bang, the bar's door was flung open. Everyone turned to see who had the audacity to seek trouble at this hour. The bodyguards accompanying the various bosses instinctively reached within their jackets, poised to draw their weapons. A massive black wolf burst through the wooden door, bearing on its back a charming little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, dressed in a waiter's uniform with tousled hair. She boldly entered the room, undeterred by the gazes of the formidable figures surrounding her. Perched atop the wolf, she wrinkled her nose, bared her teeth, and emitted a juvenile growl, her tiny fists clenched, reminiscent of a protective young wolf ready to defend her territory. Alvin exclaimed in surprise and hurried over, scooping the girl into his arms. "Ginny, what brings you here? Where's Jessica?" Ginny, still gazing defiantly at the bar's patrons, waved her hands threateningly. Without turning her head, she replied, "Daddy, fighting. Ginny helps Daddy. Thor helps Daddy." Alvin chuckled. Recognizing her fierce spirit, his daughter was already eager to assist him in battle and had even brought Thor along as backup. He planted a kiss on Ginny's cheek, beaming with pride. "Ginny, you are Daddy's good girl. So clever. How did you know I was here?" With a bold gesture, Ginny declared, "Old Kent said, Daddy is negotiating. Ginny helps Daddy fight." Alvin's heart swelled with joy. She had grasped the essence of their situation, even before mastering her speech. He comforted little Ginny, holding her close to his chest, and proudly surveyed the gathered gang leaders. "Behold, this is my daughter, my last line of defense." The crowd paused, then erupted into laughter. Though a misunderstanding, the scene was undeniably entertaining. Alexei, who had just benefited from Alvin, removed a silver cross adorned with rubies from around his neck and presented it to Ginny, signaling her to accept the gift. Ginny hesitated, glancing at her father, puzzled about why they had shifted from fighting to gifting. Oblivious to the shift in mood, Alvin smiled and nodded at Alexei, encouraging Ginny to take the cross. The little girl, somewhat bewildered, accepted the silver cross and draped it around her neck, realizing it might hinder her ability to fight. Alexei playfully bowed, exclaiming, "Welcome, my princess." Alvin shook Alexei's hand warmly, affirming, "Trust me, Ginny deserves to be called a princess." His gaze turned icy as he addressed everyone present, asserting, "I mean it." The gang leaders, recognizing the absurdity of opposing Alvin over a mere title, politely applauded Ginny. This little girl possessed an undeniable spirit. Had she been one of their own, they would surely have been terrified. The imposing figure of King, his eyes brimming with admiration, approached Alvin, gazing at Ginny with the warmth of a kind-hearted elder. With a broad smile, he said, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Princess of Hell's Kitchen." Chapter 30. Do you have a relative named Washington? The efficiency of the gang leaders was remarkable. When Alvin departed from the bar, the first batch of silver-coated bullets had already arrived. Though not plentiful, the vampires of Hell's Kitchen were not numerous either. Moreover, Alexei was still at work. The arrival of Ginny filled Alvin with such joy that he became almost delirious. As he embraced Ginny while exiting, he recalled and turned to speak to Kane. Lanchev's docks conceal vampires. He is aiding these fiends in gathering smugglers to serve as their sustenance. He cast a glance at Lanchev, who was trembling in fear, and added, "Eliminate them. They are traitors to humanity." Kane shot Alvin an impatient glare, seemingly disapproving of the violent topic in Ginny's presence. He smiled warmly at Ginny and gestured to Alvin that he could take his leave, his expression towards Lanchev becoming chillingly cold. The unfolding scene was deemed unsuitable for little Ginny, so Alvin cradled her and exited the bar. The sun outside was quite pleasant, and Alvin decided to take Ginny for a stroll. Little Ginny had been with him for 5 or 6 days, yet he had not truly taken her out for a walk. Ginny grasped one of Alvin's fingers, merrily following her father, while his loyal companion trailed behind. Resting his large head on Ginny's shoulder, his fluffy fur occasionally tickling her and eliciting delightful giggles, Alvin felt a profound happiness, a joy that blossomed after the tumult of his previous life. He had family and friends who would stand resolutely by him when needed. Ignoring the police car across the street, where Officer Misty had evidently come to gather information, and Jessica, who rushed over, concerned for Ginny, Alvin focused solely on cherishing this father-daughter moment. He noted Jessica wielding a shotgun but dismissed her presence. Confident that no trouble would find her, everyone in the vicinity knew her well. They wandered for an indeterminate time, even being playfully accosted by the stunning Dahlia, which only elevated Alvin's already buoyant spirits. Spotting a convenience store ahead, Alvin cheerfully inquired, "Ginny, would you like some chocolate? Daddy will buy you some." Ginny looked up at him with a puzzled expression, asking, "Chocolate? I don't know, Daddy." Alvin felt a pang of inadequacy as a father, realizing he had yet to introduce his daughter to such delights, but reassured himself that there was ample time ahead. Today, he resolved to buy a variety of snacks to discover what Ginny enjoyed. It was unacceptable for a man of his stature in Hell's Kitchen to have a daughter who had never tasted chocolate. The store owner, a congenial African-American man in his 50s, always revealed a charming smile with his perfect set of 8 teeth, making him quite likable. As Alvin placed Ginny in a shopping cart, they sampled treats along the way, taking more of what pleased their palates while returning the less desirable items. Thus, they ventured on, carefree and unrestrained. Children must not be led astray. When one takes a basket, if something is unpalatable, it is placed inside, and they will settle the bill later. In the small cart, Ginny giggled joyfully, delighting in the bounty of snacks that surrounded her. It was only when Ginny began to feel full that Alvin realized he had purchased enough to fill 3 carts, with a store attendant assisting him with the other 2. The young man was familiar to him, residing in the same neighborhood. He was Kenny, the nephew of old Kent. Kenny's father had been fatally shot on the street, and his mother had succumbed to substance abuse during her pregnancy, leaving him with cognitive challenges from birth. He was rather slow to learn, requiring repeated instruction for even the simplest tasks. Old Kent had raised him, and it was unclear how he ended up working as a store attendant. Kenny recognized Alvin and, with a goofy grin, said, "Hi, Alvin." Alvin playfully punched Kenny on the chest and remarked, "What brings you here to work?" "I had a word with old Kent about getting you a position as a doorman at the kindergarten." Kenny scratched his head and replied with a silly smile. "The boss needed help, so I thought I'd give it a shot. He likes me, haha." Alvin surmised that the boss he referred to was the familiar-looking African-American man he had seen earlier, and generally, those who employed Kenny were not of ill character. Alvin was uncertain of which block they were in, having wandered aimlessly, feeling somewhat disoriented. However, it was of little consequence. He would soon find his bearings upon stepping outside. He could greet the locals and ensure they would not cause trouble in this area. They would grant him that courtesy. As he approached the checkout, the manager came over to assist and even gifted Ginny a large lollipop, which delighted her immensely. Observing the increasingly familiar figure of the manager, Alvin could not restrain his curiosity and asked, "Have you ever worked as a bodyguard? Have you ever uttered the phrase, 'To forgive you is God's business'? I am responsible for escorting you to him." The manager's pupils dilated momentarily, and with a tight-lipped expression, he tilted his head and replied, "Unfortunately, I have never been a bodyguard, nor have I ever said anything so cool." Alvin nodded, slightly disappointed, and inquired, "Do you have a relative with the surname Washington?" The manager flashed a smile, revealing 8 teeth, and said, "No, my name is Robert McCall. Is there anything else you need?" It was evident that Alvin's tangential query had led to a misunderstanding, and the manager appeared disinclined to continue the conversation. Alvin sensed that this man undoubtedly harbored stories, yet he seemed guarded and difficult to approach. Nevertheless, Alvin's intrigue persisted, for the manager bore a striking resemblance to a Hollywood star he had admired in a previous life. However, sensing the manager's reluctance to engage further, Alvin decided to adhere to the spirit of hospitality and said, "I am Alvin, the owner of the Peace Hotel on 25th Street. If you're ever inclined, feel free to visit my establishment. You bear an uncanny resemblance to someone I know. He is my idol." Boss Robert, upon hearing this, slightly lowered his guard as he glanced at the snack-holding, giggling Ginny, realizing he might have been a tad overzealous in his apprehensions. This was, after all, a delightful father-daughter duo, unlikely to recognize him. Indeed, the presence of Alvin and Ginny together allowed one to overlook the disparity in their skin tones, affirming their genuine bond as father and daughter. With a smile, Boss Robert remarked, "No problem. I am in search of a restaurant for dinner. I shall take a seat there. Perhaps it will become my dining hall." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "I am certainly not the person you think I am. But that line earlier was quite cool. To forgive is the business of God. To escort you to him is my responsibility. Wow, I must jot that down." Alvin chuckled and shook hands with Robert, sensing a kindred spirit. "Do you feel the same? I believe we shall become friends, as we might share similar philosophies in navigating life." Robert nodded with a thoughtful smile and remarked, "At times, we must make erroneous choices to arrive at the right destination. I hope this is that place." Chapter 39, Spirits of Beer and Blood Whiskey. The passage of time was swift, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. The vampires of Hell's Kitchen were exterminated by the exuberant gangsters. Ultimately, the endeavor of hunting vampires evolved into an exhilarating gang activity. They were resilient, fleet-footed, and fiercely resistant, much to the delight of the enforcers under the gang leaders, who found it utterly thrilling. The formidable triad of the Athenian, Roman, and Spartan 3-headed wolf gang assisted in uncovering the hideouts of all vampires in Hell's Kitchen, save for a few initial locations. The gang enforcers brandished silver weapons scavenged from various sources, dragging the vampires from their houses or basements, watching them turn to ash under the sun's rays. They soon discovered the excitement and thrill inherent in vampire hunting. The remaining 10 or so marked locations were preserved, awaiting the moment when all would be prepared for an exhilarating hunting competition. A casino operator even offered odds for participants eager to join the event. This was the essence of the Hell's Kitchen gang, living recklessly and fearlessly. In the end, It was said that many lives were lost. And the champion was the alluring beauty from Kingpin's entourage, Erica, the dream girl of Blind Matt. The hapless fool, Bullseye, met with misfortune, taking 2 bullets. These dim-witted gangsters always assumed vampires fought solely with claws and fangs, oblivious to the fact that vampires possessed intelligence and could wield firearms as well. Alvin leaned against the bar, watching the television suspended from the ceiling. The screen displayed Stark's press conference revealing the existence of vampires. A spectacle packaged as a farcical performance aimed at garnering publicity, yet another prank by the debauched Tony Stark. Various news channels aired reports about Stark and the vampires, though most were mockeries of Stark's outrageous persona and speculations about when he would enter the entertainment industry. Almost every talk show had made Stark the latest source of humor. A crisis concerning vampires was effortlessly resolved by an unseen hand, devoid of any dramatic flair, save for Stark's palpable ire. Nevertheless, it bore some fruit, as an irate Stark took to the internet, posting videos of various vampires. In rapid succession, the denizens of Hell's Kitchen eagerly shared their own photographs and videos of vampire hunts on their social media platforms. Yes, even gangsters have their own social networks. Although these posts were swiftly deleted, they inadvertently led some to begin believing in the reality of the vampires depicted in the footage. The existence of vampires was embraced by a faction willing to accept such notions, culminating in the formation of a discussion group and the organization of forums to exchange strategies for combating these creatures. At this juncture, the inhabitants of Hell's Kitchen finally found a purpose, hailed as both formidable figures and heroes, as they divulged the vampires' weaknesses across the internet. Regrettably, this was still Hell's Kitchen, a place shunned by many. The people and events here seemed to be separated from the tangible world by an invisible barrier. There existed an inherent distrust towards the residents and occurrences of Hell's Kitchen. Were the vampire hunting activities to unfold in Manhattan, the narrative might have taken a different turn. Having just finished dinner, the mood among the adults was less than cheerful, with many inwardly cursing the wretched television channel. Our young Nick began his tirade at the table, exclaiming, "Honestly, Alvin, I detest the taste of garlic. It leaves my mouth reeking every day. I haven't spoken to any girls in 3 days. For heaven's sake, can you please revise the menu?" Ginny, on the other hand, was quite pleased, finding joy in the daily ritual of helping her father peel garlic, which made for delightful culinary creations like his garlic seafood. Alvin paid little heed to Nick's complaints, retorting, "Nick, without garlic, you wouldn't dare converse with the girls. Your teacher can attest to that." Clearing his throat, he mimicked the teacher's tone, saying, "Mr. Schoolman, I suspect Nick may have psychological issues. He becomes anxious whenever he talks to girls, and there are times I worry he might faint." Alvin burst into laughter, shielding himself from Nick's vexed counterattacks. Then the phone rang. "This is Alvin. Who is this?" "Oh, Mr. Scott, I watched your stand-up performance on television. It was quite humorous. You have the makings of a promising comedian. Hey, you ought to be a bit more courteous to your fans. I'm not joking, you truly are funny." All right. I apologize, but you truly botched this situation. There's no need to discuss it. This morning, the last vampire in Hell's Kitchen was taken down. I am of this place, and I care only for it. Let others worry about the rest. Choosing to leave for a while is a fine decision, but isn't Afghanistan a bit too remote? I believe Miami suits your style far better. Haha. Honestly, my friend, I hold no blame against you. You have done all that you could. Let the responsibility rest with those who are accountable. Remember, if you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to call me. I truly believe that Afghanistan is not a wise choice." With that, Alvin ended the call as a bald, one-eyed man, seemingly made of charcoal, disregarded the threats posed by Thor and Dom, pushing the door open and entering. Following closely behind was the somewhat awkward S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Phil Coulson. Alvin regarded Coulson with a playful smile and remarked, "I was under the impression that we had reached an agreement, Agent Coulson. You should understand that agreements are meant to be upheld." The grotesquely featured one-eyed man halted Coulson, who was about to speak. He greeted Frank first. "Hey there, buddy. I hear you've been doing well lately." Frank's expression was complex. He opened his mouth several times, ultimately downing a glass of whiskey in one go and placing the glass heavily on the table, offering no reply to the charcoal man's greeting. Unfazed by Frank's demeanor, the charcoal man boldly seated himself at the bar, wrapped his hand against the counter, and declared, "I merely stopped by for a drink." "What's the matter? Am I not welcome?" Coulson, feeling utterly awkward, was held at bay by a single hand, unable to approach. Alvin gestured to Jessica, instructing her to take Nick and Ginny back to their room to play for a while. He then approached the bar. Fully aware of the identity of the man before him, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a premier military expert and an extraordinary leader, Nick Fury. With a hint of speculation regarding Fury's intentions, Alvin smiled, and placed 2 empty glasses before him, saying, "Today we offer but 2 kinds of libations, wraith beer and blood whiskey. Which would you prefer? Perhaps you wish to sample both." Chapter 40. Is Dracula a duck? Upon hearing Alvin's slightly provocative words, Director Fury grinned widely, revealing his bright white teeth. A blend of wraith and blood should prove to be a delightful choice. He replied with a smile. Alvin pursed his lips, tilted his head, and obligingly poured him a glass of beer and a glass of whiskey, stating, "Then do hurry and finish, and be on your way. Frankly, my friend, it is quite challenging for me to foster any fondness for you." Fury chuckled heartily, responding, "Why is that? Because I don't possess a sexy dairy?" Seemingly amused by his own jest, he laughed boisterously. Alvin regarded Director Fury with a somewhat cold gaze, his smile lacking warmth, and replied, "I am a hospitable individual, but you certainly do not make my list of esteemed guests." Intrigued, Fury inquired, "Why is that? Is it due to Stark's comical antics on television these past few days? Or perhaps you harbor some form of racial prejudice?" He exaggeratedly widened his soul eye, resembling an inquisitive child, curiously observing Alvin. Pouring himself a glass of whiskey on the rocks, Alvin coldly regarded Fury and stated, "Frank has informed me about a close comrade of his, a person of significant influence, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. After he exacted his vengeance on the mob, he resolved his troubles at the cost of refraining from troubling certain government officials." With that, Al downed his whiskey in one gulp, observing Fury's perplexed expression. Frank trusted this man so much that he even named his son Nick after him. Yet, when Frank's wife was killed in an explosion and his son lost a leg, where was this influential scoundrel? Al slammed his fist heavily on the bar, questioning where this scoundrel was when Frank was deceived and sent on a mission. Al's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, bore into Fury's solitary eye, demanding to know where this scoundrel was while Nick lay incapacitated in a hospital bed. Fury's playful grin vanished, replaced by a hardened glare as he retorted, "Allow me to enlighten you on the whereabouts of that scoundrel." Casting a glance at Frank, whose expression was laden with complexity, he continued, "When the explosion occurred, that scoundrel was in Europe, chasing down a pack of terrorists. While Nick lay in the hospital, this scoundrel was in the Middle East dealing with a chemical weapons crisis. When Frank sought vengeance, this scoundrel was busy cleaning up his mess." Fury's anger directed at Al intensified as he emphasized that to protect Nick, this scoundrel altered the records of the individual who adopted him, leading to a blunder by his best operatives that remains a source of ridicule to this day. Fury slammed the table and shouted at Al, "Tell me, where's that scoundrel?" Al, with a mocking gaze, coldly replied, "That scoundrel is in a position of power, too busy to even make a phone call. He knows his comrade's wife has passed, and his son is injured, yet he cannot even spare a moment to check in. He is aware of the cruelty of sending Frank on a mission during such a time. Can't this high-ranking scoundrel utter a word for him?" Fury stood his ground, his voice rising in anger. "We are all public servants. Serving the nation is his duty. I, too, dedicate my entire time to safeguarding the planet." Al shrugged with a sardonic smile, saying, "See, this is the difference between us, which is why you are not my friend. Please refrain from intruding during my family gatherings next time." Now, gesturing toward the door, he commanded, "Get out." Realizing the stark contrast in their perspectives, Fury adopted a businesslike demeanor and stated, "I do not wish to persuade you, Al. I merely wish to remind you that vampires pose a significant threat. While you still have the chance, extricate yourself before it becomes too entangled." Al regarded Fury with curiosity and replied, "I find it difficult to comprehend why the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. would come to me with such words. I had thought, at the very least concerning the issue of vampires, we would be on the same side. Is it not S.H.I.E.L.D.'s duty to deal with such matters?" Director Fury cast a glance at Frank, who was drowning his sorrows in drink, and let out a weary sigh. "It is quite challenging for me to elucidate the intricate issues at hand. You possess the capability to eliminate all the vampires you encounter, yet you must refrain from exposing them to the public eye. S.H.I.E.L.D. has a dedicated department that hunts down criminal vampires to mitigate their harm to humanity." Alvin, lacking an understanding of politics and the complexities involved, was reluctant to delve into such thoughts. He merely held a straightforward belief: wolves and sheep can never be friends. They are eternal adversaries. The relationship between humans and vampires mirrored this notion, and Alvin found it perplexing why, in his previous life, numerous individuals were enamored with vampires, deeming them fascinating, and why in this world there existed countless members of the vampire race. However, Alvin's strength was inherently limited. Stark, too, had fled to Afghanistan to test his new missiles, driven by external pressures. After a moment of contemplation, Alvin declared, "Dealing with them is your responsibility. I shall only ensure their eradication when they appear in my vicinity." With that, He seized a Remington from the bar and fired a shot towards the entrance, proclaiming, "This is my territory." From the air, a striking figure was propelled into view, a man with deep brown, curly short hair and a chiseled, handsome visage, complemented by two charmingly delicate mustaches. His lean yet sturdy physique was clad in a bespoke suit, evidently crafted by a master tailor. Alvin's shot did not harm him. A wave of black ripples flickered before him, deflecting the bullet effortlessly. The mustached gentleman exhibited no embarrassment for being thrust into the scene, instead twirling his cane with the grace of a cultured British gentleman, nodding in acknowledgement to all present. He approached the bar, first greeting Fury with a nod, then turning to Alvin with a smile, saying, "Perhaps you could start by serving me a glass of blood whiskey." His demeanor exuded an air of complete control. In the face of this unexpected visitor, Alvin remained composed. The grand entrance did not intimidate him. Were the man to don a blue spandex suit with red underpants worn externally, perhaps Alvin would have felt a twinge of fear. With a smile, Alvin poured a glass of whiskey and handed it to him, inquiring, "I am Alvin, the proprietor of the Peace Hotel. May I ask your name?" The dapper gentleman accepted the whiskey, took a sip, and chuckled lightly. "You may not have heard of me. I am Vlad Dracula, a Hungarian count." Alvin, taken aback, clamped a hand over his mouth and exclaimed, "I always thought Dracula was just a duck." Chapter 41. A poor review for the genius Count Dracula maintained a smile, responding, "Then that duck must be quite remarkable." The elegantly dressed and poised Count Dracula easily garnered goodwill. Hearing the gunfire, Jessica emerged from the room with two children, making her way to the lobby. At this moment, the strikingly charismatic Count Dracula stood before Alvin, a vampire exuding an aura of male magnetism. In terms of appearance and sartorial elegance, Dracula undoubtedly eclipsed Alvin by a considerable margin. However, when it came to temperament, Alvin possessed a warmth and humanity that the Count lacked. Dracula was, after all, too perfect, more akin to a fragile work of art, best appreciated from a distance. Indeed, Alvin seemed the more appealing of the two, casting a deep, contemplative glance at Fury, who appeared visibly surprised. Alvin smiled and raised his glass to clink with that of Count Dracula, inquiring, "Might I ask, Count, what brings you here?" Dracula stroked his small mustache, a gesture that somehow rendered him far more dashing than Stark. He replied, "I have recently settled in New York and heard that the denizens of Hell's Kitchen harbor ill will towards my kind. Thus, I wish to investigate the matter for myself. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding." "BloodClan?" Alvin tilted his head, scrutinizing Count Dracula. "What is that?" "We have recently dispatched numerous vampires. Are they the BloodClan you speak of?" Dracula downed his whiskey in one gulp, shaking his head with a smile. "The ones you have slain do not even qualify as true BloodClan. They are merely descendants cultivated by the BloodClan to serve them. Their servitors cannot be deemed as part of the BloodClan." Alvin responded with a playful acknowledgement, eyeing this vampire he deemed pretentious. He quipped, "So, what is your purpose here? Are you seeking justice for your livestock? Or perhaps you wish to negotiate a price for them? I can compensate you accordingly." The Count's expression grew progressively colder as he fixed a stare upon Alvin. "I merely wish to observe what manner of individual could regard the BloodClan with such disdain, devoid of even a hint of reverence." His gaze flickered towards Fury, evidently including him in his remarks. Fury, displaying remarkable courage, glared at Count Dracula with his single eye. "Count, why not return to your coffin? The matters concerning the BloodClan should be settled by your elders in deliberation with us. Your half-blood underlings have been anything but compliant of late." Dracula offered a sardonic smile, turning his attention back to Fury, and replied nonchalantly, "And what of it?" With that, he swiftly lunged towards Alvin, aiming to seize him by the neck. Alvin, however, responded with a cold smirk, delivering a swift kick to the switch beneath the bar. With a resounding click, the entire establishment erupted in blinding light. Dracula let out a cry of distress, retreating in haste, desperate to escape the restaurant. In a merciless display, Alvin raised his modified shotgun and fired, the blast striking Count Dracula's handsome visage. The rune-imbued shotgun unleashed a barrage of pellets, leaving the Count's face resembling a desolate lunar surface. The power of the enhanced ammunition proved somewhat taxing even for the ancient vampire. Tomorrow, he would ensure that he and Frank were equipped with weapons imbued with 3 runes. Long since growing impatient, he seized a metal rod from an unknown source and, adopting a golf swing stance, unleashed it in a perfect arc. The immense kinetic energy even bent the rod as he struck Count Dracula between his legs at the moment the vampire was reeling from a gunshot. The Count, already suffering under the scorching rays of the sunlight lamp, let out a soundless gasp akin to a chicken caught by the neck. He immediately clutched his groin, collapsing to the ground, disregarding the smoke rising from his body due to the sunlight, and emitted a piercing scream of agony. Nearby, Fury and Agent Coulson felt a chill between their legs, instinctively tightening them. This man was undeniably ruthless. They had failed to recognize it before. The moment the sunlight lamp illuminated the room, Frank rushed to Jessica's side, shielding her and the two children behind him. Alvin donned a pair of sunglasses, adjusting to the situation, and leapt from behind the bar with one hand braced against it. He unleashed the remaining 5 rounds of his Remington shotgun into Dracula's head. One must commend the old vampire. Despite being scorched by sunlight, suffering from his shattered manhood, and enduring a barrage of gunfire from Alvin, he still writhed on the ground, emitting anguished cries. The sunlight lamp was a gift delivered by Stark the previous day. Although he had become a laughingstock on television, this genius, cursed by knowledge, had managed to devise a comprehensive plan against vampires in just 2 days, sending a set to what he deemed friends. Dracula's unique abilities were nearly nullified under the sun, leaving him to rely solely on his thick skin, hardened by the passage of time, to withstand Alvin's gunfire. It was absurd. This old vampire was remarkably resilient, surviving such onslaughts. Alvin, taking the metal rod in hand, gestured for someone to fetch a rope. He began to wield the rod like a merciless loan shark, administering a brutal lesson to the impoverished student who had defaulted on several installments of a campus loan, a cautionary tale for the young. Refrain from reckless borrowing. He subjected Count Dracula to a relentless 5-minute beating. During this time, the rod bent and warped multiple times, yet Alvin straightened it to continue his assault. Fury and Agent Coulson, witnessing the scene unfold, felt their hearts race. Count Dracula was a registered superhuman with S.H.I.E.L.D. And here he was, being pummeled to the ground like a common thug by Alvin. Was this truly real? Thor and Dom, who had previously been idle, now charged in, one biting down on a leg and tearing at it with fervor. Frank, seeing Dracula reenact the tragic demise of the Black Bear leader from the previous week, felt a twinge of pity. From behind the bar, he retrieved a Remington and fired several shots at the Count's head. If he can't die, what can I do? Having found a length of paracord, he skillfully bound Count Dracula like a zongzi, leaving the vampire's head bloodied and unable to resist, at the mercy of his captors. Alvin gazed at Count Dracula, who lay on the ground, illuminated by the harsh rays of the sun lamps, his body emitting wisps of smoke, and his skin slightly cracked. A sense of heaviness weighed upon him. Even the geniuses in the Marvel Universe could be unreliable. He dialed Stark, leaving a scathing review of his vampire deterrent system. Stark, abruptly awakened, erupted in furious exclamations, insisting it was impossible. He would come immediately to witness a vampire that could not perish under sunlight. He turned off several sun lamps in the shop, leaving only a few directed at Count Dracula. Prolonged exposure to such lights could lead to skin cancer and were particularly energy-consuming, so they were reserved for the Count alone. Chapter 42. My name is Mr. Stark. A man of considerable pride, upon learning of the flaws in his vampire deterrent system, promptly rushed over. He embodied the modern exemplary entrepreneur. Director Fury and Agent Coulson fidgeted restlessly in the dining area, astonished that Alvin had so easily subdued a prominent figure of the bloodline. At this moment, he was wielding a silver butter knife, puncturing the Count's abdomen. Observing the Count's grotesque visage, which resembled the surface of the moon, one could surmise that if he were released, he would not emerge in public until he underwent significant reconstructive surgery. The energetic young Nick hopped about on one leg, peering at Count Dracula, occasionally wishing to borrow a Remington from his father to take a shot at the vampire. If only he could fire a bullet at him. He could boast about it for the rest of the semester. Frank anxiously watched his son, contemplating the future of Tony Stark. He had no vast fortune to bequeath, and once grown, many would wish to confront him. What would he do then? Jessica and Ginny fared better after Dracula's disfigurement. Jessica had not cast a glance at him again and was busy tidying up the remnants of the earlier chaos, preparing to discard them in the trash the following day. Little Ginny, devoid of other thoughts, sat atop a bar stool with her chin resting on her hands, gazing at Alvin with admiration, occasionally shaking her small fists in encouragement for him. Alvin tossed the small butter knife aside, looking at Count Dracula with a smile, inquired, "May I ask what your intentions are?" With his tattered, grotesque visage and smoldering body, Count Dracula glared defiantly at Alvin, baring his fangs, and proclaimed, "You shall pay for the actions you have taken today. The cost will haunt you for a lifetime." Alvin's pupils constricted slightly, yet he maintained his smile, responding, "You must remain alive for me to regret anything, do you not think? Do you believe you will survive the night?" Count Dracula sneered, "You dare not kill me. To slay me would plunge humanity into war with the bloodline, resulting in rivers of bloodshed. Curse you. Tell me your name, and before I tear you apart, I shall carve a tombstone for you, inscribed with your final confessions." It seems that the proud Count Dracula has entirely forgotten Alvin's previous self-introduction. With a radiant smile, Alvin gazed into the Count's eyes and earnestly declared, "I am the master of Hell's Kitchen, My name is Gene Bing, and I hope you will remember it. Director Fury and Agent Coulson felt a chill run down their spines. It would be wise to keep their distance from this fellow, as proximity could truly shorten one's life. Count Dracula, with a menacing grin, responded, I have remembered you, Gene Bing, and subsequently fell silent. The pain from the sunlight did not elicit a sound from him. The blow to his pride was 100-fold more severe than any physical injury. The atmosphere grew tense as Director Fury approached slowly, his expression grave. I fear you cannot kill him. He is an important figure among the vampire clan. We cannot risk a war merely to eliminate this individual. Alvin shot a sidelong glance at Fury, retorting, he seeks to trouble me, yet you prevent me from eliminating him. Should I merely wait for him to recover and exact his revenge? He punctuated his words with a tap on Fury's chest. You have sown doubt about your human stance in me. Fury, meeting Alvin's gaze, replied sternly, the vampire clan has existed for nearly a millennium. What do you think has prevented their extinction? Alvin tilted his head in contemplation before responding. Perhaps it is the foolishness of people like you that has allowed this blood-sucking race to endure to this day. Or perhaps you fear them. Fury inhaled deeply. Suppressing his mounting anger, in the past decade, he had never been subjected to such scorn as he was today. I cannot explain this to you, Alvin. S-H-I-E-L-D. Fears neither man nor beast. We are concerned with the consequences. As long as I am here, he cannot die. Perhaps I can assure you that he will not trouble you again. Alvin regarded the increasingly anxious Fury with a cold smirk, replying, you assure me? Your assurances are worthless in my eyes. Perhaps you should swiftly vacate my restaurant. For Frank's sake, I could wait until you leave to deal with him. Deal with whom? An urgent voice interjected as a disheveled Stark burst into the scene. His eyes immediately fell upon the disfigured Count Dracula, causing him to recoil slightly in shock. Stark turned to Alvin, exclaiming, wow, buddy, could you refrain from such cruelty? Why is it that every time I arrive, I am greeted by such terrifying sights? Director Fury shot a glance at Stark before turning back to Alvin. I understand you, Alvin. You are not an irresponsible man. Consider this. If war breaks out, how many innocent civilians will perish due to your impulsiveness? You have sheltered 3 communities, allowing their people to live with dignity. Yet if war ignites, they will be the first to face the flames. This is a war of races, Alvin. Have you truly thought this through? Growing weary of Fury's tone, Alvin impatiently replied. What do you suggest I do then? Let him go and wait for him to take his revenge on me? Since I must confront retaliation, what difference does it make to me whether it is a declaration of war? This matter has never pertained to me. It is the so-called Vampire Management Department that has faltered, allowing these wretched beings to wreak havoc in New York. Fury began to perspire with urgency, exclaiming, I assure you, he will not trouble you again. I am capable of persuading the elders of the Blood Clan to put Count Dracula into a slumber for a century. I possess that power. Alvin smirked knowingly, retorting, I do not trust you, Nick Fury. I find you to be treating me as a fool. I refuse to believe that humanity cannot contend with these beings, who exhibit such apparent vulnerabilities. Do not attempt to persuade me with talk of war. It is unnecessary. Furthermore, my patience has been exhausted. Director Fury concealed all expression from his face, casting a cold glance around at everyone present, and solemnly stated, I will reveal the truth to you, but only you may know it. Let us step outside to converse. The two exited the dining area, speaking for about 20 minutes at the entrance before re-entering. Alvin, with a darkened expression, ordered the 2 children and Jessica to the second floor. In a grave tone, he commanded, sever his hands and feet, drain his blood, and place him in a suitcase for our Director Fury to take back. Turning to Nick Fury, he spoke in an icy voice. Warn them not to venture into Hell's Kitchen. Do not linger near me. Moreover, do not attempt to deceive me, Director Fury. Chapter 43. Observing the brutal dismemberment and packaging of the still-living Count Dracula, Mr. Tony Stark felt a wave of nausea once more. Alvin's merciless treatment of the vampires sent a chill down Stark's spine, though he found himself in agreement. For when cattle and sheep become more intelligent than humans, capable of wielding firearms, humanity will surely face extinction. The relationship between humans and vampires is not fundamentally different. Stark poured himself a full glass of whiskey, glancing at Alvin, who seemed lost in thought, and jested, I never anticipated that matters would conclude in this manner. I know S-H-I-E-L-D. And Stark Industries maintain some collaborative research efforts. I simply did not expect their power to be so formidable. He extended his glass toward Alvin, signaling for another drink. Alvin smiled at Stark, responding, I too did not foresee this, yet I absolutely refuse to engage with them. I believe I am far better suited to being a restaurant chef or a school principal. Stark laughed heartily, saying, your students must be suffering greatly. I can only imagine. When Stark is not insufferable, he proves to be a decent friend. At least he promptly delivered the solar lamp to Alvin when it was developed. Just moments ago. They had been on the same side. Alvin nodded with a smile, remarking, "You are quite right. If tomorrow a notice were posted at the school gate announcing Principal Alvin's demise, those rascals would undoubtedly celebrate." Stark shivered slightly upon hearing this and remarked, "My friend, I did not anticipate that you were so unpopular." Alvin, non-committal, nodded and replied, "When they grow up, they will reflect on their youthful ignorance. You are a genius. You shall never comprehend the arduous nature of learning. The children from Hell's Kitchen, if not propelled by someone behind them, can hardly envision a future beyond prison." Stark, pondering this, nodded thoughtfully and said, "You make a valid point. Perhaps I can offer you some assistance." Alvin's spirit lifted, and his gaze towards Stark grew warm with enthusiasm as he joyfully exclaimed, "The community school requires individuals like you. A benevolent soul. I can reserve a position for you on the board of directors." Noticing the significant shift in Alvin's demeanor, Stark inquired with interest, "Does the community school still have board positions? Who are the other directors? How much must I donate?" Alvin chuckled shyly, adopting the demeanor of a sincere insurance salesman, and stated, "If you agree, you will become the second board member of the community school. The first is Mr. Gene Bing, who donates $10 million annually. You could certainly contribute more, given your status as a renowned billionaire, wouldn't you?" Stark, an intriguing individual, pondered for a moment before responding, "Alvin, my friend, you cannot expect me, a member of the American upper class, to be compared to someone like Gene Bing. Is there a need for a principal at your school? Grant me the title of honorary principal and prepare an office for me. I can contribute $20 million each year to the school. What could be more fitting? $20 million annually? Not only for the honorary principal role. If you wish to be the principal, I would gladly vacate the office for you, along with Secretary Olivia." With a smile, Alvin extended his hand and, upon shaking Stark's, sincerely welcomed him. "Welcome aboard, Principal Stark. You may now contemplate the style you desire for your office." Stark pursed his lips, tilting his head in thought, and said, "Wow, I never imagined that one day I would become the principal of a school. Perhaps I should have Pepper allocate 2 days in my monthly schedule for me to visit the school." Alvin raised his glass and clinked it with Stark's, declaring, "It is our honor. The students who graduate from this school will take pride in you. Truly, I am not jesting." Stark rarely engaged in conversation so joyfully with anyone. Although Alvin often put him in awkward positions, one naturally yearns for a friend with whom one can converse freely and jest without reservation. He felt that Alvin might indeed be that friend. When Pepper arrived at 7 in the morning to collect the still hungover Stark, he was to travel to Afghanistan today to test his Jericho missile. In truth, Stark did not need to be present in person, but the media storm of the past few days and an unknown pressure from somewhere compelled him to go there to lay low. After all, he remained the chairman of Stark Industries, and contributing to the company was his responsibility. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? As Alvin prepared to depart, he earnestly cautioned Pepper, remarking that Afghanistan is hardly a favorable place, and Stark's preparations this time were insufficient. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he should remember to give him a call. After all, he is a vampire hunter, does he not recall? Pepper, nearly driven to madness by Stark's capriciousness, paid little heed to Alvin's words. She merely nodded, requesting Alvin's assistance in getting Stark into the vehicle. Once Alvin finally had a moment to himself, he enjoyed a leisurely breakfast with Ginny before they set off in the old pickup truck, ready to fulfill his duties as a principal. Saul, ever the sycophant, managed to sneak aboard with Ginny, eager to partake in the school escapade, finding amusement in the sight of the mischievous youngsters quaking in fear. The old pickup cruised along the road under splendid weather, with Alvin rolling down the window and playing country music, his left arm resting casually on the sill. He taught Ginny to sing the lyrics of 500 Miles with heartfelt enthusiasm. "If you miss the train I'm on, you will know that I am gone. You can hear the whistle blow 100 miles, 100 miles, 100 miles, 100 miles, 100 miles. Ginny delighted in the song, for her father cherished it. In the midst of their musical interlude, Alvin received a phone call that further lifted his spirits. His dedication to teaching Ginny the song intensified, as he felt that little Ginny must be his lucky star. Every kindness bestowed upon her seemed to enhance his fortune. The call was from Director George, who had recently been beleaguered by the vampire incident, his spirit worn thin. He informed Alvin that his daughter, Gwen Stacy, would be enrolling directly in the community school next week. Although there was still a month until the final exams, he could not bear the thought of his daughter attending school in a place where vampires might lurk. Presently, Alvin's community school stood as a sanctuary free from such threats. In high spirits, Alvin found everything pleasing to the eye. Even the new electrician at the school's entrance seemed amiable. "Hello there. I haven't seen you before," he greeted. The elderly man, warm and genial, responded with a smile. "Good morning, Principal Alvin. I'm the new electrical engineer. My name is Ben Parker." Chapter 44. What exactly did Frank do? In his cheerful demeanor, Alvin exchanged pleasantries with Ben Parker, saying, "My friend, being the electrical engineer at the community school is no easy task. You will have your hands full with these little rascals." Ben, taken aback by the amiable disposition of the once-feared principal, chuckled and replied, "This place is wonderful, Principal. I've been here for 3 days, and I've never witnessed children so well-behaved in a school. You know, I have a nephew who will be entering the 11th grade next year, and I am contemplating whether to send him here." Alvin was astonished to hear someone express a desire to enroll their child in the community school. Intrigued, he asked, "My friend, your words bring me great joy. Could you share your reasons? This might prove beneficial for our school's future enrollment. Regardless of the circumstances, I must commend your discernment." Old Parker joyfully remarked, "I have been here for 3 days, and the atmosphere of learning is unparalleled. I have never encountered anything like it elsewhere. My goodness, had I attended school here, I might not have become an electrical engineer. Perhaps I would have gone to Harvard and sought an office job on Wall Street." Alvin, pleased, shook hands with Old Parker and smiled, saying, "See, there are those who can immediately recognize the merits of our school. So, my friend, where do you reside now? I have not seen you in Hell's Kitchen." Old Parker chuckled shyly and replied, "I currently live in Queens. It is not too far. It's south, quite convenient to drive here." Alvin nodded and said, "Oh, that's not exactly close, my friend. You might consider relocating to Hell's Kitchen. The safety in the 2426 block is quite commendable now. At your age, commuting for an hour and a half each day is no trivial matter." Old Parker did not respond immediately, but contemplated before saying, "I will consider it. Such decisions cannot be made hastily. I must take into account my wife's and nephew's opinions. Perhaps when my nephew transfers schools in September, I will sell the old house and settle here." Alvin nodded with a smile, saying, "Indeed, my friend, preparation is essential. What is your nephew's name?" Old Parker, displaying a hint of pride, responded, Peter Parker. "He is a fine young man, excelling academically. Though my salary cannot afford him a good tutor, otherwise, he would shine even brighter." Alvin instinctively nodded but suddenly paused, scrutinizing Old Parker closely, and asked, "What did you just say your name was? I did not catch it clearly." Old Parker, kindly looking at Alvin, replied, "I am Ben Parker, sir. You may call me Old Parker." Alvin thumped his head in realization. How could he forget this man, whose great abilities were matched by his immense responsibilities? Having shaped the most distinguished and beloved superhero in the Marvel Universe, this man is far more deserving of respect than many so-called superheroes. He is a genuinely good person. Alvin formally shook Old Parker's hand again, earnestly stating, "My friend, would you mind taking on a bit more work? Of course, there will be additional compensation." Old Parker looked at Alvin with a puzzled expression, slightly flustered, and replied, I don't mind at all, but there is no need for extra pay. I enjoy being here, my income is sufficient, and I am happy to contribute a little more to the school." Alvin, with sincere warmth, gazed at the amiable elder before him, nearly bursting with applause for his own thoughts, and chuckled, saying, "What I need you to do is not an easy task. The disciplinary office requires someone as kind as you to assist Frank. He has been in office for a week, and I have already received several calls from parents complaining that their children have returned home after wetting their pants for several days. My friend, I believe that being overly strict is not ideal. It does not bode well for the reputation of the community school if people keep saying that its children are perpetually wetting their pants." Looking sincerely into Old Parker's eyes, I implored, "I need your assistance, my old friend, if only for the sake of these children." Throughout his life, Old Parker had been an ordinary man, and for the first time, someone had told him he was important, that he was needed here. This realization filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment and moved him deeply. "If what you say is true, then of course, I am willing, Mr. Principal. I now believe you are not at all the person the rumors suggest," Old Parker stated earnestly. Alvin chuckled heartily, embracing Old Parker as he said, "Then, welcome aboard. You will leave your mark in the annals of our school's history, I am certain." In truth, Alvin was indifferent to Peter Parker, the future young man swinging through New York. He preferred the wise Old Parker, not the wisdom derived from knowledge, but the sagacity cultivated through the trials of life. He hoped that Old Parker could inspire more individuals, rather than merely creating a Spider-Man through sacrifice. Turning to lift his lucky star, little Ginny, he greeted Old Parker, his spirits lifting ever higher. The rambunctious children hurrying past him seemed less bothersome now. With a light-hearted gait, he made his way toward the school building, exclaiming to himself, "Today must surely be my lucky day. It simply must be." At the entrance of the teaching building, students lined up orderly as they entered, devoid of the previous chaotic running, pushing, and roughhousing. Although lively, the atmosphere remained orderly. Alvin's arrival prompted a hush to fall over the gathering, and Principal Nelson approached with a beaming smile. He joyfully praised Frank, saying, "Mr. Alvin, we have an extraordinary disciplinary director at our school. Initially, I had reservations about establishing this department, but it seems you were right. This fellow clearly bore the brunt of the mischief from those rowdy kids during his tenure. Finally, there was someone capable of keeping those rascals in line, alleviating some of his burdens. After all, while Principal Alvin might be formidable, he was not often present at the school. Observing the cunning glint in Nelson's eyes, Alvin smiled and remarked, "It seems you are quite pleased with Frank's performance, which indicates he is well suited for this position. However, I encountered an electrical engineer at the entrance named Ben Parker. Do you know him?" Nelson cautiously regarded Alvin and replied, "He came in with me. The school indeed requires an electrical engineer, and his salary expectations are quite reasonable." Alvin waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "No need to be anxious. My friend Nelson, old Parker is a good chap. I merely hope he can take on a part-time role in the disciplinary office." Nelson exhaled, his brow furrowed with uncertainty as he queried, "That is certainly not an issue, but why? Old Parker isn't capable of managing those troublesome kids." Alvin, slightly exasperated, tapped his head and replied, "Yesterday, a few big shots from Hell's Kitchen called me, saying that if their kids returned home in soiled pants, they would send armed escorts to deliver them to class. My friend, could you enlighten me on what exactly Frank has done?" Chapter 45, One-on-One. The rules of Hell's Kitchen at the entrance of the teaching building. Frank stood as straight as a spear. In recent days, he had entirely taken over Alvin's responsibilities, tasked with intimidating unruly children. Observing these youngsters regarding Frank with fear akin to that of a primordial beast, Alvin felt that his past efforts at school paled in comparison to Frank's formidable presence. Perhaps in the future, the school could be renamed Hell's Kitchen West Point Community School. Nick, seated in a wheelchair pushed by his neighbor, Gavin, overheard others lamenting about Frank, labeling him a demon. No, even the worst scoundrels of Hell's Kitchen paled beside him. Nick feigned ignorance of Frank, nodding in agreement and joining in the disparagement of the individual who had drastically diminished their joy of attending school. His father's reckless behavior left Gavin, who understood the relationship between Nick and Frank, wide-eyed in disbelief. With a smile, Alvin approached the entrance of the teaching building and playfully punched Frank on the chest, saying, "Well done, my friend. I knew that being the discipline director would be a place where your talents could truly shine. However, we need to have a word later. I found you a helper." Frank, head held high and eyes fixated on every approaching student, silently urged Alvin to depart, clearly engrossed in his duties. The students had been particularly restless these past few days, betting on who could smuggle contraband into the school, which had placed considerable pressure on him. After all, he was not like Thor, who could simply sniff out forbidden items. Alvin, bewildered yet respectful of Frank's work, refrained from interrupting his efforts, feeling it inappropriate to disrupt his diligent employee. The supercomputer purchased by Professor Cage had finally arrived and was undergoing installation and calibration. Alvin hurried over to witness the excitement. Though secondhand, the installation of this supercomputer occupied several classrooms within the teaching building. While the effectiveness was uncertain, Alvin, lacking expertise in computers, marveled at the dense array of machinery flickering with lights in the computer room. It was impressive, very high-tech and substantial, justifying the expenditure of $2 million. However, during the initial testing, the wildly spinning electric meter caused Alvin some distress, prompting him to instruct Cage to limit usage to only 1/3 of the machines. Amidst Cage's animated chatter, the old fellow managed to recruit a few old friends along with several of his graduate students to assist with the equipment setup. The old man, bustling about with a girl who bore a striking resemblance to the little lowly Matilda, displayed a fervor that suggested he had rekindled old flames, prompting him to later instruct Olivia to report back to his wife. In the principal's office, Alvin crossed his arms, casting a cold gaze upon the gang leaders who held significant sway in Hell's Kitchen. A group of individuals spoke, yet Alvin paid no heed to their words, merely observing them with a cold gaze. "How dare you, the parents of these underachievers, come to my office and behave so brazenly? If I indulge you, what remains of my dignity?" Noticing Alvin's displeasure, the group felt a twinge of fear and conferred briefly, selecting the Russian, Alexei, as their spokesperson to negotiate with Alvin. The bear-like arms dealer stood somewhat awkwardly before Alvin and said, "Alvin, my friend, I implore you to assist. My son, Anton." He gestured towards a boy standing outside the door, a bearded youth who appeared older than Alvin, with no eyebrows and a bald head. "He has been plagued by nightmares lately. You must speak to your disciplinary officer. If this continues, my son will lose his mind." With arms crossed, Alvin, curious, inquired, "What has Frank done? I must commend him. I had no idea Anton could become so subdued." Alexei retorted angrily, "That scoundrel Frank has confined my son to detention." Alvin regarded Alexei as if he were a fool and replied, "Your son fears detention? He has spent more time in the confinement room this semester than in class. My friend, you've been duped by your own son." Alexei glanced at his unfortunate offspring, fuming, but that wretch Frank used a harpoon to shave my son's hair clean. Except for his beard. Alvin could only imagine the horror of being subjected to such a barbaric act. Having one's hair removed by a butcher-like figure wielding a foot-long knife. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. No wonder this former school bully now behaved like a frightened chicken. However, using a harpoon for a shave was indeed excessive. With a hint of embarrassment, Alvin looked at Alexei and said, "My friend, Frank may have gone a bit too far, but I firmly believe Anton must have been up to no good. I hear he's been performing well on the football team lately." Alexei, with a touch of pride, responded, "Indeed, Anton has been excelling, improving his grades, and is now a key striker on the team." But his expression darkened as he continued. Yet, he has been reluctant to come to school these past few days, fearing ridicule from others. Listening to Alexei speak of his son's accomplishments, Alvin felt an awkwardness. You, a weapons dealer, discussing such matters seems incongruous. Shouldn't you be brandishing a firearm and confronting Frank? Engaging me in this conversation makes it difficult for me to express my frustration. With a hint of resignation, Alvin asked, "So, what exactly did Anton do to provoke Frank in such a manner?" After a moment of contemplation, Alexei hesitated and said, "It is said that he shaved his teammate's head bald, but that was merely a childish prank." Alvin smirked at Alexei, clearly skeptical of his claims. "A prank? You consider this merely a jest? My dear fellow, we may be fierce and ruthless, yet we must adhere to reason. At present, I believe Anton is receiving his just deserts. Alternatively, one might interpret this incident as a jest from Frank. What do you think of the moniker the deadpan jester Frank?" Alexei spoke somewhat awkwardly, stating, "My friend, we are all aware of the situation. In truth, I feel the school is not at fault. However, Frank's severity is excessive. Before his arrival, I had witnessed Anton's potential to attend university. Yet now, he is disinclined to attend school altogether. What shall we do about this?" Upon hearing Alexei's words, Alvin felt a twinge of discomfort. Community schools are meant to emphasize correction through reflection and healing. But Frank has instilled such fear in the children that they dare not attend. This is certainly not ideal. Ultimately, we are a school, not a prison. Alvin considered his decision to have old Parker assist Frank that morning to be quite astute. After pondering, he remarked, "Is school a place one can simply choose not to attend? Have the children, who have been shorn bald by your son, come to school? Quickly, send Anton to class. Graduation is mere months away, and our school's football team is performing admirably. With just a score of 10 or 20, Anton could secure a place at a reputable university. If you wish to confront Frank, I am entirely fair. At 3 o'clock this afternoon in the gymnasium, just you few. If you seek vengeance for your children, come forward for a one-on-one match, adhering to the rules of our Hell's Kitchen." Chapter 46 glances the community school's gymnasium, constructed 2 decades prior, seldom witnessed much activity. Due to its dilapidated equipment, even a decent basketball hoop was absent, and the school's basketball team struggled to recruit sufficient players. However, today, the gymnasium was overrun by restless students. This was due to several fathers of former bullies preparing to engage in one-on-one confrontations with the school's disciplinary director. This was reminiscent of Hell's Kitchen. Since Principal Alvin's tenure began, there had been no incidents of parents confronting teachers. This stirred excitement among the pent-up, hormone-driven youth. Someone was poised to teach that fearsome disciplinary director a lesson. It was rumored that several gang leaders from Hell's Kitchen would personally partake. White Shark Gang, Mad Dog Gang. How thrilling. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the teachers realized they were losing control of the situation. They decided to allow the students to proceed to the gymnasium. After all, a balance must be maintained. Furthermore, most of the teachers had been hired since Alvin took charge, and they too were curious about the rules of Hell's Kitchen. Did problems here truly resolve by determining who possessed the stronger fist? If so, should they also seek to spar with that formidable disciplinary director in case a parent ever sought to confront them? Professor Cage was the staunchest supporter of the school's regulations, having heard that someone was troubling the finest faculty member within the institution. The old cowboy, picking up a well-worn Winchester rifle that seemed to match his age, reluctantly led the way to the platform for Frank. He felt it was unnecessary to create such a fuss. What could a few gang leaders possibly achieve? With one hand resting on the second, Frank could easily overpower them. However, in this school, it was crucial not to offend the old man Cage. After all, one had to sidestep around the Principal Alvin, didn't they? It was best to endure the situation with a resigned attitude. Along the way, Professor Cage discovered that Principal Nelson was already stationed at the entrance of the gymnasium, accompanied by all the school bus drivers and security personnel. Due to Alvin's peculiar taste in the appearance of bus drivers, Principal Nelson now resembled a gang leader rather than the cunning, mercantile vice principal he once was. The management of the community school was relatively systematic. All 6th grade students were promptly sent back to their classrooms. The limited space of the gymnasium was not suitable for such a violent spectacle. It was best that the children did not witness it, though somewhat blunt and harsh. This was the style of the community school. If one had the skill to blend in unnoticed, no one would interfere. However, if discovered, the school's regulations contained detailed punitive measures. Inside the gym, which could accommodate only 500 people, every seat was filled. Students and teachers sat in the stands, whispering among themselves, with a buzzing sound enveloping the entire space. Alvin sat on a chair at the side of the court, with Ginny playing on the floor beside him, clutching a basketball. Mrs. Will had taken Ginny in her arms as soon as she arrived, and only returned her now. This kindly old lady truly adored the little girl, resembling a doting grandmother as she sat beside her, offering sips of a drink to Ginny from time to time. Alvin felt troubled. The cafeteria was closed, and it was a rare occasion to be at the school, yet he found himself amidst so many complications. When would his bank account finally surpass 6 figures? The 3 gang leaders seeking trouble had already been marked by Alvin, and he intended to instruct Frank to deal with them severely, making it clear that the disciplinary office was not solely for students. Before 3 o'clock, the 3 gang leaders made their entrance into the gymnasium. Eliashka, the great white shark of the White Shark Gang, Gerald, the Black Hand of the gang, and Doug, the Tooth of the Mad Dog Gang. Alvin regarded these 3 figures as if they were walking pig heads. Even if they did not appear so now, they soon would. Dressed in boxing shorts and raising their fists like contenders ready for the ring, Gerald, a former professional boxer, seemed quite familiar with such scenes. His boxing career had been cut short due to involvement in fixed matches, leading him back to Hell's Kitchen, where he forged a path for himself with his fists and became a gang leader. It was precisely because of him that these thugs dared to challenge Frank with such audacity. At precisely 3 o'clock, Frank made his delayed entrance. This old-fashioned soldier wore khaki military pants and high combat boots, his bare torso emerging from the shadows. As he stepped into the light, his stern visage was etched with the wear of time, and his furrowed brow concealed a myriad of untold stories. The already flawless physique, adorned with numerous terrifying scars, elevated his aura of intimidation several notches. This rather tedious individual timely played Led Zeppelin's tunes over the broadcast, complimenting Frank's entrance as if he were a superhero emerging from the silver screen, ready to vanquish a host of adversaries in a climactic showdown. The atmosphere within the arena ignited completely, as the enthusiastic crowd of spirited youths and ladies fervently cheered for Frank, despite their initial intent to witness his downfall. Yet, who truly cares? Frank, after all, is one of their own, and boasting about having such a cool director of the disciplinary committee is something to relish. In stark contrast, the 3 mob bosses appeared exceedingly mundane. Among them, the most presentable, Gerald, resembled a lump of greasy black meat when compared to Frank. Observing Frank's grand entrance, Alvin felt a surge of displeasure, pondering when this scoundrel had acquired such creativity, while he, as the boss, had never enjoyed such treatment. He resolved to dock Frank's pay upon his return. He never reflected on his own unchanging attire, nearly perpetual jeans, checkered shirts, and a gray coat. Would Alvin's entrance to a brawl be accompanied by country music? Frank, exuding an air of confidence as he approached the 3 mob bosses, seemed as casual as if discussing dinner plans with a girlfriend, urging them to hurry as he was pressed for time. The fate that befell the 3 mob bosses was nothing short of tragic, as Frank's methods were exceedingly brutal. Together, they barely lasted 5 minutes. Amidst the cheering crowd, the 3 bosses were whisked away on stretchers. Director Frank, not one to miss an opportunity, sauntered over to the 3 terrified kids and gently reminded them to attend school the following day, or he would personally visit their homes to fetch them. He then raised his hand in a victorious gesture towards the teachers and students at the sidelines, exuding the charisma of a superstar at a concert, eliciting shrill gasps from several female teachers who clutched their chests in astonishment. Alvin, too engrossed to pay attention to the electrified atmosphere, found his gaze captured by a slender figure. A girl clad in a white blouse and khaki pencil skirt, with long brown hair, stood with her back to him, collecting litter from the ground into a bag. She seemed utterly out of place amidst the raucous environment, appearing somewhat bewildered, as if sensing Alvin's gaze. The brown-haired girl turned her head and offered him a shy smile. While she may not have been conventionally beautiful, her smile radiated warmth, akin to a gentle April breeze, inviting Alvin to linger in its embrace. Had Alvin's eyes not strayed to her chest, this might have been a rather romantic encounter. Chapter 47. A text message to Stark, perhaps due to Alvin's gaze. The young woman appeared somewhat flustered, hastily clutching her shirt collar as she made her retreat. Alvin chose not to pursue her. As a man who had lived 2 lifetimes, he deemed it unnecessary to act like an eager youth, rushing at every sight of a lady. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, she seemed to be a staff member or an instructor at the school. This realization eased his urgency. After all, she was part of the institution, so why should the principal be in a hurry? Having been slightly vexed by the interruption of his midday business, Alvin's spirits lifted once more. It was now Frank's time, and as the principal, he should not linger in the way. After exchanging pleasantries with Mrs. Wilson, he departed, taking little Ginny home. For Alvin, it had been a fulfilling day. Aside from the unfortunate misfortune of those 3 gang leaders, who had already paid their dues, hadn't they? In the following days, Alvin made it a point to stroll through the school, yet he never encountered the young woman again. Perhaps she had seen him and chosen to avoid him. Alvin refrained from seeking her information. Although it would have been simple, he felt it unnecessary. As long as she remained at the school, their paths would eventually cross. He was not in a frantic rush to find a girlfriend. The current state of affairs suited him well. He relished the sensation, not the typical feeling of romance, but rather a unique anticipation. Life being so arduous, one must create a few surprises for oneself, mustn't one? Alvin's tranquility persisted until Pepper called him with grave news. Stark had been kidnapped. In Afghanistan, at a U.S. military base, a Major Rod, an African-American officer, received Alvin. Within Rod's office, Alvin articulated his demands. Provide me with a vehicle, fully fueled, and if possible, some spare gasoline and provisions. I intend to leave immediately, he stated bluntly. Despite having warned Stark, the man still found himself in peril. As the honorary principal of a community school, how could he be so irresponsible? The soldiers around were equally inept. With so many present, how could Stark have been taken? Although Rod did not recognize Alvin as a responsible officer and a friend of Stark's, he sought to review Alvin's credentials, only to find that Alvin's records were sealed and inaccessible. This peculiar circumstance, however, instilled a degree of confidence in Rod, especially since Pepper vouched for him. Not to worry, the supplies you require can be ready today. You may rest for the day and depart tomorrow morning. I possess detailed satellite imagery, which I believe may assist you, Major Rod remarked, contemplating whether Alvin needed any weaponry. You must understand, this is not a safe locale. Alvin smiled and replied, no need for arms. I have brought my own. Just provide me with what I mentioned. I shall set off overnight to attend to the needs of you soldiers. Rod, visibly irate, gestured to a junior officer in the office, instructing him to escort this gentleman to procure a vehicle and prepare the necessary items as per his request. With that, he brusquely dismissed Alvin. However, Alvin was indifferent. He had no desire to forge a friendship with Major Rod. He was a genuine soldier, deserving of respect, yet not a suitable companion. For when the bonds of friendship clash with national duty, he would unhesitatingly take down a friend, embodying the common adage of sacrificing kin for the greater good. In Alvin's perspective, although he disdained Rod's actions and character, he refrained from casting judgment, acknowledging that Rod was, in legal terms, acting correctly. This was not a matter of justice, merely a divergence of viewpoints. Hence, Alvin was reluctant to engage with S.H.I.E.L.D. They would wield lofty rhetoric and moral coercion to compel one to serve their interests. In his previous life, having watched films, Alvin held a particular admiration for Steve Rogers within the Marvel Universe, a truly noble man. He harbored the purest convictions, placing liberty and equality above all else, and was a dependable friend. This divergence in ideals eventually led to the Avengers Schism, with Stark, the very one who should have resisted control, leading the charge to endorse a contract that Alvin found utterly absurd. There is no absolute right or wrong. The insistence on such distinctions belongs to the realm of children. The adult world is not solely about interests. It revolves around principles. Individuals are often constrained by their surroundings, compelling them to make choices that align with the majority's interests, which is not inherently wrong. Yet, having lived 2 lives, Alvin sought to avoid being manipulated by his environment. Thus, he delineated his own comfort zone, choosing to live in accordance with his inner desires. After bidding farewell to Major Rod, Alvin beheld a brand new Hummer and embarked on the quest to locate Stark. The rugged terrains of Afghanistan were vast. A single individual could hardly cover such an extensive area. Fortunately, Alvin possessed his own methods. He released 12 crows, which would report any suspicious locations. By merely changing his position periodically, he anticipated swiftly discovering the mountainous region where Stark was held captive. Indeed, it was rather expedient. A hidden camp nestled within a valley was located, cleverly camouflaged. Although it could evade satellites, it could not deceive the crows. Alvin parked the vehicle at a considerable distance, donning a desert camouflage outfit. He stealthily approached the camp's perimeter, carefully observing. The camp was bustling, with over 150 personnel engaged in assembly. Their equipment was sophisticated. Yet Alvin found himself struggling to recall the specifics of who they were or who commanded them. Nearly 12 years had elapsed since the film's release and Alvin's transference, and many details had faded from memory. Moreover, reality does not always mirror the narratives of cinema. Alvin is aware that a prominent bald figure within the Stark group serves as the ultimate antagonist. It would be unwise to base decisions on vague recollections. After a thorough observation, Alvin felt a twinge of frustration. Eliminating all the camp's inhabitants seemed straightforward enough. Simply unleash the poisonous vines, and there would be no survivors. However, the real conundrum lay in ensuring that the camp's personnel did not eliminate Stark before they themselves met their demise. Stark was of paramount importance. He had pledged a substantial annual donation of $20 million to the school, which had yet to materialize. He simply could not afford to perish. After some contemplation, Alvin rummaged through his pocket, producing a paper notebook. He tore out a sheet and inscribed a message upon it, summoning a raven. He planned to wait until nightfall to send it forth, hoping it might convey a text to Stark. Meanwhile, Stark was occupied, cradling a car battery in his arms. With a magnet pressed against his chest, laboring beside a fire, a scruffy middle-aged man was assisting him. Chapter 48. Stark's dignity bathed in the flickering firelight. Stark's face bore the marks of exhaustion. He felt utterly despondent. Although he had survived, was he destined to live his life clutching a car battery? Ethan, standing nearby, attempted to console Stark, saying, "Mr. Stark, I sincerely apologize. I am merely a physicist and cannot extract those fragments. This is the only solution I could devise." With his hands cradling his head in anguish, Stark expressed a mixture of irritation and gratitude. "Buddy, I must thank you for saving my life." He cast a disgusted glance at the car battery resting between his legs. "Your method is truly, well, physicist-like." As Stark gazed into the flames of the fire, he murmured to himself, "Before I ended up in this wretched place, I had just made the acquaintance of an intriguing friend. This fellow is quite the rascal, with a foul mouth. I distinctly remember him warning me that Afghanistan was not a safe locale." Covering his face with his hands, leaving only his eyes visible, Stark despondently remarked, "I can hardly bear to think of what he would say if he knew I was reduced to relying on a car battery for sustenance." He even mimicked Alvin's tone, saying, "Oh, Mr. Stark, is this the latest fashion among genius inventors? Do you require a car battery to keep your heart beating?" Ethan chuckled, finding the situation amusing. He believed the individual Stark spoke of must be remarkable, as he had managed to befriend Stark, who seemed somewhat intimidated by him. Ethan reassured Stark, "Perhaps your friend is on his way to rescue you." Stark glanced at Ethan, then replied, "That is precisely what I fear. Between the choice of death or enduring a lifetime of ridicule from that scoundrel, I would rather perish in this godforsaken place." Ethan looked at Stark in astonishment and exclaimed, "Surely you jest." Stark pressed his hands firmly against his face and, in a tone of utter despair, stated, "No, if you knew him, you would understand that he is a character, a sharp-tongued rogue. Ironically, I once admired his way with words." With a long, drawn-out sigh, he glanced at Ethan, who was observing him intently, and remarked, "Buddy, please don't look at me like that. I must appear quite unseemly at the moment." Ethan, gazing at Stark with a hint of surprise, inquired, "What is that peculiar bird on your shoulder? It seems to be clutching something in its beak." Startled, Stark turned to discover a crow perched upon him, its beak grasping a rolled piece of paper. The bird scrutinized him with its crimson eyes, and Stark distinctly perceived a greeting from Alvin. It was the same crow he encountered each time he visited the restaurant. Stark retrieved the paper from the crow's beak and unfolded it. His expression shifted from elation to dread as he clutched a car battery and hurried to the prison door, banging on it forcefully while shouting, "Call your boss over. Tell him I've agreed. I will assist him in constructing the Jericho missile." Ethan, intrigued by Stark's frantic behavior, picked up the paper that had fallen to the ground. By the light of the fire, he read the message, "Dear Mr. Stark, my esteemed honorary principal, I am here to rescue you. I hope you are faring well. For safety's sake, while I come to your aid, you must find a secure hiding place. If you are prepared, send me a letter. Oh, I've brought a camera so we can commemorate your adventure together." Ethan was captivated by the identity of Stark's friend, sensing that he was quite an intriguing character. Look at Stark. He seems positively exhilarated. Alvin, hidden atop a discreet dune, chuckled as he read Stark's reply, "Dear Alvin, I am delighted to see you come to my rescue. However, it would be prudent for you to wait a while. I have devised a plan that, while not entirely safe, stands a good chance of success with your cooperation. Wait for my signal, mate. Do not act rashly, just wait for my signal." Alvin could easily envision this proud individual, who would go to great lengths to conceal his current state from him. Through the crow, Alvin could see and hear Stark's situation. Little did he anticipate that he had ignited Stark's fighting spirit, propelling him towards becoming the future Iron Man. A man preoccupied with his dignity possesses an inexhaustible strength at times. Alvin, of course, was more than willing to wait a while. Knowing he was the catalyst for Stark's transformation, it was worth the wait. In the months that followed, Alvin settled about 10 kilometers away from the terrorist stronghold, comfortably camping in the desolate Afghan wilderness with ample supplies, biding his time for Stark's signal. Throughout this period, he kept a close watch on Stark's progress via the crow. Stark, undoubtedly a victim of the curse of knowledge, managed to construct a fusion energy reactor for himself within a week using palladium metal extracted from missiles and some rudimentary electronic coils. Liberating himself from the constraints of a car battery, Alvin was left in awe of Stark's remarkable craftsmanship, realizing that he could never attain such a level of proficiency in his lifetime. He often found himself needing Jessica's assistance even to change the oil in his old Ford, a fact that had led to his ridicule. It is also possible that Alvin's arrival sparked Stark's latent potential, igniting a tremendous energy within the proud inventor, akin to the explosive breakthroughs often depicted in numerous novels. Clueless about cutting-edge technology and mechanical engineering, Alvin watched as Stark, with Ethan's assistance, fashioned an exceedingly grotesque suit of armor from makeshift tools. Alvin would wager that this abomination bore no resemblance to the imposing figure he had previously witnessed in films. The creation was steeped in a menacing, Soviet-era aesthetic, characterized by a fearsome mechanical exoskeleton entwined with a chaotic mass of wires. Powered by a fusion reactor embedded in Stark's chest, it featured a massive shield, towering over a person, cobbled together from uneven iron plates. One could easily envision Stark charging forward in this rugged mechanical exoskeleton, wielding the colossal shield. Alvin found great delight in this. It resonated with his preferences, surpassing even the futuristic Iron Man armor in appeal. There was no need for an elegant appearance. What mattered was the sheer mechanical brutality, pushed to its limits. He mused that if only a grand axe could accompany this creation, it would be perfect. This was Alvin's intrinsic definition of mechanical armor, robust and fierce. This was the culmination of Stark's labor over the past month. One could only wonder how Stark had charmed those terrorists into providing him with sufficient materials for his escape. Did they truly believe that constructing a missile required such an array of motors? In a world devoid of literacy, Alvin remained baffled. He resolved that Ginny must be sent to university. Otherwise, encountering someone like Stark could lead to her downfall. Standing atop a sand dune, Alvin held Stark's letter in hand. Stark's words brimmed with pride regarding his recent accomplishments, detailing the scheduled time for the escape and promising a surprise that would showcase the miracles a genius scientist had conjured within a dark Afghan prison. Chapter 19. Druid Assault. It was 8 in the morning, a most opportune time, as all the terrorists would be gathered for breakfast, celebrating yet another day of survival with their modest morning fare. On this day, an elderly and a youthful terrorist sat together, each clutching a rough flatbread while savoring a bowl of suspiciously colored oil tea, engaged in conversation as they dined, tightening the somewhat loose gun strap. The young man glanced at the breakfast in his hand and complained, "Old Ollie, how much longer must we endure this wretched place? I've lost a bit of weight over these 2 months." Old Ollie, grinning with a toothless smile, looked at the 19-year-old youth who had already fought for 6 years. "What troubles you, Rat? Are you missing your bride? I believe we shall return home soon. The fellow trapped in the cave is on the verge of producing what our leader desires. Once the leader possesses that item and sells it for a handsome sum, we can go home. Who knows, with our share, you might even find yourself a wife." He then cast a scornful glance at Rad, teasing, "Look at you now, like a randy ram. I have 4 wives waiting for me at home. Am I in a hurry?" Rad, anxious, waved his hands dismissively. He could not afford to let others perceive him as preoccupied with thoughts of women, for that would render him a target for mockery. With urgency, he exclaimed, "I merely find it unbearably dull here. I would rather go out and fight the Americans. At least there would be some decent spoils. Yet here we are, merely waiting for that American in the cave to create something, when so many of us are unnecessary." Old Ollie, with difficulty, tore off a piece of flatbread and took a sip of oily tea. Looking at Rad, he said, "Child, do not always yearn for battle. Your survival until today is merely good fortune. I now wish only to live quietly, earn money, and raise my children. Do not listen to those in white robes spouting nonsense about fighting the Americans to the end. Their own children have long since gone to their country, counting on foolish lads like you to lay down your lives." Rad, feeling defiant, retorted, "Then why are you still here? You could return home to care for your wife and children." Old Ollie shook his head. "I do not know what I would do if I returned. We have nothing. I only know how to fight. I hope to save enough money before I die to send my son to Saudi Arabia or Qatar, where life is akin to paradise." Rad, straining to tear the flatbread in his hands, said, "I can't shake the feeling that the leader has been deceived by that American. He may not be constructing any missiles at all, but merely stalling for time." Old Ollie chuckled. "That is of no consequence. Outsiders cannot even find this place." However, upon noticing the terror etched on Rad's face, he followed the direction of his gaze and witnessed a scene that would remain etched in his memory forever. A man, riding a magnificent crimson wolf, charged down from a hill, wielding an old-fashioned Winchester lever-action rifle. 5 shadowy, colossal wolves surged forth, racing ahead of him. A checkpoint draped in camouflage, with 4 sentinels, barely had time to raise their weapons before these 5 hellish beasts tore them to shreds. The quick-thinking African leader bellowed to his comrades to return fire, leading a few subordinates toward the cave, intent on silencing the hostages within. As the terrorists indulged in their breakfast, they abruptly abandoned their food, seizing their AK-47s to shoot at the rampaging giant wolves. 3 thick vines erupted from the ground. 1 green vine slithered through the crowd, striking with relentless force. Each terrorist touched by it clutched their throats, faces turning ashen, succumbing to its venom. This toxic flower vine acted as a biological weapon, bringing death wherever it went. The red vine was even more grotesque, crowned with a gaping maw lined with sharp teeth. With a body exceeding 50 centimeters in diameter, it swept through the cafeteria with the ferocity of a tempest, sending terrorists flying. It then pursued them, opening its terrifying mouth to devour the unfortunate souls whole. In contrast, the golden vine displayed a more refined demeanor, constricting to the size of a finger and shooting through a group of terrorists like a lethal arrow. Those pierced by it visibly withered, as if their very moisture was being evaporated. Under such horrific assault, the courage of the terrorists evaporated. They howled in panic, discarding everything and fleeing. The 5 ghost wolves seized this opportunity, their bodies flickering before materializing among the chaos. With claws extending nearly half a foot, they left a trail of severed limbs and dismembered bodies in their wake, leaving no terrorist unscathed. Usually perceived as harmless, the ghost wolves revealed their terrifying lethality, moving seamlessly between the void and reality, appearing behind the terrorists and tearing them apart. Only Alvin remained ineffective amidst the carnage. With his mediocre marksmanship, he found himself atop a frenzied wolf nearly 1.80 meters tall, charging into the terrorist camp. Despite firing twice, he failed to hit a single target. Lacking the ability to shoot effectively while mounted, Alvin felt disheartened, realizing that his imagined prowess as a wild outlaw did not translate into reality. Why could he not adapt his combat style? He felt trapped in the role of a mere thug, resorting to brute force rather than the artistry he desired. Dismounting from the wolf, he let it engage in battle while he stood at the edge of the camp, brandishing his Winchester in search of a target. However, without risking harm to his summoned ally, he found it nearly impossible to locate one. This exemplified the drawbacks of his poor shooting skills amidst the chaos. He risked injuring his own side. The ferocity of the vines and the ghost wolves was clearly evident. The massacre continued unabated until a burst of gunfire erupted from the cave. A towering figure emerged, brandishing a massive shield. Terrorists blocking the path were sent flying like small animals struck by a speeding vehicle, shattered and scattered as they exited the cave. At this moment, the remaining terrorists on the battlefield were few. Alvin summoned back the vines, leaving 5 demon wolves to relentlessly pursue the scant few fortunate survivors. Rad was among them. Just moments ago, he had witnessed old Ollie being seized by a demon wolf that clamped onto his neck, flinging him into the air, while another wolf adeptly shredded him to pieces mid-flight. Having fought since childhood, Rad's vision turned crimson as he dashed towards an antiquated machine gun, pulling the bolt and unleashing a frenzied barrage upon the fiends on the field. There was no need to spare a thought for comrades. They were either dead or on the brink of death. The 127mm bullets formed a hail of fire that swept across the entire camp. The towering mad wolf was rendered useless at this juncture, its body obstructing Alvin's path. The bullets capable of tearing through ordinary armored vehicles struck the mad wolf as though pebbles were hitting a tire, merely causing slight indentations before being deflected away. The newly emerged Iron Man, perceiving the situation, maneuvered his rudimentary exoskeleton armor, brandishing a colossal shield and charging valiantly towards Rad, realizing Stark's intentions. Rad pivoted the gun and unleashed his final rounds upon Stark. Ultimately, he was heroically obliterated, along with the machine gun position, by Stark's mechanized suit. Chapter 50. Will you look down upon me? The scene was swiftly transformed into a one-sided massacre. Alvin paid no heed as Stark crashed through the machine gun position, failing to halt and careening a considerable distance before tumbling in a heap. Purposefully clutching a digital camera, he ventured into the cave, yearning to commemorate the birthplace of Iron Man. Upon reaching the prison door, he spotted the Black Leader from the film, now transformed into an abstract artwork, having been smashed against the cave wall by Stark's shield. After capturing a few photos within the prison, Alvin slowly exited the cave to seek his school's major benefactor, Mr. Stark. From a distance, he noticed that the fallen Stark had yet to rise. Sensing something amiss, Alvin hurried over. It was a grim sight. At this moment, Stark's right leg was contorted in an utterly improbable manner, having struck his own head. The right hand, which held the shield, twisted grotesquely, observing the exoskeleton he donned. Smoke was billowing from various joints, clearly indicating malfunctions. Another unfortunate soul was Dr. Ethan, the physicist, who was clutched in Stark's left arm while he charged forward with the shield. He He was on the verge of asphyxiation, likely due to the final charge when the machine gun's bullets pierced the sturdy shield, striking Ethan in the waist. The powerful round not only penetrated Ethan, but also found its way into Stark's abdomen. In a rush to separate the two unfortunate individuals, Alvin was grateful he and T lingered in the cave any longer. Otherwise, he would have been preparing a memorial service for them both. Dr. Ethan was relatively well, albeit momentarily incapacitated. Alvin examined his abdomen closely and found solace in the fact that it was merely a through-and-through wound, sparing the intestines. The corpse vine transformed into a thick tendril, swiftly piercing Dr. Ethan's posterior, infusing him with a surge of crimson energy. This was, at least, a means of reviving him. Stark, on the other hand, faced a dire predicament. Fractures and dislocations could be treated, but a gaping hole in his abdomen with severed intestines posed a significant challenge. The corpse vine extended a tendril, piercing Stark's backside to preserve his life momentarily. In a rough manner, Alvin realigned Stark's right leg to its rightful position. Then, akin to a seasoned scavenger, he began to dismantle the exoskeleton piece by piece. Setting it aside, this equipment could be salvaged, depending on Stark's willingness to repair it, potentially adding it to his collection. Before long, Dr. Ethan regained consciousness. He meticulously explored his body and, finding himself alive, noticed that the gunshot wound on his abdomen had closed. Spotting a young man from Hua was squatting before Mr. Stark. Staring vacantly at his disheveled belly, he struggled to rise and approached Alvin. After glancing at Stark's abdomen, he remarked, "This will be quite troublesome." Seeing Dr. Ethan had recovered, Alvin shook his hand and responded, "Indeed, quite troublesome. The poor fellow has severed intestines. You see, I am not a professional. I cannot operate under such unsanitary conditions." Dr. Ethan, contemplating, cast a glance at the corpse vine on Stark's backside and suggested, "Perhaps I could give it a try." With that, he dashed back to the cave to retrieve some tools. Upon returning with a box, Dr. Ethan was met with Alvin's curious inquiry. "I heard you were a physicist. Why would you perform surgery on someone?" Dr. Ethan smiled shyly and replied, "I prefer to be addressed as doctor because I hold a doctorate in high-energy physics, while my medical qualifications are merely a bachelor's degree from Harvard." Alvin felt a pang of inadequacy as he compared himself to Dr. Ethan, realizing the stark difference. Dr. Ethan felt embarrassed to mention his Harvard degree, while he himself had celebrated a mere vocational certificate with a grand feast. It was a rather humiliating realization. In the midst of this flurry of activity, Stark awakened during the procedure. Upon seeing Alvin's bemused expression and his own chaotic abdomen, he concluded that losing consciousness had indeed been a preferable choice. His meticulously arranged rescue operation had ultimately faltered, and he had hoped to present himself to Alvin in a manner that exuded brilliance and prowess, demonstrating that he could manage without assistance. Alas, he had only succeeded in making a mess of things. Alvin, smiling, remarked to Stark, "Buddy, you look absolutely dreadful. This outcome was not meant to be, wouldn't you agree?" Stark strained to adjust his expression, attempting to reclaim a semblance of dignity, and stated, "This was an accident. Have you seen the battle mech I constructed?" Alvin, with a rare expression of agreement, nodded and remarked, "I must say, we share a consistent taste in the design of your mech. It is robust and formidable." Stark, displaying a hint of pride, replied, "Indeed. I am the only one in the world capable of creating it, though, of course, Dr. Ethan deserves credit as well." Dr. Ethan, with a shy smile, suggested, "Mr. Stark, I recommend that you succumb to unconsciousness. The anesthetic here is insufficient, and its effects will soon dissipate." Stark tilted his head and, with a slightly provocative grin towards Alvin, declared, "I am a tough man. This minor pain cannot bring me down." Observing Stark's feigned bravado despite his disheveled condition, Alvin refrained from provoking him further, realizing that Stark was, after all, a significant benefactor of the school. Noticing Alvin's capitulation, Stark felt somewhat relieved. He glanced at his belly and sighed, "Gentlemen, how much must I pay for you to never mention this again?" Suppressing laughter, Alvin couldn't help but retort, "What matter? Your new nickname, Big Poop, haha?" Stark's intact left hand slammed heavily against the ground, but he soon froze, feeling discomfort as his position prevented him from turning to see the state of his rear. With trepidation, Stark inquired, "Can someone check my backside? I feel a bit unwell." Alvin stole a glance at the corpse vine embedded in Stark's rear, and with a grave expression, replied, "Stark, my friend, you certainly do not wish to know. I believe fainting is a wise choice." Stark, in despair, gazed at Alvin with fear, exclaiming, "Don't tell me it's as I fear." Alvin, well aware of the notorious playboy's concerns, offered with utmost sincerity, "My friend, you are overthinking it. It is not as dire as you imagine." His earnestness resembled that of a solemn farewell, both sincere and sacred. Stark, taken aback, paused and cautiously asked, "Will you look down on me after this?" His expression mirrored that of a small dog, anxious about abandonment. Chapter 51. Stark's decision. With the most challenging part completed by Dr. Ethan, hastening Stark's recovery became a straightforward task, driving the two to his makeshift camp. Alvin ignited a campfire, procured a large pot, and prepared a pot of noodles. Naturally, all the ingredients had been carried by Alvin himself. How could a dark practitioner be without a spacious backpack? Alvin and Dr. Ethan relished the noodles paired with luncheon meat, savoring each bite. Stark, however, was less fortunate. Although his body seemed unscathed and the wounds had closed under the influence of the corpse vine, Alvin, still apprehensive, only offered him a bowl of what resembled overchewed mushy noodles. After all, who asked for a damaged intestine? Stark fiddled with the remnants of his once luscious noodles, now reduced to a mushy heap on his plate, while casting a glance at Alvin and Dr. Ethan's dining antics. With a heavy sigh of despair, he lamented the embarrassment he had endured that day. Alvin, catching a glimpse of Stark's disheartened expression, chuckled and remarked, "Cheer up, my friend. How many can say they survived a situation like yours?" Irritated, Stark shot a glare at Alvin and retorted, "What would you do if you were in my shoes?" After a moment of contemplation, Alvin replied earnestly, "If I were you, I would first express my gratitude to my savior, then propose an irresistibly enticing deal to ensure my new nickname remains undisclosed." Haha, Dr. Ethan, savoring his noodles while observing the playful banter between Alvin and Stark, found it quite amusing. Stark was not known for his amiable demeanor, and Dr. Ethan had encountered him on numerous occasions, yet had never seen him so meekly engage in conversation. Irritated and silent, Stark focused intently on shoveling the remnants of his noodles into his mouth, his hunger becoming apparent. After finishing the last noodle in his bowl, Alvin turned to Dr. Ethan with a smile and inquired, "Ethan, now that this matter is resolved, what do you plan to do next?" Dr. Ethan, holding his noodles, appeared momentarily lost in thought, his gaze drifting. He did not respond to Alvin's question, but murmured, "Indeed. Where should I go?" Noticing the somber expression on his face, Alvin gently patted his shoulder and asked, "Dr. Ethan, what troubles you?" Looking at Alvin, Dr. Ethan replied, "I currently have no destination in mind. My entire family was slain by terrorists. Perhaps I should return to my hometown in Switzerland and see if I can find a teaching position." Alvin, filled with enthusiasm, interjected, "A teaching position? Why not come to my community school?" He tentatively suggested, "You could become the science teacher there, and if you wish, also take on the role of school physician. Of course, I could arrange for you to receive 2 salaries. Don't listen to him, Ethan. Once you return, come work for Stark Industries. I'll prepare a private laboratory for you in Stark Tower, where you can fully utilize your talents, rather than teaching at some community school." Stark interjected. Alvin shot Stark a sharp glance and remarked, "Perhaps we should discuss the peculiar light bulb on Mr. Stark's chest. I am quite curious, Dr. Ethan. How did he manage to survive without it?" Finally, Dr. Ethan understood Stark's reluctance for Alvin to rescue him so hastily, while such a choice bore greater risks. It could hardly be worse than his current predicament. Being a good-natured man, Dr. Ethan simply smiled, remaining silent as he watched Stark and Alvin engage in their playful exchange. Stark anxiously gazed at Dr. Ethan, observing that he had not revealed his true intentions. He exhaled a sigh of relief, glaring at Alvin as he exclaimed, "It's pointless to explain it to you. How could a buffoon who knows nothing about college comprehend anything of substance?" Alvin chuckled, noting Stark's stubborn demeanor, and replied, "Indeed. I have never attended university, my friend, but I certainly would not resort to living off a car battery. That thing is quite heavy." He then glanced at Stark's chest, adding, "In comparison, your current light bulb is far superior." Stark momentarily froze, exchanging a surprised look with the equally astonished Dr. Ethan, and shouted, "You scoundrel! You've been spying on me. I will beat you up, just wait. Alvin, once I recover, I will confront you one-on-one, using the rules of your Hell's Kitchen. If you lose, you must promise never to divulge my affairs." Alvin regarded Stark as if he were a simpleton and remarked, "My friend, what are you thinking? Do you find your life lacking in excitement?" Seeing Stark's furious expression, Alvin felt it prudent to refrain from further provoking him. Should something unfortunate occur, or if he withdrew his pledge to donate, it would be disastrous. Thus, he suggested, if a benevolent individual were to construct a teaching building for our district school, do you think, as principal, I should keep a small secret for this kind-hearted person? Stark held no significant grievance towards this form of extortion. To be frank, he rather enjoyed the verbal sparring with Alvin. Occasionally gaining the upper hand brought him considerable joy, and since all Alvin sought was funding for the school, there was no issue at all. Stark quickly extended his hand, shaking Alvin's firmly, stating, "Deal, my friend. Time is short this year. But next year you shall witness the emergence of a state-of-the-art teaching building at our school." As Alvin shook Stark's hand, he inquired, "Now, tell me, what exactly transpired? It seems quite dire. Is the military of America utterly inept?" Once this topic was broached, Stark fell silent, contemplating for a long while without uttering a word, instead fixating on the fire before him. I have decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons design and manufacturing division, Stark declared solemnly. Dr. Ethan, who had been observing, expressed his confusion at Stark's sudden decision, asking, why? The weapons design and manufacturing division is the cornerstone of Stark Industries. Your board will be in an uproar over this choice. Stark cradled his head in his hands and replied, I always believed that the weapons I designed were utilized by the military of America to combat terrorism. But in reality, terrorists are also employing the weapons produced by Stark Industries. So, what am I doing by designing and manufacturing those weapons? Bad actors are wielding my creations to inflict harm on others. Do you understand how that makes me feel? At times, I perceive myself as an executioner, with many lives lost due to my actions. Alvin chose to disregard Stark's descent into madness, offering no words of comfort. This was merely a part of Stark's psychological transformation, for he had never been a man of unwavering resolve. Instead, Alvin provoked Stark further by remarking, You overestimate your significance, my friend. You cannot attribute the crimes solely to the weapons. Without you, the wicked would still acquire arms to perpetrate their misdeeds. At this point, Alvin reflected bitterly, stating, in truth, it is far easier for wrongdoers to obtain weapons than for the virtuous. This predicament cannot be rectified merely by your closure of a few factories. Stark pondered for a moment before responding, perhaps you are correct. However, I have made my decision. Regardless of how the malign acquire their weapons to commit evil, they shall not do so through my hand. Alvin gazed at Stark earnestly and asked, You have decided? Indeed, I have, Stark asserted firmly. Alvin nodded in acknowledgement and retrieved his phone to call for Ginny Olsen. Hey 4G, it's Alvin. Are you interested in making a fortune? Rest assured, it will be entirely legal, provided you have a trustworthy stockbroker. Yes, I possess absolutely reliable insider information. As today's fourth update concludes, I strive to complete a chapter. Tomorrow, I hope to write a few more. I am immensely grateful to the readers who have generously supported me. As a novice, my work has yet to receive any recommendations. You have unearthed me from the literary depths and even offered me donations. Several readers have even contributed multiple times, leaving me at a loss for words. All I can say is thank you. I will endeavor to improve. Additionally, to all who read my book, thank you. I hope this work brings you a smile and validates the effort I invest in writing daily. Producing 10,000 words each day on my phone, even with minor typos, fills me with pride. Lastly, I must express that I find great joy in my writing. Reading your reviews and chapter comments is delightful. Let the interaction intensify. Chapter 52. Homecoming. As Alvin disembarked from a plane at a private airport in New York, he spotted a young girl in overalls and jeans racing toward him from a distance. Even from afar, she bounded towards him with exuberance. Alvin stepped forward to catch this sweet bundle of energy, allowing little Ginny to express her frustrations by rubbing her hands on his face. Bad Daddy, you went out without taking me, Ginny exclaimed. Her speech had noticeably improved, surely a testament to Nick's influence. Alvin laughed heartily, embodying the role of a doting father, and planted a kiss on Ginny's cheek. The little girl, satisfied with her father's apology, cupped his face in her hands and planted a kiss on his nose. Content, she declared, this is perfect. My daughter loves to kiss her daddy. As Jessica approached to greet them, Alvin enthusiastically embraced her. Noticing Jessica's slightly melancholic expression, he enveloped her in a hearty hug and teasingly remarked, Oh, our lovely Jessica, why have you gained a bit of weight again? After receiving a playful punch from Jessica, Alvin cheerfully ruffled her hair, exclaiming, Thank you. Just moments ago, Jessica had been fuming, but now her face lit up with delight as she clung to Alvin's arm, lamenting Nick's mischievous antics. Ginny, standing nearby, nodded solemnly in agreement. Complimented for her maturity, the young girl shyly covered her face. The two girls were united in their plight, as the troublesome Nick had been causing quite a stir at home lately. With both hands occupied, Alvin nodded attentively and inquired, How has everything been at home? He expressed excitement, saying, There are no issues. Old Chung has taken over the chef position at the restaurant, and Mrs. Chung can assist as well. The restaurant is thriving, and business has improved significantly. As he recalled something, he added, The school has begun preparations for the final exams. The 12th graders are on the verge of being driven mad by old Cage. Oh, and Director George's daughter, Gwen Stacy, has attempted to run away twice, only to be brought back by Frank and grounded. This has caused a bit of discord between Frank and Director George. Alvin chuckled at the thought, imagining the struggles of a girl who had never faced hardship suddenly navigating the community school. However, he reassured himself that she would adjust eventually. It was all for her own good. How are things on the street? With Athens, Rome, and Sparta absent, there haven't been any incidents, I hope? He playfully nibbled on Ginny's hand, savoring the moment. Delicious, he teased, prompting Ginny to giggle and retaliate by playfully tugging at Alvin's ear. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "Nothing much has happened. That kid in the red and black spandex has been quite active. I've heard he had a spat with his girlfriend. And anyone crossing paths with him lately seems to end up in the hospital. Oh, and Officer Misty has been doing well. Recently, the gang leaders have been rather subdued. Though, it might not solely be her doing. The impending exams at school could also be a factor. Old Cage has made it clear that anyone causing trouble now will face dire consequences." Upon hearing about Matt and Erica's quarrel, Alvin expressed delight. "As a restaurant owner and school principal, I haven't even found a girlfriend yet. Why should a blind and impoverished fellow like you get to date someone so attractive?" While Alvin engaged in lively conversation, Stark was not faring poorly either. Pepper, with tears streaming down her face, clung tightly to Stark, refusing to let go. A stout, bald white man stood nearby, observing Stark with a gaze reminiscent of a father watching his child, which made Alvin feel somewhat uneasy. Is it truly appropriate for a villain to portray such grotesque behavior? Grabbing the solitary figure of Dr. Ethan without acknowledging Stark, he climbed into his old pickup truck and headed home, where Minnie awaited his return. That evening, a grand celebration took place at the Peace Hotel to honor Alvin's safe return. The mischievous Alvin, reveling in his triumph, first indulged a rather disheartened Matt, urging him to return home for some rest. "If you're feeling down, it's best not to be out and about. Go home and recuperate," he advised. The likes of Athens, Rome, Sparta, and even the crows were back at work, and it was high time that the night devil, Matt, took a break as well. To Alvin's astonishment, Robert McCall, the supermarket proprietor who bore a striking resemblance to Denzel Washington, made an appearance. He seemed to have adapted remarkably well to life in Hell's Kitchen, engaging in lively conversation with Old Kent. However, the presence of a noticeably underage girl by his side raised eyebrows. Observing the girl's demeanor towards him, it was evident that they were not father and daughter. This was something that warranted discussion later, particularly since, in the current Hell's Kitchen, children from community schools were forbidden from dating their peers. An older gentleman like himself, parading a young girl in front of a principal, simply would not do. Midway through, Nick slipped out from a room, confiding in Alvin about his recent misfortunes. Jessica had become increasingly violent, taking advantage of her strength to drag Nick, who merely wished to blend in, upstairs to continue his studies. Old Cage and Professor Wilson took a moment to visit, sharing a drink with Alvin to celebrate his return and to provide updates on the school situation. Professor Wilson took a sip of whiskey and remarked with a smile, "This year's 12th grade consists of 63 students. Old Cage and I estimate that nearly 40 of them will achieve scores above 20. A few might secure college placements through their soccer talents, but for the rest, it's a challenge. Their foundational skills are too weak, and 1 year may not suffice." Alvin gazed enviously at the dapper older gentleman, noting how, regardless of the task at hand, his movements and demeanor exuded an undeniable charm. It was evident that the attention of the nearby middle-aged women was firmly fixed upon him. Old Cage, feeling a twinge of jealousy, scoffed slightly. Alvin chuckled and suggested, "For the others, we could have them learn a craft. Ideally, they would be willing to study for another year and give it another shot next year. The school's dormitory will be completed by then, and they could stay for a few months." Professor Wilson smiled appreciatively, saying, "I knew you would be an exceptional principal. If this school continues to develop like this for another decade, you will become a legend in America." Alvin waved his hand dismissively, responding, "Professor, you know I have no interest in such accolades. My intentions have never been to have my portrait hung on the wall." Professor Wilson laughed heartily, clinking his glass with Alvin's as he said, "I consider myself fortunate to have crossed paths with you in my later years and to have come to this school. I find great satisfaction in my days now. Thank you, Alvin. You have reignited the passion of my youth in my twilight years." Old Cage interjected, teasing Professor Wilson. "Oh, come on, buddy. Just look at the way the ladies are gazing at you. You certainly don't lack for passion." After the conversation, Professor Wilson, who appeared unperturbed by the handsome man's irritation, turned to Alvin and said, "Young man, I must travel this summer. An old colleague of mine, Professor Eric Shavik, who assisted in the debugging of the supercomputer, has invited me to participate in an observational experiment. I would like Domingo to accompany me. For New Mexico is hardly a prime tourist destination." Alvin chuckled, raising his glass to toast with Professor Cage, and replied, "No problem. Let us have Domingo don a leather jacket and ride a Harley. Trust me, not even in New Mexico, nor in Tijuana, would anyone dare to cross your path." Chapter 53. Ethan and Domingo. Some individuals can never seem to find solace or live an ordinary life. Tony Stark is one such person. His experiences in Afghanistan compelled him to resolve the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division. This decision would lead to a plummeting of the company's stock prices. At the bar in the restaurant, Alvin glanced up at the television broadcasting Stark's press conference. Foggy was so anxious that he dared not look. Clutching the back of Matt's shirt and burying his head in Matt's shoulder, unable to bear the sight of Stark addressing the crowd. As Stark announced the permanent closure of the weapons production division, Foggy suddenly sprang up from behind Matt, exclaiming, "Yes, we're going to strike it rich." Alvin, equally elated, lifted little Ginny and planted a hearty kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, "Daddy's struck gold. I'll buy you heaps of toys, all right?" Ginny, not fully comprehending the concept of wealth, mirrored her father's joy and cheered along as she ran in circles with Foggy, who clapped his hands in exhilaration. Meanwhile, Matt, who had been in a foul mood for the past few days, interjected, "Foggy, settle down. Tell us how much money you think you'll make this time." The illustrious Columbia graduate, Mr. Foggy Nelson, paused for a moment and, after approximately 15 seconds of mental calculations, replied somewhat dejectedly, "This is a significant event. I enlisted the help of an alumnus to manage it, leveraging 5 times. I estimate we could net around 5 times our initial investment." With that, he let out a long sigh. Dr. Ethan, sitting beside them with an ice pack pressed to his head, winced in pain and curiously asked, "Buddy, if you're going to be rich, why do you look so miserable?" Foggy shot an irritated glance at Matt and retorted, "Because the one getting rich isn't me. I maxed out my credit card and mortgaged my car, and I only managed to scrape together $8,000. Then some jerk took $6,000 to help a little girl with cancer. Can you believe that? I'm out $30,000, if not more. Good heavens." Foggy grasped Matt by the neck, adding, "If we weren't friends, I'd take you down. You just lost 3 years' worth of rent." Matt felt a tad awkward, having never anticipated that his words would lead to such a considerable loss for Foggy. With a hint of embarrassment, he said, "Foggy, my friend, I sincerely apologize. But Nagia truly requires that money, as you are well aware. I regret it. Perhaps we could consider pursuing some lucrative ventures. At the very least, our old companion, Alvin, has struck it rich, hasn't he? Cheer up." Foggy, lost in thought, nodded and replied, "Indeed, Alvin invested 100,000, 6,000 from Frank. And even Jessica contributed 10,000. Gentlemen, we are on the brink of wealth. Meanwhile, Mr. Foggy Nielsen can merely repay his loans and perhaps treat you all to a hamburger." Alvin chuckled and patted Foggy on the shoulder, saying, "My friend, your calculations are amiss. You ought to consider that you spent not a penny, yet you saved Nagia's life, and you can still treat us to a meal. Well done, my friend. A life is truly priceless." He then playfully wrapped his arm around Foggy's neck, adding, "Perhaps I should gift you a restaurant voucher so you can dine here for free for half a year." Foggy, being a good-natured fellow, quickly adjusted his spirits after a brief moment of melancholy and turned to Dr. Sun, whose head bore a large bump, inquiring curiously, "My friend, what happened to you? I recall today is your first day at work." Dr. Ethan felt exceedingly awkward, offering a wry smile as he confessed, "Perhaps I am truly oblivious to the traditions of Hell's Kitchen. This morning, I intended to catch the school bus, but the driver resembled a kidnapper, and there was a gun in the cabin. So, our valiant Dr. Ethan attempted to seize that firearm, only to be met with an even more courageous Domingo, who struck me on the head." Blind Matt, though unable to see, recounted the events of the morning with precision. He turned his face towards Dr. Ethan and earnestly remarked, "Though it was foolish, Dr. Ethan, I must commend you. Few have witnessed such bravery from Domingo." Understanding the situation, Foggy erupted in laughter, giving Dr. Ethan a hearty pat on the shoulder, saying, "Doctor, you must consult our principal, Alvin. It was he who summoned Domingo. That fellow appears quite formidable. And you dared to confront him. I must say, you are indeed brave, though rather foolish, haha." Alvin, dismissing Foggy's mirth, turned to Dr. Ethan and said, "Apologies. My friend, that fellow is Domingo Swag. If you had spent any time with him, you would know he is actually a decent chap. It's merely a misunderstanding between you. You could take a few days off before returning to school. After all, exams are approaching, and there may not be much for you to do." Dr. Ethan offered a rueful smile, replying, "I have gathered that much, Principal Alvin. The drivers at your school are indeed quite unique." Alvin chuckled, "ISNT at our school? Don't you think our bus drivers embody this style? Providing a sense of security?" Dr. Ethan contemplated for a moment before shaking his head in amusement. Having been there for a few days, everything in Hell's Kitchen felt refreshingly novel, albeit a touch too exhilarating. Alvin's position as principal was secured through the influence of a notorious gang leader, with the school's board of directors comprising New York's underground elite. The school's disciplinary director had the audacity to confine the daughter of the city's police chief, and the armory within the security room boasted more weapons than the precinct itself. Across the street, Old Kent, a seemingly benign elderly African-American man, had once specialized in disposing of stolen goods for the mob. He frequently harassed Alvin's beautiful neighbor, a madam from a nearby block. Even in the kitchen, the seemingly diligent chef, Old Chong, was once a top enforcer for the Chinese gang in New York. Dr. Ethan felt immense pressure as he juggled the role of school physician, as the atmosphere was rife with potential violence. With a smile, Alvin patted Dr. Ethan on the shoulder, assuring him that he would come to appreciate this place, as its inhabitants were beginning to take a liking to him. Just for daring to challenge Domingo, the entire Hell's Kitchen would regard him as a tough guy. Alvin then turned to the bar, calling out to Jessica, who was lost in thoughts of her newfound wealth. "Jessica, stop counting your money and bring everyone a drink. We must celebrate." After everyone raised their glasses and engaged in conversation, Alvin's phone rang. It was Stark. "This is Alvin. What is the occasion? A gift?" "Oh, buddy. There's no need for that. We are currently celebrating the plummet of Stark Group's stock. You'll make me feel embarrassed." All right. Where are you?" Chapter 54. Stark's gift. An old Ford pickup truck rolled into the affluent area of Long Island, New York. The roads were relatively clear, yet every vehicle that passed Alvin honked in acknowledgement, leaving him somewhat bemused. In the passenger seat, Ginny hummed along to the car's stereo, her sweet voice enchanting. Even if she struggled with the lyrics, as long as she could carry the tune, that was sufficient. Alvin affectionately ruffled Ginny's tousled hair, her fluffy locks appearing slightly disheveled. Yet, the little girl was unfazed, brushing her hair aside with tiny hands and offering Alvin a heartwarming smile. The vehicle traversed an unoccupied tree-lined path and came to a halt at the entrance of an estate. Before Alvin could contact Stark, the iron gate swung open automatically. Following the pathway within the estate for another 5 minutes, they stopped before an architecturally old building. Stark and Pepper were already waiting at the foot of the steps for Alvin. After parking, Alvin rounded the front of the vehicle to open the door for Ginny. The little girl, clad in overalls, leaped from the passenger seat. Grasping Alvin's right hand tightly, she tugged back with all her might. Alvin lifted her effortlessly, swinging her in midair as she erupted into a fit of joyous laughter, calling out, "Daddy, higher." Upon hearing Ginny's call, Alvin vigorously swung his right hand, sending little Ginny soaring into the air, where he caught her in a warm embrace. The little girl, brimming with excitement, raised her hands and playfully rubbed her father's face, emitting delightful giggles. Stark approached, leading a large dog, with Pepper, who gazed at them with envy, in tow. From a distance, Stark kicked the dog lightly, intermittently issuing commands, hoping to provoke a fierce display from the canine, aiming to assert his dominance over Alvin. Unfortunately, the fierce Caucasian shepherd, renowned for its intimidating demeanor, seemed to have lost its bravado today, lowering its head and wagging its tail, eager to approach Alvin. Stark made several attempts to command the dog, but to no avail, casting a disappointed glance at Happy, who stood afar. "What kind of useless dog did you buy?" Happy remarked, rubbing his bitten behind, deciding against approaching, as encounters with Alvin had never boded well for him. Alvin reached out and patted the large dog, tugging Stark closer, and said with a smile, "Mr. Stark's unique welcome style is truly remarkable. Next time, I'll have Thor and Dom show you a bit more enthusiasm." Stark, unfazed, chuckled, reverting to his arrogant self, the kind that incites a desire to knock him down a peg, and declared, "Welcome to my home, Stark Manor." He then glanced at Alvin's old pickup truck and mocked, "How did you manage to bring this antique onto the streets? Its rightful place should be in a museum. It might even be older than you." Alvin shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "I thought it was quite popular. Many people on the road greeted it warmly." As he spoke, he set Ginny down, who, unable to resist, squirmed to the ground to play with the large dog. Stark scoffed, "They probably think you're some kind of wealthy collector of junk. Oh, look at this hunk of metal. It certainly doesn't belong in my manor. It would lower the estate's prestige." He gestured for Alvin to follow him, adding, "Perhaps when you leave, you could choose a real vehicle from my garage. Consider it a gift." Struggling to suppress the urge to land a punch on Stark's nose, Alvin remarked, "So, you called me here today to gift Ginny a big dog?" He turned to Ginny, who was playfully wrestling with the large dog. Understanding, Pepper signaled that she would look after Ginny, allowing Alvin and Stark to attend to their matters. Stark, irritated by the uncooperative dog, said, "I summoned you to present you with a gift and to seek your opinion on something." A smug grin spread across his face as he led Alvin into the manor's basement. Before the basement door, Stark, with a hint of pride, said, "Though it may be a tad impolite, I believe you are eager to see the gift first." With that, Stark placed his hand on the door, which appeared to have some historical significance. A sci-fi-esque blue light scanned Stark's palm, and a pleasant male synthetic voice greeted, "Hello, Mr. Stark." The door automatically slid open, revealing what lay beyond. As Alvin stepped through the entrance, he perceived this space as a highly futuristic machine shop. Indiscernible machinery and impressive robotic arms filled the subterranean area. A large swath of white fabric draped over an imposing object, which Alvin surmised was the very item Stark had summoned him to observe. Indeed, Stark approached the grand apparatus with brisk strides, grasping the fabric, and proclaimed, "Buddy, prepare to witness the greatest invention of this century, your gift." With that, He dramatically unveiled the object beneath the cloth. Before Alvin stood a humanoid exosuit, and he marveled at the stark contrast between genius and the ordinary. In just a few days, Stark had upgraded the combat armor he had crafted in the Afghan black site, transforming it into a more refined creation. Towering at 2.5 meters, the once menacing skeletal framework had been replaced with superior materials, appearing somewhat more slender, yet exuding a heightened technological aura. The joints were not the crude metallic articulations one might expect, but rather comprised of unfamiliar materials and structures that conveyed a sense of advanced engineering. The cool gray exterior was treated with a matte finish, its edges sharply defined. Stark, with his remarkable ingenuity, adorned the exoskeleton with ink-like hues, rendering the suit reminiscent of a warrior returning from the battlefield, its surface imbued with the essence of smoke and conflict. Alvin gazed in awe at this masterpiece of contemporary science, the skull-like helmet and robust physique, complemented by a massive axe positioned at its feet, easily earning it a label of ferocity and violence. This was a machine crafted for combat, destined to exist solely on the battlefield. Alvin scrutinized the lethal creation and turned to Stark in disbelief, asking, "Buddy, please don't tell me this is your idea of a gift?" Stark, brimming with pride at Alvin's astonished expression, finally regained his confidence in front of him. He chuckled heartily, replying, "Indeed, my friend. This is the extraordinary gift prepared for you by the genius that is Stark. I believe you will truly appreciate it." Alvin stepped closer, running his hand along the cold surface of the exosuit, absorbing the palpable aura of dread it exuded. Turning back to Stark, he queried, "Why? Are you intending to pursue?" Stark, startled, took a step back, and in a flurry of expletives, he elucidated his sexual orientation to Alvin. Alvin, nonchalantly nodding, replied, "Buddy, I was merely jesting. I appreciate this, impressive gift." Stark, slightly miffed, retorted, "Impressive? My heavens, look at it, buddy. Examine it closely." He gestured excitedly towards the exosuit, exclaiming, "This is the product of genius and intellect, the culmination of inspiration and technology, arguably the greatest mechanical marvel of the 21st century. Come on. Just calling it impressive feels a tad dismissive, don't you think?" Alvin waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "It is indeed impressive, but what use is it to me? Merely a decorative piece in my shop?" Stark, feeling indignant, retorted, "A decorative piece? Have you witnessed its performance in Afghanistan? It is a war machine, a butcher of flesh. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding between us." Alvin studied the mech intently. He genuinely admired it. Yet, he shook his head and said, "Tony, I must thank you for your generosity. You are a magnanimous fellow. However, this contraption serves me no purpose whatsoever." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Stark and added, "You cannot expect me to wander about with a radioactive element affixed to my chest. The same goes for you. My friend, Dr. Ethan has informed me that the radioactivity of palladium could lead to my untimely demise. I assumed he had already conveyed this to you." Stark, feeling dejected, lowered his head and replied, "I am well aware of that. I have added a layer of shielding to the power source of this suit. It will not affect you." Alvin paused in surprise and asked, "And what about you? Are you merely encasing a light bulb in your chest and awaiting death?" Stark, distressed, ran his fingers through his hair and said, "I have sought out the finest surgeons in America, but they are unable to extract that damned shard from my chest. The only one with a chance of success had an accident this year and is now incapacitated. I am left with no options. I cannot live without this device." Alvin furrowed his brow as he regarded Stark and said, "There must be a solution. Use your intellect. You can surely find a safe alternative material. After all, you are a genius, are you not? Moreover, you thrived even before you had this device." Stark paced irritably and replied, "You want me to exist like a mere plaything, relying on batteries for survival? That is simply not feasible. I would rather leap into the sea tomorrow." Alvin looked at Stark with amusement, recognizing his childish demeanor. He understood that Stark would ultimately find a way out. S-H-I-E-L-D would not allow him to perish. They possessed Howard Stark's research notes, which they could not decipher, and would ultimately rely on Tony, thus ensuring he owed them a favor. Without addressing the matter of S-H-I-E-L-D, as it was unnecessary, Alvin stated directly, "Extract all your knowledge from your mind. Consider every project and paper related to potential new energy sources that you are aware of. You will surely discover something. You are a genius, and while I cannot assist you in this regard, you must think for yourself." Stark pondered for a moment, somewhat sheepishly admitting, "I have considered all of this, but it requires time. Right now, Stark Industries is in disarray. Stan is trying to oust me from the board to restart the weapons project. This leaves me somewhat tied up. By the way, I was wondering if that device you used in Afghanistan could be of assistance in my current predicament." Alvin looked at Stark with amusement. realizing that he had already devised a plan, albeit with concerns about time constraints. Well, that poses no problem. A genius truly is unlike any other. In the film, Stark, manipulated by an overly rotund individual, ought not to exist in reality. With a smile, Alvin remarked, "No problem. As long as you feel less than stellar, you can come to me, and I shall graciously accept your gift." He quickly sought an alternative element, eager to take this contraption for a spin. Stark extended his hand, fist-bumping Alvin with a grin, saying, "I knew coming to you would be a wise choice. Come, let us take a look at the toy I have crafted. Your insights would be invaluable, as I plan to take it to Afghanistan to stir up trouble with terrorists when time permits." Alvin chuckled and followed Stark to inspect his armory, marveling at the process of donning the Iron Man suit up close. He found himself at a loss for words regarding Stark's genius. This man, cursed by knowledge, resurrected the scenes Alvin had witnessed in his previous life. He admired the Mark II's mode of dressing as depicted in the film, exuding a robust industrial aesthetic. However, he was not fond of the later suits, which, although fantastical, lacked the requisite toughness in his eyes. Stark, clad in a new, uncolored suit of armor, clumsily flew about in Alvin's presence, evoking an urge within Alvin to draw a weapon and bring him down. As Stark landed before Alvin, he lifted his helmet with pride, proclaiming, "Behold, the greatest invention of this century." He tapped the arc reactor embedded in his chest, asserting that it could resolve Earth's energy crisis. "Though he is not particularly amicable towards me, I can devise a solution. Occasionally, vivid dreams reveal images that significantly aid me in addressing this dilemma." Reflecting momentarily, he added, "If you wish to amass wealth, this presents yet another opportunity." Alvin entertained a notion regarding Stark's dreams, though he pondered, what significance did it hold? Ultimately, Stark would rectify his own predicaments. Yet, Alvin was undeniably intrigued by the prospect of wealth, contingent upon Mr. Stark's cooperation, such as notifying him of the release date for the new energy source. "But first, you must make a visit to my community school. The supercomputer there is nearing its limits, and that translates to considerable expenses. As the honorary principal, you must contribute to the school within your means." Alvin smiled at Stark. "Should your new energy source launch, do remember to inform me. An honorary principal should not be a wealthy man while the principal remains impoverished." Stark, relieved of a burden with his life now secured, smiled and said, "Perhaps you should consider investing in Stark Industries while the stock is low. It may grant you a seat on the board in the future." Alvin regarded Stark with an incredulous stare, retorting, "Do you truly believe that with $500,000, I could secure a place on Stark Industries' board?" Stark looked at Alvin in astonishment, apologetically responding, "I had no idea you were so financially constrained. $500,000 wouldn't even cover the cost of one of my cars." Chapter 56. Misty's confusion. The affairs concerning Stark have reached a temporary resolution. Now that Alvin is aware of Stark's preparations, he has decided against further interference, allowing Stark to navigate his own complications. In the worst-case scenario, preserving Stark's life should pose no challenge. The mech Stark developed in Afghanistan has been returned to America, becoming a prized addition to Alvin's collection. The bald antagonist, eager to create his own mech, may have to wait until Stark's armor is unveiled before he can attempt to replicate it. Without a prototype, it is doubtful that the bald villain could ever construct the formidable Iron Tyrant depicted in the films. Devoid of any trump card, it seems that the old fellow might only engage in a battle of wits within Stark Industries' boardroom. If that is indeed the case, Alvin harbors little faith in his success. Hell's Kitchen has recently fallen into an unusual tranquility. The drug addicts, once roaming the back alleys, have been pushed to the outer fringes of Hell's Kitchen, near Brooklyn. The dealers have politely announced that all drug supplies will cease throughout the neighborhood for the coming week, directing any interested parties to a designated location for purchases, and sincerely apologizing for any inconvenience caused to their clients, offering minor discounts on their goods. The pimps have likewise taken a breather, granting the sex workers a chance to rest or perhaps pursue new skills. The underground activities in Hell's Kitchen have nearly entered a state of dormancy. Officer Misty, as the newly appointed police chief, has felt the changes on the streets quite acutely. She is perplexed, unable to comprehend how this notorious locale, once deemed one of the most perilous in America, has transformed so drastically. Lately, she has not only been patrolling the streets alone each night, but has also been poring over extensive files on Hell's Kitchen, delving into its history and current dynamics. Yet the recent state of the streets eludes her imagination. Who possesses the power to effect such a transformation? On the roadside, a loan shark's enforcer is mercilessly beating a hapless debtor, muffling the man's cries with a hand over his mouth. The enforcer lacks his former swagger, and after delivering the blows, he quietly warns the victim about the consequences of failing to repay the debt. The victim, in hushed tones, assures the enforcer that he will repay in a few days. Misty feels as though she is losing her mind. The current state of Hell's Kitchen is utterly incomprehensible to her. Despite having established her position at the police department through her capabilities, her reserved nature has hindered her from forming friendships. Of course, a police chief does not necessarily need to cultivate friendships, as long as she delegates tasks effectively. However, Misty's situation is different. Chief George appointed her here precisely for her investigative prowess, hoping she would harness her efforts to alter the conditions within the precinct. Yet, it appears that Misty has faltered. Even as a police chief, she struggles to ascertain the underlying issues plaguing her jurisdiction. Misty drove slowly along the road. Ordinarily, she would be surrounded by reckless youths, honking their horns as they sped past her, sometimes even flashing an obscene gesture. Yet today was different. Every driver seemed to embody the virtues of law-abiding citizens, exhibiting humility and courtesy. Hell's Kitchen exuded an atmosphere of tranquility and friendliness, and the residents appeared to possess a remarkable degree of civility. What could have caused this change? Had the notorious gangsters of Hell's Kitchen taken a vacation? Misty felt an unsettling urge to uncover the truth. Otherwise, she would surely lose her mind. She pressed the horn a few times and sharply turned the steering wheel to redirect a police car, intent on seeking answers before her sanity unraveled. A driver, forced to brake abruptly due to her sudden maneuver, cast a scornful glance her way. Misty shot him a glare in return. How dare a mere petty drug dealer look down upon the chief of police? Was he not even a competent criminal anymore? The only place in Hell's Kitchen where Misty felt she might find answers was the Peace Hotel on 25th Street. Initially, her relationship with the hotel's proprietor, Alvin, had been quite tumultuous. However, as she delved into every piece of information she could find about him, she discovered that Alvin was an exceedingly peculiar character. He controlled 3 streets in Hell's Kitchen, yet had never profited a single dollar from them. All the funds received, essentially protection money, were used to purchase food trucks, which he donated to struggling families or reinvested into community revitalization projects. The nearby kindergarten at the street corner was one of his creations. From her research, it appeared that Alvin was effecting changes in the community that rivaled even those of the mayor of New York. Yet Misty was acutely aware that Alvin was also a very dangerous individual. His adversaries within the underworld often ended up missing or fleeing. It was evident that he was far from innocent. The more she learned about Alvin, the more she found herself admiring him. He had accomplished what the New York Police Department had never been able to achieve. Misty firmly believed that the recent oddities in Hell's Kitchen were undoubtedly connected to him. As Misty drove past a newly opened supermarket, she noticed a large sign promoting fuel discounts and a poster offering free breakfast for students. The owner, Robert McCall, was engaged in a debate with a girl of about 15 or 16, and Misty could faintly hear mentions of school exams. Arriving at the corner of 25th Street, she spotted Old Kent adjusting a scoreboard positioned at the intersection to display the number 2. Upon seeing Misty's police car, Old Kent waved cheerfully at her. The entire street was eerily quiet, reminiscent of the affluent neighborhoods on the Upper East Side of New York. Misty parked her vehicle in front of the Peace Hotel. Though it was not mealtime yet, she had heard that the restaurant's owner, Alvin, had hired a Chinese chef to take over his duties, ensuring that coffee and pastries were available at all times, rather than the previous limitation of offering only 100 servings of steak and lemonade each day. As Misty pushed open the door and entered the dining hall, she observed a cluster of 7 or 8 teenagers, both boys and girls, aged around 17 or 18, hunched over the table, engrossed in what appeared to be an interminable set of exercises. Professors Cage and Wilson sat nearby, sipping coffee and ready to assist the students with any challenges they encountered. 2 distinguished graduates from Columbia University, Fudge and Matt, had also been summoned to lend a hand, although it remained uncertain what assistance the visually impaired Matt could provide. Meanwhile, Mrs. Wilson and Mrs. Cage surrounded a charming little girl, likely showering her with compliments. The young girl shyly covered her face, yet the gaps between her fingers revealed her eagerness to receive further praise from the 2 elder ladies. Jessica, ever the diligent one, busied herself preparing her signature snacks, ready to offer them to anyone in need. She frequently cast sweet smiles at Alvin, inadvertently raising his blood sugar levels. Alvin leaned against the bar, his expression stern, embodying the demeanor of a reclusive gentleman, entirely indifferent to Jessica's flirtatious glances. He recalled having inadvertently glimpsed something he should not have the previous day, a fact that Jessica had seized upon. Yet it was his own fault for leaving the bathroom door ajar. Upon spotting Misty entering, Alvin greeted her with a smile, saying, "Officer Misty, welcome to Hell's Kitchen's college entrance exam sprint class." Chapter 57. The Festival of Hell's Kitchen. Misty looked at Alvin with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "What? College entrance exam sprint?" Professor Cage, noticing an unrelated person entering, grew impatient and interjected before Alvin could respond. "Indeed, this is the 12th grade college entrance exam sprint class. Miss Officer, if you've come to dine, you might want to return in a few days." Or perhaps our little Jess can pack some of her homemade cookies for you, and then you can make a swift exit. Hell's Kitchen has little need for your police presence lately. Professor Cage's brusque tone irked Misty, and she was about to retort sharply when Officer Michael, who seemed to appear from nowhere, intervened. Michael offered an apologetic smile to Alvin, as if to say, "Forgive my child's lack of decorum." He then grabbed a cup of coffee from the bar and handed it to Misty, leading her out of the dining hall. Outside the restaurant, Misty regarded Michael with a half-smile, saying, "Officer Michael, if memory serves me correctly, you should be patrolling the streets. Why are you here in this so-called college entrance exam sprint class?" Michael was not particularly fond of Misty, perceiving her actions as overly impulsive. This might have been acceptable elsewhere, sometimes even seen as a sign of ambition, but in Hell's Kitchen, it was ineffective. The locals held no fear of the police. If New York were to elect the most incorruptible police precinct, it would undoubtedly be the one in Hell's Kitchen, for corrupt officers could hardly survive a month here. Over the past year, the living conditions for the police in Hell's Kitchen had improved significantly, as the gangs had ceased to trouble them without cause. During police investigations, these individuals would flee, retaliate, and would no longer resort to the heinous acts of eliminating entire police families. Those with a semblance of status would brazenly accompany themselves back to the precinct and summon their attorneys. This has greatly eased the burden on the officers in Hell's Kitchen. Michael relished the current working environment, yet he held reservations about Misty's investigative methods. While her capabilities were undeniable, she could not bypass procedural norms to create unnecessary trouble. One must adhere to protocol, gather evidence, initiate investigations, and pursue prosecution in court. The ruthless gangs would refrain from causing disturbances. At most, they would seek a hapless underling to serve as a scapegoat when all else failed. However, Misty insisted on circumventing the established procedures, and Michael worried about the day she might become a target of a drive-by. Michael was indifferent to Misty's stubbornness, but he feared a return to the chaotic state Hell's Kitchen had experienced years prior, which would be utterly dreadful. Observing Misty, he remarked, "Director Knight, what Professor Cage mentioned earlier may have been unpalatable, but it is indeed the truth. The streets will likely remain quiet these days, allowing us a moment to breathe. My son is in his senior year, diligently preparing for his upcoming examination in 2 days." Misty, upon hearing this, fixed a serious gaze upon Michael and questioned, "Why? Tell me, why should an old man dictate that the police are ineffective during these days? Are the nefarious elements of Hell's Kitchen expected to yield for some trivial standardized test?" Michael shrugged and replied earnestly, "Yes." Noting Misty's incredulous expression, he continued, "Alvin has designated these few days in June as the final review period for the exams, and he has mandated that all gangs maintain silence during this time." Misty regarded him as if he were a fool, responding, "Can you truly believe such a ludicrous notion? When did the gangs become so amenable?" Michael sighed softly and said, "Director Knight, you have been here for nearly 2 months, yet you have yet to identify the most pivotal aspect that influences Hell's Kitchen." Seeing Misty's continued confusion, he elaborated, "The schools, particularly the community school, are what render Hell's Kitchen unique. They provide its residents with a glimmer of hope for a different kind of life." Misty felt somewhat bewildered. Community schools existed everywhere, yet she sensed something distinct about this one. Although she could vaguely discern the reasons behind it, clarity eluded her. Having only been in this area for a little over 2 months, she was unaware of Hell's Kitchen's past and struggled to comprehend the thoughts of its inhabitants. Michael realized it would be futile to explain everything fully. Misty's vet could lead her into unforeseen troubles. Patiently, he inquired, "Are you aware of the Jamaican drug dealer on 37th Street, Brito?" Misty nodded attentively, feeling as though she might have stumbled upon the key to integrating into Hell's Kitchen. Michael remarked that his son was in the 12th grade this year, achieving commendable grades. Professor Cage had written him a letter of recommendation, and if his son performed satisfactorily on the upcoming examination, he would have the opportunity to attend Columbia University. In pursuit of an optimal learning environment for his son, Brito had made significant sacrifices, negotiating with other drug dealers to relocate all drug transactions elsewhere, albeit only for a few days. Misty looked at Michael with a hint of surprise and inquired, "Why? Is there some enchantment in the examination?" Michael shook his head and replied, "The people here seldom glimpse the hope of escaping their current lives. However, the community school has illuminated a path of hope for them, revealing that their children can gain admission to prestigious universities and embark on a different journey." This sentiment was not exclusive to Brito. Misty gestured for him to continue listening. That arms dealer, Alexei, had received numerous college offers for his son due to his prowess in soccer. If his son could achieve good grades, he might even secure a full scholarship to USC. Alexei had become frantic, sending all his associates into the streets to maintain order, proclaiming that as long as others could remain quiet for a few days, they could purchase weapons from him at a 10% discount. Michael looked at Misty earnestly and stated, For every year to come, these few days will undoubtedly become the most significant days in Hell's Kitchen. Those who stir trouble during this time will face dire consequences. This is no jest. At last, Misty gained clarity regarding the unusual circumstances in the streets. She turned to Michael, pointed towards the restaurant, and asked, "What is happening in there? Why are there only a few children? Shouldn't there be more 12th graders?" Michael gazed at the restaurant and smiled. Those few children are in special circumstances, with families plagued by addiction or domestic violence. Alvin has gathered them in the restaurant, providing them with food and shelter so they can focus on preparing for the examination in 2 days. I have also sent my son here because there are 2 esteemed professors who can offer him assistance. With a touch of pride, Michael added, "My son scored 31 on his practice exam, and Professor Wilson is willing to write him a letter of recommendation, giving him a chance to enter an Ivy League institution." Seeing Misty deep in thought, Michael sincerely implored, "Director Knight, please, do not cause any trouble during these days. This period is a festival for Hell's Kitchen." Chapter 18. A resounding title. Hell's Kitchen spent a week in a tranquil atmosphere. Finally identifying the critical point, Director Misty arranged for all her officers to ensure the safety of the examination. For the first time, her orders were executed without hesitation. Officers stationed at street corners and gang members in alleys ensured that anyone causing or intending to cause trouble received a thorough beating and was subsequently detained in the police station. As the police cars cleared the way for 2 school buses on the road, everyone and every vehicle willingly yielded the right of way, with some even applauding in support. The anticipation was palpable. The performance of this group of children will largely reveal to everyone in Hell's Kitchen the potential future paths of their own offspring. It is not the case that if a father is part of the underworld, his child must follow suit, nor if a father is impoverished, must the child remain in the same state of destitution. Alvin sat leisurely in his principal's office, sipping coffee and observing the bustling faculty and staff of the school, seemingly unaware of their tasks. With only 63 students taking the exam, over 70 teachers and staff members were present to assist them. Old Parker had brewed coffee specifically for these children, accompanied by a youthful lad of 16 or 17, delivering the beverages to the exam takers and the assisting teachers and staff. It was evident that Old Parker was well-liked. Everyone who received a cup from him expressed genuine gratitude and complimented his bashful nephew, Peter Parker, who stood by his side. Old Parker intended to introduce Peter to this remarkable community school and had resolved to enroll him here after the summer break. He had even begun scouting for a residence in the 25th Street area where Alvin resided. His colleague, Mr. Frank, had volunteered to assist him in contacting the property owner. Reports indicated that negotiations were progressing favorably, and Old Parker had a promising chance to relocate to Hell's Kitchen this August. At the school entrance, Frank and his companion observed the throngs of people congregating outside. Dedicated police officers, led by officers Michael and Scott, formed a human barrier to contain the somewhat restless crowd. A few notorious mob leaders had also squeezed into the assembly, opting not to bring their henchmen, believing it might cast a negative omen for the children taking the exams. At that moment, they resembled anxious fathers, eagerly watching the school with anticipation, unfazed even when trodden upon. Frank nudged his arm and remarked, "Buddy, with only 63 children testing, why does it feel like every parent in Hell's Kitchen has shown up?" Frank, embodying a philosopher, gazed vacantly ahead and murmured, "Perhaps they are in search of hope." Slightly bewildered by Frank's cryptic demeanor, he attempted to make conversation. "Do you think the children inside are nervous? It seems there are too many people. Their pressure must be immense." Frank flashed a menacing grin and replied, "I have a way to calm them down. They will certainly strive diligently during the exam. Moreover, I have already put my plan into action." Alarmed by Frank's sinister smile, he cautiously inquired, "What did you do?" Frank, suppressing his malevolent grin, proudly declared, "I told them that if they do poorly, it's no concern, they can return next year. I have several vacant rooms in my house, and they are welcome to stay." The shock of Frank's threat was overwhelming for the children. The thought of not passing meant cohabiting for a year with the school's disciplinary supervisor. Was there even a way out of this predicament? Professor Cage, full of vigor, burst into the principal's office, reclining triumphantly on Alvin's sofa with his feet propped up on the coffee table. With a self-satisfied grin, he proclaimed, "Quick, bring a cup of coffee for the esteemed Professor Cage, so he may relax." Alvin gazed at Professor Cage with a look of incredulity and replied, "Who are you speaking to? Olivia isn't here." With his hands clasped behind his back, resting his head upon them, Cage, strangely composed, chuckled and said, "In just a week, you'll be preparing for a grand graduation ceremony, my friend. The theme this year is surprisingly straightforward. I estimate that, aside from that lad Zach, all the other students will meet the university cutoff scores. Moreover, Zach has already received an acceptance letter from Texas Agricultural and Mechanical University as a football recruit. My friend, our school is destined for fame." Alvin slapped his thigh, hastily pouring a cup of coffee for Professor Cage, and, incredulous, inquired, "Is that certain?" In Alvin's most optimistic imaginings, he could not envision the scenario described by Cage. It seemed too fantastical to exist in Hell's Kitchen. The old professor laughed heartily and said, "If you doubt it, go ask Professor Wilson. He'll be here shortly. My friend, you must erect a statue of me at the school. I wish to have my ashes interred there. I am utterly impressed with myself. This has been the most fulfilling year of my career in education." At that moment, the old cowboy appeared less loathsome in Alvin's eyes. This rugged Western figure had left an indelible mark on the history of the community school. Just then, Professor Wilson entered, glancing at the already seated Professor Cage, and remarked, "I knew you would be the first to arrive, you old rascal." Alvin cautiously addressed Professor Wilson. Professor Cage just shared an astonishing piece of news with me, and I find it hard to believe. Can you provide me with a definitive answer?" Professor Wilson, in his 70s, playfully made a face and replied, "While it is impossible for every student to attend a prestigious university, it is certainly feasible for all to have a place at some university." At this, Alvin sank back heavily into his large office chair, curling into its embrace as his mind went blank. After more than a year of diligent effort, the community school had reaped abundant rewards. This sensation felt surreal, akin to a dream, yet it was one that filled Alvin with immense pride. He had never envisioned achieving anything of great significance in his lifetime. But the news brought by the two professors suddenly made him feel as though he had accomplished something remarkable. The sense of fulfillment surged within him, almost overwhelming. It was exhilarating. In a sense, he had altered the fates of 63 families. While it might not necessarily lead to improvement, it assuredly would not result in decline. The two professors exchanged knowing smiles as they observed Alvin, who had unexpectedly fallen into silence, before stepping out of the principal's office, leaving time for that extraordinary young man. Let him savor the joy of success with great care. One day, when the inhabitants of Hell's Kitchen speak of him, he shall possess a resounding title, eternally enshrined in the annals of Hell's Kitchen history. Chapter 59. Peter's anticipation today marks a momentous occasion for the Hell's Kitchen Community School, as all 63 12th grade students have successfully passed their examinations. Even Zach, a towering figure often regarded as muscle-bound and lacking intellect, has achieved a commendable score. The doorsteps of Professors Wilson and Cage are nearly worn down by the enthusiastic parents. Over the past 2 days, Professor Wilson has had to summon the authorities 4 times, each instance prompted by parents presenting him with gifts that are utterly unacceptable. If one wishes to express gratitude towards a teacher, offering sweets or a modest bottle of wine suffices. However, presenting a conspicuously stolen gold watch would indeed instill fear in Professor Wilson. The most outrageous act was gifting him 2 pounds of marijuana. Does one expect a professor who doesn't even smoke cigarettes to roll joints from it? Professor Cage, on the other hand, displayed a more audacious demeanor, readily accepting 2 antique hunting rifles gifted by Alexei without hesitation, though he declined other gifts. His recent camaraderie with several gang leaders, gesticulating and conversing as if he were one of them, renders Professor Cage more akin to a mob boss than Alvin. In an upscale apartment on the Upper East Side of New York, a beautiful blonde girl is meticulously preparing herself. Sitting before her vanity, she gazes into the mirror at her strikingly beautiful visage, nodding in satisfaction. Yet, upon turning her head to the bed where a so-called school uniform lies, she lightly thumps her forehead in frustration. This wretched school operates like a prison. The head of the disciplinary office is a pervert, and her classmates resemble a gang more than students. Fortunately, she is a model student of both character and academics, which has left a favorable impression on the faculty. The handsome Professor Wilson even went so far as to plead on her behalf with that twisted individual in the disciplinary office. All seems well, except for the uniform laid out on the bed, rumored to be the brainchild of Principal Alvin, who poured his heart and soul into its design. Clark Gabbo, the notorious purveyor of counterfeit goods, was so disheartened upon seeing the finished product that he couldn't even bring himself to embroider his trademark Gabbo on it. It is simply too hideous, a baggy, olive-green athletic uniform adorned with white stripes running down the arms and legs. The top is divided into 2 sections, with the upper portion white and the lower green, complemented by a green collar. This ensemble would be shunned even by the most stylish and trend-setting of individuals, for no human demeanor could properly embody such a garish outfit. Everyone who dons this peculiar attire becomes an entity of gender repulsion. The thought of wearing this garment, traversing the elongated corridor, descending the elevator, and arriving at the entrance of the apartment to enter the vehicle of her father, the chief of police in New York, fills the young lady with despair. She yearns to feign illness to avoid attending the graduation ceremony, yet the ominous words of Principal Alvin, articulated in the tone of a mob boss regarding the consequences of absence, echo in her mind. Helplessly, she rummages through her wardrobe, unearthing a large sun hat, hoping it will obscure her face from the prying eyes of passersby. Peter Parker is elated today, as his uncle has gifted him a brand new school uniform. Though the design is rather challenging, it is a far cry from the cheap secondhand garments he was accustomed to. In recent months, his uncle has secured a commendable job, significantly improving their living conditions. Peter has visited the school where his uncle works, and the people there are exceptionally kind. His uncle plans to transfer him to that school in September. Although leaving his dear friend Harry saddens him, the uniqueness of the new school fills him with anticipation. The school bus driver, Domingo, bears an uncanny resemblance to a deranged killer from the movies. Despite his unappealing appearance, he possesses a kind heart and even treated Peter to delicious Mexican burritos made by his wife. However, Peter wonders why she is not afraid that he might consume her during the night if he were to wake up hungry. Domingo certainly seems capable of such a deed. His uncle's colleague is the school's disciplinary director, reputed to be quite fearsome. He and Peter's uncle share a close friendship, and it is said that the new house was found with his assistance. How exhilarating it is to have an ally in his uncle's friend, ensuring that no one dares to bully him at school, although he is not the least bit intimidated by them. Peter clenches his newly empowered fists, reflecting on the abilities he acquired after being bitten by that peculiar spider, and he feels a surge of excitement. Aunt May constantly worries about their safety after relocating to Hell's Kitchen, and Peter often feels the urge to assure her that he possesses the ability to protect them. In the principal's office, Alvin stands before a large mirror, striving not to gaze at the alluring Jessica, who is adjusting the collar of a recently purchased black suit for him. Jessica, feeling somewhat shy, inches closer to Alvin, scrutinizing him in the suit she selected. Satisfied, she nods, only to catch Alvin's eyes wandering toward her neckline. Embarrassed, Jessica lets out a soft huff, covering her chest with her left hand while delivering a playful punch to Alvin, causing him to nearly leap in surprise. Holding back the urge to retort, Alvin contemplates how life has become increasingly complicated since he stumbled upon Jessica bathing. However, he wonders if her strength might be a tad excessive. Is there something about her chest she wishes to reveal to him? In the future, will I still seek a boyfriend? Ginny, adorned in a beautiful princess dress, sat on the couch with her hair unkempt, indulging in snacks gifted by Robert, the supermarket owner. Normally, her father would fashion her hair into an elegant ponytail even in such a disheveled state, but today was different. He was preoccupied. Jessica insisted that he don the suit she had purchased for him. After much preparation, it seemed that the disarray of his hair was inconsequential, though it did cause an itch. In truth, the suit was rather unappealing. Ginny preferred her father's appearance in jeans and a shirt. Jessica's attire was even less flattering. A glaring silver dress that barely concealed any flesh, though the warm weather was a consolation. As the time approached, Alvin hurried to manage the situation, still occupied with adjusting Jessica's tie. Upon reaching the door, he could not help but return to tidy Ginny's hair, styling it into a lovely double ponytail. Assessing the result, he felt satisfied. It was quite adorable. He instructed Ginny to remain in the office with Jessica until the ceremony commenced, gathering at the school playground, as the community school lacked an auditorium. However, he trusted that neither the students nor the parents would mind the venue of the graduation ceremony. Alvin positioned himself at the school entrance, ready to welcome the day's distinguished guests, notably the honorary principal, Mr. Tony Stark. Chapter 60. We watch you from hell today. Principal Alvin presented a markedly different demeanor. His usual ensemble of denim jeans and a plaid shirt had been replaced by an evidently expensive black suit. Despite its stylish cut, the suit appeared to convey a sense of middle age on Alvin, who possessed a youthful visage, yet none who knew him would regard him as youthful. As he stood at the school's entrance, he observed a group of children clad in their newly designed uniforms, playfully tugging at each other's attire. Comparing who looked less appealing, Alvin felt a sense of satisfaction with his design, as it evoked memories of his own youthful days in school. He was a nostalgic soul, not intentionally dressing the children unattractively, but rather ensuring that romantic entanglements would not distract from their studies. Today's attendees were students from grades 10 to 12, as the younger students had already begun their summer break. Yet, one could see the eager anticipation among the lower grade teachers, likely indicating that the summer would not be particularly enjoyable for those younger children due to the pressure of this year's examinations. While Alvin greeted the children with a smile, his expression soured upon seeing the parents. It was a day dedicated to the students' graduation, and while it was acceptable for parents to dress casually, some chose to appear as if they were attending a hip-hop concert, adorned with ostentatious tattoos, large gold chains, extravagant watches, and even gold-capped teeth. What were they thinking? The graduation ceremony at the school has been diminished by your actions. Casting a knowing glance at Frank, the stern disciplinary head, he seized the Jamaican drug dealer, Bruto, by the neck, dragging him into the security room. A dozen bus drivers grinned maliciously as they stripped him of his clothes and clothed him in a security uniform. Bruto's underlings, upon seeing Domingo standing outside the security room, lacked the courage to enter and rescue him. It was Alexei, a man who had suffered in this school, who took the initiative. He arrived alone in a small car, accompanied by his wife. Spotting Alvin at the entrance, Alexei jogged over and embraced him warmly. Alvin, brushing off Alexei who threatened to wrinkle his suit, remarked, "My friend, your demeanor today is not befitting that of a crime lord, yet it is quite commendable." Alexei chuckled sheepishly, responding, "Today is Anton's big day. I must present myself well. In a couple of months, he will be heading to Los Angeles, and I wish for Anna to accompany him. I will remain here to see Boris through to his high school graduation. This way, we can finally cease our reliance on the arms trade." Alvin understood the unspoken reason for Alexei's omission of his own future. Once entrenched in this line of work, there was no exit save for death. However, today was a day for celebration, and somber thoughts were best left unspoken, especially considering this man could hardly be deemed virtuous, with countless lives claimed at his hands. Their bodies cast into the depths of the sea. Waving to indicate Alexei could enter, Principal Alvin prepared to greet the next guest. New York's underground lord, Jean Bing, presented himself with remarkable restraint today. A golden Rolls-Royce Phantom delivered him to the school gates, accompanied by several vehicles that likely housed his bodyguards. As Jean Bing descended, his considerable bulk caused Alvin to imagine the car exhaling in relief. Observing Jean Bing adjust his cane as he approached the entrance, another vehicle brazenly pulled up beside him. Director George stepped out, allowing his daughter, a stunning young woman concealed beneath a wide-brimmed hat, to enter the school first. He cast a steely glare at the underground magnate. Jean Bing, for his part, exhibited the manners of a gentleman, nodding politely at his adversary, Director George. He exchanged few pleasantries with Alvin, proceeding directly into the school, where his office awaited him. Director George expressed his discontent regarding Jean Bing's position on the school's board. Venting to Alvin, "How could you permit this scoundrel into the board of trustees? He is a thoroughly wicked man." Alvin nodded with a smile, replying, "I understand. But if there exists a person willing to donate $10 million to my school annually, even if he were the devil himself, I would consent to his board membership." Comforting Director George, Alvin continued, "My old friend, do not concern yourself with Jean Bing's presence here. If you possess the means, feel free to apprehend him. I assure you, I will not offer him any assistance. Today is not an opportune day for discussing such matters." Director George, with minimal words exchanged, he waved farewell to Alvin and entered the school to engage in a cordial conversation with the venerable Professor Wilson. For the future of his daughter rested firmly in the hands of this esteemed gentleman. Stark, that scoundrel, arrived only at the last possible moment. This flamboyant character arrived at the school entrance in a golden supercar, one that Alvin had never laid eyes upon, accompanied by the elegantly attired Pepper. Upon disembarking, Stark handed the car keys to a person standing behind Alvin and casually slipped him a $100 tip, all while uttering in an exasperating tone, "Watch it, buddy. This car isn't even on the market yet, and it's quite pricey." Suppressing the urge to retaliate, Alvin retorted, "Mr. Lightbulb, tardiness is not an admirable habit." Stark, seemingly indifferent, replied, "Well, it depends on the occasion, doesn't it? Come on." Asking a billionaire to set aside his affairs for a graduation ceremony, with merely 63 graduates, seems rather dull. Acknowledging his status as a major benefactor of the institution, Alvin chose to ignore him, gesturing for him to hasten inside. His speech was about to commence. Standing on the makeshift podium with a microphone in hand, Alvin surveyed the students and their parents below. "I am Alvin, the principal of this school, and I trust you are all familiar with me. I even own a restaurant." He jested, eliciting a wave of laughter from the audience. "It brings me immense joy to send off these 63 children today, guiding them into the realm of higher education, rather than witnessing them being ushered into prison." A hush fell over the crowd. "I am delighted that these 63 children will possess the right to choose their future lives, rather than being relegated to gangs, drug trafficking, or robbery." A light chuckle rippled through the crowd as they recognized the profound transformation in these children's destinies. Life in Hell's Kitchen can be unforgiving, but we must not relinquish hope. These children symbolize our future. Alvin then fixed his gaze on a tall African-American youth, asking, "Domi, having gained admission to Columbia University, will you return to assist your father in drug dealing after graduation?" The young man straightened his posture and declared loudly, "No, I will never return to sell drugs. I aspire to become a lawyer, so perhaps I can defend him when he gets caught in Bruto." His loyal yet misguided response resonated deeply with the essence of Hell's Kitchen, inciting a wave of applause. His father, the drug dealer Bruto, now clad in a security uniform, boasted to those around him, "That is my son." He boldly proclaimed that New York's police are fools and would never apprehend him. completely disregarding the piercing gaze of Director George nearby. Just 2 days prior, a reporter from the New York Times had reported on our community school, describing it as akin to a concentration camp, capable only of producing examination machines rather than nurturing exceptional talents for universities. He urged the Department of Education to reevaluate the admission qualifications of these 63 children. Observing the agitated parents and students in the audience, I composed a letter to him, expressing that our children were born into a hellish existence, indifferent to the notion of a life in a concentration camp. I warned him that if he continued to spout nonsense in the newspapers, I would demand his perpetual silence, for I do not jest. The letter was accompanied by a handgun. Alvin, glancing at Alexei with a smile, remarked, "This must be thanks to Mr. Alexei's patronage." Laughter erupted from the audience. I conveyed these sentiments not to boast of my own merits. Such acts could be performed by anyone in Hell's Kitchen. My intention was to impart a message to these children. Alvin pointed at the 63 emotionally charged children below, stating, "You were born in hell. Professors Cage and Wilson, along with all the teachers, have formed a human ladder for you to ascend from this inferno. We watch over you from our own hell, as you are the offspring of despair, and we are your staunchest support." In a hushed tone, I urged, "Do not fall back into hell. Do not betray the hopes of all who believe in you. From this moment forth, you possess the right to choose what kind of individuals you wish to become. You are seeds of heaven cast into hell. Strive to grow taller and stronger, so that we in our own torment may see you more clearly." Chapter 61. The remarkable principal's 63 children, donned in community school uniforms, traversed a corridor formed by 78 faculty members, their faces brimming with excitement. Applause resonated for these children who had clawed their way out of hell. At that moment, one could discern the quality of a person's rapport within the school. Old Parker, having arrived just 2 months prior, had already become the most beloved figure among the students. Undoubtedly, a significant portion of his popularity was due to Frank's influence. Graduate Zach, resembling a fierce brown bear, was the sole student this year who failed to meet the standards. Yet he was accepted into Texas A&M University due to his prowess in football. This enormous, intimidating boy now embraced the relatively diminutive Old Parker, weeping like a girl. Old Parker, akin to a monkey ensnared in the grip of a black bear, patted Zach's head with some difficulty, saying, "Zach, once you're in college, take it easy. I'm counting on you to bring me football tickets." Zach, alternating between laughter and tears, resembled a fool. His father was a murderer serving time, while his mother was a drug addict. Zach had grown up on the streets of Hell's Kitchen, the sole reason he remained in school until the 11th grade being the provision of a free lunch. It was only after Alvin took charge of the community school that Zach began to settle down. Otherwise, he would likely have ended up like his father, taking lives and eventually landing in prison. Later, Zach joined the school football team, earning the nickname the Bulldozer for his record of causing a concussion every 0.75 games, making him a coveted recruit for many universities. Ultimately, it was his esteemed mentor, Old Parker, who guided him to Texas A&M University. Zach harbored a profound trust in Old Parker, for it was he who first introduced him to the delights of McDonald's and gifted him his very first pair of football boots. It was Old Parker who enveloped him in a fatherly embrace, affirming his worth and potential. During Zach's confinement under Frank's strict supervision, Old Parker would clandestinely visit him, engaging in conversations that painted a hopeful picture of the future. The often reticent Zach lifted Old Parker into a heartfelt embrace, spinning him around, nodding vigorously as if to seal a promise. Frank, in stark contrast, felt a deep sense of disappointment. All the children feared him and none dared to bid him farewell, even though his tough exterior suggested indifference. Surprisingly, as the 63 children emerged from the corridor formed by their teachers, lining up to receive their diplomas from the principal's phone, Anton, who had his bushy beard shorn by Frank's harpoon, suddenly shouted, "Salute." The 63 children raised their right hands, offering a disorderly salute to Frank while chanting, "Castor, Castor." Castor, akin to the fervent homage paid by the SS to their leader. Castor, the seasoned soldier, fought back tears, his eyes glistening with emotion as he waved his fist in mock threat at the group of youngsters who had embarrassed him, urging them to disperse. However, the children paid little heed to Frank's intimidation, laughing and teasing one another as they awaited their final farewell from the school principal. Leading the line was Michael's son, Jamie. Alvin solemnly handed him the neatly bound diploma, exclaiming, "Well done, lad. The State University of New York is a fine institution. Your father is a commendable police officer. Don't bring him shame. Go forth." Jamie, overwhelmed with excitement, accepted the diploma but refrained from embracing Alvin. Instead, he bowed respectfully and declared, "I promise. The school shall take pride in me henceforth." Next in line was the only student admitted to Harvard this year, Julie, a slender girl with glasses. Alvin recalled her troubled past, Her father a drunkard and her mother a prostitute. It was Alvin who had rescued her from that hellish existence, even going so far as to shatter the legs of her father, who sought to force her into a life of prostitution. Julie was the most tenacious and resilient child Alvin had ever known. Had she not been born into such circumstances, her life would undoubtedly have taken a different trajectory. Nonetheless, she had forged her own bright path through sheer determination. Upon receiving her diploma, the young girl embraced Alvin tightly, weeping bitterly, reminiscent of an orphan mourning the loss of both parents, though perhaps this path was indeed for the best. Alvin comfortingly patted Julie's shoulder and smiled as he accepted an envelope from a helper nearby, presenting it to her. This is a sponsorship provided by our esteemed principal, Mr. Tony Stark, which you should be acquainted with. He will support children like you through their university studies. Alvin made a jest about the exasperating tuition bill from Harvard, which sent shivers down my spine. Fortunately, our esteemed school's honorary president happens to be a billionaire. The graduation ceremony for the community school concluded amidst laughter and tears. Following this was a grand affair, a lavish buffet sponsored by a hotel under the auspices of the notorious gangster Gene, which was brought to the playground in a steady stream. A band took to the stage, filling the air with music. The atmosphere was lively. Apart from the students' rather unflattering uniforms, there were no other shortcomings. Peter, like a furtive hamster, clutched a large plate filled with an array of foods he had never before tasted, hastily making his way to an empty seat in the corner. Peter felt immensely pleased to attend such a splendid graduation ceremony. Principal Alvin was undeniably cool. He quipped, "If you don't keep quiet, I shall make you silent forever." And I am not jesting. When Principal Alvin uttered these words, he radiated an unparalleled coolness. Moreover, the food was truly delectable, with many items he had never sampled before. However, the girl across from him appeared rather displeased. Naturally shy, Peter took a couple of bites of the sweet mousse cake and noticed the girl sitting opposite him, with her uniform collar turned up and a wide-brimmed hat attempting to shield her face. Curiously, Peter inquired, "Hello, I am Peter Parker, a junior this year. What seems to be the matter?" Gwen, who had always been the quintessential princess, looked at the awkward boy before her, who managed to make eating cake seem messy, and replied with a hint of impatience, "I'm fine. It's just that this uniform is quite bothersome." Peter, puzzled, glanced at her and then at his own uniform. Finding no fault, he naively remarked, "What's wrong? It's quite fine. Is your outfit torn? If so, I can lend you mine, but do remember to return it." Gwen sensed a misunderstanding between herself and this oblivious boy, as their thoughts were clearly misaligned. Out of curiosity, she asked, "Don't you find the uniform unattractive? And you mentioned you were a junior. Why have I never seen you before?" Peter stuffed a large piece of cake into his mouth, shrugged, and replied, "I think it's fine. It's better than wearing secondhand clothes. I think you look good in your uniform as well. Oh, I just transferred here and 1T officially joined the community school until this September. By the way, Principal Alvin is really cool." Gwen responded with an empathetic "oh," feeling a twinge of sympathy for this cheerful boy. Wait until you've encountered Frank from the disciplinary office before you decide whether to remain so cheerful. Chapter 62. The world of the affluent Alvin was in high spirits. Had it not been for Stark's presence, his mood might have soared even higher. Stark was feeling quite pleased himself, as his standing in the boardroom had recently improved significantly. A mysterious major shareholder had been supporting him, granting Stark an overwhelming advantage in the boardroom. Stark has already ousted 2 dissatisfied minority shareholders from the board who opposed his weapons division. With Stark Industries' stock price significantly depressed, he acquired their shares with little cost. Stark's primary objective now is Obadiah Stane, a stalwart of Stark Industries who has made immense contributions to its growth and wields considerable influence within the American military. Stark does not wish to engage in a tumultuous confrontation to remove this man, who has watched him grow since childhood, from the board. Instead, he aims to persuade him to resign gracefully. Otherwise, the records of his dealings in arms with terrorists may find their way to his office. Alvin, impatient, glanced at the incessantly chattering Stark and remarked, "Buddy, I have absolutely no interest in your company's affairs. Perhaps you should go to Pepper and see what she needs." He pointed toward Pepper, who was dressed to the nines, surrounded by several young male teachers from the school, happily engaged in conversation. Stark shot a glance in Pepper's direction, dismissively waved his hand, and cheekily remarked, "Those guys don't stand a chance. Their annual salary wouldn't even cover the cost of her shoes." Alvin looked at Stark with disdain, muttering an expletive. "Are you seriously going to spend $100,000 on shoes?" Stark shrugged nonchalantly, casting a somewhat sympathetic look at Alvin. "Buddy, you really need to get out more. Your understanding of the world is rather superficial. Do you know that star whose name keeps coming up?" Noticing the puzzled expression on Alvin's face, Stark added with a hint of lewdness, "Since her debut, she has spent over $10 million on her assets." Alvin struggled to comprehend the concept of wealth held by such individuals. Throughout his life, he had always heard about who was wealthy, what they had bought, and how much they spent, yet he found no significance in their expenditures. Driving a Rolls-Royce does not prevent traffic jams, and carrying an Hermes bag is merely a means to transport items. You still have to stash toilet paper inside it, right? Wealthy individuals, through their extravagant luxuries, artificially inflate the value of these items by categorizing users into various strata based on price. What is the point? Ultimately, after a lifetime, Alvin still could not fathom the world of the affluent. He regarded Stark with indifference, saying, "Buddy, I didn't realize you were interested in the breasts of female celebrities. Have you studied them?" Stark, with a proud wink, responded nonchalantly, "Of course, many times." Alvin, disinterested in continuing the conversation with this playboy, thought to himself that he hadn't even found a girlfriend in his life, yet here he was discussing starlets. "By the way, what happened to that girl I saw last time? Shouldn't she be from the school?" Stark observed Alvin's displeased expression and chuckled. "Buddy, you must acclimate to such topics. You'll frequently encounter similar situations. Perhaps I could organize an event, inviting some models and celebrities. There's a chance you might garner the attention of one of them." Alvin waved his hand in refusal, gesturing towards the bulb on Stark's chest. He remarked, "The most pressing matter for you, my friend, is to replace the battery in that chest light, rather than engage me in discussions about these trivialities." Nearby, a listener seemed dissatisfied with Alvin's abrupt conclusion of the topic. What delightful gossip it was. Why had the conversation ceased? Stark patted his chest, indicating a desire for a more detailed account later, then turned to Alvin and said, "There has been some progress. A major shareholder from Stark Industries delivered my father's research notes, which have provided significant inspiration. I have a hunch that I will soon uncover the key to solving the problem." Alvin was aware that the shareholder must be from SHIELD, yet he pondered what that had to do with him. Their mission was to protect the Earth, as long as they did not trouble him. Alvin might even cheer for them. Alvin nodded and replied, "That's great. I hope you resolve it swiftly. You still owe me the construction of my teaching building." Stark dismissed the concern, saying, "Stop bringing up that teaching building. I've already asked Pepper to contact that Nathan from your school." Ignoring Alvin's correction that the individual's name was Nelson, he continued, "In a few days, Stan will resign from his position. Are you interested in joining me in Afghanistan to stir up trouble for those terrorists? My Mark II has undergone hundreds of test flights and is ready for action." Alvin shook his head with a smile, saying, "You truly are a troublesome fellow. I simply cannot fathom how the American military permits a madman to pilot a mech in the skies. Moreover, I must seriously state that when someone falls from a great height, they may become quite deranged. You ought to exercise caution. Without that suit of armor, you're just a vulnerable chicken. Any boy above 9th grade at our school could easily make you cry." Stark nodded, boasting, "I'll be careful in the coming days. Happy has hired a team of bodyguards for me, led by a stunningly attractive woman. You'll see what I mean when you meet her. I'm not joking." Alvin looked at Stark's insufferable demeanor, baffled as to how someone like Pepper could be fond of such a character. Had it been Alvin, he would have long since intoxicated him and sunk him into the sea. Ignoring Stark, he surveyed the scene. His daughter was being tended to by Mrs. Wilson, thoroughly enjoying her meal. Upon noticing her father, she cheerfully waved, beckoning Alvin to join her in eating. Alvin approached and kissed Ginny's little face, and the delighted girl promptly stuffed a large piece of salmon into her father's mouth, exclaiming, "Delicious, Daddy, eat more." The young lady exhibited remarkable filial piety, and Alvin, somewhat proud, noticed Mrs. Wilson, who, in a fit of jealousy, smiled wryly and received a rather forceful nudge from the elderly matron, gently ruffling Ginny's hair. She made her way toward Jessica, where a well-dressed, handsome young man with slicked back hair was engaged in conversation with her. However, judging by Jessica's impatient demeanor, had Alvin not arrived, that charming fellow would have likely faced a beating. As Alvin approached, he greeted them with a cheerful, "Hello." Upon seeing Alvin, Jessica exuberantly bounded to his side, wrapping her arms around one of his, and, grinning at the young man, declared, "Mr. Ward Mitchum, I have no interest in your Rand group, and besides, you don't even bear the Rand surname." Chapter 63. "This is my territory." The young and dapper Ward Mitchum evidently recognized Alvin. With commendable politeness, he apologized to Jessica before extending his hand to Alvin for a shake. "Greetings, Principal Alvin. My name is Ward Mitchum, and I am currently with the Rand Group. It is a pleasure to meet you." Alvin regarded this Ward fellow with a sense of unease, as if sensing something amiss about him. With a hint of coldness in his tone, Alvin replied, "Pleasure to meet you. May I inquire what brings you to the community school? Today marks the graduation ceremony, and all attendees are by invitation only. I am quite curious as to how you managed to infiltrate the event." Ward, maintaining a courteous smile, responded, "The Rand Group has invested in a parcel of land in Hell's Kitchen, right behind the community school." He gestured toward the location of the student dormitories, which Alvin had already meticulously planned. I thought, since we will soon be neighbors, it would be prudent to pay a visit in advance. At that moment, Alvin's expression grew icy, his voice capable of freezing the very air around them. That land has already been registered with the city government for the construction of student dormitories for the community school. Why are you now asserting that it belongs to the Rand Group? He pointed to his ear, questioning, is there a problem with my hearing? Or is it your intellect that is lacking? Ward, undeterred by Alvin's tone, smugly replied, registration is merely a formality. A councilman at the municipal hall believes that constructing student dormitories for the community school is a waste of resources. It should be utilized for endeavors that yield greater value, such as building a factory. The condescending expression on Ward's face was reminiscent of a former demolition office leader Alvin had encountered in a previous life. Realizing the futility of further conversation with Ward, Alvin decided against engaging in trivial banter. After all, this individual had audaciously seized the school's land and now dared to flaunt his arrogance before the principal. What more was there to discuss? He beckoned over Stark, who was engrossed in conversation, and pointed at Ward, exclaiming, today is the graduation ceremony, a significant event, my friend. How could you allow a completely unrelated individual to enter? Are you blind? As Frank and Principal Nelson rushed over upon witnessing the commotion, they heard Alvin's cold reprimand. How could you possibly allow someone who intends to usurp our dormitory space to attend our graduation ceremony? What were you thinking? After a moment of hesitation, he scrutinized Ward and remarked, it seems he entered as a parent of a student, apparently Marvin from the 11th grade. Turning to search for Marvin, he was met with a scene that filled him with horror. A child clad in a school uniform approached Stark from a short distance, drawing a handgun from his pocket and aiming it at Stark. The sharp crack of a gunshot rang out. The bullet struck the inexplicably materialized ghost wolf, Saul, standing before Stark. In a swift response, Frank lunged forward, tackling the child and wresting the handgun from his grasp. The children and parents present remained unfazed. They were accustomed to such chaos on the streets of Hell's Kitchen. In contrast, the teachers, summoned from outside, were thrown into disarray. A few responsible educators were organizing the evacuation of the children, though the expressions on the children's faces did not reflect fear. Some older students even reassured a few screaming female teachers, it's all right. This is quite ordinary in Hell's Kitchen. We're safe now. At the moment the gunfire erupted, old Parker instinctively turned and embraced Zach, desperately pressing his large head downwards, much like a monkey attempting to shield a bear. Zach reveled in old Parker's embrace, though their appearance was rather unseemly. He wriggled free and, in turn, consoled old Parker, saying, it's all right, Papa Parker, that guy has been subdued. We're safe now. The ghost wolf, Saul, snuffled, then lunged into the crowd, tackling another child in a school uniform. The sharp claws tore through the fabric, causing a handgun to tumble out from beneath the uniform. Eyes wide in disbelief, the onlookers were shocked at the audacity of this child. This was the most significant day for the community school. If fury could ignite, Alvin felt his wrath could reduce New York to ashes. He had painstakingly built this school, only to be informed that his land had been taken from him. Then, one of his own students attempted to assassinate the esteemed principal of his school. What in the world was happening? With no time to address that individual named Ward, Alvin stormed into the fray, where Frank was gripping the necks of both children. With a heavy heart, Alvin lamented, the folks from Hell's Kitchen cannot even be deemed good, yet how dare you betray your own school? Grasping one child's collar, he lifted him off the ground, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying light as he seethed, tell me, why? You know the fate that awaits traitors in Hell's Kitchen. The two children trembled in fear, yet remained silent, their heads bowed as they awaited Alvin's judgment. Director George hurried over to Alvin and said, Alvin, hand them over to the police. I have already notified Misty, and she will be here shortly with a team. Stark, who had narrowly escaped a gunshot, displayed remarkable composure as he approached Alvin, stating, we are aware of their likely motives for attempting to assassinate me, Alvin. There is no need for anger. Simply turn them over to the authorities. I will seek justice for myself. Alvin disregarded both George and Stark, glaring at the two frightened children. I believed I could change you. I thought you had the potential to become normal individuals. Overwhelmed by fury, Alvin shouted, why not give yourselves a chance? Why not strive to be good people? Observing the two terrified children, who remained silent and paralyzed with fear, Alvin waved his hand and ordered, lock them in the isolation room. I must fully understand why children from my school would resort to becoming hired guns. Director George intercepted the disheartened Alvin and exclaimed, Alvin, you cannot proceed this way. You must hand them over to the police for investigation and resolution, rather than resorting to vigilante justice. They are merely children. A cold smile crept across Alvin's face as he replied, children? Hell's Kitchen has no innocence, not even among children. They are born with sin, destined to become criminals, killers, prostitutes, pimps, drug dealers. Alvin surveyed the pained expressions of the onlookers and declared, I hoped this school could alter their destinies. I believed I had succeeded. Today, 63 children have emerged from hell. Yet just moments ago, 2 of my students revealed that my efforts have been insufficient, that there are still those who dare to exploit my students as assassins. Locking eyes with Director George, Alvin spoke with a chilling tone. I will unearth those scoundrels who use my students for nefarious deeds from their lairs. I will extract their hearts and ensure they pay a price they will never forget. They will understand. This is my school. This is my territory. Chapter 64. The final council faced with Alvin's wrath. Director George could only retreat. Fully aware of the terror a frenzied Alvin could unleash. He genuinely believed Alvin was undertaking a commendable endeavor and should not be subjected to such treatment. Recognizing this, George decided it was inappropriate for him to remain, departing the school with his daughter Gwen, casting a disapproving glance at the fool beside her. As they walked, Gwen, feeling somewhat elated, asked her father, Dad, this school is far too dangerous, and the principal is quite fearsome. May I not attend school anymore? With longing in her eyes, she gazed at her father, eager to escape this environment, to rid herself of the terrifying disciplinary officer and the unbearable school uniform. Director George turned to glance at Alvin, whose expression was alarming as he stood there. Lowering his gaze to his daughter, he smiled and said, I have a premonition that this place will evolve into a magnificent school. It is burgeoning, Gwen. Promise me you won't miss this opportunity. And make yourself a part of its history. You will take pride in it in the future. Little Gwen, the charming girl, pouted in distress, tugging at her school uniform. She believed that if the uniform looked this way, it could hardly be associated with greatness. Alvin stood in the center of the playground, unwilling to retreat to his office to await the unpleasant news that was destined to come. Ginny had been taken home by Jessica, leaving reluctantly. She was aware of her father's anger and wished to stay and help him deal with those wrongdoers. As Ginny departed, she contemplated saying something but ultimately remained silent. Alvin knew that Ginny was privy to some information, yet he refrained from pressing her, as it was unnecessary. They had never been friends. The words Ginny could articulate had long since been spoken, and any inquiries into the unspeakable would merely create more enemies without purpose. Before long, he arrived at the playground. Witnessing the chaos that now marred the once vibrant scene from merely an hour ago, he observed the individual who had previously been so spirited, now appearing despondent. Understanding the depth of his disappointment and anger, approaching Alvin cautiously, he remarked, those 2 boys still refuse to speak. Frank is reluctant to employ force against them. I believe we may have to wait a while. I just spoke with old Kent. He will investigate the homes and surroundings of those boys. I trust we will receive news soon. Alvin nodded silently, the events of the day weighing heavily upon him. He had resolved to ensure that the person exploiting his students would pay dearly, aside from subjecting him to excruciating torment. Alvin could conceive of no other means to deal with him. Recognizing Alvin's steadfastness in remaining, he thumped his head in frustration, acknowledging the significant responsibility he bore for today's occurrences. He should have been more cautious and prevented the children from bringing firearms to school. Alvin regarded him with a bitter smile, saying, in truth, I do not blame you. Without today's events, those 2 boys would have still resorted to violence and crime. I merely feel sorrow and anger, realizing that our efforts at the school have proven inadequate. An hour ago, I felt a sense of pride in my perceived success, believing I could influence these children's futures, yet now I am acutely aware of my gross misjudgment. Let us exert ourselves. I need your assistance to rectify my mistakes and ensure we send the source of this evil to hell. The towering man, his face flushed with emotion, stamped his foot emphatically before turning to lead half the security team away from the school. Those 2 boys were untouchable. He could only devise strategies around their environment. Relying solely on old Kent would undoubtedly slow their progress. He refused to witness Alvin standing foolishly on this accursed playground, waiting. This incident filled him with humiliation, for he bore responsibility. As he departed, old Parker quietly made his way to the playground. This amiable elder approached Alvin and softly said, You are not to blame. Principal Irwin, you are the kindest soul I have ever encountered. Those who exploit these children deserve punishment. Yet can we spare those 2? They are utterly terrified. Alvin looked at old Parker, managing a wry smile as he replied, What are you worried about, old man? Are you concerned I might harm them? He waved his hand dismissively, adding with a hint of boredom, letting them go would be a death sentence. It's best they remain in the detention room. Upon hearing that Alvin had no intention of harming the 2 children, old Parker sighed in relief, only to be filled with indignation at their misbehavior. He turned away in a huff, evidently intent on teaching those boys a lesson. Misty was furious. She felt her authority had been disrespected. It was outrageous that Director George had informed her of the incidents at the school, while Michael, one of her subordinates, had failed to notify her. Among hundreds of faculty, students, and parents, not a single person had called the police. as if the precinct in Hell's Kitchen did not exist. Misty arrived at the school with her team, only to be blocked at the entrance by a group of security guards. Encountering an irate individual leaving the premises, she stepped forward to confront him, demanding an explanation. Already boiling with anger, he unleashed a torrent of profanity, responding, "Get lost, you worthless cop. We don't need your kind of incompetence here. Your director George has left. Perhaps you, with your self-righteousness, should call him and return to your damned beat." Misty, known for her fiery temper, could not tolerate such an insult. She swung her fist, landing a blow to his jaw. Unfazed, he absorbed the punch, and with a swift motion, grasped her throat, lifting her off the ground. Misty struggled fiercely, her mechanical arm operating at maximum power, yet it remained immovable, as if forged from steel. As she began to feel lightheaded, the dread of death washed over her, revealing that the kindness of those within the Peace Hotel had been but an illusion. They were, in truth, ravenous beasts. Officer Michael rushed in from the side, pleading with him to release her, exclaiming, "She's a cop. You're going to kill her. Misty is not your enemy." Alvin is already furious. Do not provoke him further. Hearing Michael's desperate pleas and recalling his superior's current state, a flicker of clarity broke through his rage. He unceremoniously tossed Misty to the ground, muttering, "Get lost," before departing with several school security guards. The atmosphere in Hell's Kitchen was peculiar. Upon returning from the graduation ceremony, attendees brought shocking news. Shots had been fired during the event. Principal Alvin was exceedingly enraged. The notorious gang leaders of Hell's Kitchen trembled, clasping their hands in prayer, hoping that this incident would not be associated with them. It was well known that Principal Alvin seldom caused trouble without reason. He rarely ventured beyond his neighborhood. However, given the gravity of the situation, there was no telling how he might react. All the gang leaders dispatched their subordinates in a frantic search for the perpetrator, desperate to quell Alvin's wrath. This was not mere fear of Alvin. It was a genuine concern that his fury could unleash chaos upon Hell's Kitchen. As a prominent figure in New York's underworld, Gene Bing remained remarkably composed. Seated in his Rolls-Royce, he made a phone call. "If I were you, I would leave New York immediately, preferably the entire country. This is your final piece of counsel as a collaborator. You are in serious trouble." Chapter 65. It must hurt. On the outskirts of Hell's Kitchen, along a street bordering Brooklyn, stood a martial arts dojo adorned with traditional Chinese decor. It was 8 in the morning, and on pleasant days, the dojo's courtyard basked in sunlight, creating a comfortable environment for martial arts practice. The graceful and charming Colin Wen was instructing a group of 15 and 16-year-olds in boxing. Her earnest demeanor and gentle expression rendered her both noble and sacred. A phone call interrupted, and Colin answered with a hint of confusion, as her instructor typically did not call at this hour. "Hello, teacher," she greeted respectfully. "Colin, I may need to be away for a while. I'm calling to inform you that the few children you introduced me to might have to wait until my return for their assessment." A deep male voice resonated from the other end. "All right, teacher, understood. This will give them additional time to prepare. It's no trouble at all." Colin sighed in relief. Before Colin could hang up, the dojo's door was forcefully kicked open with a loud bang. A young Chinese man, impeccably dressed in a black suit with slightly tousled hair, entered, followed by a burly African-American man and a stern-looking middle-aged man. The entrance was already obstructed by numerous vehicles, and several individuals, clearly gang members by their attire, lurked nearby, observing furtively. Old Parker informed the two children that a woman named Colin Wen had taught them some fighting techniques, and introduced them to a man named Bodo. They were not entirely clear about Bodo's identity, only knowing that he treated them well, gathering a group of similar children weekly for lessons. Bodo had imparted much knowledge to them and provided for their living expenses, earning their gratitude and trust. It was this very Bodo who had orchestrated their assignment to assassinate Stark, Frank remarked to Alvin, standing at his side. Alvin had already stood on the playground for 16 hours when Frank finally brought him some good news. Frank could empathize with Alvin's fury. Had it been a few months ago, those two children would have already faced dire consequences. However, now they were students from two different schools, and Frank felt that after spending so much time here, his heart had softened. Alvin nodded, a chilling smile gracing his face as he gently remarked, "Let us first find this Colin Wen. I have stated that they must pay for their actions. It will surely be painful." Frank nodded in agreement and said, "I'll make a call. We'll go together. I truly cannot restrain my desire to deal with those wretched beings." Alvin gazed at Colin Wen, who could undoubtedly be described as an alluring beauty. His eyes were cold as ice. He cared not for gender or appearance. At that moment, Alvin had already prepared a ticket to hell for her, eager to see how long she would struggle in agony before her arrival. Colin, furious, stood defiantly in front of Alvin and shouted, "Who are you? Get out of here." Alvin raised his hand to stop any impulsive actions, chuckling softly, and introduced himself. I am the principal of the community school. My name is Alvin. I wonder if you have heard of me. Alvin then looked at a few boys behind Colin. Their heads hung low like quails and offered a gentle smile. Surely, you boys know me, do you not? The boys exchanged glances with one another, regarding the formidable principal known throughout the community school for his strict discipline, and nodded in unison. Alvin waved his hand at them, instructing, "Return to school immediately and find old Parker in the disciplinary office. He will make the necessary arrangements." He gestured for them to call old Parker. The boys glanced at Colin but, intimidated by Alvin's authority, did not dare to resist and obediently left for school. Colin watched as her students were summoned away by Alvin's words, their fear palpable. Enraged, she demanded, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Alvin's face radiated a captivating smile as he replied gently, "I am the principal of the community school. I came to investigate who dares to turn my students into instruments of murder." As he observed Colin's escalating anger, his smile grew more benign. "I wish to see whose heart is as dark as the depths of despair. I assure you, it will be excruciating." Colin, taken aback by Alvin's words, stammered, "What did you say? I do not comprehend. Have you mistaken me for someone else?" With a light chuckle, Alvin raised his right index finger and shook it gently, stating, "Do not attempt to argue with me. Soon we shall know. Promise me you won't perish too swiftly. I have many questions to pose to you." Colin, sensing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, cast a fearful glance at Alvin, perceiving him as a madman. She swiftly turned to flee into the room, intent on retrieving her sword and escaping this terrifying man. Merely listening to his words sent shivers down her spine. She was utterly bewildered as to why this lunatic had sought her out. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. A bullet struck the ground at Colin's feet, halting her advance. Terrified, she turned to see Alvin wearing a slight smile as he meticulously adjusted his collar, slowly closing the distance between them. The cruelty and anguish reflected in Alvin's eyes sent a chill through Colin's entire being, rendering her legs uncontrollably tremulous and making it impossible to meet his gaze. Colin was oblivious to their intentions, yet she realized that if she failed to act, she might not survive this day. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, Colin let out a fierce shout and launched an assault on Alvin, believing that getting close to this dreadful figure might deter him from using his weapon. To her astonishment, Alvin did not retaliate or evade. Instead, he received her punch with a disarming smile. As her fist connected with his chest, Colin sensed something was amiss. Although she had struck him and noticed a shift in his expression, this formidable man seemed unfazed. His smile transformed into a sinister grin as he swiftly countered with an uppercut that struck Colin's vulnerable abdomen, lifting her off the ground. The pain was excruciating. After receiving that blow, she crumpled to the floor, curling up in agony, as vomit erupted from her mouth. Alvin's single strike had rendered Colin incapable of resistance. He approached her with a smile, crouching down to smooth her disheveled hair, ensuring it wouldn't become entangled with her vomit. In a gentle tone, Alvin remarked, "That must be quite painful, but this is only the beginning." Chapter 66. Greetings, Mr. Rand. Colin, curled up in anguish, felt as though death was imminent. Ignoring the nauseating obstruction in her throat, she gazed in terror at Alvin, who squatted before her with a gentle smile. Desperately, she cried out, "What do you intend to do?" Alvin did not respond to her question. Instead, he lifted her, almost cradling her, and placed her onto a stone bench in the courtyard. The constant questioning unsettled him. Colin, her upper body limp, rested on a stone round table, clutching her abdomen and taking deep breaths to alleviate the pain. She dared not raise her eyes to meet Alvin's gaze, fearing that each glance would amplify her terror and push her closer to the brink of collapse. In a moment of despair, Colin implored, "What do you want from us? What is happening?" Alvin stood beside Colin, extracting 2 photographs from the pocket of his jacket and placing them upon the stone table. With his right index finger, he tapped the images lightly. "Do you recognize them? Look closely at these 2 children," he said, observing Colin, who appeared tense and had his eyes tightly shut. Colin opened his eyes, glancing at the photographs laid out before him, and with a hint of astonishment, he remarked, "It's Charlie and Jimmy. What has happened to them?" Alvin chuckled softly, adopting a tone that seemed to oscillate between prayer and curse, and spoke deliberately. "They once had the potential to become good individuals, born into the depths of hell. They now have the chance to be redeemed, yet you have thrust them into the abyss. You have transformed them into killers, mere instruments of destruction." Colin, feeling the weight of panic, attempted to defend himself, stammering, I didn't know. However, Alvin dismissed Colin's explanations, for he had not come to seek justifications. "You cannot fathom the depth of my hatred for you wretched creatures. I have sworn to send you all to hell." Colin, now on the brink of collapse, could hardly bear to meet Alvin's terrifying gaze. Desperately, he repeated his defense, I don't know, please spare me. I don't know. You delivered these children to the devil, turning them into assassins, tools of malice, and you dare tell me you are ignorant. Alvin's voice rose in fury as he seized Colin by the throat, wielding a harpoon borrowed from Frank. With a fierce thrust, he plunged it through Colin's shoulder, pinning him face down onto the stone surface. At that moment, Colin epitomized the essence of suffering. The excruciating pain rendered him voiceless. He resembled a frog placed upon a searing iron plate, convulsing violently, yet unable to escape the dread harpoon. Tears, saliva, and mucus cascaded down his delicate features. Alvin offered Colin no respite, twisting the harpoon viciously as he coldly inquired, "Tell me, where's that bastard bow to? This way, you can descend to hell sooner." The onslaught of pain surged anew, and Colin, on the verge of madness, opened his mouth wide in a silent scream, desperately ramming his head against the stone table. As if to alleviate his torment, Alvin pressed on, "Tell me, where's that bastard bow to? Otherwise, I shall slice you piece by piece. I keep my word." In a state of utter despair, Colin finally uttered a sound. "He left. I don't know where he went. Please, spare me. I know nothing." Alvin, shaking his head in disappointment, thought, since Bodo had fled, he would bide his time and allow Colin to pay the interest first. Bodo would eventually be found. Alvin turned his gaze toward Colin, whose face had contorted in agony, reminiscent of a frog laid bare upon the dissection table. With a smile, he remarked, "What gives you the audacity to exploit a group of children for murder and crime without fearing repercussions?" Colin, already on the brink of collapse, merely shook his head, repeating, I didn't. Observing the utterly shattered Colin, Alvin shook his head in disinterest. Tormenting a woman was his pastime. She was merely the first. He needed to project a certain ferocity to deter the gang lurking outside the school. As for this Colin, she had outlived her usefulness. Alvin rummaged through Colin's pocket and retrieved her phone, casually perusing the call log until he discovered a recent conversation with Bodo, just minutes prior. He opened the call records in front of Colin for confirmation. Upon receiving a clear response, Alvin tossed the phone aside and commanded, "Go find that computer whiz. And dig up Bodo for me. I want to see if his heart is as black as it seems." With that, Alvin drew a handgun from his coat, aiming it at Colin, poised to send her to the depths of despair. "Stop!" An indignant voice resonated from the courtyard wall. A dashing young man, clad in a deep blue casual suit and sporting flaxen curls, beheld the pitiful Colin sprawled across the round table and cried out in anguish. The handsome youth leapt from the wall like an eagle taking flight, launching himself at Alvin with fervent intensity. Alvin raised his hand to halt Frank, who was about to intervene. He was filled with unspent fury, and this young man appeared to be the perfect outlet for it. The young man's agility was remarkable, particularly his fists, which seemed to generate a gale as they struck, making it difficult for Alvin to breathe. However, Alvin was adept at dragging even the most skilled fighters into the mire of a street brawl, boasting 1,200 points of life from his thorn spirit. He was oblivious to what that translated to in the real world. Thus far, he had yet to encounter anyone or anything capable of delivering a single blow that could challenge the thorn spirit. Colin's previous assault had not even elicited a response from it. Therefore, Alvin was emboldened to engage in the fiercest hand-to-hand combat with anyone. "I am not particularly skilled in fighting and lack extensive techniques. You may strike me repeatedly, but before you can breach the thorn spirit's defenses, you must endure 400 points of rebound damage." To be fair, this handsome youth was indeed a formidable opponent. He executed various swift maneuvers, landing numerous blows on Alvin, who could barely touch him. This left Alvin in a somewhat disheveled state. Rubbing his jaw, which had taken several hits, he regarded the valiant figure before him with a newfound respect. It had been years since anyone had managed to make the thorn spirit flicker and sway. This fellow's fists were truly powerful, or perhaps they possessed some extraordinary efficacy. However, what impressed Alvin the most was that this fellow had struck himself over 10 times, equivalent to him inflicting 40 blows upon himself. Remarkably, he still stood strong, which was no small feat. Alvin gazed at the precarious, handsome youth before him and smiled, saying, "May I inquire your name, Mr. Medler?" Gesturing towards Colin, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness on the stone table. "Or perhaps you are in collusion with him." The handsome young man, visibly alarmed by the formidable adversary before him, replied, "My name is Danny Rand." "Who exactly are you, and what do you intend to do?" Alvin, adjusting the suit Jessica had purchased for him with utmost seriousness, responded, "I am Alvin, the principal of Hell's Kitchen Community School. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Rand. I hope you are not the Rand I am aware of." Chapter 67. She is doomed, I assure you. Danny Rand had never encountered such a terrifying foe. Yet he bravely positioned himself in front of Alvin. "Why treat her with such cruelty, you beast, you executioner? Colin is a wonderful girl, my heavens. Look at what you have done," he exclaimed in fury. Alvin shrugged, observing the wavering man, and smiled. It seems you have feelings for her. To be enamored with a woman whose profession is to raise children into killers? My friend, I must say, your taste is rather pedestrian. Enduring the physical agony, Danny waved his hands incredulously. That is impossible. Colin is not that kind of person. She cares for those children. She is helping them. Alvin, growing impatient, shook his head and retorted, helping? How is she helping? Gathering underprivileged children, providing them with food and drink, then hosting a recruitment event for aspiring murderers? As he spoke, he cast a glance at Colin, who was now evidently regaining consciousness on the stone table, and coldly addressed Danny. Do you consider such a person innocent? Or do you believe her actions are justifiable? Should those struggling children be driven to crime? Danny's expression soured as he glanced at the unfortunate Colin, anxiously asserting to Alvin. But she is unaware of what she has done. Everything is manipulated by Butu. She has been deceived. Seeing Colin's condition deteriorate, Danny, in a moment of desperation, said, that is the choice of those children themselves. You have no right to interfere. Alvin chuckled, albeit with an unsettling quality, regarding Danny with the gaze one might reserve for maggots. How can you be certain she has been deceived? Alvin's tone turned icy as he continued. You know she is engaging in wrongdoing, yet you do not attempt to stop her. Instead, you come to thwart me? Let me guess, you harbor feelings for her? Noticing Danny's hesitance, Alvin raised his hand to silence any further defense, stating, in your eyes, those children ought to exist as they do, yes? Providing them with a morsel to eat is your greatest act of kindness, and they should inevitably become such individuals simply because they were born in this wretched Hell's Kitchen? Danny, in a state of desperation, yearned to defend Colin, yet found himself at a loss for words. Resorting to a loud cry, she has no idea what she is doing. She is innocent. Alvin, lacking the patience to indulge in his ramblings, stepped closer to Danny. His expression contorted with malice as he whispered, in the past, those children had no choice, for Hell's Kitchen made choices for them. Now they possess the power of choice. Thanks to community schools that have afforded them an additional opportunity in life, enabling them to aspire to be good individuals. You should consider yourself fortunate, Mr. Danny Land. My list of intended victims does not include your name. You should stand aside obediently and witness me eliminate this wretched creature, then vacate this place. Danny stood resolutely before Alvin, fists clenched, emanating a silvery glow as he sought to thwart Alvin's murderous intent. Alvin shook his head, aware that he did not wish to grapple with Danny further. He raised his handgun, preparing to fire a shot at Danny's unsteady legs. With a resounding crack, a familiar white cane struck Alvin's weapon. The bullet whizzed past Danny's knee, embedding itself in the ground. Upon seeing the recognizable cane, Alvin, in a fit of rage, mockingly exclaimed, Matt, Mr. Murdoch, do you intend to thwart me as well? The vigilante, Matt Murdoch, though devoid of his cane, approached the doorway like an ordinary man. He placed a hand on Alvin's shoulder, who glared at him, and sighed, Stop this, Alvin, just stop. Danny is not a bad person, nor is Colin. She has merely been misled. Alvin remained silent, eager to hear what Matt had to say. Noticing Alvin's silence, Matt continued in a grave tone. Colin has been deceived by Bortu. She is unaware that she is nurturing a killer for him. Recently, Danny and I have been investigating an organization called The Hand, of which Bortu is a member. Colin is Danny's girlfriend. She is innocent. A chill ran down Alvin's spine as he reassessed Matt. Was this still the daredevil he once knew, or were they fundamentally from different worlds? Alvin coldly retorted, Matt, I have always regarded you as a friend. You have consistently told me that you wish to change Hell's Kitchen, to make it better. I believed in you. Yet now you tell me that you are fully aware of what this woman is doing, yet you refrain from stopping her. You assert that she is misled. Thus, she bears no guilt. Have you considered the children she has consigned to become killers? Or do you believe that these children are fated to this path? That this is the course they should follow simply because they were born in this damned Hell's Kitchen? Furious, Alvin seized Matt by the collar, expressing his ire. Do you believe that these children are destined to become villains? Is this what fulfills your nightly dreams of being a superhero? I always thought we were friends, but now I fear I may have misjudged you. Matt, remaining calm, gently patted Alvin's arm and replied, Take a breath, Alvin. You are a good person, but you are not God. You cannot decide the guilt of others based solely on your perspective. We must remain composed. Colin has already faced punishment for her mistakes, yet she does not deserve death. You must grant her a chance to atone. With a derisive laugh, Alvin released Matt, straightening his disheveled collar with a smile. Mr. Murdoch, what would you do if someone introduced your child to drugs? If a man stripped your daughter and sent her to the bed of a rapist, claiming ignorance of his true nature, would you offer him a chance at redemption? Matt's face darkened as he responded, but Colin was truly unaware. She believed she was aiding those children. Alvin scoffed. How is she helping? By teaching them to fight? By instructing them in murder? Then sending them to that so-called alliance of yours? She is an adult. Does she not comprehend what purpose this alliance serves for those trained in combat? Will they be employed as security guards? Or is this alliance merely a recruitment center for the American army? Does she truly believe these children are meant to be criminals? Why not send them to become organized offenders? Matt, we are adults. Let us not deceive ourselves. If you told me she is your friend and you wish to protect her, I would find some solace in that. Those children may merely be seen as products of Hell's Kitchen in your eyes, but to me, they are my students, my children. She is doomed, mark my words. For this is Hell's Kitchen, a place beyond even God's reach. As Alvin and Matt remained at an impasse, Colin, bound to the stone table, struggled desperately. Disregarding the agony in her shoulders. With a piercing scream, she cried, "Kill me. Just kill me. I had no idea we would become killers. Please, just end it. Enough of this. Kill me. I beg you." Regarding the previous chapter and the debate between the two readers, I wish to express a thought. This world is indeed filled with contradictions. There is no absolute right or wrong. The determination of truth lies in one's stance. In character development, Alvin possesses a limited understanding of only the most renowned Marvel film characters. He remains oblivious to who Colin is. Alvin harbored a profound disdain for her, believing she deserved condemnation for training her child to become an assassin. Indeed, Matt's determination to protect her stemmed from friendship, and Danny's desire to safeguard his girlfriend was equally justifiable. From various perspectives, all bore guilt. Alvin's merciless intent to eliminate Colin disregarded any possibility of her innocence. Matt and Danny's efforts to shield someone who ensnared children into a world of killers also rendered them culpable. In the midst of our debate, the true victims, the children, were seldom acknowledged. When one genuinely contemplates the plight of these children, discerning right from wrong becomes a daunting task. Perhaps those children too bear some guilt for being born in Hell's Kitchen. The narrative's cruelty towards Colin in the book stems from her actions in the television series, where the visuals provided ample material for vivid writing. Additionally, utilizing Colin's character accentuates Alvin's perspective on the children of Hell's Kitchen, delivering a more impactful resonance. I aim to portray Alvin as a multifaceted character, yet perhaps I fell short, revealing merely his brutality. This work primarily emphasizes the theme of family. The Peace Hotel represents a small family unit, while the community school embodies a larger familial structure. I aspire for all characters to be richly developed. But due to the limitations of my writing, achieving perfection may be elusive. I ask for your understanding. At the very least, Alvin is a competent character. Future plot developments will revolve around the restaurant and the school. The protagonist will not engage in grandiose efforts to save the world. Such a notion strikes me as foolish, uncharacteristic of Alvin and the essence of Hell's Kitchen. Ultimately, I hope readers will come to appreciate the character of Alvin. In Chapter 6 and 8, the formidable old Parker witnessed Colin painfully extracting herself from the stone round table, her shoulder bloodied. She pushed aside Danny, who sought to assist her, and staggered towards Alvin, pleading, "Kill me. I truly deserve it. Just end my life." Alvin regarded Colin with a cruel smile, relishing the moment. "There's no need to plead with me. You will undoubtedly die. Why do you seek my hand in your demise? Do you wish for my sympathy? If you genuinely feel remorse for your unforgivable transgressions, why not take your own life? Why must you implore me to do it? Do you believe I will show mercy? Do you perceive yourself as wronged, thinking that my act of killing you will absolve you of guilt?" With a deliberate motion, Alvin turned the gun in his hand, offering it to Colin. "You now possess the opportunity to prove whether you are a good person or a villain. I am a fair man. You are destined to perish, for Matt's sake. You have a chance to choose." Weak and despondent, Colin managed a hollow smile as she despairingly accepted the gun from Alvin. Just as she raised it with her left hand to her temple, Danny lunged forward, seizing the weapon from her grasp and enveloping her in his embrace. Danny's eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Alvin, yet he found himself at a loss for words. He yearned to defend Colin, but his tongue faltered, rendering him incapable of articulating a single phrase that could convince even himself. Clutching Colin tightly, a dazzling silver light began to spread, enveloping the two of them in a radiant embrace. Whether it was the nourishing effect of the silvery glow or not, Colin's condition improved significantly. Alvin remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Colin, who lay cradled in Danny's arms. He awaited Colin's validation, hoping it might lessen his resentment towards Matt. Meanwhile, Matt, shaken by Alvin's earlier remarks, found himself questioning his life as principles for a fleeting moment. Had everything he'd done been solely for Hell's Kitchen to prove his worth? Yet, Matt was resolute, firmly believing that he had done nothing wrong. He regarded Colin as a good person, his friend, and he could not bear the thought of her demise. Once again, Matt urged, "Alvin, perhaps you are right, but Colin is not at the point of deserving death. She wishes to help those children to ensure their survival. She merely employed misguided methods. Danny and I have only recently become aware of her situation. We were unable to intervene in time, and we feared telling her. Afraid she might crumble. She is already gone. Alvin, look at her. She has perished. She is a good girl. She does not deserve such treatment. The ones who truly deserve punishment are the Hand Association and Bodo. Alvin, I implore you, let her live. Grant her a chance for redemption. Colin leaned against Danny, wearing an expression of desolation, her lips moving as if she were attempting to communicate with him. The words exchanged between them were lost to the world, as they resembled a couple bidding a poignant farewell. The scene was indeed heart-wrenching. However, Alvin remained unmoved. One must pay the price for their actions. A mere declaration of ignorance would not suffice for absolution. That would be a grave injustice to those children. Perhaps a judge might acquit you, but this is Hell's Kitchen. As Colin and Danny prepared for their final parting, old Parker burst in with 2 children. He hurried to Alvin's side, glancing at the scene before him and exhaling with slight relief. Alvin regarded old Parker, questioning, "Parker, why are you here? I thought you would be at the school tending to the children who returned." Old Parker caught his breath, looking at the 2 children who had come with him, and replied, "Charlie and Jimmy begged me to bring them. They feared you would kill the woman named Colin." With a hint of humor, Alvin remarked, "Indeed. I was just about to do so." Old Parker hesitated before saying, "I don't know how to express this, but Alvin, I believe you should not kill her." Alvin's expression turned somewhat frigid as he inquired, "Why? Old Parker, do you also wish to prevent me from ending this woman's life? Are you aware of her misdeeds?" Old Parker cast a glance at the 2 children who had accompanied him and, mustering his courage, replied, "I have only been at the school for 2 months, Principal Alvin. I am not well acquainted with the intricacies of Hell's Kitchen. These children have shared their stories with me. They have roamed the streets of Hell's Kitchen since childhood, their parents showing them no care or concern. They do not even possess a bed to call their own. It was this Colin who provided them food in their times of hunger and taught them how to defend themselves when they were attacked. They are grateful to her." As old Parker spoke, the 2 children nodded vigorously, affirming his words. They dared not speak, their eyes beseeching Alvin for understanding. Alvin regarded this well-meaning old man with a sense of intrigue and remarked, "So, old Parker, you believe she should live? You think my actions are misguided?" Surprisingly, old Parker cast a look of utter disdain at Colin and replied, "On the contrary, I believe she deserves to die. Her foolishness will only lead to further harm for more children. The youngsters in Hell's Kitchen are utterly defenseless against the warmth of a family. It is terrifying when a person with good intentions commits malevolent acts, for they are blissfully unaware of their wrongdoing." Alvin nodded in agreement, finding wisdom in old Parker's words. He had not contemplated this perspective. He merely held the simplistic view that one who sends my children to become killers deserves death, regardless of the circumstances. Old Parker spat disdainfully at Colin, who lay cradled in Danny's arms, and turned to Alvin, saying, "However, Alvin, you cannot kill her. As the principal of a community school, you are a role model for these children. If you take her life, what will the 2 children, along with those previously sent back, think? They still have the potential for redemption. Principal Alvin, you must afford them that opportunity. Is not the purpose of this community school to provide these children with a chance to choose the path of righteousness?" Alvin gazed at old Parker and then at the 2 children, who were ensnared by affection and encouraged towards crime. He felt a wave of agitation wash over him. The events of the day had unfolded with too many complications. He hesitantly asked, "Old Parker, what should I do? Should I simply let her go? I cannot abide by such an outcome." Upon hearing Alvin's words, old Parker's brows furrowed in anger, and he exclaimed, "Let her go? Are you jesting? Principal Alvin, bring her back to the school, rehabilitate her, and ensure she is monitored. Let her atone for her sins. She must retrieve each and every child she has led astray, every single one. There may still be hope for those children. Repentance alone is futile. She must find a way to rectify her mistakes. This fool is not worthy of sympathy. Until she has gathered all the children for me, she should not even contemplate death." Old Parker spoke with a commanding authority, as though he were the principal of the school himself. Chapter 69. Old records. The initial strike of Alvin's vengeful scheme concluded somewhat anticlimactically. Upon returning to school, Mr. Parker summoned Dr. Ethan with a phone call, instructing him to operate on Colin. Dr. Ethan, well versed in the circumstances, harbored a disdain for foolish women like Colin. Nevertheless, his medical ethics compelled him to tend to her injuries. The procedure was rather harrowing, and Danny, who had been steadfastly by Colin's side, attempted several times to speak, only to be silenced by Mr. Parker's piercing glare. The community school possessed an extraordinary charm. When an individual truly immersed themselves within its embrace, remarkable transformations occurred, as if imbued with a peculiar magic. Even Mr. Parker, a quintessential nice guy, dared to confront others with fierce determination, insisting upon accountability. Matt departed as the events drew to a close, sensing Alvin's dissatisfaction with him. Yet, he held firm to his personal principles and occasionally found himself at odds with Alvin's methods. Nevertheless, Alvin's friendship was something Matt had never questioned. Alvin wandered despondently through the streets of Hell's Kitchen. Frank and two others seemed to be deep in discussion, driving off in a pickup truck. Unbeknownst to him, Alvin had stepped out of Hell's Kitchen. Merely a street away, the entire community atmosphere appeared to undergo a significant transformation. During the day, the streets of Brooklyn were alive with smiles, as people greeted familiar friends and neighbors. Street performers energetically showcased their talents, hoping for a bountiful reward. Vehicles slowed down, and drivers rolled down their windows to savor the fresh air. Alvin glanced back at the Hell's Kitchen he had just departed, a place perpetually shrouded in gray, where people remained ever vigilant. The graffiti on the walls was inextricably linked to themes of death and fear. Passing cars hurried by, as if fleeing for their lives. Though Hell's Kitchen was where Alvin first arrived in this world, a grim reality, it was also the root of his existence. It was there that he forged friendships and found family. Alvin felt the need for a change in perspective. He recognized his previous impulsiveness. Mr. Parker was indeed correct. He should not have contemplated killing her, as it would have been a swift resolution. However, such an act would irrevocably devastate those children. Witnessing their principal eliminate the one person who had ever offered them warmth, an unbearable sight for any adult, let alone those innocent kids. Moreover, it would extinguish any hope of reclaiming the children who had been sent away. Colin could not die. She must atone for her foolish actions, not through mere repentance. Alvin had always perceived himself as mature, believing he could face any situation with composure. Yet, in truth, he had faltered. Mr. Parker was a reassuring presence, effectively locking away the ruthless and violent side of Alvin. Though Alvin was the man wielding a gun amidst the crowd, he was determined not to become one who relied on firearms to resolve conflicts. Such individuals typically do not fare well in the end. As Alvin meandered through the streets of Brooklyn, he halted before the entrance of a dilapidated boxing gym, its gates secured with iron bars. Within, a vintage melody played, one whose title eluded Alvin, yet its tune resonated with his heart. Were it not for the jarring sound of fists striking the heavy bag, his spirits would have soared even higher. Approaching the door, he rapped gently, hoping to inquire about the name of the song or whether the old record could be transferred to him. After a prolonged wait, a burly middle-aged man with chestnut hair and a bushy beard approached, clad in a khaki flight jacket that revealed toned muscles beneath. He peered at Alvin through the barred gate and inquired, "What brings you here?" "We are closed." Alvin glanced at the sky before replying. "I happened upon this place and was enchanted by the music emanating from within. Might I step inside to listen more closely? Alternatively, would you consider parting with that record? I would offer you a fair price." The burly man, somewhat taken aback by the well-dressed, handsome Asian before him, who possessed an unexpected affinity for such music, felt a flicker of camaraderie. A shared passion often fosters a sense of warmth. With a nod, he swung the gate open, tilting his head in invitation. Adjusting his collar, which felt slightly uncomfortable, Alvin followed him into the gym. The boxing gym appeared quite worn, resembling a space long abandoned. The central ring was missing 2 ropes. Upon Alvin's entrance, the burly man gestured toward an antiquated record player situated by the window, indicating, "Feel free to listen." I had no idea anyone still appreciated music from that era. Excitedly, Alvin nodded in acknowledgement, settling himself on a rather old sofa by the player. As the record spun, he allowed himself to fully relax, disregarding the potential creases in his suit, curling into the sofa for added comfort. The burly man observed Alvin with curiosity but chose not to interrupt his reverie. Instead, he fetched 2 bottles of beer, offering one to Alvin, leaning against the window ledge. He gazed outside, lost in thought. The old record played swiftly, concluding in roughly 20 minutes. Nestled in the sofa, Alvin savored the experience, feeling a profound sense of contentment, a splendid remedy for an otherwise dismal day. The burly man regarded Alvin with intrigue and remarked, "It is rare to find someone who appreciates this kind of music. You are indeed a unique individual." With a smile, Alvin replied, "My friend, I must commend your taste. This is truly splendid music. You should visit my shop when you have some free time. I possess over 150 vintage records, which I typically refrain from playing. However, if you decide to come, I would make an exception and share them with you as a token of gratitude for inviting me to listen to music today." The bearded man, with a hint of amusement, looked at Alvin and said, "It seems you truly have an affinity for these. Perhaps I should consider gifting you this record, as it deserves a connoisseur as its owner." Alvin, feeling a surge of excitement, responded, "Really? Perhaps we should negotiate a fair price for it, as such records are quite rare nowadays." The bearded man waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, "No need for that. It merely serves as a nostalgic relic for me. Someone advised me to look forward, and I think I shall try." Alvin sensed that the man was undoubtedly a person of intriguing stories, and perhaps they could forge a friendship. Extending his hand for a firm shake, he said, "Thank you. I am Alvin Yi, but you may call me Alvin." It is a pleasure to meet you. The bearded man grinned widely, revealing his pearly white teeth, and joyfully replied, I am Steve Rogers. You can call me Steve. It is a pleasure to meet you as well. Chapter 70. The director's roar upon hearing the bearded man introduce himself as Steve Rogers. Alvin paused momentarily. Taking a closer look at the individual before him, he jestingly remarked, the Steve Rogers in my mind should be a dashing blonde, making it challenging for me to envision you in that role. Steve, finding the humor in it, chuckled and said, Are you referring to the one in the museum? That portrayal is rather absurd. I felt quite embarrassed watching it. Alvin burst into hearty laughter, realizing he had indeed recognized Steve Rogers, the renowned Captain America. After all, had he not openly divulged his name? With a smile, Alvin re-engaged him in a handshake, saying, Your name imposes quite a bit of pressure on me, Steve. You must assure me that you are indeed that Captain America. Otherwise, I might faint from excitement. Steve laughed heartily, patting Alvin on the shoulder, and said, Buddy, to prevent you from fainting, it would be best to forget about that fool in the tight costume. I am simply Steve. Alvin, gazing into Steve's eyes, replied, Very well. Steve, in gratitude for the record you are gifting me, I would like to treat you to a delightful dinner. I neglected to mention that I am the owner of a restaurant. Today, in appreciation, I shall personally cook for you and serve you my finest steak. Steve glanced at the clock on the wall and smiled, saying, No rush. I still need to complete a few sets of recovery training. Perhaps you could return home first and leave me your address, and I will come by later. Alvin shrugged and inquired, I wonder if you would mind if someone observed your recovery training? You see, I have always been quite curious about boxing and have been contemplating enrolling in a boxing class. Steve assessed Alvin's physique and, with a slight smirk, said, That sounds like a wise plan. Come along. I hope to bolster your confidence. Observing Steve, bare-chested and perspiring profusely as he struck an 80-kilogram punching bag, Alvin couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. This was a quintessential scene straight out of a film, albeit slightly marred by the sight of Steve's bushy beard. After a while, Steve glanced back at Alvin, who seemed lost in thought, mistakenly believing he was uninterested. Hey, Steve beckoned, you should give it a try. It's exhilarating and a great way to relieve stress. You wanted to learn, didn't you? You have to give it a shot first. Intrigued, Alvin removed his suit jacket, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and approached the punching bag, mimicking a boxing stance he had seen on television while glancing at Steve, who nodded with a smile. That's a solid stance. Go ahead and try, he encouraged, giving the bag a light tap. Alvin nodded, exhaling deeply, and delivered a powerful punch to the bag. As a novice, his technique faltered slightly, yet his strength was undeniable. The punch, slightly off-center, sent the bag swinging and spinning vigorously. Steve's eyes widened in astonishment at the sheer force. Watching the bag oscillate wildly, Alvin sheepishly smiled at Steve and remarked, That wasn't great. I think I need to try again. This bag is quite unruly. Steve, equally surprised, exclaimed, You've got some serious power. Have you trained before? Alvin shook his head, responding, No, just naturally strong. I don't know much else. Steve chuckled. Those who bullied you must have had a rough time. The fact that you Haventi ended up in prison suggests you must have a rather good temperament. Alvin shrugged noncommittally. Sometimes, not so much. Embracing the still swaying bag, Steve urged Alvin, Give it another go. It's quite entertaining. Finding it indeed enjoyable, Alvin swung his fist once more, landing another punch on the bag. Feeling the impact, Steve, in a wild tone, shouted again, Put some effort into it. Bam. Again. Bam bam. Haven't you eaten? Bam bam bam. Don't come at me. My head is nothing like that bag. Time flew by as they engaged in their spirited exercise. By nearly 6 o'clock, Alvin and Steve exited the boxing gym and approached the roadside, ready to head to Alvin's restaurant. They paused, exchanging glances, and Steve curiously inquired, Where's your car? Alvin chuckled, Someone drove it away. What about yours? Steve sheepishly admitted, My driver's license expired many years ago. A taxi pulled up in front of the Peace Hotel, and Alvin handed the driver a 20 yuan bill, signaling for him to keep the change. Watching the taxi speed off like it was fleeing, Alvin shook his head with a smile. It's not even 8 yet. That driver certainly has a timid spirit. He waved to Steve, indicating for him to enter, and discovered that Steve was intently observing Thor and Dom, who were lying at the door. Upon noticing Alvin beckoning him, Steve smiled and remarked, What magnificent dogs. What are their names? While Steve could easily discern that they were 2 wolves, he was even more intrigued by the person capable of taming them. Alvin, smiling, waved to Thor and Dom, who, the 2 hellhounds, eagerly bounded to his side to greet him warmly. Alvin introduced them, saying, This is Thor, and this is Dom. They are both my loyal companions. After hearing this, Steve felt compelled to reassess Alvin, realizing that aside from his great strength, he possessed remarkable skills. Glancing at the 2 wolves, Steve pondered whether he could even defeat them unarmed. Alvin cheerfully called Steve to hurry inside with him. As he was beginning to feel a bit hungry, he arranged for Steve to sit at the bar, noticing Jessica looking at him with a hint of concern. Alvin approached her, ruffled her hair, and reassured her, "Everything will be fine. It will all be over soon. Please bring a beer for my new friend Steve." Little Ginny, who had been playing at a small table in the bar, pouted unhappily upon seeing Alvin enter. She felt upset that her father hadn't returned home the previous day and was clearly displeased. Alvin approached with a smile, lifted Ginny into his arms, rested his forehead against hers, and playfully wrinkled his nose, making a funny face. The little girl burst into giggles, momentarily forgetting her anger. She playfully tugged at her father's ears as a form of punishment, then planted a kiss on his cheek as a gesture of reconciliation, lest he resort to tickling her. Alvin, delighted to hold Ginny, called out to Nick, who was engaged in a conversation with old Stan about comics. "Nick, my young companion. Come over. I'd like to introduce you to a new friend." Just as Nick was excitedly bouncing over, Alvin's phone rang. He answered the call, and the furious voice of Director George erupted on the other end. "This is Alvin. Who is this?" he inquired. Director George's voice was laced with anger. "Alvin, you scoundrel. How could you do this? What's wrong?" Alvin replied, somewhat bewildered. "What's wrong, you ask? I knew we should have let the police handle the school case yesterday. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this mess." Alvin pulled the phone away from his ear slightly, as George's voice was too loud. He set Ginny down, allowing her to play on her own. Moving to a corner of the bar, Alvin spoke sternly into the phone. "What exactly is going on? You need to clarify, or I will hang up." On the other end, Director George bellowed, "Just moments ago, two individuals stormed the 40th floor of the Empire State Building and ruthlessly slaughtered over 70 people inside. Even if they were all villains, this is utterly excessive. I knew it. I knew trouble would arise. Are your two subordinates complete fools?" Alvin remarked with a hint of displeasure. "How do you know it was them?" Director George retorted angrily, because even the dimmest of robbers understands that when committing a heist, one ought to don a mask. These two imbeciles ventured in with nothing but hats and proceeded to commit murder. For heaven's sake, that is the Empire State Building, not Hell's Kitchen. The surveillance there surpasses that of any police precinct. Upon hearing that the two had not bothered to disguise themselves, Alvin felt a sense of relief. If such reckless individuals were unable to execute a proper heist, how could they have succeeded with the seasoned executioner Frank among them? They must have had a plan. At the very least, the police would not be able to interfere. "Director George, you must have misinterpreted the situation. I never dispatched them to the Empire State Building. I attended a trial boxing lesson at a gym this afternoon," Alvin said with a smile. "Misinterpreted? You scoundrel. I am currently standing before the surveillance footage, witnessing two lunatics brandishing firearms and wreaking havoc. Are you suggesting I am mistaken? What in the world is happening? Where is the surveillance footage? Why has the image vanished?" Alvin felt a wave of reassurance. Indeed, they were prepared. He held his phone at arm's length, bracing himself for Director George's outrage. "Indeed, Alvin, you rascal. How did this occur? All the surveillance from the Empire State Building has vanished? With such talent at your disposal, why are you still loitering in Hell's Kitchen? Perhaps you should head to Silicon Valley and vex the police there." Alvin chuckled. "Director George, I swear I truly do not comprehend what transpired. I have an alibi, one that you can undoubtedly trust." "Well, Alvin, you need to rein in your two subordinates. Is today's incident a repercussion of yesterday's events at the school? Even if you are angry, you cannot unleash chaos in the heart of New York City. It places an immense burden upon me." Alvin replied with a smirk. "That may prove challenging. You must pray that the territory of the syndicate in the city center is limited. Otherwise, I cannot make any promises. Of course, if you possess evidence, you may apprehend those two scoundrels. Their actions reflect poorly on me." Director George furiously hung up the phone. In truth, upon learning that the deceased were members of the syndicate, his anger subsided. He would later verify. If it truly was the syndicate, then it would be a matter of turning a blind eye. There are no good people within the syndicate. This is well documented at the precinct. One could only hope that Alvin's two subordinates would refrain from further madness. The lovely receptionist, with a broken nose, sat on the floor, having soiled herself. Upon seeing the police arrive, she clung to the officer's leg, confessing to two murders in a bid to secure her own imprisonment. Such behavior was truly unacceptable. The police were already overwhelmed with work. Alvin hung up the phone and scooped up the obedient little Ginny, planting a kiss on her cheek. Approaching the bar, I pointed at Steve and said, "Ginny, this is Steve Rogers." He interjected with a smile, "You can call me Uncle Rogers." Alvin chimed in, "Yes, my daughter. We bear a striking resemblance, don't we?" As he leaned in, comparing his face with Ginny's, he made a silly face at Steve. Steve laughed heartily, raised his glass, and took a sip, remarking, "Indeed, it's evident that you two are father and daughter." Alvin, pleased with Steve's response, turned to Nick, who had been observing Steve from the side. "Nick, this is Steve Rogers. Can you guess who he is?" After a moment of contemplation, Nick replied, gazing at Steve. I know that as Captain America. Man, you must have had a lot of pressure growing up. Why did your father name you that? We have a boy in our class named William Clinton who often gets bullied and struggles to find a girlfriend. Alvin and Steve burst into laughter. And Steve affectionately ruffled Nick's hair, saying, a man must withstand pressure. Sometimes it transforms into motivation. You're doing great, buddy. Nick, grinning with his toothless smile, replied. Of course. My dad is the disciplinary officer at school, and I don't even talk about it. Alvin interjected, would you dare? How many people would prefer detention just to have a go at you? Your father isn't exactly the most popular. Nick pondered for a moment, shuddered, and said, it is a bit perilous, but Gavin knows my situation. Should I have him keep quiet? He made a gesture across his throat reminiscent of a mobster. Alvin chuckled. Tousling Nick's hair again. Perhaps watch a little less television. He then set Ginny down to play with Nick, pouring himself a glass of beer. He clinked it with Steve's and said, hang tight, buddy. I want you to try the steak I made. Steve, enjoying the ambience, nodded at Alvin and found amusement in the nearby elderly gentleman boasting about the number of people he had supposedly killed in his youth, the streets he ruled, and the women he had seduced. Only when his phone rang did Steve extricate himself from that delightful atmosphere. Under the disdainful gaze of the old man, he retrieved his outdated, battered phone and clumsily answered the call. Hello, this is Steve. Captain, where are you? An anxious male voice inquired. Steve surveyed the restaurant and replied, I'm at a restaurant, about to have a meal. Today, I made a new friend. Captain, you must understand how significant you are. Our agents are going mad because you haven't returned to the apartment. Slightly irked, Steve retorted, I'm merely a soldier who has slept for decades, not a prisoner. You have no right to monitor me. As Steve glanced at Nick and Ginny, who were joyfully engaged in their game, and at Alvin, who was busily attending to his tasks, he spoke into his phone. I was once a soldier, but the war has ended. I have slept for decades. It is time for me to rest. Chapter 72. I have faith in you. Alvin personally prepared a generous portion of steak and presented it to Steve. Pouring himself a glass of beer, he raised it to toast with Steve, saying, buddy, give my culinary skills a try. This is the finest steak from Hell's Kitchen. Steve downed the beer in one hearty gulp and eagerly picked up his knife and fork. The old veteran consumed his meal with remarkable speed and relish, finishing the substantial steak in less than 5 minutes. He gave Alvin a thumbs up and exclaimed, an excellent steak. It has been many years since I savored such a wonderful dish. With this talent, you could make a fortune. Alvin waved his hand dismissively, replying, cooking steak was once my profession, as I needed to provide for my family. Now, however, it is merely my hobby. I am delighted that you enjoyed it. Pointing to Steve's phone resting on the bar, Alvin chuckled, where did you acquire that phone? Such devices are rare these days. Those who use them are often considered relics. Carrying that around won't win you any admirers. Steve shrugged, responding with a hint of resignation. When I first got it, I thought it was advanced. I never imagined it would become obsolete. Perhaps they believe a discarded person ought to use discarded things. Alvin shook his head and laughed. That is not the case. Some things remain timeless, much like that record you enjoyed today. One cannot dismiss everything outright. Furthermore, a person is not obsolete unless their spirit has been rendered so, or they have grown weary. Which category do you believe you belong to? Taking a sip of his beer, Steve replied somewhat bewildered, I am not certain. I just feel as though I awoke to a world transformed, and I find myself at odds with it. I wish to take a break and truly experience life. No war, no death. His voice trailed off, so faint that Alvin could barely discern it. With a gentle smile, Alvin poured him another glass of beer and said, then take that rest. If you do not live, you will never truly experience life. My friend, I cannot fathom what you have endured. Yet, you were right when you said to look forward. Or is it that you lack funds? If that is the case, your quality of life might indeed suffer. Steve chuckled and shook his head, saying, my pension should suffice. A fellow even offered me a job, but I declined. Alvin took a sip of his beer and remarked, if I were in your position and not in need of money, I would pursue my passions. Imagining it now, I would ride my motorcycle along Route 1 until its end, soaking in the diverse landscapes and savoring the various cuisines along the way, perhaps even encountering an unexpected companion. Steve seemed to be captivated by Alvin's words. Taking a sip of beer, he smiled and inquired, why don't you give it a try? Alvin, with a gentle smile, waved his hand and replied, perhaps there will be an opportunity in the future, but not now. I am currently the principal of a community school and cannot abandon my children merely for a ride on a potentially exhilarating motorcycle. Steve chuckled, saying, yet you encourage me to go, while you have never ventured yourself. Alvin laughed heartily. Indeed, I have not, but it is quite alluring. Isn't it? You claim to be weary of your past life. Could this not be a splendid choice? Steve, somewhat perplexed, responded, perhaps. I should consider giving it a shot. The two continued their engaging conversation, amusingly, while Alvin was well aware of Steve's identity, playfully teasing the Captain America persona. Steve, oblivious to Alvin's awareness, jokingly pretended to embody the very hero himself. Their cheerful banter, however, proved to be a source of distress for a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents eavesdropping from an apartment in Brooklyn. Every word exchanged between Alvin and Steve was meticulously recorded and transmitted back to headquarters. Observing the scene was a middle-aged male agent, visibly agitated as he paced back and forth, seemingly at a crossroads of decision-making. In truth, had it not been for the Peace Hotel in Hell's Kitchen, he would have already dispatched a team to follow them. After all, who was this? The earliest superhero of America. The super soldier who vanquished the Red Skull and brought an end to World War II. And here he was, in Hell's Kitchen, should anything go awry. The director of his agency would be utterly frantic. Particularly upon hearing Alvin encourage Steve to take a motorcycle ride, the leading agent felt a throbbing headache. Envisioning a multi-billion-dollar government asset running amok without surveillance across America, an unfathomable scenario. Just as the agent contemplated contacting his superior, his phone rang. Answering it, he heard Director Fury's voice instructing, "Do not move from your position. I will arrange for someone else to oversee the captain's affairs. Remember, do not approach the Peace Hotel. The individuals inside are beyond your capability to handle." The agent exhaled in relief. Someone else would take over, distancing him from the responsibility. To be candid, monitoring Captain America was quite a burden for him. Not due to Steve's difficulty, but rather because everyone grew up hearing tales of Captain America, harboring a subtle hero worship deep within. Supervising a legendary superhero felt like an extraordinary burden for an ordinary individual. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, a jovial Steve savored his fifth beer of the day. Playfully shedding his flight jacket, he displayed his robust arms to Nick, who could hardly suppress his envy. Nick, in a manner reminiscent of a little adult, patted Steve's arm and remarked, "Buddy, you are remarkably strong. Perhaps you should come and be a physical education teacher at our school. I am utterly fed up with our balding, portly instructor. He may not run as swiftly as I leap, yet he invariably shouts, 'Run, lads, run. You must make yourselves strong.'" Oh, Nick mimicked their teacher's mannerisms, his comical antics causing little N.I., who was nestled in her father's embrace, to giggle uncontrollably. Steve, upon hearing Nick's words, chuckled as he affectionately ruffled the head of this spirited child, who, despite being physically challenged, possessed a remarkably vibrant spirit. "Buddy, I'll consider it. Perhaps becoming a physical education teacher is a splendid idea," he mused. "In truth, I would prefer to be a football coach, as I once harbored a fervent passion for the sport." Nick's excitement surged as he exclaimed, "You would be a football coach? My heavens, you must come to our school. You would undoubtedly become a star. Our current high school team coach merely barks, 'Zach, take him down, break his bones.'" After hearing the coach's commands, Nick waved his hand in frustration. Coach Bill is utterly clueless. Last semester, we had a powerhouse team with Zach the Bulldozer, Anton the Bear, Rami the Panther, and Vic the Speedster. Yet, we only secured second place in New York State. He gestured with his fingers to illustrate the meager thickness of the coach's tactical manual. It's only about 15 pages. Steve felt somewhat overwhelmed by Nick's energetic chatter, yet his interest intensified as he grinned and inquired, "Which school are you from? Perhaps I should submit a resume. My credentials are quite impressive, huh?" Nick happily pointed to Alvin, declaring, "You can start the interview right now. This is our school's principal, Alvin Yi. I believe you have a great chance, buddy. I have faith in you." Huh. Chapter 73. Jessica's fist. Alvin chuckled as he observed the legendary Captain America earnestly discussing football tactics with Nick. The scene was quite humorous. Steve, who had only recently emerged from obscurity, was not well versed in the modern rules and strategies of football. Nick's incessant chatter left him somewhat bewildered, even contemplating jotting down the information Nick shared. Nearby, old Kent regarded Steve with disdain, remarking, "Dude, are you from the Stone Age? You can't even grasp the basic rules. You don't even know that there are 4 offensive formations, yet you aspire to coach at a community school? Do you realize we are aiming for the championship next year? Buddy, are you prepared for that?" Feeling slightly embarrassed by Kent's words, Steve responded, "I suppose I need to learn a bit more. Back in my day, we didn't have such intricate rules and tactics." Kent rolled his eyes at him, retorting, "You sound like an archaeological discovery, my friend. How old are you?" 35. "I'm 65. And I know more than you do." Alvin interrupted Kent's rant with a smile directed at Steve, saying, "Don't mind those two. According to their logic, I would need to hire a professional coach. However, becoming our school's football coach is no simple task. You must at least have a bachelor's degree. Be capable of supervising those energetic youngsters, ensuring they complete their homework and pass their exams. Last semester, that clumsy giant Zach scored a big fat 0 and missed the finals. Otherwise, my office would surely boast a championship trophy." Steve gazed at Alvin with a hint of confusion, inquiring whether tactics were truly insignificant. Do you mean to say that a football coach must also oversee his players' academic performances? Alvin burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Buddy, this is Hell's Kitchen. Those kids are fervently passionate about all forms of competitive sports. Moves that could land them in jail on the streets garner cheers on the field. Our current defensive captain, nicknamed the Landlord, signifies that if you wish to advance, you must pay the price. He is a senior this September and has already caught the attention of several universities. As a school football coach, your primary task is to find a reliable quarterback. Then you can cheer them on like a fan, urging them to charge forth. Disregarding any tactical concerns, that's merely for the girls." Enduring the disdainful gazes of Nick and old Kent, Alvin, in the admiring eyes of Ginny, solemnly patted Steve on the shoulder and said, "So, Steve, if you aspire to be the football team's coach, I welcome you. But do you possess a diploma? Otherwise, you'll struggle, as those foolish kids can hardly manage their own homework." Steve pondered seriously before responding, "Buddy, I'm not one to boast, but I believe I could handle knowledge up to the 12th grade. As for my diploma, I'll check if I can retrieve it from the Metropolitan Museum. Remember, I'm Steve Rogers, ha ha ha." Nick nudged old Kent with his elbow, whispering, "This guy will pay for the bravado he just expressed, mark my words." Old Kent chuckled while patting Nick's head, saying, "Don't mimic Alvin's speech, you little rascal. Your dad is nearly losing his mind. I often see him on the roadside calling your math teacher to inquire about your assignments. I heard Frank graduated from college. How could he not manage your homework?" Alvin shook his head with a smile, looking at Steve, and said, "Buddy, if you're genuinely interested, why not start as an assistant coach this September? Just don't put too much pressure on yourself." Steve nodded earnestly, extending his hand for a firm shake with Alvin, stating, "No problem. This sounds far more engaging than the jobs others have suggested." Alvin knew well that Steve was a true patriot, a genuine hero who found it difficult to remain passive when the world faced peril, especially upon realizing the existence of Hydra. The most significant endeavor of his life was to bury Hydra in the ground. If he were to learn that his greatest achievement was a mere fabrication, it would be hard for him to remain idle. But who cares? If coaching football can bring a bit of joy to his leisure time, then why not? The atmosphere was delightful. If only Stark's phone call hadn't interrupted. Alvin answered the phone, and on the other end, Stark spoke in a frantic tone. "Alvin, you must hurry. Pepper has been kidnapped by Obadiah, who has stolen the designs for my Mark I and constructed a larger version. You need to assist me, or Pepper will be lost." Alvin hung up, smiled at Steve, and said, "I'm truly swamped today, my friend. I need to step out for a moment. I'll have old Ken arrange a car for you. Be careful on the road." Steve nodded and inquired, "Do you need my help? Perhaps I could lend a hand." Alvin chuckled and shook his head, replying, "It's unnecessary. Just a minor inconvenience I can resolve swiftly." As he spoke, he playfully punched Steve on the shoulder and added, "Remember, you're retired. If I were you, I'd just go home and peruse some old high school textbooks. It's not a walk in the park, believe me." Steve stroked his beard and laughed. "You're making me a bit anxious. I'll heed your advice, haha." By the time Alvin arrived at Stark Tower in the borrowed vehicle, half an hour had already passed. Upon disembarking, he witnessed two iron men engaged in a fierce battle. Stark's vibrant red Mark II was taking a beating, as the opposing suit was one-third larger. Each blow resonated with a painful metallic crunch. Director George was directing a large contingent of police officers to evacuate the crowd, while another group clad in black suits assisted, among them a familiar face to Alvin, Natasha Romanoff. It appeared they were agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Navigating against the tide of people, Alvin was soon spotted by Director George, who rushed over and exclaimed, "What are you doing here? I've just managed to bring the situation under control." Alvin looked disdainfully at the prideful director and replied, "Stark called for my help. Pepper has been kidnapped." Director George glanced at the two iron men engaged in combat, and then at Alvin, saying, "Help? What can you possibly offer? This is no timid creature you're dealing with. What do you intend to use to stop them?" "That antique in your hands." George scoffed at the old Winchester lever-action rifle Alvin held, which seemed more suited for a museum. Alvin patted the rifle and smiled, addressing George, "Do not underestimate it. This is Jessica's fist, quite formidable indeed. Moreover, the efficacy of a weapon lies in the skill of its wielder, does it not?" Director George, aware of Alvin's unique abilities, decided not to pursue the matter further, simply stating, "Tell your two companions to tone it down. Over 20 people just lost their lives. My friend, I'm going mad. Do you have any idea how busy I am?" Alvin, non-committally nodding, remarked, "I will make a call, but I cannot offer any guarantees. You are aware of what the Hand Association has done. I must respond, lest I encounter further complications." Director George nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent as he turned to organize the defense line, evacuate the crowd, and instructed his subordinates to disregard Alvin. While Director George spoke, Alvin remained busy. The two hellhounds, Athens and Rome, had located Pepper within Stark Tower. She was cornered in a ladies' restroom, accompanied by Stark's bodyguard, Happy, whose bravery had kept several armed assailants at bay outside the restroom door. These mere henchmen stood no chance against the ferocity of the hellhounds, who dispatched them in mere seconds, their sharp teeth shattering weapons and their claws rending through flesh. Athens stood guard beside the defeated henchman, while Rome approached the door and humanely tapped on it. After a brief moment, the restroom door swung open, revealing a greasy, portly face, Happy. Upon seeing the sprawled assailants, Happy breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon noticing the hellhound, Rome, at the door, he instinctively touched his unfortunate nose. Still recovering from a previous encounter that had left him slightly breathless, Pepper excitedly burst forth, shoving Happy aside, and enthusiastically embraced Rome's massive head, exclaiming, "Thank you so much. Thor, you are truly remarkable." Rome, irritated and impatient, left an imprint of his paw on Pepper's face, roughly pushing her away. Truly lacking in awareness, mistaking her savior for a foe, Alvin observed the chaotic scene before him and stylishly donned a Bluetooth headset, dialing Stark's number. Stark's anxious voice crackled through the line. "Dude, where are you? We need you here." Alvin chuckled. "I've arrived and am currently watching you take a beating." Stark sighed in relief, his penchant for sarcasm resurfacing. "Man, are you walking here? My grandmother moves faster than you." Alvin, gun aimed at the brawling figures, hesitated to fire, fearing collateral damage due to their lackluster marksmanship. "Then why don't you call your grandmother? You jerk. Get a safe distance. I'm about to fire." Stark, finally locating Alvin's position approximately 40 meters from the skirmish, aimed his weapon. He gasped in astonishment. "Dude, what on earth are you holding? Your grandmother's cane? That thing could barely hit a bird. Are you joking?" Alvin calmly shook his head, dodging a flying stone, and grinned. "You'd best keep your distance. This lady has quite the temper." Stark, quick-witted, nudged himself with his shoulder and rolled away for about 10 meters. Upon encountering an opportunity, Alvin immediately fired a shot. The bullet whizzed past the shoulder of the towering metallic figure, dislodging a substantial piece of iron that crashed into the exterior wall of Stark Tower, creating a considerable breach. The giant mech, startled, rolled on the spot, searching for the source of the attack, completely overlooking Alvin, who was awkwardly clutching a shotgun. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Alvin glanced around, noticing that it seemed no one was paying him any mind. As he reloaded and aimed again, Stark's astonished voice pierced the air, inquiring, "Buddy, where did you hide that rattlesnake missile?" Alvin continued to aim at the still unresponsive giant mech, remarking, "I told you, she's a temperamental lady." With another gunshot, he finally struck true, hitting one of the mech's legs, which sent both the leg of the machine and its pilot flying. The giant mech collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Stark was not mistaken. The old rifle, embellished with 3 runes, possessed an additional 90 points of fire damage. Alvin had experimented before, finding that 5 points of fire damage was roughly equivalent to the explosive power of a grenade. So attributing 90 points to a rattlesnake round seemed a bit of an understatement. Even from 30 or 40 meters away, he could hear the clear cries of anguish, indicating that the foe was likely finished. Seeing Alvin strike the giant mech, Stark exclaimed, "Dude, you must introduce me to your lady. Her temperament is truly explosive." "I absolutely love it." Alvin non-committally hummed in response, jesting, as if a lady can be borrowed so casually. "You won't even catch a glimpse unless you set up an energy system for the school." He then urged Stark, "Go check on Pepper. She's probably terrified." Ignoring Stark, Alvin approached the giant mech, curious about how he had managed to bring back the mech forged by Stark's hammer from Afghanistan, only to find it had been replicated in a rather shoddy manner. This imitation bore a striking resemblance to Stark's gift, albeit slightly smaller in size. Moreover, the aesthetic was lamentably poor. The helmet resembled a safety cap. What kind of mind would design such a high-tech mech to sport a helmet of that sort? As Alvin reached the front of the giant mech, the screams had ceased. Obadiah, struggling, removed his helmet and gazed at Alvin, saying, "I never expected to be defeated by you. It seems you were the one who rescued Stark last time as well. Grant me a swift end. I refuse to enter prison as a cripple." At that moment, Obadiah attempted to present himself as a hardened man. However, Alvin disregarded him, while he had aided him before. Killing Obadiah now would constitute murder, with Director George observing from nearby. Alvin assessed the mech, noting its commendable craftsmanship, yet lamented the absence of weaponry. What could be the reason? A formidable mech like this should at least be armed with a set of missiles or something. How could one expect to engage anyone in a bare-fisted manner? Stark's brutal beating was largely due to the multitude of onlookers, rendering him hesitant to employ his arsenal for fear of collateral damage. Suddenly, Alvin recalled the suit Stark had gifted him, devoid of weaponry but equipped with a formidable axe. It appeared that Obadiah had pilfered the blueprints for that very suit. Regrettably, it was ill-suited for the average individual. Stark, that scoundrel, would never bestow his finest creations upon others, even withholding from his savior. Yet Alvin found no offense in this. In fact, it aligned more closely with his own preferences. Upon glimpsing the exposed fusion reactor nestled in the chest of the suit, Alvin resolved to maintain his distance, for it radiated an ominous aura. Turning around, he spotted Natasha, clad in a form-fitting, alluring combat suit, accompanied by several agents in dark suits, approaching briskly. Alvin halted his steps. Natasha, upon seeing him, greeted him with a smile as if their prior unpleasantness had never transpired. "Hello, Alvin. It's a pleasure to see you again," she said. Alvin took a moment to assess the striking Natasha. Her figure was exquisite above the waist, though her legs appeared somewhat short, even with elevated footwear. "I hope this time you can be a tad more amicable, as I did lend a hand, did I not?" he remarked with a grin. Natasha, wishing to avoid further entanglement with Alvin, who had more pressing matters at hand, replied, "Thank you for your assistance. We shall handle the remaining matters from here." Alvin glanced back at Obadiah, beginning to comprehend the latter's intentions. With a smile, he asserted, "I believe it is my duty to safeguard my friend's corporate assets. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Natasha?" Chapter 75. The Scent of Romance. Natasha shot Alvin an irritated glare. This seasoned super spy realized that her usual tactics held no sway over him. Pragmatically, she stated, "Obadiah is a significant criminal. We must take him back. I trust you understand, Mr. Alvin." Alvin chuckled heartily and replied, "Not a problem. You may take Obadiah, but the large toy remains untouched, agreed?" Natasha, vexed, clenched her fists, staring at Alvin's jovial expression, feeling an inexplicable urge to strike him. Impatiently, she whispered, "What exactly do you want?" "This item is designated for S.H.I.E.L.D. as we are major stakeholders in Stark Industries, thus it rightfully belongs to us." Alvin casually shook his head, saying, "My school and kindergarten are currently in need of approximately 10 school buses, and this contraption might temporarily blind me with its brilliance. What do you think?" Natasha shot him an exasperated look before turning to speak into her earpiece, communicating with an unknown individual. Moments later, she turned back to Alvin, coldly stating, "It's a deal. 10 school buses will be delivered to the community school in Hell's Kitchen in 3 days. Alvin chuckled and made a gesture with one hand over his eye, signaling them to proceed. A dozen or so agents moved with remarkable efficiency, utilizing machinery that seemed to have arrived from nowhere, swiftly dismantling the mech from Obadiah and transporting it away with great haste. Alvin watched with a smile as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents played the role of laborers. He had no interest in that suit of armor. It was merely a cumbersome steel coffin, lacking flight capabilities. It could only run and leap, and to make matters worse, it housed a nuclear fusion reactor in its chest. Who would venture into battle clad in such a contraption? If Hydra donned a full set, they might as well open a tumor hospital and await their fortune. Moreover, it was uncertain whether agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra could even fabricate such a device. The mech might be feasible, but the reactor certainly was not. Otherwise, given Stark's notorious temperament, the grass atop his grave would surely be over a meter high by now. In the Marvel films, Alvin only recalled a grotesque figure wielding a whip who could create such things. Whether the reactor was a futuristic energy source or a palladium-based reactor, Alvin could not say. However, that character was undeniably foolish, daring to confront Stark with mere wires strapped to him, oblivious to the threat of a bullet. Alvin settled on the steps of Stark Tower, lighting a cigar as he awaited Stark's arrival, for he had matters to discuss. In the distance, a perimeter had been established, with police keeping the crowd and reporters at bay. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had swiftly retrieved what they needed and departed without delay. The phrase "let the police clean up" aptly described the current activities of the New York police force. Director George, holding a note written on a small piece of paper in a black suit, appeared pale as he engaged in nonsensical banter with the reporters. To Alvin, it was evident that his political acumen required significant improvement. Did he truly expect to maintain a smile while fabricating tales in the absence of your esteemed president? After what felt like an eternity, Stark finally arrived clad in his iron suit, embracing Pepper as he approached. His exuberant demeanor struck Alvin unfavorably. A solitary man should avoid associating too closely with such a dandy. It was detrimental to one's self-esteem. From a distance, Pepper spotted Alvin and hurried over, enveloping him in a warm embrace and planting a kiss on his cheek. Thank you, Alvin, and where are Thor and Dom?" Alvin shrugged, refraining from informing Pepper that she had misidentified the wolves. Instead, he shot Stark a pointed glance and returned Pepper's embrace, declaring, "It is my honor to be of service to such a lovely lady. Flattered by the compliment, Pepper remained oblivious to Stark's disgruntled expression as she continued. Thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, Tony would have been in grave danger. Obadiah had stolen the blueprints for Mark I from the company server, constructing one for himself to compete for a defense contract. Fortunately, I discovered his scheme. Otherwise, Stark Industries would have faced substantial losses. Alvin nodded, finding the situation reasonable. Obadiah certainly did not strike him as the type to engage in combat with a mech on his own. Evidently, he had been caught by Pepper. Perhaps after yesterday's failed assassination, Obadiah intended to relocate today, having discovered a product that could facilitate his resurgence. This individual was indeed willing to risk his life for wealth and status. Stark approached with a scowl, his heavily battered iron suit emitting a rather discordant creaking sound. Buddy, Pepper needs some rest. You can remove your hands now. Upon hearing Stark's voice, Pepper realized she was still in Alvin's embrace, feeling somewhat awkward. Alvin, wearing a teasing expression, looked at Stark and remarked, Wow, what's wrong with our playboy? I detect the scent of romance in the air. After making his comment, Alvin braved Stark's murderous glare and playfully kissed Pepper on the cheek, adding, The aroma has intensified. Be cautious, Pepper. This fellow harbors a deep jealousy. Observing Stark's reaction, a delighted Pepper playfully tapped Alvin's arm, signaling him to cease provoking Stark. She then turned to Stark, saying, You chat with Alvin for a bit. I'll go see to the police and the reporters. As Pepper surveyed the immense damage caused by Stark and Obadiah, she shook her head in dismay, realizing the days ahead would be exceedingly busy. Alvin, smiling at Stark, inquired, So, Mr. Stark, how does it feel to fight in the Mark II for the first time? Do you feel like a superhero, impervious to defeat? I suggest you keep your iron suit close. Otherwise, you'll find yourself in dire straits. Stark disdainfully glanced at Alvin and replied, Do I need to be reminded? The blueprints for my Mark IV are already drafted, just awaiting the discovery of new energy sources before it can take shape. It will be a fusion of innovative materials and cutting-edge technology, conveniently portable. Alvin nodded, expressing approval. It's good to have a plan. Oh, a team from S.H.I.E.L.D. just passed by and took Obadiah and that oversized toy away. Why didn't he stop them? They claim to be major stakeholders in Stark Industries. Stark acknowledged this with a nod, saying, I only found out today. That fiery lady is an agent, not my type at all. Alvin looked at Stark with curiosity, remarking, That's uncharacteristic of you. I thought you were interested in any attractive female. Stark glanced around furtively and replied, I find something off about her chest and rear. I have experience in such matters. Ignoring Stark's ramblings, Alvin spoke earnestly. Tony, I need to ask you for a favor. Chapter 76. The computer kid Stark regarded Alvin, removed his helmet, and proudly stated, Buddy, whatever it is, just say it. There's not much I can't accomplish here in America. Alvin gently rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed as he spoke. What I wish to discuss pertains to the events at school yesterday, regarding those two children. Stark looked at Alvin with a hint of confusion and asked, What happened with those two children? Alvin, somewhat hesitant, replied, I would appreciate it if you could refrain from holding them accountable. They were merely led astray by nefarious individuals. I believe they still deserve a second chance. Our school's disciplinary committee is currently deliberating on appropriate measures for their punishment. Both of them are in the 11th grade and will be entering 12th grade this September. I do not wish to see them incarcerated in a juvenile facility, as that would truly ruin their futures. Stark paused, understanding that anyone who had narrowly escaped death would not be in high spirits. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and said, All right, buddy, you mentioned giving them a second chance. I certainly do not want to be on the receiving end of a threat. That feeling is quite unsettling. As the honorary principal of the school, perhaps I can consider not pursuing their culpability. However, Alvin, can you assure me that they will improve? Alvin clenched his teeth and responded resolutely. Absolutely, but I must first deal with the scoundrel who has encroached upon my territory. Once I establish the dormitory, we can confine these children within, ensuring they remain preoccupied with constructive endeavors. Stark exchanged a firm handshake with Alvin and remarked, Deal, my friend. We really cannot afford another incident. I was nearly scared out of my wits yesterday. Alvin, gripping Stark's hand firmly, said earnestly, I owe you a favor. Stark shook his head and replied, No, we are friends. You saved my life, remember? Let us not speak of favors. Alvin chuckled and shook his head, saying, Call it what you will, but I will remember this matter. Observing the raucous crowd not far away, Alvin struck his armored chest with a fist and bid Stark farewell. I must take my leave, my friend. So much has transpired these past few days, and I find myself quite fatigued. Stark nodded in understanding and said, Very well. I shall seek you out in a couple of days. I also need to find a place to shed this damned armor. With that, Stark irritably tugged at the slightly deformed plate on his abdomen. By the time Alvin returned to Hell's Kitchen, it was nearly midnight. After parking the borrowed old Kent's vehicle, he noticed his old pickup truck parked outside Frank's house. where Frank was sneakily transferring numerous bags and packages from the vehicle into the house. Alvin approached, curious about what these two harbingers of destruction were up to. Frank was the first to spot Alvin but did not cease his task. Instead, he flashed a smile and nodded at him, reminiscent of a middle-class individual returning from a pleasant outing, greeting a friend cheerfully, entirely at odds with the image of a perpetrator involved in several massacres. As he emerged from the house to retrieve items from the truck bed, he caught sight of Alvin standing just a few steps away. The earnest individual scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Boss, you haven't taken a break yet." Alvin produced a cigar, offering it to Frank as he remarked, "My partner has accomplished several significant tasks today. The very thought of it instills a hint of fear in me." With a troubled expression, he took a deep puff from the cigar and added, "Boss, I sincerely apologize. We should have informed you, but I assure you there will be no trouble." Alvin playfully punched Frank on the shoulder and, with a smile, said, "You ought to have notified me. Do you have any idea how irate I am? My two associates stealthily engaged in a brawl without my knowledge. The gang is not merely a band of street thugs." Frank leisurely inhaled from the cigar, his demeanor reminiscent of a satisfied patron after a rendezvous. Exuding utmost contentment as he replied, "Let me handle such matters in the future. It's quite exhilarating." Regarding Frank, a formidable figure in his own right, Alvin found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Frank had a son to tether him, along with a job at a school. Were he left to navigate the streets independently, he would surely become a menace. Alvin shook his head in resignation, rapping his knuckles on the truck bed and inquiring, "What lies within here? Did you go out to commit murder and simultaneously engage in robbery?" With a triumphant laugh, Frank opened a large black bag, exclaiming, "Today we raided a gang's warehouse, uncovering nearly 2 tons of narcotics and these delightful treasures." Alvin leaned in for a closer look, discovering the bag was filled with pristine firearms. It was no wonder they were so exhilarated. In the past, while associating with Alvin, they had either used second-hand weapons or cheap firearms sourced from Alexei. To suddenly acquire such valuable items alongside Frank was indeed a stroke of fortune. Alvin whistled appreciatively and remarked, "Well done, partner. Make sure to stow them away securely. What shall we do with the drugs?" Shrugging nonchalantly, Frank replied, "Before I left, I set fire to them. They should be reduced to ashes by now." Alvin nodded and said, "Gentlemen, I won't pry into your methods, but remember to leave that fellow Bodu for me. I must take care of him myself." Frank took a deep drag from his cigar and nodded, stating, "The computer whiz has pinpointed his location. He has fled to Los Angeles, though I am unsure who tipped him off. Once we conclude matters in New York, I shall make a trip to Los Angeles. Rest assured, I will return with him alive." Alvin smiled and nodded, saying, "That lad, Kevin, has done exceptionally well. You ought to treat him kindly. It would be a shame to confine his talents merely to crafting counterfeit passports." Frank agreed, saying, "Having such logistical support is indeed quite convenient." Alvin pondered for a moment before suggesting, "When school commences, bring Kevin into the fold. That supercomputer requires a competent individual for its maintenance. That old coot, Kedge, is utterly inept, bringing such a device back and not knowing how to maintain it. Yet having to spend money to hire someone else is simply absurd." Nodding in agreement with Alvin's proposal, he remarked, "I will certainly have a word with that lad Kevin. He will undoubtedly be delighted. There is no better boss in Hell's Kitchen than you. Once he learns that he will have a supercomputer to tinker with, he will be over the moon." With a smile, Alvin replied, "Let us proceed with that." After savoring the final puff of his cigar, Alvin waved his hand, saying, "You all continue. I must return to rest, as the past few days have been rather hectic. Do take care of yourselves." Frank and the others nodded in understanding, allowing Alvin to retreat for some much-needed rest. As Alvin reached the doorway of the dining room, he seemed to recall something and turned back to ask, "What was Kevin's full name again?" Rubbing his head in thought, he mused, "I believe it's Kevin Turnick." Tilting his head, Alvin contemplated, that name certainly has a hacker vibe, very computer-like." Chapter 77. Family. Upon returning to the second floor, Alvin discovered Jessica seated at the door of her room, clad in pajamas and cradling a double-barreled shotgun as she dozed off. Alvin's eyes felt slightly weary. He knew that Jessica had likely not rested well over the past few days. She was aware of the events unfolding and of his endeavors, and though she harbored worries, she refrained from urging him to cease. Instead, she concealed her anxiety deep within. Such is the nature of the girls from Hell's Kitchen when the men are absent. They shoulder the heavy burden of protecting their families. Alvin felt a swell of pride for the family he possessed. Approaching Jessica, he affectionately ruffled her hair with a smile. Jessica, indeed fatigued, relaxed completely upon realizing Alvin's return. She clutched one of his arms and rested her head against it in a gesture of release. Alvin gently embraced her shoulders and softly said, "It's time for you to sleep. I'm back." Jessica shot him a playful glare, letting out a soft huff through her nose, before turning to enter her room. Alvin chuckled and shook his head, slowing his pace as he made his way back to his own chamber. Bathed in the warm glow of the bedside lamp, Alvin noticed Ginny nestled under the covers on his bed, with only her bright eyes and tousled hair visible. Her doe-like eyes were wide open, fixed on the direction of Alvin's entrance. The little girl had not slept, for her father had been absent for 2 days, and she missed him dearly. A warm feeling enveloped Alvin. The sensation of being cared for and awaited was truly wonderful, erasing the fatigue of his busy days. He hurried to the bedside, gently patting Ginny's small head and planting a kiss on her forehead. The little girl giggled, pulling her father's face close and planting a hefty kiss on him, exclaiming, "Daddy, home." Ginny waited for Daddy. With a smile, Alvin pinched Ginny's nose playfully and said indulgently, "Time for sleep. Daddy is back, perhaps truly exhausted." The little girl bestowed upon him an adorably sweet smile. Clinging to his arm, she soon drifted into a deep slumber. Nick, who should have been in bed long ago, leaned against the attic window, observing Frank as he finished moving his belongings. Only when Frank was done did he quietly close the window and retire to bed. Unbeknownst to Nick, Frank's radiant smile, visible only when he turned away, concealed a deep sense of satisfaction. How could Frank not notice Nick's watchful gaze? Yet, he was at a loss as to how to reciprocate such concern. Having fought battles his entire life, he found himself lacking the means to respond to his son's affection. In the heart of Manhattan, Gene stood before the window of his office on the 65th floor of the Empire State Building. A middle-aged man with golden hair was reporting the events of the day. Over 120 members of the gang had perished, all key figures in their New York operations. 2 warehouses had been destroyed, one of which contained 2 tons of cocaine destined for them. Mrs. Gao was furious. She had just called me, demanding to know who was targeting them. Gene gazed out at the Manhattan skyline and declared, "The gang is finished. We must demand the return of the deposit I paid them." The golden-haired man looked perplexed, responding, "The gang has collaborated with us for a long time. Is it not a bit hasty to abandon our partnership over the actions of those 2 men this afternoon? Furthermore, won't our losses be considerable? The Colombian channel we took from Bloody Jensen is still unstable. Without the gang, we stand to lose a great deal." Mrs. Gao had already issued a kill order, and the gang's assassins were on the trail of those 2 men. I believe they will soon eliminate them. Gene turned his corpulent body to face the man, feeling the need for further explanation, and said sternly, "Do as I say. Retrieve my money. They have no idea who their enemies are or what I am capable of. James, you are an intelligent man. I do not wish to repeat myself. Now leave." James, the middle-aged man, nodded respectfully and exited Jin's office. Though he was puzzled by Jin's decision, he would not defy his orders, for he knew the consequences of disobedience were more horrific than anything conjured by his darkest nightmares. Jean turned once more to gaze at the night view outside, surprised at how swiftly and fiercely Alvin's retaliation had come. Perhaps the significance of community schools needed to be elevated further. They were vital links in his connection with Alvin. Moreover, Alvin was someone Jean was determined not to make an enemy. Fortunately, thus far, Alvin had remained relatively mild and had shown no intention of meddling in New York's underground order. What Jean did not realize was that yesterday's events were merely a consequence of Frank's actions, with Alvin not involved at all. Perhaps I should offer him some assistance. The following morning, Alvin was seated in a restaurant, enjoying his breakfast. The vice principal of the school, Nelson, called to inform Principal Alvin that Danny Rand had left with the severely injured woman, Colin, claiming he was going to retrieve the children who had been taken away. Alvin sipped his coffee and replied, "Let them go. It is their responsibility. However, I am somewhat concerned about old Parker, who has also accompanied them. That Danny Rand seems rather formidable." Alvin glanced at Ginny, who had cereal on her nose, and wiped it off, saying, "It's all right. They owe their lives to old Parker." Then he inquired, "By the way, what exactly happened with Ward Mitchum the other day? He told me he had taken the land of the community school to build some factory. Is he out of his mind? You know how crucial the school's dormitory plan is. I need a definitive answer today. I must understand what is going on." On the other end, Nelson, sounding somewhat anxious, responded, "I understand. Rest assured, I contacted my friend at the City Hall yesterday. He will inform me today about the situation regarding Ward Mitchum and the Rand Group." Alvin concluded, "Very well, I await your news, Principal Nelson." After hanging up, Alvin picked up the newspaper, where the front-page headlines were dominated by the skirmish outside Stark Tower the previous night. It appeared Stark's troubles were imminent. An uncontrollable billionaire wielding weaponry far advanced even compared to the U.S. military would undoubtedly cause unrest among many. Unless Stark was willing to sell the iron armor or share the technology, Alvin, based on his understanding of Stark and his cinematic experiences, doubted Stark would allow such individuals to prevail. The process would certainly not be as straightforward as a hearing depicted in a film. Nevertheless, these matters were not what occupied Alvin's mind. He was far more concerned with Frank's actions from the previous day, which, due to Stark's incident, were scarcely reported in the newspapers amid the fierce gunfights that had erupted in New York City. Alvin stretched languidly, watching Ginny and Nick finish their breakfast, deciding that once the school matters were settled, he would take them out for a little excursion. There had been quite a few events recently, but it seemed rather unkind not to treat the children to some fun during their holiday. Perhaps Los Angeles would be a splendid choice. Chapter 78. A part of the legend, the mornings in the restaurant were typically not busy, yet today was an exception. Gavin, the son of the elder, was lurking at the restaurant's entrance, hesitating for quite a while until Alvin gestured for him to come inside. Alvin tilted his head, indicating for Gavin to speak. The young Chinese boy scratched his head, contemplating, his face slightly flushed and a bit excited as he said, "Thank you, Principal. What happened that day is not your fault. You did well. Charlie and Jimmy betrayed the school, but that was their own affair. Such occurrences are commonplace in Hell's Kitchen. Please do not lose faith in everyone. We all cherish this institution." Alvin observed Gavin with a tinge of amusement. The boy's compliments rendered him crimson, which was indeed entertaining. Rising to his feet, Alvin exchanged a high-five and fist bump with Gavin, chuckling, "Thank you, lad. But now it is time for you to assist your father." With that, Alvin gently turned Gavin around by his shoulder, nudging him toward the door. As Gavin reached the threshold, he clung to the doorframe and gave a thumbs up before attending to his father's tasks. Alvin shook his head in mirth, reflecting on Gavin's words. They all adored this school. It seemed improbable, considering the raucous bunch of unruly children. How could they truly love this place? Yet, Alvin was indifferent to their current sentiments. In Hell's Kitchen, it sufficed that they feared him. When they grew older and reminisced about their community school days, perhaps their perspective would shift. Much like Alvin's own experiences in his previous life, where he harbored deep-seated resentment towards his middle school homeroom teacher. Yet, at his 30th reunion, he found himself embracing that once fearsome lady, weeping with gratitude for her sternness that had guided him along the right path in life. Alvin fixed a stern gaze upon Nick, insisting he finish his last bite of breakfast. He then gently advised his daughter to eat a little less, for her napkin was nearly saturated with milk. Jessica was still asleep, and Alvin cautioned Nick not to disturb her, allowing the two children to play. While Alvin was home, Sol and Dom had transitioned from bodyguards to caretakers, their wolfish faces clouded with dismay as they rolled their eyes at Nick, who was tossing a dog chew toy for them to retrieve. Ginny, however, was far more endearing. She rushed over to embrace Sol's neck, affectionately burying her little face in his thick fur and playfully demanding attention. The gentle Sol obliged, lowering himself so she could climb onto his back. Ginny raised her tiny fist in triumph under Nick's envious gaze, cheering like a valiant little knight. With a smile, Alvin shook his head, rising to clear the table, placing all the dishes into the sink. At that moment, Professors Cage and Wilson entered the dining room together. Alvin wiped his hands dry and, with a smile, poured them each a cup of coffee. Professor Cage, being somewhat impatient, took a sip and inquired, "Alvin, what exactly do you intend to do about those two children? You must devise a plan swiftly. Last night, Anton pilfered his father's shotgun and, together with Zach, clandestinely entered the school with intentions to harm those two boys. Fortunately, Professor Wilson caught them in the act. Otherwise, we would have lost two good kids." Old Parker reprimanded Anton and Zach, sending them back home. However, those two are now terrified and constantly seek to flee the school. What should we do? Allowing this situation to persist is undoubtedly untenable. As I passed by the school entrance this morning, I noticed a few boys idling about. Typically, during holidays, they would not dare approach the school. Alvin regarded Professor Cage's description of Anton and Zach as good boys with skepticism. Good boys do not pilfer their father's hunting rifle with the intent to eliminate a classmate, even if that classmate is deemed a traitor. Yet, this is the harsh reality of Hell's Kitchen. In this environment, traitors find no refuge. The children who genuinely embrace the school perceive it as a familial unit, and betrayal is met with dire consequences. This is precisely why Alvin feels compelled to confine the two boys within the school. With a furrowed brow, Alvin turned to the elder Cage and inquired, "What should I do? Expel them? They would surely meet their demise. Just last night, I conferred with Stark, persuading him not to press charges against the two boys. It is likely that more children of a similar disposition will arrive at the school soon. What course of action should I take?" Professor Wilson leisurely sipped his coffee before responding, "Alvin, you are a good man, but you are not a deity. You must consider the sentiments of the entire student body and faculty. I have come to understand the circumstances. Those two boys were indeed exploited. I even reviewed their academic performance over the past year, which is commendable. However, keeping them at the school may prove more cruel than incarcerating them. They could very well lose their lives, and in doing so, their futures would be irrevocably shattered." Alvin offered a resigned smile and replied, "I am not a deity. Yet I truly do not know what to do. Professor Wilson, I cannot expel them. I firmly believe they deserve a second chance. Professor Wilson nodded in agreement and said, You are correct. They do deserve a second chance. Hence, I have penned a letter to an old friend of mine in New Jersey, the headmaster of a private school, who has agreed to take the two boys in for their final year. The rest will depend on their own choices, for they will soon turn 18, will they not? It was evident that both professors held strong opinions regarding the boys. Professor Wilson was right. To leave them within the school, subjected to scrutiny and fear on a daily basis, would indeed spell disaster for them. Moreover, it would be unjust to the other children. The two professors, driven by their years of dedication to education, were only acting on instinct as they deliberated the final fate of the boys. It was clear they harbored no affection for the boys, as they had betrayed the institution. Behold, this is Hell's Kitchen, and it is transforming two venerable professors. The school is evolving into their sanctuary, and they will regard all the children as part of their family. Yet, given Professor Wilson's meticulous nature, Anton and Zach should have found themselves in police custody yesterday. Alvin, filled with emotion, embraced Professor Wilson and exclaimed, Thank you. Thank you, Professor Wilson. You have been an immense help. Without your assistance, I truly would not have known how to resolve this matter. Professor Wilson patted Alvin on the shoulder and remarked with a smile, Alvin, you are truly commendable. These matters are ones we ought to address for you and for the school. After saying this, the elderly professor modestly adjusted his rather formal attire and continued, After all, this is the culmination of our lives' work. The boisterous Professor Cage banged his hand on the table and exclaimed, Kid, your job is to keep all the chaos at bay, while we focus on educating these children. And remember, when I pass, erect a statue in my honor and bury my ashes beneath it. Let me be a part of legend. Chapter 79. My war has long since concluded. Alvin was in high spirits, and the prospect of Director George calling to berate him did not dampen his mood. The hand must be eradicated, and it seemed that Director George would have to endure a little longer, as we are indeed ridding the community of a menace, are we not? Although deploying the formidable duo of Frank and the others against the hand felt somewhat ruthless, the metaphor of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut no longer sufficed to describe the disparity between the hand and Frank's might. These two individuals were akin to a steamroller. Upon locating a hand stronghold, they would simply crush everything in their path, leaving no room for resistance. Even if the opposition dared to fight back, their efforts would be akin to a mere nail being driven into the ground beneath their weight. Who is Frank? He is a man capable of obliterating an entire crime family single-handedly. And who is this? It is Ginny, who radiated joy as she played, occasionally casting sweet smiles towards Alvin. Daddy is staying home today. He can spend the entire day with me, Ginny exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Nick rolled around on the floor beside Dom, pleading for an opportunity to become a wolf knight. Proud Dom, however, paid him no heed, swatting him away with a paw, jesting, Do you really think you can ride on my back? You must be joking. Do you want to lose that other leg as well? Alvin's cheerful disposition persisted until the afternoon when Steve entered the dining hall, his face marked by sorrow. Just yesterday, Steve had appeared in good spirits, but now he seemed affected by some unseen turmoil. He plopped down at the bar, and before Alvin could greet him, he poured himself a glass of whiskey and downed it in one go. Intrigued, Alvin approached and inquired, Buddy, what is troubling you? Have you encountered something distressing? Perhaps you might share it with me. I assure you, I am a good listener. Steve glanced at Alvin, refilled his glass with whiskey, and drank deeply once more. He placed the glass heavily on the bar and, staring into it, confessed, I visited an old friend today. She is nearing death and wishes for me to continue her legacy. But I am merely a discarded veteran. I yearn for my own life. Alvin could surmise who Steve had met that day, yet he felt he had no place to speak on the matter. However, he harbored great displeasure towards the actions of S.H.I.E.L.D., for they were exploiting the emotions of a veteran. Agent Carter, once Steve's romantic partner, devoted her final contributions to S.H.I.E.L.D., ensnaring the aged soldier before her with the remnants of their past affection. Is Steve Rogers truly that significant? Perhaps not. No matter how formidable Steve may be, he can only take on 10 opponents at most. In an era devoid of rampant superheroes and criminals, his presence bears little consequence. If a symbolic figure is required, any individual could don that foolish uniform and assume the mantle of Captain America. Yet S.H.I.E.L.D. ruthlessly seeks to extract every ounce of value from Steve. Simply because he once underwent the super soldier serum, he is deemed the finest warrior. Or perhaps they regard him as mere property, devoid of autonomy. Alvin remained silent, pouring himself a glass of whiskey and clinking it against Steve's empty cup before downing it in one go. Steve, with a wry smile and lowered gaze, murmured in a voice only he could hear, My war has long since concluded. I merely wish to lead my own life. Replenishing their glasses, Alvin said, Buddy, be yourself. Do not allow others to dictate your existence. You are you. Your life should not be lived for the sake of others. Reflect on whether you are truly as vital as you imagine. Steve glanced at Alvin, offering a pained smile as he replied, Perhaps you are right. I need to contemplate. Why does this world still require an old soldier like me? I struggle to even use a mobile phone. Alvin cast a glance at the open doorway, observing several unfamiliar faces across the street. In a cold tone, he remarked, Steve, you must discern whether the endeavors that require your continued involvement demand your leadership or simply seek a moderately skilled, outdated veteran. If it is the former, I would encourage you to give it a try. You might find it enjoyable. If it is the latter, were I in your position, I would extract the heart of the one offering advice to examine its true color. Buddy, we are flesh and blood. We should not be mere tools. Steve shook his head with a bitter smile, stating, You do not understand, Alvin. Some individuals prioritize their country and cause above their own lives. I missed the final dance in her life. If this world needs me, I cannot stand idly by. Alvin slammed his glass down emphatically, speaking with fervor. Then wait until this damned world truly needs you before engaging in that wretched cause. With that, Alvin stormed to the doorway and hurled his glass at a car across the street. The sturdy glass shattered the window, revealing several startled faces. Get out of Hell's Kitchen, you worthless scum. Alvin shouted angrily at the occupants of the vehicle. Steve turned back, dispiritedly finishing the whiskey in his cup. He felt uncertain about how to confront those who watched him under the guise of protection. He appeared somewhat lost in thought. It seemed that Alvin's words held some truth. However, it was Carter who, upon witnessing Alvin's furious outburst, prompted Ginny to rush to the doorway. Clutching her father's leg and baring her teeth in a display of furious indignation towards the street across. Upon seeing this, Alvin chuckled softly, shaking his head as he lifted the little girl into his arms and planted a kiss on her cheek. What a wonderful daughter she was, ready to defend her father. Yet, her imitation of Thor's growl was less than ladylike. Nick bounded over to Steve, adopting a rather adult demeanor as he patted Steve's arm and inquired, Hey, what's the matter? Alvin rarely gets this angry. Have you stirred up some trouble? Steve glanced down at Nick, ruffled his hair affectionately, and replied, Alvin is a good guy. The trouble was indeed caused by me, and I sincerely apologize. Nick waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, No worries, buddy. This is Hell's Kitchen. No one dares to mess with the patrons of the Peace Hotel, I assure you. Steve chuckled at Nick's words and exchanged a high five with him, replying, Absolutely, my friend. This is the Peace Hotel. Pleased with Steve's response, Nick continued, I'm serious, man. Alvin will ensure the safety of this place. If you encounter any issues, feel free to stay here. My father's house has several vacant rooms. We can discuss the team's strategies for next year. And if possible, I want to lead the team onto the field. Steve, feeling a mix of gratitude and amusement, gazed at the young boy before him. Pouring himself another glass of whiskey, he downed it in one go, as if making a decision. Perhaps Alvin was right. When the world calls upon me, I will step forward without hesitation. But in all other moments, I wish to live my own life. My war concluded decades ago. Chapter 8. The unfortunate named Alvin returned to the bar, cradling Ginny, and offered a sheepish smile to Steve, saying, I apologize for sending your bodyguards away, but I assume you weren't particularly fond of them, were you? Steve ruffled Nick's hair and replied with a chuckle, Indeed, I dislike them. It's quite uncomfortable being followed every day. I even suspect someone might be watching me when I use the restroom. Nick grimaced at this, not wishing to listen to their conversation any longer. He gave Steve a reassuring gesture, indicating that he had his back. Alvin playfully tapped Nick on the head, setting Ginny down and signaling for them to entertain themselves. Steve raised his glass, indicating a toast with Alvin, and without waiting for Alvin to join him, he solemnly declared, Thank you, Alvin. You have no idea who I truly am. Who did you offend on my behalf? I genuinely appreciate it. You are a true friend. I assure you, there will be no trouble here. Alvin chuckled and shook his head, saying, I am aware that you are Steve Rogers. You must inform me that you are indeed the Captain America clad in that ridiculous uniform, and I can accept that. After all, one's choice of attire reflects personal taste. If you are concerned about those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents outside, rest assured, this is Hell's Kitchen, and the Peace Hotel would never entertain them. Mark my words. Steve extended his hand, giving Alvin a firm handshake, and remarked, Buddy, is the position of assistant football coach at your school still available? I believe I could excel in that role. If you have any doubts, perhaps I could bribe you by teaching you boxing. You know, I am quite skilled. Alvin shook his head with a laugh, replying, That may not be the case, my friend. One must truly experience it to ascertain skill. However, I do have a keen interest in boxing, so it's a deal. Steve, having spent his life working for the government, felt a twinge of nervousness and asked, "What should I prepare? Should I don a suit or something?" At that moment, Jessica, who had been eavesdropping, interjected, "Don't concern yourself with attire. Just look at our principal Alvin's taste. I believe you are of the same ilk. Old fossils ought to befriend other old fossils." She rolled her eyes in disdain at the two of them. Alvin was dressed in jeans, a checkered shirt, and a gray jacket, while Steve wore khaki military trousers, a light green shirt, and a vintage flight jacket. They were two individuals utterly oblivious to fashion, despite their seemingly youthful ages. Alvin laughed heartily, exchanged a wink with Jessica, and struck a pose he deemed handsome, earning another eye roll from her. Turning to Steve, he smiled and said, "It's quite simple, as I mentioned earlier. Just retrieve your high school textbooks. However, believe me, that is no easy feat." "Huh. I know a college graduate who fainted out of frustration trying to help his son with homework. I hope you fare better." Nearby, Nick, overhearing Alvin's teasing of his father, waved his fist at him, exclaiming, "Hey, don't mock Frank. He is doing just fine." Alvin laughed, brought his fingers together in a mock salute, and feigned an apology, though his smile lacked sincerity. Steve burst into laughter, declaring, "Let us await the outcome. Have I mentioned that I was once an honor student? Back then, I had nothing to occupy my time but studying." Jessica let out a skeptical laugh, eyeing Steve with doubt. With his incredibly strong physique, rugged beard, and thick calluses on his hands, he hardly resembled the image of an exemplary student. Alvin, however, did not question Steve's words. For every frail boy has the potential to be an academic prodigy. With a hearty laugh, Alvin and Steve exchanged a high five and a fist bump, exclaiming, "Welcome to the community school of Hell's Kitchen, my community school." Steve, with keen perception, saluted Alvin and remarked, "Steve Rogers is at your command," eliciting laughter and restoring the jovial atmosphere. After all, if Steve could persuade himself, no one could compel him to act against his will. In the New York office of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury was listening to the recorded conversation between Alvin and Steve. Beside him stood Phil Coulson, who, upon hearing the dialogue, anxiously addressed Director Fury, "Are we really going to allow our captain to become a football coach? This is utterly unbelievable. I can hardly imagine Steve Rogers stepping away from S.H.I.E.L.D. to coach at a community school. Although those boys on the team are indeed impressive." Director Fury, unfazed by Coulson's concerns, turned to the floor-to-ceiling window and confidently stated, "Steve will always be Steve. When the world needs him, he will rise to the occasion. Perhaps we might even gain unexpected benefits. After all, Steve's friends are quite extraordinary, are they not?" Coulson chuckled wryly, replying, "Extraordinary indeed. He is someone who dares to blackmail S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, his two associates seem capable of draining the strength of the Hand Association." "Director, who exactly are these individuals? Why do we lack their files?" Fury smiled and responded, "Frank was once my comrade, a distinguished commander of the nation's best special forces. I requested his records to be sealed as part of a deal. As for the other, he too was a soldier. That is all I know. He has a lengthy gap in his history, which I suspect is related to military matters. This is beyond our purview. Let our captain remain there. He will return when we need him. However, I foresee trouble brewing for them soon. Those red-clad pests from the Hand Association will soon come for them. I sincerely hope Alvin can decisively deal with them and send the Hand Association back to that little island." In the restaurant, it was now evening. At the bar, Alvin was introducing Steve to Frank. Pointing to Frank, Alvin said, "This is Frank Castle, the head of discipline at our community school, and Nick's father. You know, the one I told you about." Alvin then dramatically placed his hand on his forehead, pretending to faint. Suppressing a laugh, Steve shook Frank's hand and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Steve Rogers. I know your son Nick. He is a good kid." As he spoke, Steve contemplatively regarded Frank and added, "I have a feeling we are of a similar ilk, don't you think?" Frank shot a knowing glance at Alvin, aware that Alvin must have shared some of his embarrassing tales with Steve. Grasping Steve's hand and feeling its firmness, he replied, "Indeed, we should be of the same kind." Frank raised his left hand as he spoke, saying, "It has served the nation in the past, nearly costing me everything. Now, it serves our family and school, which brings me great joy." Steve, fully understanding Frank's sentiments, excitedly responded, "We will certainly have much to discuss." Frank chuckled and replied, "Indeed, including your unfortunate name. Your father must possess a remarkable confidence. I should at least refer to you as something like little Steve Rogers." Steve, with a troubled smile, acknowledged, "You are right. This name is indeed quite vexing." Chapter 81. The red-clad environmental champion Alvin playfully patted Steve on the shoulder and said, "This is my good buddy, the head of security at our school. You can call him whatever you like. He dislikes his name because it has a rather amusing backstory. I can't divulge it here, or he might go mad." Rolling his eyes, He shook hands with Steve and said, "Nice to meet you, Steve Rogers." Another person burdened with a dreadful name. "I'm quite pleased." Steve, having been the butt of jokes about his name several times, could only manage a wry smile and said, "I don't know what your unfortunate name is, but I do feel I should adopt a moniker of some sort, perhaps Little Steve or something similar. Otherwise, I might lose my sanity." With curiosity, he contemplated and suggested, "Perhaps you should choose an appealing nickname for yourself. You could take a page from my book. See, my name is quite pleasant and memorable. Isn't it? How about we call you something? Avoid using the abbreviation of your name. That is simply not fashionable. And I think it would be splendid." Just as Steve pondered whether he should indeed adopt a new name, Alvin worriedly intervened to halt their dreadful naming ideas. Having one such name is already quite unfortunate. Adding another would make life unbearable. It's one thing for a head of security to bear such a name. No one would dare mock you. But if our future football coach were to carry this name, how could he command respect? If a Chinese person were to elucidate its meaning, our team members might as well line up to jump into the river. The group engaged in delightful conversation, particularly Frank and Steve, who resembled long-lost friends. Frank, upon learning that Steve would be his future colleague, warmly invited him to stay at his home. After all, whether his son would be granted the honor of entering the field with a ball would depend on Steve. They consumed copious amounts of alcohol, yet none became intoxicated, perhaps to demonstrate a degree of prowess to this newcomer with such a flamboyant name. However, they discovered that Steve perpetually appeared on the verge of inebriation, yet never succumbed to it, leaving them all quite intrigued about his true nature. It was not until little Ginny emerged from her bath, somewhat irked, that she sought out her father. Alvin scooped up Ginny, attempting to plant a kiss on her cheek, but the little girl, disliking the scent of alcohol, pinched her nose and tugged at her father's ear, signaling that it was time for bed. Alvin gestured to the three individuals, signaling that their conversation would continue tomorrow before retiring for the night. In the dead of night, at 2 a.m., Alvin abruptly sat up in bed and sent a text message to Frank. He then retrieved a box from beneath the bed, extracting a rifle known as Jessica, the wrathful old Winchester. He loaded the weapon with ammunition and slung a bandolier across his chest. Silently, he ascended to the attic, rousing Nick and bringing him to his room, followed by waking Jessica and ushering her there as well. Alvin groped around the bedside until he found a switch. With a flick, bulletproof steel plates emerged to seal the windows and doors, which could only be opened from the inside. He embraced Jessica, signaling her to look after the two children, before pushing the door open and heading up to the attic. The Hell's Kitchen at 2 a.m. was eerily quiet. Alvin opened the attic window, scanning the surroundings, yet found no signs of disturbance. However, the crows and wraith wolves were warning him of numerous individuals approaching the dining area. Steve, who had been asleep, was jolted awake by a sudden pulse of anxiety. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to see Frank, fully armed, standing by the window. Confused, Steve asked, "What is going on? I just sensed something was off, but why are you dressed like this at 2 in the morning? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Frank turned to Steve with a disdainful glance and replied, "How long has it been since you last engaged in real combat? We might be facing a significant confrontation today." After saying this, Frank tossed a 416 rifle and several magazines to Steve, adding, "I hope you aren't boasting about your skills. When the time comes to fight, I may not be able to watch your back." Steve fumbled with the rifle. Finding it challenging, he expressed his bewilderment. "What on earth is happening? You need to inform me. Otherwise, I'll struggle against an enemy I know nothing about. Or is this some peculiar welcome ceremony from your community school?" After a moment of contemplation, Frank stated, "The ones coming are likely from the Hand Association. They are a den of scum, engaging in assassination and drug trafficking. They recruit students from our school to train as killers. We've dismantled several of their branches, and this may be an act of retaliation. You can observe first before deciding whether to engage. The choice is yours." With that, Frank disregarded Steve, focusing on the window, seeking out their targets. He placed his trust in Alvin's judgment, confident that this seasoned executioner had already pinpointed the enemy's location. Alvin, however, was less concerned about the identity of their visitors and more annoyed by how well these individuals concealed themselves. He could remain passive and let the beasts eliminate the intruders. But would that not render him utterly useless? Amid Alvin's worries, the tense silence lingered for several minutes until Thor, growing impatient, slapped the ground beside him. A figure clad in a red ninja costume, draped in something resembling digital camouflage, let out a harrowing scream as he leapt up, revealing a significant dent in his shoulder, suggesting he was of little use now. Before Thor could finish him off, Frank shot him in the head. In a shocking twist, the moment the assassin's head exploded, he disintegrated into a cloud of ash. Frank gazed in astonishment at his weapon. He had encountered vampires before, who turned to ash only when struck by specialized weaponry. Yet now, with merely a standard firearm in his possession, The transformation of this man into dust struck him as peculiar. Steve, observing from the side, expressed his surprise, exclaiming, "Buddy, what kind of gun is that? It's impressive. Is it really necessary to reduce someone to ashes? Seems a bit excessive, don't you think?" Frank chose to disregard Steve's foolish inquiry, focusing intently on unleashing an entire magazine into the street. Several red-clad ninjas were sent jumping, while one unfortunate soul was shot in the head and likewise turned to ash. At this moment, Steve realized that it was not Frank's gun that was extraordinary, but rather the nature of the assassins they were facing. Upon death, they transformed into fine dust. Alvin comprehended the so-called invisibility of these red ninjas and decided there was no room for politeness. He summoned a venomous vine. The vine shrank to the thickness of a finger, meticulously traversing the ground in front of the restaurant. Moments later, several peculiar protrusions emerged from the pavement. One particularly resilient red ninja clutched at his throat, rolling in agony on the ground twice before coming to a halt. As Alvin approached to inspect the protrusions, they suddenly vanished, leaving only a strange fold in the ground. Alvin found this rather amusing. These red ninjas were more environmentally friendly than vampires. Moreover, he speculated that someone out there would be intrigued by the disguises worn by these ninjas. It dawned on him that it was time to acquire a new vehicle. Chapter 82. The Children of Hell's Kitchen. The potency of the venomous vine was beyond ferocious. It was akin to a walking bioweapon. Any contact with it resulted in a grim fate of a green-faced victim succumbing to poison. Fortunately, these red ninjas were remarkably eco-conscious. Although he was unsure of the fabric of their attire, upon death, their clothes turned to ash alongside them. Alvin appreciated this, for otherwise, a multitude of green corpses would clutter the street, complicating the breakfast business for Old Chung come morning. Perhaps it was Frank's gunfire that roused the slumbering neighbors. As residents of Hell's Kitchen, their reactions were rather composed. The windows of the opposing apartment building rapidly shut with a cacophony. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to stir trouble here, unlike other neighborhoods plagued by frequent gunfights. Some residents even found themselves nostalgic for the adrenaline-fueled chaos of the past. Take Old Kent, for instance. This seasoned fence was indeed formidable. He flung open the window, unleashing a torrent of profanity, and discharged a few random shots into the street with his handgun before tossing several grenades onto the pavement. Steve gazed in astonishment at the chaotic scene unfolding before him. Could this truly be America? Just hours ago, he had been chatting amiably with the kindly old man. And now he was retaliating with grenades? Unable to contain his bewilderment, Steve turned to Frank and inquired, "What on earth is happening? What has become of these people?" Frank glanced back at Steve and replied, "They are merely defending their rights, and aiding Alvin is the most effective means of doing so." With that, Frank pivoted and unleashed another magazine into the street. A few red-clad ninjas, driven by desperation, leaped into action, wildly brandishing their katanas and weapons reminiscent of scythes, charging towards the entrance of the restaurant. Observing their frenzied assault, Alvin deduced that their intelligence was likely rather limited. They were merely reckless souls seeking a fight. With his old firearm in hand, he meticulously aimed and fired at the cluster of assailants. Although he missed the valiant red ninja, the explosion still sent several flying. Given their dismembered state, it was likely they would soon be reduced to mere ashes. Steve stood by the window. The battle before him felt surreal. He hesitated numerous times with his weapon raised, but could not bring himself to pull the trigger. He was utterly perplexed by the unfolding chaos. It wasn't until a cross-shaped dart sliced open his cheek that he realized he had become a target as well. In that instant of injury, the seasoned veteran's instinct was to retaliate, and his 416 finally roared to life. The red-clad ninjas, leaping and dodging the attacks of the venomous vines while hurling darts at Steve, were promptly obliterated. Frank gave Steve an approving thumbs up, exclaiming, "It seems you weren't exaggerating. Your marksmanship is commendable." As Steve changed his magazine and unleashed a barrage into the street, he boasted, "Just last month, I was battling thousands in Germany. This is child's play. Why don't they use firearms?" Frank mused, glancing up at the ceiling. Perhaps they believe they are unnecessary. With that, Frank fired a few rounds at the ceiling, resulting in 2 red ninjas plummeting to the ground. Steve stared in shock as the red-clad ninjas disintegrated into dust upon impact with the floor. Noticing a furrow in Frank's brow, he raised his weapon and fired. The bullet whizzed past Frank's ear, striking a red ninja pressed against the wall 2 paces behind him, reducing it to ash. Just as Frank was about to express his gratitude, he witnessed Steve swing his rifle and forcefully strike the wall with the butt of his gun. An eerie bulge appeared on the wall, unmistakably where the head had been, which Steve obliterated with another blow, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust. Frank particularly enjoys collaborating with seasoned professionals like Steve, especially given Steve's remarkable skills. The experience of working alongside such an adept individual significantly elevates his efficiency in combat. improving it by 10 percentage points. Alvin observes with ease the frenzied red-clad ninjas darting across the pavement. Behind him, a blood-red vine twists and writhes, mercilessly constricting several unwelcome red-clad ninjas that somehow infiltrated their ranks. Thor and Dom stand guard at the back door of the dining hall, and judging by the muffled cries of despair that occasionally resonate, it appears the red-clad ninjas are faring poorly in their encounter there. Meanwhile, Roma and Athena joyfully sprint through the streets, tearing the red-clad ninjas to shreds as they go. Alvin taps his old firearm with a hint of regret. Despite possessing such a formidable weapon, he has only managed a single shot, and it missed its mark. He resolves to dedicate some time to honing his marksmanship, for it would be most unfortunate to find himself at a loss when the time for action arises. After all, the adversaries he may encounter henceforth are likely to be considerably more formidable, diverging from the mere gang confrontations of the past. Moreover, missing the target after aiming for so long is simply humiliating. What was supposed to be a fierce battle concluded in an unexpectedly comical atmosphere, with only Steve suffering a minor graze from a dart. The heavily damaged Alliance left no corpses in its wake, apart from the large crater created by Alvin's gunfire. The streets remained largely unchanged. Alvin dispatched his crows to scout the nearby streets, seeking any potential survivors. Athena and Roma, the ghostly wolves, eagerly dashed back and forth along the lengthy street, hoping to encounter a few red-clad ninjas to relish the thrill of battle. Over the past year, their routine patrols have begun to resemble a mascot's role, with familiar faces attempting to ingratiate themselves with them, some even bringing lovely female dogs to entice their attention. This has greatly wounded the pride of the ghostly wolves, who exist as Alvin's druidic combat partners. They were reluctant to see such an engaging fight come to an early end. It was not until the towering Spartan ghost wolf appeared, one carrying a ninja and the other clutching another, that the conclusion of the battle was truly proclaimed. Alvin, feeling quite pleased, gestured for the captives to be escorted to Frank's residence. He closed the attic window, cheerfully descended the stairs, and prepared to visit Frank's house. As his own abode was stained with too much blood, which he feared would be impossible to cleanse, especially with children present. Upon reaching the door to his room, Alvin knocked, and when Jessica opened the door, she rushed out and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Observing the girl with her head nestled against his chest and her legs playfully lifted behind her, he noted that she bore no semblance of worry. "I thought so," he mused. "How could a girl from Hell's Kitchen be so fragile? Little one, are you trying to take advantage of me?" With a moment of triumph, Alvin abruptly pushed Jessica aside and dashed forward, heart racing as he caught Ginny, who was leaping from the bed. A small, sweet explosion of affection erupted in Alvin's embrace. As the little girl angrily tugged at his nose, conveying her discontent, why hadn't he taken her along for the fight? Alvin pressed his forehead against Ginny's tiny head, gently ruffling her hair before planting a kiss on her cherubic face. Instantly, her frown transformed into a radiant smile, forgiving her father, though she playfully tugged at his nose as a light-hearted reprimand. Excitedly, young Nick leaned closer, shaking his fist and exclaiming, "Alvin, buddy, you guys are incredible. Well done. Are you going to interrogate the captives? Can I come along to watch?" Such unreasonable demands from the mischievous child warranted a firm rejection. Alvin seized Nick's shirt collar with one hand and tossed him onto the bed, making a throat-cutting gesture reminiscent of the mob. Disheartened, Nick buried his face in the blanket, shouting, "I want to beat them up too." Chapter 83. His compassion reserved for those in need. Upon exiting the dining area, Alvin called Old Kent, instructing him to gather the magical cloths strewn about the street, as they could fetch a handsome price. He cautioned Kent against personal gain, then cheerfully entered Frank's abode. The familiar basement evoked memories of Stark's disheveled state, a sight that always amused him. Stepping into the dimly lit space, he found a formidable-looking man, stern and arrogant, impaled by Frank's harpoon through his shoulder, affixed to the wall. Clearly, their previous negotiations had not gone smoothly. Nearby, another overweight, greasy middle-aged man with brown hair knelt on the ground, fervently pleading for mercy. "Don't kill me. I'm just a middleman. I'll tell you everything I know. Please, spare my life." Steve, standing to the side, regarded Alvin with disapproval, saying, "Buddy, I believe turning them over to the police would be a better choice. We cannot resort to vigilante justice." Such was the flaw of superheroes. They held reverence for the law and for life, even when mere moments earlier these men had sought to take theirs. Alvin was not particularly fond of their moral compass. However, Steve was an exception, a man of loyalty, willing to betray the world for his comrades. With a smile and a shrug, Alvin replied, "Look, there's a willing informant here. Why not let him explain what this syndicate is truly about? Then you can decide whether to involve the authorities. I assure you, I won't stand in your way." Steve nodded thoughtfully, glancing at the greasy man on his knees. He shared little fondness for such characters, finding more admiration for the stoic figure hanging on the wall. Despite being pierced and suspended, that man had yet to utter a sound, even as the veins in his neck throbbed painfully, on the verge of bursting. As a traditional soldier, Steve holds a deep admiration for the archetype of the tough man, even if he potentially stands as an adversary. The overweight man, having been thoroughly intimidated by Frank's brutal methods, quivers in fear. Is it not customary to instill a sense of dread before resorting to torture? Just because that fellow cast a glare in your direction, must you impale him and leave him hanging on the wall? Surely, that is excessive. You have yet to utter a single word. The overweight man, trembling, divulged all he knew with remarkable clarity. He serves as an intermediary, facilitating communication between the Hand Association and the Rand Group. The Rand Group provides secure transportation channels for the Hand Association's drug trafficking, human smuggling, antiquities trafficking, and arms smuggling in exchange for substantial compensation. The piece of land designated for school dormitories was acquired through underhanded means by the Rand Group at the behest of the Hand Association, as it harbors something of great significance to them. The overweight man was dispatched by Ward Mitchum to assess the situation. The recent actions of Frank and his allies have placed considerable pressure upon him. Additionally, a supportive city councilman reached out, urging him to relinquish that land once more. It appears that the councilman is under immense strain and deeply regrets having assisted the Rand Group. It is noteworthy that the Rand Group serves as a significant benefactor to the councilman. Such a reaction suggests that he has received grave warnings from formidable individuals. The overweight man's visit today was to ascertain whether the Hand Association could eliminate Alvin directly before determining the fate of the land. However, Alvin found a certain affinity for the overweight man, recognizing his prudence. Understanding that he would ultimately divulge the truth, why not be forthright? Perhaps he might even salvage his life. With a smile, Alvin gazed at the rotund figure and remarked, "Excellent. I am beginning to develop a fondness for you. Now that you have shared your story, could you enlighten our acquaintance Mr. Rogers about the Hand Association? Trust me, it will be advantageous for you." Kneeling, the overweight man wiped the sweat from his brow, discerning that the bearded gentleman possessed a sense of justice, unlike the other three who appeared to share a unified stance. Nevertheless, he dared not fabricate lies. Frank's ferocity had shattered his threshold of fear, and what connection did the Hand Association hold for him? Thus, he felt no moral burden in betraying them. The Hand Association primarily engages in the assassination and narcotics trade to amass wealth. Typically, a man known as Bordeaux oversees the assassin operations, recruiting and training youths to become proficient killers, earning money through contracts. The narcotics trade is managed by a woman referred to as Madame Gao. However, I am not privy to the specifics, as our group merely handles the transport aspect. Upon hearing this, Alvin's expression darkened considerably, and with a voice capable of freezing the air, he coldly inquired, "Are those red-cloaked ninjas the very children they have trained?" The overweight man, feeling somewhat anxious, wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "I'm not entirely certain. We simply send a number of children to the island nation each year, and then return with an equal number of ninja assassins. I genuinely have no idea about the specifics." He felt an urgent need to relieve himself, as Alvin's piercing gaze struck him like daggers, each glance feeling as though it pierced through him. He could almost envision the frigid flames atop Alvin's head, and he feared for his life. A short distance away, atop an apartment building, Matt, clad in a red and black uniform, crouched at the edge of the roof, listening intently. Suddenly, he smashed a flower pot with his fist, ripped off his mask, and threw it to the ground with a heavy stomp. Frustrated, he cradled his head in his hands, lost in thought. Danny Land, witnessing this, approached to inquire about the situation, but Matt forcefully shoved him aside. Annoyed, Danny asked, "Matt, what on earth is wrong with you?" Matt exhaled heavily. A hint of despondency in his voice, replied, "I'm sorry, Danny, it's not your concern. I fear I may have committed a grave mistake. I must face the consequences of my actions, even if it takes a lifetime." Danny, taken aback, pressed, "What happened? You must tell me, we are friends." After a moment's contemplation, Matt responded, "Those children, do you remember? The training school we visited yesterday. They regularly send those children to the island nation to be trained into the very things you just witnessed." Danny was horrified. The implications were too dreadful to fathom. He anxiously inquired, "Is this true? What should we do? Colin will lose her mind." Matt, feeling increasingly agitated, clenched his fists and said, "This is our fault. If we had informed Colin sooner, at least this batch of children would not have been sent away. Danny, I must journey to the island nation, otherwise my conscience will drive me to madness." Danny nodded emphatically, "Yes, indeed, I will accompany you. Perhaps we can find a way to rescue this batch of children. But Matt, promise me, do not tell Colin. She would be devastated. She is a good girl and does not deserve such punishment." Matt nodded, unsure whether he was speaking to Danny or to himself. "Yes, she is a good girl, just someone who meant well, but made a grave error. Meanwhile, Steve in the basement wore a grim expression, as though he were on the verge of dripping with despair. He cast a cold glance at the man hanging on the wall, his demeanor turning icy. See, this is a battle-hardened veteran capable of burying Hydra in the ground. His mercy is reserved for those in need. Chapter 84. Welcome to hell. After listening to everything the overweight man had said, Alvin turned to Steve, his expression stern, and asked, "Do you still believe we should hand them over to the police?" Steve grinned, revealing his stark white teeth hidden beneath his bushy beard, and replied, "No. I believe sending them to hell is the most prudent course of action. Wasting taxpayers' money on these scoundrels is a profoundly irresponsible act." Alvin chuckled, fist-bumping Steve and exclaiming, "See, we share the same sentiment. I knew you would be a good partner." After saying this, Alvin drew a buck knife from his waist and, with gritted teeth, plunged it into the shoulder of the man hanging on the wall, pinning him there. The man had previously managed to balance on one foot, slightly supporting his weight. But now he was nothing more than a specimen suspended against the wall. Yet one must admire this fellow. Despite his legs trembling from pain and sweat pouring down his face, as if a valve had been opened, he remained steadfast, glaring defiantly and clenching his jaw without uttering a word. Alvin had never encountered such a tough man in his life. He felt a twinge of admiration, though he suspected that prying open the man's mouth would bring him greater satisfaction. Alvin subtly twisted the knife's handle, feeling the man's tremors while locking eyes with him, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "I know your name. Would you be so kind as to share it with me? I admire your courage. But you will certainly die. I doubt that tormenting a man of your caliber will bring me joy, so why don't we be forthright and conclude this conversation swiftly?" Although the tough man was pinned to the wall, his face contorted in agony, he managed to shoot Alvin a glance and spat a mouthful of blood at him. Alvin narrowly dodged, his agility at 20 being no laughing matter. The man's bloody saliva splattered onto Alvin's trousers. Infuriated by this unwarranted assault, he was about to teach the man a lesson when someone even quicker lunged forward. Steve. He landed a punch to the man's ribs, breaking several of them, and seized the injured man's neck, his fierce expression causing blood to seep from his own wounds. Steve growled, "Your expression evokes many unpleasant memories for me. I've seen individuals with steely resolve far more unyielding than yours. They were all madmen. Yet, they ultimately succumbed to pain, and you will not be an exception." In that moment, Steve embodied the veteran who had battled Hydra his entire life, ferocious and ruthless. "I won't waste words with you. You may choose silence, but I will ensure your suffering compels you to speak." This was indeed Steve Rogers, a war hero in every sense. He would sacrifice everything for ideals, beliefs, family, and friends, including his life. But he was also a warrior, ready to transform himself into a sharp blade, ruthlessly piercing the chests of his enemies, ensuring their agonizing demise. Alvin regarded Steve with admiration. He truly was an extraordinary individual deserving of universal reverence. After a brief exchange with a visibly perturbed individual, Alvin exited the basement, not wishing to witness the forthcoming scene, which he anticipated would be quite brutal. Observing the expression on his face, it seemed he was equally reluctant. Yet someone had to remain behind to assist Frank. With Alvin as the proprietor, it left only him. Frank withdrew a small knife from his pocket, grinning menacingly as he approached the hardened man. Just as Alvin reached the doorway of the basement, he heard the man emit a piercing scream. Without glancing back, knowing the scene would be grim, he gently closed the door, sealing the cries within the basement. Alvin ascended the steps to Frank's entrance, lighting a cigar for himself. Unconcerned about the dusty ground, and seated himself upon it, he observed Old Kent, curiously wielding a handcart piled high with melted asphalt. Accompanied by a group, they skillfully leveled the uneven ground with gravel and asphalt, resembling seasoned construction workers. Noticing Alvin at Frank's doorstep, Old Kent greeted those around him and approached Alvin, carrying a large bag. With a smile, he handed the bag to Alvin, remarking, "This is rather intriguing, resembling high-end digital camouflage that adapts its color to blend with the surrounding environment. Quite a fascinating design. Alvin, would you like to find a buyer for these? I know a few individuals who would surely pay a handsome price." Alvin chuckled and shook his head, replying, "Such items are typically employed for nefarious purposes. It would be better to increase the difficulty for those engaged in wrongdoing. Additionally, I know a wealthy magnate who would be quite interested in this. I must see if I can make a substantial profit and perhaps treat myself to a new vehicle." Haha. Old Kent laughed heartily, playfully bowing to Alvin, saying, "At your command, my Lord Alvin." Haha. After sending Old Kent on his way, Alvin had no desire to examine the intriguing fabric. It held no significance for him. The chief of the community police station, Officer Misty, arrived in her patrol car. Alvin found it somewhat amusing to behold her, the solitary chief of police in Hell's Kitchen for several months. A woman of integrity, it was universally acknowledged. However, She was ill-suited to the ecosystem of Hell's Kitchen, failing to grasp what the role of a police officer entailed in such a place. In Hell's Kitchen, the police must prioritize maintaining the balance of the gang ecosystem and upholding basic social order rather than simply eradicating gangs. Apprehending a mob boss today merely invites two contenders to vie for his position tomorrow. While it is certainly correct to make arrests, one must adeptly manage the ensuing issues. Otherwise, many lives will be lost. It was evident that Misty was performing poorly, as her inability to secure even one partner thus far was telling. Alvin surmised that Chief George, that old fox, might have misjudged her capabilities. Misty, the resolute African-American police chief, appeared somewhat haggard as she settled beside Alvin, disregarding the dust that sullied her pristine uniform. Seizing the cigar from Alvin's hand, she inhaled deeply before erupting into a series of harsh coughs. With a gaze imbued with complexity and fatigue, she addressed Alvin. I have lost count of how many times I have been the first to arrive at the scene. This is essential for me to obtain first-hand information, otherwise, I am rendered deaf within the precinct. I cannot fathom the thoughts of the people here. Why do they harbor animosity towards me, whether they are residents or my fellow officers? I believe myself to be a good person, striving to be a commendable police officer. Why is it so challenging? Alvin glanced at her, and, lifting his gaze toward the starry sky above the street, softly remarked, "Welcome to Hell's Kitchen. Welcome to the Inferno." Chapter 85. Steve's Troubles. Misty swiftly finished the cigar, discarding the stub onto the ground with a forceful stomp, as if to vent her frustrations. After a moment of reflection, the formidable police chief regained her composure and glared at Alvin, inquiring, "What on earth is happening today?" She gestured toward the bustling group of Old Kent and his crew, asking, "Is there a battle here? Where are the dead and wounded?" Alvin shrugged, pointing to the remnants of the cigar on the ground, quipping, "Authentic Cuban cigar, a mere 18. Noting Misty's grim expression, he added with a smile, "Our residents are voluntarily repairing the roads in the community. Is that not commendable?" Misty, gritting her teeth, picked up a bullet casing from the ground and exclaimed in anger, "Where did that damn casing come from? Do we need to celebrate road repairs with gunfire in the dead of night?" "Alvin, please do not treat me like a fool." With a smile, Alvin replied, "Trust me, Chief Misty, you know this is not beneficial for you. It merely squanders your time. The most pressing matter now is for you to find a suitable partner, rather than venturing out alone every day. I appreciate individuals with a sense of justice, but they must also possess the ability to think critically." Misty, incensed by being characterized as thoughtless, pounded her steel arm against the ground, shattering several tiles. In exasperation, she shouted at Alvin, "Why can't you all cooperate with my work? Why do you all perceive me as a fool?" Alvin glanced at the broken tiles and replied, "I once stated that if you could endure a week on Hell's Kitchen streets without dying or fleeing, I would lead the welcome for you. However, I believe I must retract my words. Chief Knight, you are truly ill-suited for Hell's Kitchen. Your sense of justice has little room for survival here. If I were in your position, I would submit a request for a transfer. Or perhaps I would bring breakfast to the precinct each day in an effort to bond with my colleagues. A solitary individual in Hell's Kitchen finds it nearly impossible to thrive in such an environment." Misty, upon hearing Alvin's words, felt a mix of understanding and confusion. She perceived herself as a profound failure, considering that, to this day, she has been pouring her own coffee as the chief of police, a situation that is hardly normal. Yet, she struggled to identify the root cause. Her past life and professional experiences left her ill-equipped to navigate her current circumstances. Observing the perplexed expression on Misty's face, Alvin sighed and sincerely advised her to engage in earnest conversations with her colleagues, to understand them better and to seek their opinions during work. "Michael is a commendable officer who performed admirably before your arrival. You must place your trust in him rather than viewing him as a corrupt cop. The officers in Hell's Kitchen may appear inadequate in your eyes, but there are no corrupt cops here. A corrupt officer would not survive a week in this district." Misty nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that her attitude towards her colleagues had not been particularly favorable, as she had regarded them as a group of inept individuals, which contributed to the current state of Hell's Kitchen. Her arrival was intended to bring about change. Perhaps it is indeed time for transformation. As Alvin conversed with Misty, another officer emerged from the building, wearing a grim expression. Having had a confrontation with Misty, he held her in disdain. He shot a glance at Alvin, his eyes narrowing at Misty, signaling that she could leave. Surprisingly, Misty merely returned his glare, stood up, dusted herself off, and lightly thanked Alvin before departing in her patrol car. Alvin produced a cigar, offering one to his companion while lighting one for himself. With a smile, he inquired, "What's wrong, my friend? You seem rather unwell." After taking a draw from his cigar, he replied gravely, "That guy spoke up, and the outcome was not promising. The underground of the school conceals something of great importance to our rivals. We may be facing trouble ahead." Alvin chuckled, responding, "What trouble?" We can eliminate them. They dared to abduct my students and transform them into that. Even if they don't come to us, we will seek them out. What exactly lies beneath the school that warrants such concern? Perhaps we should excavate that item, gather all members of the rival gang, and ensnare them all at once. He scratched his head, speaking uncertainly. This guy keeps mentioning things like dragon bones, resurrection, and immortality. I'm not entirely clear on it. There are plenty of dinosaur fossils in the museum. Why would they come to Hell's Kitchen to dig for such things? Have they lost their minds? Alvin shrugged, remarking, who knows? Perhaps the fossils beneath Hell's Kitchen possess some unique significance. But regardless, it is not our concern. Our only task is to eliminate them. He exhaled, pondering the matter. Why bother with so many concerns? It would suffice to eliminate them all. Alvin, with a hint of curiosity, inquired how Frank managed it. As he had presumed that fellow was a tough nut to crack. With a scornful curl of his lip, he responded. Frank was poised to speak once he severed the sixth finger, but he insisted on removing all 10 before allowing any dialogue. These individuals seemed unafraid of death. Rather, they were apprehensive about losing any of their appendages. By the way, we have extracted information about their remaining strongholds in New York, and there are but a few left. Frank and I will depart shortly to eliminate them. Should we leave any leaders alive if we encounter them? Alvin shook his head and replied, there is no question about it. What need have we for prisoners? Annihilate them all. And let others understand not to encroach upon my community school. Nodding in agreement, he found following Alvin, this authoritative figure, to be quite refreshing, indeed. One could wonder where all the troubles would arise if there were no survivors to stir up discord. Alvin contemplated for a moment, somewhat perplexed, and asked, what about Steve? Why hasn't he emerged? In response, he gave Alvin a thumbs up, exclaiming, what a remarkable fellow. That guy, what was his name? Faith, or something like that, revealed some truly repulsive details. Steve might be a bit emotionally charged. Yes, he is quite violent. Intrigued, Alvin queried, how does he compare to Frank? After a moment's thought, he replied, in terms of cruelty, he falls short. Nonetheless, he is a rather volatile character, and I find him quite likable. He would make a splendid ally. Alvin thumped his chest with a jovial laugh, affirming, indeed, Steve is a good comrade. You shall come to recognize him as a fine individual, and we will all take pride in standing alongside him in battle, provided he can manage that football team. I have heard that this year's team is quite lively, with several youths released from juvenile detention being integrated into the school and joining the team. Shrugging, he remarked, I think they are rather good. Roadblock Jamal and Lightning William are both decent lads. They were brought in by a fellow named Sean Porter, a remarkably strong individual. He organized a football team in the juvenile facility to train these kids. I quite admire him. Chapter 86. A good citizen when Frank and Steve emerged. An hour had passed. Observing Frank's contented expression juxtaposed with Steve's grim demeanor, it seemed the tough guy was in dire straits. Steve reached out to accept the cigar tossed by Alvin, nodded in acknowledgement, and wandered to the side, lost in thought. Frank approached Alvin, receiving the cigar offered, and took a leisurely puff, savoring the moment. That individual divulged his childhood bedwetting incident, prompting me to swiftly eliminate all their personnel in New York. As for those elsewhere, they shall have to seek us out, should they possess the audacity to do so. Frank menacingly rotated his neck, a cruel smile gracing his lips. And I sincerely hope they dare to return. Alvin playfully thumped Frank on the shoulder, remarking, do not speak so viciously. Remember, you are a staff member at a community school. You ought not to exude such murderous intent. Consider how many youngsters have been frightened into wetting their trousers. It truly is lamentable. Fortunately, we now have Old Man Parker. Otherwise, this place would have devolved into a prison. Frank chuckled awkwardly, asserting, I am quite amiable at school. Really? Alvin burst into laughter, recalling the audacity of Anton, who dared to pilfer Old Man Parker's shotgun and subsequently had his head shaved bald with a harpoon. You now call yourself a pleasant person? Are you not afraid of the heavens striking you down? Exchanging a glance, Frank and Alvin entered the house, soon emerging with several large packages. Frank dragged a sizable wheeled suitcase, from which blood occasionally dripped, leading Alvin to surmise its contents. The overweight man, paralyzed by fear, could scarcely walk, being yanked by the collar and thrust outside, landing at Alvin's feet. The corpulent figure, sobbing and soiling himself, knelt before Alvin, wailing like a child. Disgustedly, Alvin gazed at the pitiful creature, saying, you may leave now and inform that Ward Mitchum to return my land. Moreover, he must fulfill my request to construct the dormitory required by the school. I am a fair man, and I shall compose a letter of gratitude to him. The overweight man, upon hearing this, subdued his cries considerably, though it was evident he remained terrified. Although he stifled his tears, his entire body quivered with each sob, his excess flesh jiggling grotesquely, a truly repulsive sight. It appeared that Frank's ferocity and cruelty had devolved to a level capable of instilling fear even in an adult. This could be considered a unique talent, one that most could never replicate. As the blubbering, trembling man scuttled away, Steve sat beside Alvin, taking a deep puff of his cigar and letting the smoke swirl around his mouth and nostrils before exhaling a long, serpentine plume. Alvin, what has become of this world? Why are there so many bizarre organizations and gangs? I believe the war had ended, and people should be living in peace. Alvin patted Steve's shoulder, replying, "This world has never changed. It has always been this cruel, especially for those here. Hence, I aspire to instigate some transformation in this place, and I hope you can lend your strength to these changes." Steve, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "You require my assistance? Just as today?" Alvin chuckled and shook his head, saying, "No. You simply need to excel in your role as assistant coach and guide those children. Leave the rest to me. Remember, I am the principal of this school." Steve touched the wound on his face and remarked, "Is it true that principals today are stooping to gang-related tasks?" Alvin laughed lightly, replying, "Do you recall, Steve? This is Hell's Kitchen, a domain only the devil can govern." Steve gazed at Alvin seriously and asked, "So, are you the devil?" Alvin met Steve's earnest gaze and said, "Indeed, when the situation demands it, I embody the devil." Steve patted Alvin on the shoulder, cheerfully stating, "Don't paint yourself in such a grim light. I can see the kind of person you truly are. Just look at how the people around you regard you. I am unsure why Hell's Kitchen is so dreadful, but I am willing to contribute." Upon finishing, Steve laughed heartily, placing his right hand on Alvin's shoulder, jokingly inquiring, "Mr. Principal, may I ask why you were the first to escape? Are you squeamish about blood?" Alvin, faced with such harsh accusations, retorted by elbowing Steve in the ribs, "Buddy, just because you're a soldier doesn't mean the number of people you've killed surpasses mine. I might faint at the sight of blood. And that is not the least bit amusing." Steve looked at Alvin with a bemused expression. When it came to the count of lives taken, he could hardly recall. Yet this fellow was boasting about it. However, considering he would soon be working under Alvin, he chose not to expose the exaggeration. As the day drew to a close and dawn began to break, there was no longer any need for a nap. He ushered Steve into his dining area, allowing him to brew coffee while Alvin awaited his daily first batch of dumplings. Ginny loved meat, Jessica preferred vegetables, and Nick, well, he would eat whatever Alvin did. The mischievous young lad had no rights. Unsure of Steve's preferred filling for dumplings, he thought, "Let us go with 10 meat ones for him." After a brief wait in the dining room, Alvin received a call from Vice Principal Nelson, who reported the latest developments. "Principal Alvin, Ward Mitchum just called. He wishes to donate that parcel of land to the school at no cost, and is willing to undertake the construction of 2 educational buildings. This is no small sum," he exclaimed. "Oh, and he mentioned something about a cargo ship turning around. I'm not quite sure what he meant." Alvin stretched lazily, chuckling as he said, "No worries. Just return his call and inform him that I need the dormitory completed within 6 months. You handle the transfer procedures. As for the cargo ship, tell him that if any issues arise, his family will pay the price." Nelson on the other end of the line promptly acknowledged, assuring that he would take care of everything. Suddenly, Alvin's spirits lifted considerably. Previously, he had overlooked the countless children sent away by Colin, mistakenly believing they were still in New York. Consequently, when Ward called to inform him of a cargo ship turning back, Alvin was seized by a cold sweat. Had this matter gone unmentioned, he would have remained oblivious while all those associated with the New York operation were exterminated, leaving him with no one to consult. Fortunately, Ward had assisted him in resolving the issue. Thus, Alvin felt quite elated, even to the extent of hesitating to eliminate Ward Mitchum. He picked up the phone and dialed. "Hello, Director George, this is Alvin. Yes, please do not be angry. This should be the last time for a while. I am here to provide you with some leads on a case. Yes, as a good citizen, it is my duty to furnish the police with pertinent information. It concerns the Rand Group, trafficking in humans, drugs, and cultural relics. Are you interested? A cargo ship is set to dock soon, and it should contain evidence." Chapter 87. The mastery of Zhang Wuji. Alvin's buoyant mood influenced everyone in the household, including Nick, the spirited child who never failed to find amusement. For instance, at present, Nick had somehow convinced Ginny to capture Saul, aiming to become a valiant wolf knight. He had donned a helmet, knee pads, and elbow guards for this endeavor. Unfortunately, apart from being repeatedly thrown off, he made no progress. His legs simply could not support him on Saul's back. Even when Saul was restrained by Ginny's grip on his ears, Alvin watched this exuberant boy with a touch of exasperation, observing his relentless attempts. As if each fall bore no pain whatsoever. Alvin understood this lad well, for it was he who had guided Nick from a state of depression and despair to the lively rascal he had become. Alvin treated Nick as his own son, believing that every boy must endure trials and tribulations to grow into a formidable man. He felt that Nick had achieved this. displaying a relentless determination both at school and at home, coupled with an unwavering optimism that could provoke irritation in others. Perhaps it was time to consider providing Nick with a prosthetic limb. Stark presented one option, yet Alvin envisioned an ideal prosthetic housed within a military base in Siberia, hoping it would not be too difficult to locate. As Nick fell from Saul's back for what felt like the umpteenth time, Alvin caught him just before his head struck the ground, gazing at him with a mix of concern and resolve as the boy expressed a desire to try again. For now, he decided to postpone the matter of the prosthetic, opting instead to seek out Stark for a more basic solution. After all, fitting him with an advanced prosthetic might very well lead to the destruction of his own home. Alvin placed a call to Stark to arrange a visit. He planned to take Nick and Ginny to his place when the weather permitted, and they would surely be delighted. Jessica, however, was displeased after Alvin had nudged her yesterday and had been giving him the cold shoulder since she woke up. Alvin, pretending not to notice, still ended up suffering the consequences as Nick's antics led to Jessica delivering a punch that nearly sent him soaring. Nick, with his sharp tongue, had provoked Jessica by bringing up yesterday's incident, and now he was the one in trouble, dragging Alvin into the fray. Steve approached, holding a cup of coffee, and looked at Alvin with surprise. That girl packs a punch. Has she ever trained in boxing? That blow looked quite formidable. Alvin rubbed his lower back, a hint of pride in his gaze as he replied, Indeed, she's from Hell's Kitchen. Are you considering finding a girlfriend here? She's quite the powerhouse. Steve shook his head, laughing. No way, I have no penchant for getting hit. Alvin chuckled. You'll get used to it, trust me. He then took a sip of Steve's coffee, pleasantly surprised. Hey, this is surprisingly good, better than mine. You have a gift for cooking. Feeling cheerful, Alvin stepped outside, intending to drive Steve to school. However, he discovered that Frank had taken his car, so he planned to borrow old Kent's vehicle. Just as he exited, a luxurious black Bentley pulled up in front of the restaurant. Luxury cars always draw attention, including Alvin's. The door on the side closest to him swung open, and an elderly lady, sporting a flight attendant hairstyle and heavily made up, descended the vehicle clad in an intricately embroidered white cheapao. Alvin mused that if this lady were decades younger, she might resemble Sue Liz Hen from In the Mood for Love. However, now she was simply a wealthy matron. The lady approached Alvin directly, stopping a couple of paces away, smiling as she inquired, Are you Mr. Alvin Yee? Her demeanor and poise exuded sophistication, leaving Alvin somewhat envious, wondering if his daughter would grow up to possess such grace. Glancing back at Ginny, who was wrestling with Soul, he thought it might be a stretch. With a shrug, Alvin smiled. Yes, that's me. How may I assist you? The lady gazed into Alvin's eyes, chuckling softly. I came to see what sort of person could uproot the power of the hand in New York within a few days. Alvin smiled, though his expression grew solemn as he nodded in acknowledgement, replying, I hope I do not disappoint you. The lady covered her mouth with a soft laugh. Observing Alvin's casual attire of jeans and a short-sleeved shirt, she remarked, To be honest, I am a bit disappointed. However, I would still like to have a conversation with you. My surname is Gao. You may address me as Madame Gao. Alvin scoffed and replied, There is really nothing to discuss. You are affiliated with the Hand Association, and your courage in seeking me out rather than fleeing is commendable. If you are not one of them, then your approach to discuss the Hand Association is futile. Or perhaps you are an enemy of the Hand Association. Do you wish to express gratitude for my eliminating its members? Truthfully, there is no need. I can provide you with an account for $1 million to be deposited, and I shall issue a donation receipt. Madame Gao, unperturbed by Alvin's rudeness, responded with poise. Smiling as she inquired, I simply wish to understand why you are targeting the Hand Association. In my perception, you harbor no animosity towards them. Alvin, with a frosty demeanor, retorted icily, because there is a wretch named Bordeaux who has abducted my students to become assassins. I swear I shall extract the heart of that scoundrel and behold it. Madame Gao, taken aback, asked incredulously, Is that the reason? Merely because Bordeaux took a few of your students, you intend to annihilate everyone in the Hand Association? As she spoke, her calm facade began to shatter. It was unimaginable to her that someone would engage in such relentless conflict over a handful of children. It seemed this vendetta would persist. Alvin answered Madame Gao with serene conviction, I am the principal, they are my students. Is that reason not sufficient? At this moment, Madame Gao perceived Alvin as somewhat deranged, and reaching a consensus with a madman, especially one so formidable, would be a daunting task. She struggled to regain her composure and said, I wish to negotiate. Can we cease hostilities? You have no idea of the true strength of the Hand Association. The individuals from yesterday were inconsequential to us. If you agree, we could even offer reparations and pledge never to retaliate. Alvin grinned malevolently at Madame Gao, stating, A truce? First, deliver me Bordeaux's head, and then we may discuss further. Remember, I want Bordeaux's head severed and brought to me. I have no need for the corpse. Madame Gao's expression darkened dramatically as she coldly inquired, What do you know? Where is it? Alvin casually tilted his head and chuckled. Are you referring to that tough fellow with a hard head? He has been chopped to pieces and sunk into the sea. If you wish to locate him, I can arrange for someone to take you. No sooner had Alvin finished speaking than Madame Gao transformed into a vision reminiscent of Chizuru Kagura from the King of Fighters, her hands striking Alvin with relentless force akin to splitting mountains. Alvin widened his eyes, attempting to identify a flaw in her technique as one would in a martial arts novel. Yet, his vision blurred, and ultimately, he resigned to shake his head, realizing he could not evade her onslaught. He could only mimic the stance of Zhang Wuji, who had perfected the 9-yang divine skill, adopting a posture that was somewhat decent. Let them be strong. I remain unfazed. As the gentle breeze sweeps the mountain ridge, I shall endure while they assert their dominance. Chapter 88. The Great Shift of Heaven and Earth. Alvin gazed helplessly at the noblewoman before him, who executed a stunningly elegant and fierce series of palm strikes upon him. He lamented that venturing into the world without any martial skills indeed placed him at a disadvantage. To endure such a beating without the ability to retaliate was undeniably humiliating. Had the lady been a few decades younger and donned the splendid attire of Kamiyuki Chikage, Alvin might have asked for a photograph with her, for her strikes were truly magnificent. The flurry of palm shadows descended upon him like a swarm of butterflies, showcasing her remarkable prowess. In his 2 lifetimes, Alvin had never witnessed such exquisite martial artistry that required no special effects, and its impact felt particularly formidable. Just days prior, he had encountered Danny Land, whose glowing fists appeared somewhat refined, but they paled in comparison to the lady's skills, which were several leagues above. Alvin mused that if Steve were to endure a few blows, he too would surely kneel. Onlookers were astonished as they beheld the strikingly beautiful elder deliver a resplendent barrage of palm techniques, striking Alvin over 100 times before elegantly retreating. Just as concern for Alvin mounted among the crowd, the elderly lady suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Alvin without uttering a word, spitting forth a considerable amount of blood. The breakfast vendor, Jawan, stood transfixed, enviously exclaiming in broken Mandarin, "Incredible." The 18 dragon-subduing palms. The seasoned vendor, Lao Chung, smacked Jawan on the back of the head, scolding, "Mind your words. That is the 6-yang palm of Tian Shan, the ultimate technique of the Tian Shan Tong Lao from Lingzhou Palace." Though Jawan was perplexed, he felt that his father must possess more knowledge, and, somewhat confused, inquired, "Then why did she spit so much blood?" Lao Chung, wielding a rolling pin and dumpling skin, replied with gravitas, "It seems Alvin's great shift of heaven and earth has reached an extraordinary level of mastery." Having overheard the exchange between the father and son, Alvin felt an inexplicable urge to smile. However, having just endured over 100 strikes without the means to defend himself, he could not afford to lose face now, lest he diminish the aura of a true master. The driver of a Bentley leaped from the vehicle, assisting the elderly lady into the car before speeding away at breakneck speed. As the Bentley turned, it collided with a golden Cadillac, yet the luxurious vehicle did not pause. Accelerating away from the scene, Alvin recognized the Cadillac, belonging to the Jamaican drug lord Bruto, who was now angrily shouting into his phone, revealing a mouth full of gold teeth. It seemed that the Bentley was in serious jeopardy. Yet, Alvin chose not to pursue, for the sight of the elderly lady bleeding profusely suggested that her meridians were shattered and her martial abilities utterly extinguished. She likely had little time left. Furthermore, in such a public setting, it would be inappropriate to drag her down and butcher her, especially given his position as the principal of this school. If they could indeed be resurrected, the next time they crossed paths, he would ensure they were thoroughly vanquished and reduced to mere fragments. In the restaurant, Ginny, filled with admiration, dashed out with a scream, leaping towards Alvin from afar. At that moment, Alvin had no time to maintain any semblance of composure. He quickly stepped forward to catch the exuberant young girl. Embracing Ginny, Alvin, slightly bemused, playfully tapped noses with her. This spirited girl always bounced around like a little firecracker. What would he do in the future? Nick, enviously gazing at the departing Bentley, recited a line he had learned from some unknown Hong Kong film, earnestly exclaiming, "Zhao shi gao so. When I ha?" Steve, standing at the door with a cup of coffee, had not overheard Alvin's earlier conversation with Mrs. Gao. Now, he looked at Alvin in astonishment and remarked, "When did this world become so perilous? Or do you have many enemies? How have you managed to survive until now?" Alvin, still holding Ginny, offered a somewhat awkward smile to Steve and jokingly replied, "We are all martial artists. It is only natural to spar occasionally." Steve chuckled and shook his head, saying, "What just occurred was not mere sparring. That person was intent on your life. Yet, why did she end up injured and spitting blood?" In a playful manner, Alvin struck a pose reminiscent of a master martial artist for the slightly worried Jessica, declaring, "Shaolin's ultimate techniques, Jin Zhong, Tai Bu Shan." Jessica rolled her eyes, scoffed, and turned back to the restaurant to tidy up. Alvin, scratching his nose, made a funny face at Ginny, eliciting a fit of giggles from her. He planted a kiss on her cheek and set her down to play with Nick. Steve, watching Alvin with amusement, remarked, being a principal is so dangerous. It seems that being a football coach at the community school is indeed no easy task. I'm feeling a bit anxious now. What should I do? Alvin burst into hearty laughter, saying, don't fret, my friend. You haven't seen the most challenging part yet. When you do, you'll realize there's no need to worry. Steve laughed heartily and bumped fists with Alvin, exclaiming, I relish this kind of challenge. It makes me feel somewhat useful. Alvin smiled while glancing at little Ginny, who was playing joyfully, and said, the difficult parts one refer to might differ from your perception, but I have faith that you can overcome them. With that, Alvin waved to Steve, saying, come with me to the school. The football team hasn't taken a break. You can go over and greet those boys. I've heard things are quite lively there recently. Borrowing old Kent's car, Alvin drove Steve, Ginny, and Nick to the school. Upon arriving, Alvin called Nelson to assist Steve with his onboarding paperwork. It was essential to follow the proper procedures to ensure timely payment. Observing Steve signing the contract without a second glance, Alvin sincerely hoped that the other teachers at the school would be just as agreeable, avoiding any demands for salary increases or additional benefits like dental insurance, which would significantly reduce the school's expenses. Beside the school's football field, Steve pointed in astonishment at a group of youngsters, clad in prison uniforms, warming up under the guidance of a tall and robust figure. Is this the school team? The prison team, he exclaimed. Alvin, with an embarrassed smile, gestured towards a group of students in uniforms jogging in formation in the distance, saying, that's our team. Steve frowned as he observed both teams. The side in prison garb exhibited far more disciplined warm-up routines. In contrast, the school team, led by a bald, rotund man, was only running laps. At that moment, Steve understood why Nick had little regard for the school team's coach. Even an antiquated approach such as his own might surpass the current one. Alvin patted Steve on the shoulder, cheerfully remarking, it seems we have a warm-up match today. Let us be spectators and give you a glimpse of our team. Steve nodded, saying, let us take a look. It's been ages since I watched a game live. With a smile, Alvin lifted Ginny and headed towards the stands. He noticed something peculiar today. Nearly half of the big shots from Hell's Kitchen had arrived. All seated in the stands, their intentions unclear. Chapter 89. An economic mind as a principal, Alvin would never venture into the realm of gang leaders, though he was indeed curious about what these gentlemen were planning. After a while, both teams donned their game uniforms, and the young players surrounded their coach, helmets in hand, attentively listening to his instructions. Intrigued, Steve moved closer to the community school's side, eager to hear what the bald coach might say, hoping to prepare for his own responsibilities. To his astonishment, Coach Bill, holding a report card, addressed the players with utmost seriousness. The test results from this morning have arrived. The exams for grades 10 to 12 were of equal difficulty, but different content. Now, I shall announce the roster for today's game. Steve felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow. He had long believed Alvin was jesting. Yet it turned out that the team's participation in the match truly hinged on their exam results. Observing Coach Bill's bald head, Steve scratched his own hair in distress. Finally grasping the significant trouble Alvin had been emphasizing, he paid particular attention to several strong boys, noting their expressions of consternation. A pang of sadness struck him. He feared for the future of his own hair. Nick, leaning on his crutch, tugged at Steve's sleeve and said gravely, Steve, you must find a way to ensure that the landlord's sharp knife makes it onto the field, or we may face a crushing defeat today. Steve looked at Nick incredulously. Is the community school relying on this to determine the roster? How did you secure second place in New York State last year? Nick, somewhat resigned, replied, in formal matches, your regular exam scores must be passing for you to take the field. This is merely a warm-up match, Steve. You must devise a strategy. The expressions of those individuals across the court are rather unfriendly. You need to direct the landlord to confront them. Steve chuckled helplessly and replied, I am at a loss. Today is merely my first day on the job. Nick, troubled, raked his fingers through his hair and called out to Coach Bill, who was busy organizing the players. Bill, you must think of something. Those fellows over there have rather detestable stares. Good-natured Coach Bill waved the score sheet in Nick's direction, stating, this is the principal's directive. I have no alternative. That fellow over there seems rather disagreeable as well. As Bill spoke, he cast a glare towards the robust, bald man on the opposite side of the court. Alvin sat in the stands holding Ginny, idly awaiting the commencement of the match. Clark Gable, the notorious gang leader from the neighboring street who dealt in counterfeit goods, approached with a bag of popcorn. Clark handed the popcorn to little Ginny, then, with a smile, addressed Alvin, Principal Alvin, we have a matter we wish to discuss with you. Alvin nodded, permitting Ginny to indulge. The little girl joyfully grabbed a handful of popcorn and first fed it to her father before meticulously selecting the fluffiest kernels for herself. In a cheerful mood, Alvin remarked, "Gable, my friend, what is it that you wish to convey? I have yet to express my gratitude for sponsoring the team's uniforms and shoes. That is no trifling sum." Clark chuckled awkwardly, refraining from disclosing to Alvin that the hottest-selling item in Hell's Kitchen was indeed the jerseys adorned with Soul's head that the children wore. Previously, Clark had peddled counterfeit apparel, but now, the jerseys were designed and produced by his factory, featuring the authentic Gable trademark, which had yielded him a substantial profit. Of course, it is the least I could do. After all, it is for the school. Besides, my son is on the team as well. A modest sponsorship is no burden. I shall provide this sponsorship annually, and I implore you to agree," Clark earnestly stated. Alvin, pleased with the unsolicited sponsorship, readily consented to Clark's request, inquiring, "So, what is the matter you wish to discuss?" Clark, somewhat bashful, confessed, "Some of our old associates are quite fond of the team. We contemplated refurbishing the school's sports field." Noticing the incredulous look on Alvin's face, Clark quickly added, "Of course, we would have a few minor requests." Cautiously observing Alvin, Clark whispered, "Would it be possible for us to display a few advertisements during the matches? Just 3 would suffice." Alvin scoffed at Clark, retorting, "Advertisements? Have you lost your mind? What would you propose to advertise? Do you wish to display ads for marijuana or firearms at my school? Who suggested this to you? Tell me, and I shall ensure they are dealt with appropriately." Clark hurriedly shook his hand and exclaimed, "This is not an advertisement for illicit goods. Everything is legal, entirely legal. The clothing and shoes are produced in my own factory, along with whiskey crafted by Old William, the construction team from Lakin, Red's Logistics Company, and Yad's nightclub. All are legitimate businesses, absolutely above board." Alvin, feeling a bit of a headache as he regarded Clark, began to grasp the reality of the situation. These fellows were not interested in aiding the school in refurbishing the sports field. Rather, they sought to carve out a niche for their own enterprises. Where else could they possibly advertise? These gun-toting individuals, driven by survival, were hardly competitors to legitimate commercial entities. With no other options, they were left to devise strategies in Hell's Kitchen, and the school's football team represented the best opportunity. Hadn't Clark already made a handsome profit? Alvin contemplated acquiescing to their demands. But while clothing and shoes might be acceptable, could they truly promote alcoholic beverages within the school? Was Yad's nightclub, a strip club, something he could overlook? Stifling the impulse to deliver a punch that would break Clark's nose, he replied, "Some things simply cannot be advertised. Go ask Nelson and discuss it with him. Remember, if you dare to place advertisements for a strip club in my school, I will blow your brains out." Clark, visibly anxious, inquired, "Why can't we advertise? All of this is legal and licensed." "Alvin, you are a fair man. You cannot do this to us. The funds for refurbishing the sports field are not trivial." Alvin truly wished to avoid further interactions with this illiterate yet self-important individual. He gestured for the fool to leave, advising him to seek clarification from Nelson and to refrain from troubling the principal with such minor issues. Furthermore, the games were about to commence. Yet the young men on both sides appeared perpetually poised for a brawl. At that moment, little Ginny became animated, raising her fists in Alvin's embrace, seemingly ready to join the fray, which concerned Alvin. This girl seemed to be headed down the wrong path. Suddenly, a thought struck Alvin. He turned back to Clark and asked, "Hey, buddy, tell me who suggested this idea? You guys couldn't have conceived of such a notion on your own." Clark chuckled heartily and replied, "It was a kid named Harry Osborne. He's a classmate of old Parker's nephew. I helped him a bit, and he offered us a few ideas." Chapter 90. Thank God. Alvin found the name Harry Osborne quite familiar and pondered for a moment, yet could not recall where he had heard it before. He vaguely remembered that the affluent Norman Osborne had a son who was a classmate and friend of Peter S. Was this indeed the same Harry Osborne? But what did it matter? He was not a student at their school. Anyone capable of mingling with the mob hardly seemed like a reputable individual. Observing the scene below on the football field, he saw a group of energetic young men, already embroiled in a scuffle before the game had even begun. Nick, the exuberant figure of independence, brandished his cane on the sidelines, cheering for the members of the school team. Steve and the robust bald man rushed in, attempting to separate the two sides, a task far from simple. Alvin distinctly felt several jabs to his lower body, prompting even this tough man to bounce in irritation. Coach Bill could do little more than restrain a few belligerent onlookers, urging them not to disrupt the game. The school team was driving him to the brink. After just a year, the 30-year-old Bill felt as though he bore the weight of a 40-year-old's troubles, often mistaken for someone even older. This unfortunate divorced man had yet to find a second chance at love, and was too afraid to resign, burdened each month with a substantial alimony payment to his ex-wife. Bill's plight served as a cautionary tale for all the unmarried male teachers at the school. emphasizing the need for careful consideration in marriage and even greater caution in divorce. Alvin, brimming with excitement alongside Ginny, approached the chaotic scene at the sidelines. Although the situation was quite tumultuous, thankfully no one was injured. From a distance, Steve could be heard bellowing at the bald giant, "Control your players. You son of a bitch." Having a military background, he knew how to win the hearts of a bunch of newcomers. Steve's biased support immediately garnered admiration from the team members, who began to rally behind him. The bald giant, perhaps encountering such a fierce team for the first time, acted without hesitation, momentarily taken aback. He was well aware that he led a team comprised of delinquents from prison, a far cry from the typical school teams that lacked such tenacity. Moreover, their coach seemed to possess a rather volatile temperament. Surprisingly, this brawny bald man had a gentle demeanor. When Steve hurled an insult his way, he refrained from retaliating and instead became even more proactive in calming his own players. This left Steve feeling somewhat embarrassed, despite the fact that the conflict had indeed been instigated by the other side. Once the two sides were separated, Alvin whistled sharply and gestured a fist toward Bill, indicating that he should treat this match as a formal competition. After all, it was no joke to have a fight break out against their school. Did they think they could bully them? On the sidelines, Nick, catching sight of Alvin's signal, dashed to the coach's bench and, adopting the tone of a gang leader, called out to the players, "Let us show these guys who've done time what we're made of. Make them cry and run back to their mothers." As several towering players substituted in, they would touzle Nick's hair, leaving him wobbling from side to side. Since it was a warm-up match, there was no formal kickoff. The prison team began their attack from their own 20-yard line. The good-natured bald man approached Alvin, lowering his head respectfully, extending his hand, and said, "Hello. I am Sean Porter, coach of the Mustangs. May I inquire if you are Principal Alvin?" Alvin, a courteous individual, shook hands and said, "Indeed, I am Alvin." Sean, glancing at Alvin with a hint of uncertainty, replied, "I am the supervisor at the juvenile facility. I have organized this team to provide these children with a future and to keep them occupied, preventing them from engaging in fights. Recently, 2 local youths have been released from our facility and will be attending your school. I have observed your institution closely, and I wonder if you might be interested in accepting more children to study here." Alvin regarded Sean with a thoughtful expression, recognizing him as a man of intent, genuinely seeking the best opportunities for the youths under his care. It seemed he had indeed found a potential solution. With a smile, Alvin responded, "Our school welcomes all eligible students, but you must first navigate the educational department's requirements. Otherwise, the tuition fees for your charges could pose a significant challenge. As this is a school, not a charity." Sean felt immense joy upon receiving Alvin's affirmative response. Finding a school willing to accept these children was the most daunting task he faced. He had done all he could. Ultimately, the outcome rested in the hands of the children and their families. Although Sean could not influence the educational department to allocate funds for Alvin's school to accommodate these youths, it nonetheless represented a viable pathway, did it not? This community school was, in Sean's view, the most suitable for those recently released. With a wide smile, Sean exclaimed, "Thank you. I truly appreciate it, Principal Alvin. You know, I worry endlessly about these boys. I dread the day I might hear that one of them has been shot on the streets." Alvin found himself beginning to like this man. Sean genuinely cared for those children, embodying a good soul dedicated to their welfare. However, Alvin would not unconditionally accept these juvenile delinquents simply because Sean was a good person, as that would be unfair to the children from Hell's Kitchen, and the school's capacity was, after all, limited. With a smile, Alvin patted Sean on the shoulder and said, "My friend, let us do all that we can and leave the rest to fate. You are a good man, and my school will always welcome you as a guest." Sean nodded appreciatively and shook Alvin's hand once more, saying, "You are a remarkable principal. The children are fortunate to have someone like you leading the school." Alvin shook his head and pointed to the players on the field, who were once again on the verge of confrontation, laughing as he remarked, "You should ask those boys. They might not share the same sentiment." "Haha." Sean, exasperated, rushed over, grabbing the helmet of a tall player, and shouted, "Barney, you can't always charge at others' heads. Can you please lower your fists?" Steve quickly adapted to his role and, in that brief moment, became a confidant to the players, integrating seamlessly with them. Coach Bill finally felt a sense of relief after Steve's arrival. He contemplated whether he could request Principal Alvin to transition to a position as a senior math teacher, which was truly his vocation. Principal Alvin observed the bustling court with great interest, while little Ginny sat at his feet, equally delighted. She relished watching groups of people engage in playful scuffles, and she felt disappointed that there hadn't been a brawl earlier. Now, sensing that the excitement was about to resume, the young girl enthusiastically waved her fists, chanting, "Fight, fight, fight." Alvin resolved to bring Ginny to such intense events less frequently, as it would be quite irresponsible towards her future suitors. Just as Alvin's thoughts wandered, the phone rang. It was old Parker calling. The weight of his voice was evident as he spoke. Principal Alvin, I've messed up. The children we sent away are missing. Matt and that Danny Land have taken Colin to the island. I'm so sorry I've failed. Alvin felt a surge of compassion. This was hardly old Parker's fault, yet he took it upon himself, demonstrating his profound sense of responsibility. It's all right, old Parker. In a few days, those children will be returned, and you will have plenty to do. Alvin glanced at the bald, muscular man on the court and continued on the phone. Thank God. There are always good people like you in this world. Chapter 91. A friend is a friend after hanging up with old Parker. Alvin speculated slightly about why Matt and his companions had ventured to the island. The night demon was not one to shirk responsibility. However, that was no longer his concern. Let them tackle their challenges on the island. Cradling the reluctant little Ginny, Alvin departed the court. A girl like you shouldn't be so keen on watching boys fight. Come with me to the office for a rest. Along the way, Ginny sulkily tugged at her father's nose, chattering her complaints. Fortunately, they soon encountered Mrs. Wilson, who swooped in like a bandit to rescue little Ginny, saving Alvin's nose in the process. As they approached the academic building, Alvin spotted old Parker in the distance, accompanied by the bear-like Zach. Zach was carrying a lawnmower, skillfully navigating the steps with ease, making the sizable machine appear as light as a vacuum cleaner in his hands. A short, sprightly boy danced around Zach, resembling a restless monkey. Old Parker noticed Alvin and hastened over, bearing an expression tinged with guilt. Alvin, anticipating his words, raised his hand to halt him and smiled. Old Parker, lawn care isn't your responsibility. Don't tire yourself out. Old Parker glanced back at Zach and his fidgety nephew, chuckling. One must find something to occupy oneself, with school out for the holidays. I can't just collect a paycheck, can I? Besides, with Zach and Peter's assistance, mowing the lawn will only take a day. Alvin glanced at the two boys standing a short distance away, hesitant to approach, and called out with a smile, Zach, it has come to my attention that you committed a rather foolish act the night before last. You ought to be grateful that Frank is preoccupied, otherwise, you would be in quite the predicament. Zach scratched his bald head, somewhat bashful, and replied, that was Anton's idea. I intended to wait until they were released before giving them a good thrashing. But Anton couldn't contain himself. He is heading to Los Angeles tomorrow. And the USC team has begun their training much earlier this year. Alvin waved his hand dismissively, urging the muscle-bound oaf to leave, and turned to the bespectacled boy with a face full of acne, saying, You must be Peter? Peter Parker? Peter scratched his head and, in a shy manner, responded, Yes. Principal Alvin, I am Peter. You are my idol. Alvin appreciated children who knew how to flatter, laughing heartily as he fist-bumped Peter. I hope you enjoy your 2 years at school. I've heard you have good grades, which should make things a bit easier for you. Peter smiled with excitement and said, Thank you. I've spoken with Professor Cage. He really likes me and believes I have potential. I hope he is right. I don't have much confidence myself. Alvin felt a wave of satisfaction. His school would have a promising recruit, which was splendid news. He just hoped that Cage wouldn't corrupt the lad, as he was quite the notorious rascal. If young Spider were to develop a troublesome cowboy temperament, that would indeed be unfortunate. Alvin observed the youthful boy before him and thought to himself, what does it matter? He seems like a good kid. Perhaps having someone like him, a sharpshooter soaring through the skies, is not such a bad thing. He gently patted Peter on the shoulder and said, Keep it up, lad. You are destined to be an extraordinary individual. Peter, shyly touching his head, suddenly recalled something and said, Oh, right, Principal Alvin. I have a very good friend who also wishes to attend this school. He is currently visiting the campus with his father, and I believe you would be interested in meeting him. Alvin raised an eyebrow, smiling as he replied, Well, you must tell me who he is for me to determine whether I am interested in meeting him. Peter grinned and said, Harry Osborn. His father is Norman Osborn, the president of Oscorp. He is quite the billionaire, Alvin chuckled and remarked, Peter, do you befriend Harry solely because his father is wealthy? Peter, feeling somewhat insulted by this insinuation, jumped slightly and exclaimed, Of course not. Harry and I are good friends. It has nothing to do with who his father is. Alvin, with a smile, spread his hands and said, You see, who Harry's father is does not affect your friendship. Similarly, the identity of his father cannot dictate whether the school will accept him, can it? Peter felt somewhat dazed by Alvin's words and instinctively nodded, saying, Yes, I suppose. Alvin chuckled as he affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, advising, Do not constantly bring up your friend's father. It has no bearing on your relationship. A friend is simply a friend. Do not allow their family to influence your bond. Moreover, do not envy others, especially friends. Remember, you are our future, buddy. Keep pushing forward. Old Parker was pleased, as he had long sensed Peter's insecurities, which explained why he had never had a girlfriend even in the 11th grade. Of course, now that he was at a community school, such matters seemed trivial. Peter was a kind-hearted soul, his only close friend being the eccentric Harry Osborn. Occasionally, Peter found himself envious of Harry's affluent background, an inevitable sentiment considering one hailed from a billionaire family while the other came from retired workers. However, today, Alvin imparted a valuable lesson, much to old Parker's delight. Glancing at the time, old Parker called to Peter and Zach, saying, "Gentlemen, it is time to get to work. We have quite a bit to accomplish today. If we finish early, your Aunt May has baked an apple pie waiting for you at home." Peter eagerly acknowledged Alvin, joyfully leaping onto Zach's back, exclaiming, "Zach, we must quicken our pace. I can hardly wait for that apple pie." Watching the two boys frolic towards the lawn, Alvin exchanged a smile with old Parker before turning to enter the school building, eager to encounter the future Green Goblin. It was indeed a rare occurrence for a billionaire to send his son to a community school. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Alvin spotted a strikingly handsome boy with brown hair, around 17 or 18, gazing enviously out of a window at Peter and the others at play on the lawn. Nearby, the vice principal, Mr. Nelson, was accompanying a serious-looking, middle-aged man with a prominent jaw. This must be Norman Osborn. Upon seeing Alvin, Principal Nelson happily introduced him to Osborn, saying, "This is our school principal, Alvin Lee." He then turned to Alvin, "And this is Mr. Norman Osborn from Osborn Industries." Alvin smiled, extending his hand to shake Osborn's, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Osborn." Osborn's serious demeanor remained unchanged as he replied stiffly, "Likewise, I did not expect you to be so young." Alvin took no offense at Osborn's arrogance, casually surveying a stunning blonde secretary with striking features, the kind one might find in a film. He couldn't help but feel that these wealthy individuals were not to be trusted. Chapter 92. We can still talk. Alvin smiled at Osborn, saying, "Then I shall take that as a compliment. I hope to leave you with a favorable impression upon our first encounter." A hint of a smile finally broke through Osborn's serious demeanor as he remarked, "Principal Alvin, you are truly exceptional." Alvin chuckled and shook his head, responding, "No, I am nothing extraordinary. I am merely the principal of a community school." He then inquired, "What brings you to our school today?" Osborn glanced with a hint of exasperation at his son, Harry, who stood by the window, and replied, "My son, Harry, is insistent that I assist him in transferring to this school. I must ascertain what his future school will be like. What do you think?" Alvin smiled and said, "Of course, that is your prerogative. Our community school warmly welcomes visitors at any time. You may have already conducted some research, so what are your thoughts?" As Alvin gestured for Osborn to accompany him to his office, he noted that chatting in the corridor seemed rather foolish. In the office, Olivia greeted Alvin with a warm embrace, earning his praise before serving coffee to Alvin, Nelson, and Osborn. The stunning secretary appeared oblivious to Olivia's presence, as if she were air. As a secretary, with such beauty, why indulge in coffee? It could lead to weight gain. Osborn mused as he settled into the sofa opposite the principal's desk, taking a sip of coffee and casually reassuring his assistant. Looking at Alvin, he continued, "I toured the school today and learned about the community school's educational framework. Frankly, I am quite impressed. This is what true education should resemble. I had initially planned to send Harry to the prestigious Eton College in England, yet I have unexpectedly discovered an excellent option right here in New York. If all this is your doing, then you are indeed remarkable." Alvin smiled modestly, waving his hand. "This is the result of collective effort. In truth, the community school has merely sown the seeds. The true harvest is still a long way off. I must commend your discernment." Osborn nodded seriously and inquired, "So, if I wish for my son, Harry, to enroll here, what steps must I take? You see, my schedule is quite tight. Were it not for Harry, I would be in the laboratory right now." Alvin found Osborn's arrogance somewhat off-putting. Was it truly appropriate for a parent of a prospective student to be so presumptuous with the principal? Chuckling, Alvin replied, "Our school welcomes all children who wish to enroll. However, prior to admission, a test must be administered. This assessment will determine if your child meets our enrollment criteria. After all, we have limited resources and certain fundamental requirements for admissions. Nonetheless, I am confident that Harry has a strong chance of passing our test and becoming one of our students, especially given that his father is a respected scientist. Oh, and by the way, the test will be overseen by a former professor from Columbia University." Osborn paused momentarily and remarked, "I have never heard of an entrance examination before. Did not Harry's friend Peter Parker transfer directly into the school?" Alvin smirked, tilting his head slightly, and replied, "Peter was recognized by our school's esteemed mathematics professor as a reserve candidate. Moreover, you initially intended to send Harry to Eton, where the standards for lineage and academic performance are exceptionally high. In contrast, we merely require your child to pass a modest assessment, which is quite simple, wouldn't you agree?" Osborn was nearly incensed by Alvin's audacity to compare a community school to Eton. How could he even contemplate such a comparison? Yet, the affluent Mr. Osborne was truly experiencing the sensation of being under someone else's roof. After all, Harry was his son. One could not be negligent about his education. Alvin, observing the displeasure on Osborne's face, thought to himself, in my previous life, I went to great lengths for my son's education, begging and pleading, standing in lines, participating in lotteries, and even self-studying how to craft a resume. You are merely at the beginning of that journey. Osborne took a deep breath and stiffly stated, let us commence. My time is quite limited. Alvin, with a smile, responded, Professor Wilson is not present today, and noticing Osborne's growing agitation, he quickly added, as such, I shall take the liberty of overseeing this assessment. Please bear with me for a moment. After speaking, Alvin opened his computer, connected to the internet, circumvented the firewall, and accessed a Chinese educational website to download an English version of the final exams for mathematics, physics, and chemistry. The specific grade level was automatically disregarded by Alvin. After printing the examination paper, he cheerfully announced, now, let us welcome Mr. Harry to join us. We may begin. Osborne felt a pang of discomfort as he watched his son sweat over the examination paper. It appeared he had been remiss in his attentiveness to Harry's needs, unaware of his frail condition. Meanwhile, the examinee was experiencing an entirely different sentiment, exclaiming internally, are these questions even humanly possible? I recognize every word. Yet there are so many questions I simply do not comprehend. What on earth is a non-negative integer set? What is that diagram supposed to represent? How many interpretations of equivalence exist? Is equivalence not just equivalence? Could it be a familial relationship? Alvin patiently awaited for 4 hours, during which little Ginny attempted to coax her father to dinner, but was turned away, sulking and casting a glare at Harry, thinking, it's that foolish boy who has delayed my father's meal. When the time arrived, Harry, trembling, submitted his examination to Alvin, scarcely daring to glance at it. What kind of monsters inhabited this school? Was this the curriculum they engaged with daily? Was this community school a mere extension of a New York high school? Alvin, undeterred by Harry's anxious demeanor, discreetly clicked on the webpage to search for the answers to the exam, aware that he too was unfamiliar with the content. Having meticulously corrected 3 heavily marked examination papers, Alvin gazed upon the dismal results, each failing to exceed 30 points. He regarded Norman Osborne with the somber eyes typically reserved for terminally ill patients, lamenting, I am afraid, Mr. Osborne, that Harry may not meet our admission criteria. Perhaps you might consider the possibility of him attending Eton instead. Osborne stared incredulously at Harry, unable to fathom how his son could perform so poorly, especially considering his own illustrious academic background as a graduate of a prestigious university. How could his offspring be so lacking? The young Harry, blushing with embarrassment, yearned to defend himself, insisting that the questions were exceedingly difficult. Yet, upon observing his father's countenance, he wisely chose to remain silent. The previously haughty Mr. Osborne expelled his son and others unrelated from his office, momentarily shedding his pride. His face contorted into a grimace akin to a destitute soul pleading for an extension on a bank loan. I believe we can still discuss this. As Norman Osborne exited Alvin's office, his expression was burdened with gravity. Anyone subjected to extortion over their child's education, especially for a modern sports facility, would find it difficult to maintain a pleasant demeanor, regardless of their financial standing. Alvin reclined comfortably in his chair, propping his feet on the desk, reveling in his contentment. With Stark and King as substantial benefactors, the school's financial concerns had largely been resolved. After all, the Ministry of Education's funding ensured basic operations, did it not? Alvin felt a growing reluctance to engage further with Norman Osborne. He sensed that Osborne was an exceedingly self-centered and obstinate individual, endowed with a formidable intellect, backed by the vast resources of the Osborne Corporation. In the Marvel Universe, such individuals posed a significant threat. Alvin was uncertain whether Osborne might transform into the cinematic Green Goblin, but maintaining a prudent distance seemed a wise strategy. At times, Alvin found it peculiar that many within the Marvel realm were enamored with substances akin to super soldier serums. Various iterations and enhancements of these potions emerged incessantly, yet successful outcomes remained scarce. The closest success might be found in the Siberian military base, where a few winter soldiers were preserved in containers. However, what purpose do such formidable lunatics serve? Setting aside their questionable mental faculties, the fact that they could still perish from gunfire rendered them inadequate products. Over the past century, the only true success story was Steve Rogers. Yet, what did that amount to? Alvin mused that he could hardly best Rogers, and with Frank wielding a firearm, survival was far from guaranteed. Rather than pursuing this path, it would be wiser to follow Stark's example, equipping oneself with an array of formidable weaponry for greater deterrent effect. Strength invariably requires a corresponding spirit of will to propel it. Otherwise, a typical individual suddenly endowed with extraordinary power often contemplates employing such strength for malevolent purposes. It is akin to being the sole person in a crowd wielding a firearm, leading one to inevitably desire to utilize it to gain something. Not everyone possesses the potential to become Captain America. There is but one Steve Rogers. Of course, Alvin stands as an exception. In his previous life, his most nefarious thought was merely to bury those who failed to cast their votes for him. The character Norman Osborn from the Last Life-esque film exemplifies this. It was the allure of power that awakened his inner desires, transforming him into a villain. Osborn's best course of action would have been to ensure they lived within the confines of the law, thereby allowing him to spend his money on a charming secretary or engage in other less egregious misdeeds. An ordinary person might only indulge in fleeting fantasies upon encountering a beautiful girl, but those who abruptly acquire power often seek ways to actualize their aspirations. This is indeed troubling. Yet, despite these musings, Alvin found himself quite pleased, envisioning the arrival of more affluent scions like Harry. The school's infrastructure necessitates the contributions of socially responsible magnates. Naturally, Alvin would provide them with donation receipts. After a while, Ginny burst into the office, brandishing a fried chicken leg. The young girl, holding the obviously bite-marked drumstick, urged Alvin to partake. With a mischievous grin, Alvin took a hearty bite, feigning ignorance of the regret etched on Ginny's face. The little girl was certainly learning some bad habits, but could one truly outdo their father in mischief? Fried foods should be consumed in moderation. Just as Alvin and Ginny were engaged in their playful banter, Steve entered the office, drenched in sweat, his pectorals nearly straining against his shirt, a clear indication of a delightful time on the field. Covering Ginny's eyes, Alvin called out to Olivia, who was drooling at the sight of Steve. "Hey, beautiful, could you fetch our new football coach a soda? Preferably with some ice." Ginny tugged at Alvin's large hand, scrutinizing Steve's muscular physique visible through his fitted shirt, scoffing at the notion of dividing abdominal muscles into 8 distinct sections. "One solid piece is preferable. My father is just one piece." With a chuckle, Alvin inquired, "How was your first day at school, buddy? You look like you're thoroughly enjoying it." Steve responded with a hearty laugh, "Absolutely, my friend. I relish this job, and the kids seem to adore me. It truly is a wonderful position. I owe you my gratitude." Alvin harbored some skepticism regarding Steve's unbridled optimism, recognizing that it was merely a holiday and today featured a game. Otherwise, those rascals would not be so easily managed. One might wonder how Coach Bill's head became bald. But what does it matter? If Steve can effectively manage the Howling Commandos, he should be more than capable of handling the school's football team. With a smile, Alvin replied, "As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. I have always believed that one must engage in the pursuits they are passionate about to truly experience joy. Much like my previous endeavor as a writer, despite its dismal failure, I found immense happiness during that time. I sincerely wish for your joy to endure, growing deeper with each passing moment." Steve chuckled heartily as he accepted the soda Olivia handed him, only to be playfully splashed by her mischievous antics. Alvin called out to Olivia, "Beauty, I have a child here. You need to tone it down a bit. You can come back to see Steve after work." Olivia responded with a terrifyingly delightful laugh, playfully swatting Steve before twisting her body and exiting the office. Steve was in high spirits, completely unfazed by the encounter. Had Alvin been in the same situation with a hefty woman, he would have set the house ablaze in fury. He gulped down the soda in his hand and remarked to Alvin, "Buddy, you must help me find a place to stay. I need to check on my retirement funds. I believe it's time I acquire a car. Relying on your ride to work is rather inconvenient." Alvin nodded with a smile. Indeed, purchasing a car is a splendid idea. As for housing, you can temporarily stay at Frank's place. He has a spare room. Later, you can consider buying a suitable house. Speaking of cars, it reminded Alvin of something. He pulled out his phone and dialed Fujian Nelson. "Hey, Fujian, how are our stocks faring? Almost settled? That's splendid. Hurry and transfer the funds to me. I need to procure a fine vehicle, or no girl will take an interest in me." Alvin chuckled, playfully pointing at his own nose, indicating his affection for the charming Ginny. "No worries, Fujian, Matt, and I have no conflicts, just some differences in opinion. Everything will be just fine." After ending the call, Alvin raised his eyebrows at Steve, a hint of pride in his voice. "Buddy, quickly inquire about your retirement funds. Tomorrow, let us invite Frank, and together we shall go car shopping, each of us with our own." Haha.